You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher. The Feast of Souls went on for 4 days without stopping, and the entire time Lex stayed up on that tower. Within those 4 days, they weren't attacked even once, nor did they experience anything unusual. It was as if all of Abaddon was focused solely on the souls, and not a single resident of this abominable land could spare a thought for them, the souls still within their packaging. Lex found it particularly interesting how all the souls, every single one, at least every single one that he managed to see, was that of a sinner. He began to consider, for a moment, if the stories and myths from hell on earth and countless other civilizations were actually inspired by Abaddon. He also gave more thought to his theory of Abaddon being like some kind of parasite on this universe. Honestly, the thought was quite frightening, for it implied a much greater truth. It implied that there were forces even outside this universe, and some of them were capable of resisting the rules and laws of this universe. After all, so far, according to what Lex had seen, the universe was the greatest power. Not even Tao Lords could ignore the laws of the universe, and even the systems obeyed the universal mandates. Even the beings above the Tao Lord realm played by the rules of the universe, as far as he knew. For example, no one messed with time. Even those who were daring enough to learn about the laws of time did so very carefully, ensuring they did not accidentally break any taboos. Yet the mere existence of Abaddon potentially challenged his views that the universe was the strongest existence. After all, the very existence of universal rejection meant that there were beings or items which could, somehow, resist the influence of the universe, and so were basically spurned by the universe. Anyone who destroyed them received rewards from the universe in the form of good karma. It was possible that the rewards went even further than that, and he just hadn't encountered them yet. Honestly, if such a thing proved to be true, he wouldn't be too surprised. It only made sense, after all. There were minor realms and major realms, and all other kinds of realms, all contained within the universe, so why wasn't it possible that the universe too was contained within something greater? But if such a thing were true, then the ramifications of it, honestly, Lex could not fully imagine what the ramifications would be. For example, the entire history of the universe would have to be reassessed. Even Keeman's story about the possibility of a forgotten age might become plausible. Then, it further evoked some questions such as, what was preventing those stronger forces from coming to the universe and taking control? If the strong forces of the universe could treat major realms as nothing more than resources to be controlled for their various benefits, who was to say that a stronger force might not do that to this universe? These questions, if pondered upon for too long, had the potential to give anyone, from a mere mortal to even Tao Lords, the possibility of a mental breakdown. To ponder such questions was to face just how powerless one really was. But it did not bother Lex too much. He was still so weak and was used to feeling powerless. To a large extent, whether there were forces stronger than the universe or not hardly mattered to him, because he couldn't do anything about it. Having said that, Lex had an answer in his heart he believed to be true. After all, he had also been exposed to an array of unusually rare things. He recalled reading the description of the first technique he ever practiced, the regal embrace. Cultivation technique carried by a specific being in the universe as a part of his collection. Regal embrace lets the cultivator build an impenetrable defense which can take head-on attacks even from those at a higher cultivation level. After certain accomplishments in this cultivation technique, the cultivator can stand there and embrace his enemy's attacks. At its highest level, it can allow its cultivator to survive even the destruction of a universe. The answer to this question was present within this description. The regal embrace, which was a technique carried by a specific being, could allow whoever practiced it to survive the destruction of a universe. For a very long time, Lex did not pay attention to the wording or what it implied. But the answer was right there for anyone who thought about it a little. Regal embrace was likely not a technique from this universe. In fact, it was probably from a force that surpassed the power level of this universe, for it could casually mention the destruction of an entire universe. If one continued to think along those lines, then the cultivation technique was most likely in the possession of a being that surpassed the power of this universe, or at the very least had exited this universe at least once. Of course, it was entirely possible that the owner had just found the technique somewhere, and that the regal embrace, as well as Mo's blessing, both of which talked about the destruction of a universe, had somehow been created within this universe. If that was true, then all of this was nothing but baseless conjecture. Either way, what remained true was that Lex could do nothing with this information for now. It was too far above his level. Maybe when he reached the Tao Lord level he could think about this. Most likely, even then, he would be too weak to consider it. So, as the mighty powers of Abaddon flexed their proverbial muscles, Lex simply observed silently, trying to understand the order of this place. Just because Abaddon was in a state of flux, ever-changing beyond the horizon, it did not mean that it ceased its functions in such a state. If he could gain some insight into how the powers of this land worked, or what their relationship with each other was, then it might be easier for him to find a solution to their current predicament. When the 4 days passed, and the feast finally ended, the bright lights above Abaddon finally faded, returning to the deep crimson that they were all used to. During this time, while Lex was unable to discern even the slightest hint of how Abaddon actually functioned, he had multiple theories about the relationship between some of the powers residing here. "Heman, do you know any way we can discover one of the ruins you mentioned earlier?" Lex asked the Magma Lion once the Soul Feast finished, and they readied for departure. According to their experience, Abaddon was most peaceful right after the Soul Feast, so they could travel great distances during this time. Of course, in Abaddon one could not judge the future based on past experiences, so they were still ready to face any unexpected problems. "Well, there is a particular set of ruins that have their entrance hidden behind waterfalls. No matter what waterfall we discover, the entrance to those ruins is hidden behind it, so all we need to do is be on the lookout for waterfalls." "Why are you asking? If you're interested in completing the tasks for the knowledge of the ruins, I advise against it. Based on everything we've seen, the ruins are, at best, a burden on the mind, and at worst some kind of mental plague. Like I told you earlier, all of us that learned of the Forgotten Age are unable to overcome the weight of that knowledge, even if we want to." "It's not that I'm greedy for knowledge," Lex said somberly, finding it harder than usual to return to his cheery self. It was likely because his spirit was still damaged from when he blew up. "I have some theories about Abaddon that I want to test out. If they turn out to be true, then I might be able to find the chalice much quicker." Heman had no real reason to object, so they decided to be on the lookout for waterfalls. Before they left, though, Lex finally turned to look towards the system notification he had been avoiding for a few days now. He had strong suspicions about what it was really about. Quest update, optional objective, discover the secrets of Abaddon, partially updated. It is possible Abaddon is a parasitic entity from a foreign universe. Find evidence of Abaddon's origins to prove whether or not it is a foreign entity. Optional quest reward. Upon discovering the origins of Abaddon, the host will be able to unlock Lorebook, which can forever record true secrets of the universe. Lorebook is independent of the system, but can be placed and integrated with any system the owner of the book desires, and can be withdrawn at any time. Whether it was due to depressive mood in Abaddon, where countless souls had just been devoured by numerous abominations, or as a result of his injured spirit, Lex did not experience much of a reaction to the system notification. It was good to know that his theories were plausible enough to receive acknowledgement from the system. At the same time, the fact that it didn't confirm that this was the truth, and that the system still required verification, was also reassuring. Either way, it made no difference to his reality right then and there. Maybe that's why he didn't have much of a reaction. A lore book might be interesting, but at the moment he did not understand why he might want to record the secrets of the universe. Perhaps the reason he was subdued was because without entering a recovery pod, his healing process would take well over a year. He couldn't afford to stay weak, but he also hadn't wanted to miss the opportunity of missing out on the Soul Feast. The best he could do for now was use a healing technique on himself and reduce his own exertion. When he told Z that he would focus on healing, he seemed to roll his eyes. Lex, of course, was aware of what he was thinking. At least he was aware of Z's theory of Lex being a demi-Tao Lord. The problem was, if Lex denied it, Z would believe it even more. If he didn't deny it, then Z would continue to behave this way, and that might lead to misunderstandings. Ultimately, he just decided to ignore it. They withdrew the castle back into the snow globe, and the mech once again came to life, following the mercenaries as they quickly marched through the empty land. The deafening silence was eerie, and the absence of any locusts made Abaddon somehow seem even more desolate than it usually felt. Lex gave the land one last look, taking in how mundane even an accursed land could look, before closing his eyes and circulating a healing technique, beginning his healing. A faint, multicolored bubble formed around Lex, forming a protective barrier between him and everything outside. Seated cross-legged on the shoulder of the mech, Lex subdued his consciousness, losing his sense of the passage of time. Of course, that was only true for most of his consciousness, but not all of it. On an almost subconscious level, he maintained his awareness of the inn, where he was expecting system users to enter Obsidian at any time. His connection to Jack was also present, but considering how Jack himself was confined to a room while he traveled to the Arctica realm, there was not much stimulation there. To top it all off, the ever-changing flows of time between his many awarenesses made it so confusing that, as he entered his deep, meditative state, it was almost as if his consciousness had completely gone dormant. Hours, days, maybe even weeks or months passed by Lex, but he remained unaware. While he healed, the armies marched through the lands, searching now for ruins as well as the chalice. As promised, the first week after the Soul Feast passed by quietly. It was only after a week that they stumbled onto a small clan of feral ladybugs that they once again had to battle. The presence of the ladybugs, they probably weren't actually ladybugs, considering each of them was the size of 3.5 kayaks and had 3 mouths, was highly unexpected since they lacked the distinct hunger which was common in Abadonian creatures. They were still highly hostile, so they were killed either way. Their blood contained highly concentrated vitality and would be like a miracle elixir for anything below the immortal realm, and a pretty decent healing elixir for those in the immortal realm as well. When that was discovered, not a single one of them was left alive, and each one of them was hunted down. But that was not the end of their unusual encounters. Soon after that, they encountered a mutated ant colony attracted by the scent of the ladybugs. Keeman had already encountered a number of other creatures in Abaddon, so he wasn't too surprised by the presence of other creatures, though the absence of the hunger was noteworthy. The fight with the ants was far from easy, and the Midnight Mech had to join forces with the mercenaries to ensure they suffered no excessive injuries. It didn't help that the ants grew stronger based on whatever they ate, allowing them to infinitely grow stronger. Some of them even had some pretty unique powers. It was almost as if the ants came directly out of some relatively popular comic books about hunters, or leveling up alone or something. Weird. But the weirdness did not end there, for over the days the armies kept encountering more and more insects as they went. What's more, for the first time since they'd entered this realm of wandering stone and nonsense geometry, where the terrain had twisted and reshaped itself with no rhyme or reason, the trees suddenly grew upright. Roads curved with reason. Hills sloped like they ought to. Paths followed gravity. The chaos had paused, and in its place was logic. It was coherent, and that in Abaddon was deeply unnatural. This continued until the natural day cycle of Abaddon was coming to a close, and evening was beginning to set. The crimson sky was turning sanguine, and a sense of hunger began to pervade the very air. That's when they noticed in the distance an ever-stretching verdant jungle. The trees were towers, stretching directly high up into the sky, with thick bushy leaves that created a thick crown. Even from miles and miles afar, the jungle radiated a thick aura of vitality so rich that it awoke Lex from within his bubble, almost startling him. Such an obvious display of life was almost sacrilege in a place like this. "Have you encountered something like this before?" Lex asked, even though he knew the answer already. No, I haven't," the magma lion answered, unbothered by the visage. "I can, however, tell you that whatever is in there, it's been directly pulling us towards it, or we'd have never found it so easily. The terrain has been far too constant for it to be anything else. So there's a bunch of life here as well, and that's created a very large anchor point in Abaddon where the environment doesn't change," Lex theorized. "And whatever is in there somehow pulled us in. I have no evidence to base this on, but there's a possibility they want to pull us in to strengthen their anchor which solidifies Abaddon around them." "Pretty much, but there's one very big problem with this theory. I'm sure I don't need to point it out. Yes, it's that such a big jungle, brimming with countless souls, is the greatest bait for anything and everything within Abaddon. So either they have some way of resisting the attacks, or there's something seriously wrong with that jungle." Silence followed since all of them were pretty much thinking the same thing. If they so wished, they could turn around and head the other way. There was a chance that they could avoid the jungle. There was just one issue with that. They had no idea whether or not the chalice was in the jungle, and the only way to find out was to enter it in the first place. "I don't know if I need to point this out, but there's one more issue we'll face if we go to the jungle," said Lex. "I understand. The creatures in the jungle won't obey the same rules as the creatures of Abaddon. If we go in, we may face heaven or even celestial immortals," responded Keeman. "There's no rush to make a decision. I think we should complete our ritual to contact the Condottieri first, and then we can make a decision." The two, one man and one magma lion, stared at the jungle ominously, their brooding stare infecting the rest of the two camps as well. Mr. Lex, sir," came an oddly childish voice, whispering in Lex's ear through his spirit sense. For a moment, Lex was stunned, for he had never heard that voice before and didn't know who it belonged to. Then he realized that Little Blue was talking to him. "Mr. Lex, sir, I don't mean to bother you or anything, but there's a very yummy snack in that jungle up ahead, and there's a big fat guy asking me if I want candy. I really want that yummy candy, but I don't know if I should respond to him. What do you think I should do? I feel a Mrs. Big Fat Guy in the forest inviting me as well." Lex turned his neck, and then turned to look at the mech oddly. Little Blue was a part of the formation making up the mech, so he couldn't directly be seen, but Lex could imagine what he looked like while speaking. "I have an idea," Lex suddenly said to Keeman. Just a little over 800 football fields away from the jungle, the Midnight Castle was deployed. Although the arrival of night was a full week away, and the mercenary group hadn't initially planned on stopping during the night either, it would be foolish not to take every advantage that the Midnight Inn's presence provided them with. The fact that they had deployable, reliable fortifications made this job easier by many orders of magnitudes for the mercenaries. They took each and every opportunity to stop and take a rest that they could get, not to mention that they were playing some kind of role-playing game with the three mischievous beasts from the inn. The existence of the tavern also allowed the mercenaries to do things they weren't able to previously, such as being able to study their destination. Through the use of clones and drones, they had been able to confirm that even if they lose line of sight within the vicinity of the jungle, individuals won't be teleported away. This meant that they could do something they hadn't done in Abaddon ever before: scouting. They could also deploy advance parties for stealthy infiltration instead of directly marching through the forest and fighting everything in sight. So from within the safety of the castle walls, Keeman, Lex, and a few others planned out what to do. It was odd. Lex was used to handling everything by himself. Even now, he half expected to venture into the highly suspicious jungle by himself, uncover its secrets, foil some ancient plot that threatened to destroy the universe and... Okay, on a realistic note, he just thought he was the most versatile one in the group and would do a good job scouting. Yet it turned out his help wasn't actually needed, possibly even leaving him time to rest in the recovery pod. Lex kept looking around the conference room, expecting something to pop up that would require his help, or for him to step in personally, but it never happened. It was almost as if the whole universe did not rely solely on him, and every issue did not revolve entirely around him. Filled with trace amounts of hesitation and doubt, Lex eventually concluded the meeting as he went over the decisions that they made. They would observe the jungle from a distance for about a day, and after that, Little Blue, Fenrir, and a mercenary named Malfoy would sneak into the jungle to explore the strange calling Little Blue felt. All of them came to a conclusion that the reason they were able to encounter this jungle now, but the mercenaries had never seen nor heard any sign of it for years, was because of the presence of Little Blue. Clearly it had some connection to the forest, though the exact reason for that connection was a matter of speculation. With everything decided, Lex was left with nothing to do save getting in the recovery pod, while Little Blue, Fenrir, and Malfoy geared up to go outside. Malfoy kept giving Fenrir distrustful looks and seemed ready to protect Little Blue no matter the cost. In the meantime, the rest of the mercenaries started the ritual to contact the condottieri. A day passed uneventfully at the castle, though they observed a lot of movement within the jungle. It seemed that all sorts of insects called the place home. The thing that all of them shared in common was that they were all pack insects, preferring to move in teams rather than by themselves. That presented many difficulties and opportunities of its own. Eventually, once the time was up, the three of them set out. "Do not think you can get away with trying anything suspicious," Malfoy said to Fenrir the moment they exited the castle. "I have activated Dread Protection. The gifts of the Reaving Dread mercenary group go far beyond what you can imagine. At even the slightest whiff of betrayal, I can eviscerate you." Fenrir growled at Malfoy as if threatening him, but Little Blue suddenly spread its wings, unleashing some of its power which cowed the pup. Malfoy snorted and turned away from him. He knew that the Protector was too kind to deal with his own twin brother, but Malfoy would never risk their mission over something like that. That's why he didn't hesitate to use his ability which would punish anyone who betrayed him, since technically they were on the same team. He'd understood by now that it wasn't that the entire Midnight Castle was an illusion, but that the twin brother had been corrupted by Abaddon. They had to hide their powers usually from the caretaker, Lex, but when he wasn't around, they would unleash their true selves. Oddly enough, however, his ability to punish traitors informed him that the brothers actually had full and complete loyalty towards each other, and would never harm one another. He hadn't yet decided if that was a trick, or if they still had remnants of who they were still stuck deep within. It seemed that the Protector really might be able to redeem his brothers and save them from eternal damnation of being a Reddit mod, whatever that meant. Fenrir activated his ability, which allowed the three of them to become hidden, undetectable by most, so that they could finally enter the jungle. It took them only a few seconds to reach the jungle, and after making sure there was no trouble, they entered. As soon as they entered the jungle, Lex, who was sleeping within his recovery pod, suddenly opened his eyes. The exact moment they entered the jungle, the flow of time between Abaddon and the Midnight Realm became equal. Up until now, Abaddon had been going much faster than the Midnight Realm. With this change, however, time would flow equally. As a result, only a few seconds later, Lex got his first visitor in Obsidian. Lex gave a deep look towards the jungle. It seemed like he would need to visit it after all to explore its secrets. He was not saying that just because he had severe FOMO, fear of missing out. After a moment's deliberation, he managed to keep himself from sneaking into the forest, instead deciding to wait until Fenrir returned with his report. In the meantime, he diverted his attention back towards the inn. Obsidian was unlike the rest of the inn, where the architecture was grand and lively. No, to emphasize on the elements of the unknown and mystery, Lex had gone to great lengths. Obsidian was exactly 50,000 acres large, and surrounded by a wall dividing it and the rest of the inn. The wall was not made using formations, but a division tool in the event panel, meaning that it was created using the system's powers. Normally, this would have been enough to ensure Lex that none of the inhabitants within Obsidian would be able to exit it, but since a system was the system's weakness, he further strengthened the barrier through countless formations. If one approached the wall, they would not see what was on the other side. Instead, they would see an infinite and ever-expanding void so large that it was basically impossible to cross. That was a result of a formation that trapped an infinitely large space within a very small one, so if anyone ever got past the system's barriers, they'd be stuck in an endless void. Of course, there were ways to get by that as well, which is why Lex had many other formations in place as well, all dormant until they were needed. Lex could not hide the fact that Obsidian was a part of the Midnight Inn, nor was that the goal. It wasn't the Midnight Inn that was mysterious, but Obsidian, both for its members and those watching it from the outside. The sky within Obsidian was forever trapped in twilight, though one might expect the theme of Obsidian to have a dark sky. Lex felt that compared to a plain, dark sky, twilight evoked numerous thoughts and emotions. Just looking at the darkness slowly transitioning to light, turning into hues of pink and purple and orange, Lex felt melancholic, and yet at the same time a reverence for the beauty of nature. He felt like within the sky there was a veil between worlds somewhere within those changing colors, and that veil forever blanketed Obsidian. On the ground, Obsidian was formed of thousands of small hills with a sea of clouds filling the valleys, leaving only the very tips of the hills exposed, hiding everything else from view. Let alone eyes, even spirit senses would be unable to probe within the clouds, and if anyone tried to enter the clouds, they would not be stopped. Instead, as soon as they entered deep within the clouds, so that they were no longer visible, they'd be teleported to the opposite end of the same hill, making it seem like they were returning to where they came from, but from a different angle. The only way to get from one hill to another was to fly over, or use one of the bridges. Yet if one actually tried to fly, they'd discover that they would be caught in an inescapable force field that pushed them into the sky infinitely until they were teleported to the island once more. So then the only way for them to actually traverse from one island to another would be to use one of the bridges. But the bridges were broken, and on each island there were only 2 stone pillars to mark where the bridges would begin and end. Beyond that, each hill had large, elaborate courtyards built in a Japanese style, arranged to surround a stone temple at the very tip of the hill. On a particular hill within one of the courtyards, Hargreaves appeared, wearing his most expensive wizarding robes and holding onto a powerful wand. The reason he hadn't used the black key was because he wanted to make preparations before entering some unknown place. He'd learned already that nothing his system gave him was simple, or as it seemed. So while Obsidian sounded like a nice place, there was no guarantee. Hargreaves immediately took stock of his surroundings and detected no immediate danger, though what he found left him hyperventilating. He was standing under a tree with beautiful pink petals, falling gracefully to the floor, forming an arch. As it happened, he had teleported right in the middle of the arc. That is not what surprised him. What surprised him was that his system immediately identified each one of those pink petals as a Grade 4 treasure. A Grade 4 treasure was an item that could only be used by rank 4 wizards and above. Right now, he could not even absorb that treasure if he didn't want to die. According to his system, he needed to be at least in the golden core realm before he could safely absorb even one of those petals. And even then, the medicinal potency of those petals would be so strong that he would need days or weeks to absorb it. Yet here there was an entire tree with tens of thousands of such petals, gently waving in the wind. His system pinged again, identifying the wood of that tree as a Grade 5 treasure. But that was only the beginning. His system began to send him notifications one after another, almost going crazy, as it identified items which could help him as a cultivator. The dirt on the ground was of such a high level that his system authority wasn't high enough to identify it. The dew on the blades of grass were counted as Grade 3 treasures, while the grass itself was Grade 4. There was a path made of stone tiles leading him towards the inside of the building, but his eyes were glued onto the tiles. Just the dye used to color the tiles was Grade 5, let alone the tile itself, which his authority was not high enough to identify. Each random flower around him was an earth-shattering treasure that would ignite a war back in the Prometheus Empire, and here they were merely placed as decorations. When Hargreaves finally saw something Grade 2, meaning a grade that he could actually use, he finally lost himself. He immediately used a feature of a system to summon a clone of himself to go probe the treasure, making sure there were no traps. Yet when his projection neared the grain of sand in the Zen garden, the only grain of sand that wasn't Grade 3, he discovered that he couldn't pick it up at all. "System, scan again," Hargreaves said desperately as he looked at the treasure land around him. The air, the dirt, the wind, the dew, all of it had grades he could never hope to get access to in his life, just waiting for him to pick up. Yet no matter what he did, he could not lift it, not put it in his spatial ring, nor withdraw it into his system inventory. New notification. The number of spiritual treasures discovered in host's vicinity are 99 plus. Please collect to advance on your path as a cultivator. Hargreaves began to pant, his eyes turning red as he stared out at the courtyard in front of him. Once he was sure there were no traps around him, he withdrew his clone and activated his strongest technique. The Buddha Palm was a technique given to him by the system for completing a quest, and could quell all forces, forcing calmness and stability, getting rid of all anarchic forces. In essence, it could break through defenses, neutralize attacks, and make everything return to its base state. It was an incredibly versatile and powerful technique, and he used it as a secret weapon against other wizards. It was most effective at neutralizing spells, so it had never failed him yet. Hargreaves walked over personally and tried to pick up the grain of sand with the technique active. He felt its rough texture, felt it poke his skin, yet the thing he did not feel was it leaving the ground. Hargreaves helplessly looked around him. It wasn't as if the courtyard was stationary. He could smell the flowers and play with the vines. He could feel the cold dew on his fingertips, but the moment he tried to make use of it or take it away, it would stop, as if they existed in two different worlds. A painful reluctance filled Hargreaves' heart, but no matter how he tried, he could not take away anything from the courtyard. If the elders of the Prometheus Empire ever saw this place, he had no doubt that the whole civilization would invade it. Of course, Hargreaves had no intentions of sharing this information with anyone, nor would he know how to even if he began. Apparently, not everyone could get the obsidian key. Once he recovered from his mental turmoil, Hargreaves noticed that the courtyard wasn't entirely sealed, and that there was a way to enter into the main building at the head of the courtyard. Hargreaves sighed, bent down and ran his fingers through the sand in the Zen garden, leaving a distinct disruption in the otherwise perfectly raked sand bed. He had no problem, and the sand moved along his fingers. As long as he was not greedy, the sand would do as he wished. He finally let go and began walking towards the door. At least he had the benefit of not getting sand everywhere this way, which was kinda nice. Doubt and hesitation filled Hargreaves' mind as he entered the building, unsure of what to expect. What he was not expecting, however, was that the building was actually quite cozy, with a small yet comfortable bedroom, a lounge, a quest room, and a meditation room. The meditation room required something called MP to use, of which Hargreaves had none at the moment. There were a set of instructions on how to get MP, and though he was curious, he was more attracted towards the quest room. It could be a coincidence that the quest room had the exact same font as the quest tab in his system, and that the quest room radiated an ominous and formidable aura that forced Hargreaves to treat it with reverence. He didn't think so. Yet when he turned the knob, the door didn't open. Instead, a prompt appeared in the air, almost making him mistake it for his own system interface. But it was not. Upon closer inspection, it did not look anything like his system interface at all, and instead was clearly heavily influenced by the theme of Obsidian. He read what the prompt had to say. Dear resident of Courtyard, 1126. This message is to inform you that access to the quest room is sealed until you completely accept your membership into Obsidian and take upon your oath to secrecy. To view the conditions to confirm your membership into Obsidian and accept or reject them, please make your way to the stone temple on the peak of the hill. Regards, Obsidian Sage. Obsidian Sage was, naturally, the new identity Lex picked for himself within Obsidian. The key to a good mystery was not to have a complete absence of information. Instead, it was to sprinkle small hints of information and allow everyone to draw up conclusions of their own. Through his identity of Obsidian Sage, Lex would give out quests, manage rewards, and keep Obsidian working in a fair manner for all the members to use. He would never reveal his body, at least if he could help it, nor share any hints of his origin or background. He would, at most, display his power and might to establish himself as the foremost power amongst these fledgling system users. This added a layer of security for the inn as well. If the Midnight Inn suddenly had a special membership exclusively for system users, sooner or later it would be revealed. Then people might wonder if the inn was a system as well. But by creating an enigmatic and powerful figure who ran Obsidian, all attention would be diverted to the being who could make the inn give him the right to establish a special membership. Then, if the presence of a membership for system users was ever revealed, the suspicion of being a system user would not fall on the Innkeeper, but the enigmatic Obsidian Sage, of whom there was little to no information. Hargreaves read the message again and again, ensuring he didn't miss anything. He knew well enough that nothing affiliated with the systems was as it seemed. Though this Obsidian was not technically a part of his system, he couldn't be sure. A part of Hargreaves wanted to exit. Whatever this place was, he was too low-leveled for it. He could always return when he had a higher cultivation and try his hand then. But he also knew that if he had access to the resources of this place, his cultivation journey would be much easier. Although this place had shown no danger so far, that did not mean it would remain thus. Hargreaves confirmed once again that he could depart this place with a single thought, and then decided to explore the rest of the area. His cultivation journey would not be easy if he never took a risk, and it wasn't as if his daily life was easy either. Prometheus was not exactly a safe place, and he had enemies of his own with whom he was competing for resources and recognition. If his strength grew stronger than his enemies, then even at home he would only find death. He stepped out of the building and looked out onto the scene of a neat, well-organized small village with numerous courtyards and stone streets. But though there were clearly artificial elements here, nature had not been removed either, for the streets had countless cloud trees growing, filled with colorful flowers and fruits. Just as he was appreciating the sights, a butterfly flew past his face, its fragile wings carrying it up into the air towards the trees. Yet behind the harmless facade, the butterfly radiated the aura of a rank 5 wizard. That meant it was a nascent soul cultivator, a butterfly. Hargreaves' pupils constricted, and he nearly teleported out of this place that very instant, for that's when his gaze fell on the countless other wildlife of this place. A family of hummingbirds flew overhead, each of them a golden core cultivator. Far in the distance, away from the village, an ostentation of peacocks moved through the verdant hills, each of them radiating a power so strong he could not gouge it. Closer by, there was a squirrel at rank 5, and a random brick on the road that had the aura of a rank 4 wizard. Hargreaves would have felt like an ant among giants, if only he hadn't seen an ant equal to a rank 3 wizard, a whole rank above his. Yet he also quickly noticed that the wildlife lived in harmony, not bothering each other, and not paying attention to him either. This place was a death trap with a ribbon tied atop, making it look cute and friendly. But that did not change that a literal flap of a butterfly's wing could literally kill him. He was caught in his doubt and hesitation when Hargreaves noticed a movement in one of the other courtyards. 3 buildings away from his, the door opened and revealed a beautiful elven girl. She stepped out, her aura perfectly concealed, and took a single glance at everything before casually stepping forward, as if she had no concern. She noticed Hargreaves standing at his door and paused for a moment. But she did not wait long and simply continued on her path, uncaring about a person who could not step outside his door. Seeing as how no animal bothered her, Hargreaves took a step forward, careful of his surroundings. He wondered if that elven girl was an old member of Obsidian. The way she was so nonchalant about everything here suggested a familiarity. Hargreaves activated a defensive technique, ready to fight back and escape at a moment's notice, before stepping out onto the stone path towards the stone temple. As he journeyed through the hill, he noticed that everything looked so foreign from the world he was used to. There were ponds that seemed to carry stars. There were waterfalls, but instead of falling down, they were falling upwards. He even saw a tree that was growing an apple, which was clearly absurd. Everyone knew apples grew trees, but here, things were operating the other way. Through it all, Hargreaves ensured that he kept the elven girl in sight, and followed her up until reaching the stone temple. When he saw her go in without a worry, Hargreaves waited a moment, but decided to follow in. What he did not know was that the elven girl he saw was just an illusion created by Lex. None of the other system users had come just yet, for whatever reason, so he created an illusion to disarm him and have him hurry up and enter the temple. Instead of seeing the girl once he entered the temple, Hargreaves immediately found himself in a white chamber, devoid of anything save a single white chair. This was a replica of the room where Lex had undergone the first few procedures for regal embrace, and since the room had made an impact on him, he decided to recreate it for use with these guests. Taking the very obvious hint, Hargreaves sat on the chair, yet the moment he did, he found himself in a dark, foggy conference room. Startled by the sudden change, he jumped up and immediately returned to the white room. Only a moment later it clicked for him that by sitting on the chair, he could be transported somewhere, but he would only stay there while he sat. Carefully, he sat down again, and this time paid closer attention to the process. Touching the chair did not teleport him. It was only when he was fully seated that his environment would suddenly change. All around him was a thick fog that made it difficult to see, and in front of him was a conference table that seemed to extend into eternity. In the far corner of the table, hidden by a veil of fog, was a blurry figure. "Welcome to Obsidian," said a deep, powerful voice crashing into Hargreaves' very soul. "I am the Obsidian Sage. Allow me to introduce this place to you. Once you've heard the details, you can decide if you want to take the oath of secrecy or give up your membership to Obsidian. Be warned, this will be your only opportunity to enter. If you choose to reject, you will be allowed to return to where you came from, but Obsidian will forever be closed to you. Now, before we begin, is there anything you want to ask?" What? Hargreaves nervously looked at the vague figure behind the fog, his mind racing. He didn't know how many questions he had available to him. What if the figure stopped answering after the very first question? What should he ask? Should he ask about the purple of Obsidian? Should he ask about what benefits this place had? Or should he ask why the shadowy figure was so large and so oddly shaped? As a Chihuahua, Hargreaves was much smaller, and way too differently shaped than the shadowy figure. Ultimately, he decided to be as generic as possible with his question, so that he could get the longest answer. "What's the purpose of Obsidian?" Hargreaves asked. "Obsidian's purpose is deep and beyond your current comprehension," the figure answered. "What matters more is how it affects you. Obsidian is a place of absolute secrecy where a selected few have been brought to avail the opportunity of a lifetime. Resources, techniques, powers beyond your imagination all are available to you. All you need for any of them is to accumulate quest points. You can attain quest points QP by completing quests within the quest room. Using your points, you can even assign quests for others to complete. Nothing in Obsidian will ever be mandatory, yet almost nothing in Obsidian can be done without QP. The meditation room is the only exception." The figure paused for a brief moment. Everything Lex had described so far was, more or less, available inside the inn as well through one service or another. The difference, then, was that Obsidian would have a few exclusive services that could not be availed at the inn. Instead of relying on the system, those services would rely on him. Before learning more about Obsidian, you must swear the oath of secrecy. As long as you uphold the oath, you can remain a member of Obsidian. Breaking the oath offers no consequence save the greatest consequence of losing access to Obsidian. If you are ready, you can read the oath in front of you. If you do not wish to take the oath, then depart Obsidian and treat it as a passing dream. An illusory page appeared in front of Hargreaves, with words written in a language he had never seen before, yet he could somehow read it as if he had grown up on it. Hargreaves read the oath time and time again, and once he was sure he understood what it meant, he decided to take the oath. It was a risk, it was a huge risk, but there could never be any reward without risk. Donning a solemn expression, Hargreaves read from the page. By the weight of my soul and eternal twilight of obsidian, I swear. Never shall I speak of obsidian, nor of sage obsidian to any who dwell beyond the shrouded fold. Should rumor or shadow leak into the world, I shall neither confirm nor deny, but remain as stone before the storm. I shall not reveal my place among the hidden, nor shall I lay bare my true name or face, even to those who stand beside me in the dark. I shall not force nor coerce another to tread the path of peril, nor shall I reveal whether by my own hand a quest was ever cast into the black. Upon this vow I stake my honor, my memory, and my breath, and should I betray it, let the gates of obsidian be sealed to me, and let my name be stricken from its hidden ledgers, now and forever. The oath was pretty straightforward, as Hargreaves understood it. It basically stated that he could never reveal details of obsidian or the sage to anyone who was not a member. If information did leak somehow, perhaps through another member, he could not confirm nor could he deny it. It was best not to comment on it at all. He could never reveal his identity as a member, at least on purpose, and he could not reveal his identity to other members. He also couldn't force others to accept quests, nor could he reveal it if he had completed a quest. If he were to break the oath, he would lose his membership to Obsidian. Truth be told, the oath did not seem so harsh, nor did it seem too difficult. He was almost beginning to think that it wouldn't be too severe of a loss if he lost his membership either. If he ever felt like being a member of Obsidian was too much, he could just break the oath and be done with it. Of course, he didn't want to lose access to all the resources here, but as long as he grew a few ranks, he'd be in a much better position then. But to get any of the resources here, he'd need QP, and for that he'd need to complete quests, if he understood things correctly. He doubted quests would be easy to do. Hargreaves turned to look towards the shadowy figure, but discovered it was gone. He was alone in that dark place, so all he could do was stand up and return to the White Room. Upon his return there, he discovered that an exit door had been added to the White Room, allowing him to leave. Curious about the quests, which seemed like an integral function of this place, Hargreaves quickly returned to his courtyard, noticing a number of other members warily standing on their doors like he had a while ago. Ignoring them for now, he quickly returned and entered his respective quest room to take a look at the quests. The highest-ranked quest available was a quest to submit a method to teleport items to a place called Abaddon. Apparently, it was a quest set by someone in Courtyard 1 and rewarded 10,000 QP. There were a number of other quests as well, such as submitting new information about various empires and cultivation systems, but they usually only gave 1 or 2 QP. While going through the quests, Hargreaves glanced at some of the services he could redeem using his QP and froze. Right there on the very top was a service that cost 100,000 QP. It simply read, "Upgrade your system by 1 rank." Hargreaves froze, the blood in his veins going cold. That was a service provided by the sage, which meant the sage, he knew about his system and could even upgrade it. While Lex rested in his recovery pod and oversaw Obsidian, Little Blue, Fenrir, and Malfoy had secretly entered the jungle. The periphery of the jungle was pretty easy to get through. Fenrir's stealth worked perfectly, and with Little Blue guiding the way towards the call he was getting from Mr. and Mrs. Big Fat Guy, they avoided many obstacles. Yet that was only the periphery. After crossing about 10,057 Walmarts worth of distance, the jungle started to become thicker, not only in vegetation, but in the number of insects and vital energies as well. It was as if everything in this jungle was specifically designed to carry as much vitality as possible, so much so that each insect was like a walking tonic. Fenrir licked his lips and resisted the urge to hunt himself a small snack. This was not the time or place, especially because each creature now was much stronger. Although Lex's cultivation pulled up Fenrir's, the pup was nowhere near the peak of the Earth immortal realm. Even though his personal strength and numerous bloodline abilities afforded him combat power above his level, he could do nothing against hundreds or thousands of immortal insects. Not everyone was broken like Lex or Z. The truth was, the dangers of the jungle were not limited to the insects alone. Even the trees felt threatening to Fenrir, forcing him to behave, and don an expression of seriousness that even convinced Malfoy that the evil twin wasn't plotting anything. But sometimes, one did not need to plot anything for something to go awry. After crossing another 12 Mount Everest's worth of distance, Fenrir's stealth began losing its effectiveness. There was something in the air that nullified his divine ability and made the three of them visible. After that, they had to be much more careful and mindful with their approach. Fortunately, that's where Malfoy was able to help out. He was much more skilled in conventional stealth techniques than the other two, and guided them to move through the shadows, touching not even the ground, yet leaving behind not even passing wind as they ventured ever deeper into the forest. But when they crossed 17 big bends worth of distance, Malfoy began to frown. He was good at stealth and scouting, but their journey was too smooth, so much so that his skill and ability could not justify it. He looked once more towards Fenrir, wondering if the evil twin had a deeper plot that he had missed. Yet his loyalty test told him that the twin was still loyal and had not acted to betray them, so he turned his attention back to the forest. They could not afford a single mistake. Soon the jungle stopped making sense, and it was difficult to even know what they were supposed to be hiding from. At some point, without them realizing, the ground had turned upside down, aligned with the sky. Where the ground was supposed to be was a blend of colors, all different shades of green. Trees grew from the air, and the dirt floated in patches. Bedrock and deeper layers of soil were gathered together in the shape of more trees, and fruits walked around like busy citizens of a flourishing city. A haze covered the three, clouding their minds not to intoxicate them, but to protect their fragile minds from cracking as they entered into a zone of fragmented reality, where the fundamental building blocks, the 8 ruling laws of the universe, did not work properly. This specific zone, the zone where laws ceased working properly, and reality was so fragmented that a proper working mind would break upon encountering it, was a protective barrier dividing the outer forest from the true depths of the forest. The trio, being in a hazy state, never realized when they entered it, and similarly never realized when they exited it. Their memories were perfectly cut out so that they had no recollection of the experience, nor did their spirits detect the anomaly. All they knew was that one moment they were searching through the ever-increasingly dangerous forest, and the next moment they had reached their destination. An unusually shaped hill, covered in pure white grass, appeared in front of them, and the call that Little Blue was hearing was coming from within. "This is much too easy," Malfoy warned, his experience warning against easy victories. "This has to be some kind of trap." Fenrir turned and looked at the hill with an odd expression. To him, it didn't look much like a trap. Rather, as he observed the white hill as a whole, it looked more like a large van to him. Just as Fenrir had that thought, a vertical line appeared within the hill, and a rectangular portion of the hill was slowly pushed outwards, before sliding off to the side, revealing a long, darkened corridor. A sweet, almost alluring voice whispered in Little Blue's ears. "Do you want something yummy?" the voice asked. "I have just the thing for you. All you need to do is enter the Verdant Ascending Nest, VAN, and I'll give it to you." Little Blue was tempted. Little Blue was really tempted, but it knew better than to just wander off randomly while it was still outside the inn. Little Blue looked at Fenrir pleadingly, as if asking permission to go inside the VAN. Fenrir sniffed the air and used many of its bloodline techniques to detect any danger. Yet it detected nothing. He turned to look at Malfoy, but the mercenary was extremely doubtful. "I think we should turn back and report our findings," Malfoy said. No sooner had he said that a powerful force emerged from the opening in the VAN and grabbed a hold of the three, pulling them in. The force also had some kind of spirit dampening effect, causing them to react too slowly, or else they might have been able to resist. The next thing they knew, they had been pulled in, and the opening closed in behind them. Yet just as they crossed the opening boundary of the VAN, a secret, spiritual link Lex had left on the three of them was extracted from their bodies, and left behind, severing Lex's ability to detect what was happening with them. The exact moment that the spiritual links detached from the three, they combined together to form a single light, which then transformed into a projection of Lex. The projection had no power whatsoever, not even an aura. After all, it was not even a cloning technique, but rather a technique to keep track of his targets. That did not change the fact that Lex could remotely use the projection to understand what was happening. All Lex saw was the three of them get pulled into the VAN and the opening close behind them. A spiritual sense emerged from the white hill and covered Lex, as if observing him just as he observed the hill. Countless thoughts ran through his head, and Lex even confirmed that he was unable to summon Fenrir back to his location, before he turned his attention to the spiritual sense observing him. "I don't know who you are," Lex said, his voice deep and slow. "I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have any spare souls on me. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills I have acquired over a very long career, skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my friends go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you, I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you, I will find you, and I will kill you." Lex did not show impatience or anxiety at the disappearance of the three as he spoke, nor did he try to display any threatening body language. He remained perfectly calm as he wanted for a response. "Good luck," finally the spiritual sense said, before crushing Lex's projection. Within his recovery pod, Lex opened his eyes. He had genuinely tried to resist entering the jungle and focus on healing instead, but it seemed that it was impossible. He exited the recovery pod and left the castle. With Z and Luther taking care of protection, the castle would be safe. Yet the three scouts needed his help. With a single step, he reached the edge of the forest, and another one led him past the periphery. Instead of using stealth, Lex simply withdrew all his aura and concentrated domination onto his skin. He would not hide from anyone, yet with his aura withdrawn, he would be tough to find anyway. If he was detected by anything, the strength of his domination would deter any aggression. If even that failed and they decided to get in his way, Lex would not spare them. Although Little Blue was now officially a member of the Inn, he was first and foremost the Galactic Sovereign Turtle's pet. Should anything happen to him, Lex couldn't say what the consequences would be, and he didn't want to find out either. But as Lex followed the path that the three of them had taken, he soon arrived at the border of where reality had broken. The only problem was, unlike Fenrir and the others who fell into a daze that protected their minds, Lex maintained complete mental clarity. Passing through that barrier would be a challenge, even for him. Much to his immense surprise, Fenrir discovered that within the White Hill was another jungle. This was the innermost layer of the jungle, hidden from the outside through the use of reality-breaking barriers, insect hordes, and more. It was as if, even within a place as hidden in Abaddon, someone or something had taken great effort to hide a huge secret. Now, the three of them had reached the innermost layer of the jungle, but that didn't necessarily mean that they had reached anywhere near the secret at all. The trio looked around at their surroundings, filled with much more ordinary-looking trees, their size not nearly as towering as those outside. There was a soft, warm breeze flowing through the humid air, and regular, mortal flies and mosquitoes flew around. The scene was very unnerving, though the trio did not understand why. "Come to the lake, dearie," said Mrs. Big Fat Guy, her voice now audible to all of them. "Just follow the path. I have a snack ready for you, and I can prepare something for your friends as well." The trees moved aside, revealing a dirt path for them to follow. They didn't really have much of a choice, so the trio followed the path, though they prepared themselves to use their greatest abilities. Yet as they walked down the path, it slowly became abundantly clear that they were hopelessly outmatched. They felt a soft aura wrap itself around them, protecting them as they walked through the forest. At first, they were confused. Why would they need protection, and from what? The answer soon became clear when they came across a massive, white bone jutting through the ground, reaching farther up into the sky than they could see. The bone gave off an aura they had all felt before, and an aura they all recognized. It was the aura of a Tao Lord. In front of them was a bone, jutting out of the ground, that once belonged to a Tao Lord. The aura that was wrapped around them was protecting them from the influence of the Tao. In front of such a thing, all three of them became very timid, walking slowly past it lest something go wrong. Yet their 30-minute detour did not grant them any reprieve from the horrors, for they encountered another, equally large bone. As they walked past one bone after another, Little Blue suddenly came to a realization. Much like how the Galactic Sovereign Turtle used bodies to fertilize its garden, these bones belonging to Tao Lords were fertilizing the forest, allowing it to grow ever stronger and full of more and more vitality. Fortunately, the lake that they were supposed to head towards appeared soon, so that they were spared from the burden of learning secrets they dared not learn. Unfortunately, the lake, which seemed larger than most oceans, too carried some bones. But the thing was, these bones were far enough in the distance that the trio could make out the shape of the thing it belonged to. Fenrir and Malfoy looked towards Little Blue, a sudden realization filling them. Little Blue, on the other hand, was suddenly filled with a sadness that came from its very core. It was suddenly reminded of that fateful day that human fishermen hunted down his family, sparing only Little Blue because he was too small, or more realistically, because he swam through the golden doors of the Midnight Inn. Tears welled in the corner of his eyes as those feelings returned, just as intense and sore as the day it felt them. "Hush, little one. There is no need to cry," said Mr. Big Fat Guy softly, his voice coming from the skeleton of a massive Kun Peng partially submerged within the lake. But the more he tried to console Little Blue, the more he began to cry. From the bones, Little Blue could sense a feeling of warmth and closeness that reminded it of the family it had lost. Do not stop him from crying, Mrs. Big Fat Guy said softly. Let him vent his feelings. I can feel in the very core of his soul a sorrow he has buried deep. This way he can finally let go. Fenrir, who heard everything so far, bowed deeply to the distant bones, as if expressing his deepest gratitude towards the bones. Come, little one. The gift I have for you is one of the lost legacies of our people. Absorb it and allow it to once more grace Velun with its presence. Mrs. Big Fat Guy spoke a name, yet the three of them heard nothing. It was as if their existence could not tolerate the knowledge of the name, and so to protect them, shut down entirely. The three of them collapsed, yet they did not fall. A soft power wrapped itself around them and slowly lifted them into the air and brought them towards the skeleton in the lake. Far in the distance, there were countless other skeletons, just as powerful, and just as massive as the one in the lake, each one of them giving off a power so vast it could shock even those living today in the universe. Their friend is trying hard outside, said a third voice speaking to the skeleton in the lake. Will you reward him as well? He cultivates a power from beyond Velun, Mr. Big Fat Guy answered. Not to mention, he hides within his soul one of those broken toys. He will find no heritage here. Yes, but even if his cultivation is foreign, his origins are not. Nor has he absorbed the system into his soul. He even bears the mark of the Tower of Providence, and in his mind I feel the aura of an old, forgotten friend. He is the perfect agent to receive a heritage. Perfect itself is the ultimate flaw. He will get nothing, speak of this no more. At most, if he can manage to enter the inner jungle, I will reward him with knowledge that he seeks. A hush fell onto the land, and no one questioned Mr. and Mrs. Big Fat Guy. Perhaps a reward of any kind was more than enough, and getting a heritage was never their objective to begin with. After all, there are some destined to create their own legacies, instead of continuing on what already exists. In the meantime, the trio were flown over to the skeleton of the Kun Peng. Little Blue flew right to the forehead, while Fenrir and Malfoy were carried to the back. A soft blue light entered their bodies, beginning to change not only their body and soul, but transmitting to them ancient knowledge forgotten across the universe. Outside the jungle in the castle walls of the Midnight Castle, the entire Midnight in staff stood solemnly. Behind the walls, Keeman and all of the mercenaries stood as well. It couldn't be helped. So far they had seen a lot in Abaddon. Now, though, they were seeing things that they had no business seeing. Armies, not just of locusts, but of wraiths and chimeras and monstrosities far more dangerous, had gathered all over the horizon. Their strengths were not limited to just the mere Earth immortal realm. Instead, all realms seemed to be present, including demi-Dao lords and actual Dao lords. The only redeeming factor was that these armies weren't looking at the castle. Instead, they were looking at the jungle. If there was to be a fight, they would not survive. There was nothing any of them could do to protect themselves, and even Z did not believe that Lex could somehow save them. Of course, just because death was inevitable did not mean that Luther took things easy. No, he was the Innkeeper's assistant, even if many forgot that. Something like death would not deter him. This castle was not designed to move, he said softly from the throne where he sat, his voice reaching every one of those inside. So we must move the very ground that surrounds it. Assume your positions. Neither death nor failure is acceptable. The armies of hellhounds and wraiths began to form, and around each one of them was a chain that seemed to fuse into the very ground around the castle. Countless formations activated within the castle, and countless techniques began to flow out of its walls, some targeting the ground, and some targeting the air. The earth groaned, but then it broke free as a large chunk of land around the castle stayed solid, pulled out from the very ground. The two armies began to drag the castle towards the jungle, their only hope, as the abominable armies continued to grow on the horizon. Among the members of the army, there appeared a single addition who was different from the rest. Instead of staring at the forest, the Black Knight stared at the castle, being dragged away from him. "Run while you can," he murmured. "Your time is running out." Though the Black Knight's gaze was fixed on the escaping castle, he did not try to give chase. He could not break ranks, nor could he venture forth before the army. The battle between the jungle and Abaddon was as old as time itself. It had continued without change since eternity, and it would likely continue for all of eternity as well. He was not foolish enough to get involved in something like that, even if he had already died once before. There was no guarantee of what would happen next time. Lex was not unaware of what was happening in the castle. Even if he ventured into the jungle and left the castle in Luther's capable hands, it was no excuse for letting down his guard. He'd made that mistake before and wouldn't do it again. Just as he left a spiritual mark on Fenrir and the others, he had left a mark on the castle and many of the workers there as well. When the armies of Abaddon appeared, he was the first one to inform Lothar that they were unlikely to target them. Instead, they were gathering to face the jungle. Similarly, despite the many inherent dangers of the jungle, Lex sensed that the jungle did not actively reject him, and even treated him as a part of it. He did not know why this was so, most likely because he had a soul, and was not filled with the ever-present hunger that belonged to all creatures of Abaddon. Either way, the jungle would most likely end up being a refuge for them if they entered. Lex had suggested shutting down the castle and rushing to the jungle, for it would be quicker. Lothar, instead, opted to take the castle as is, for without the protection of the castle, the mere aura of the army gathering would immediately cripple the inn staff who were not yet immortals. As someone who was personally there, he had a better understanding of the situation than Lex, so Lex deferred to him. Thus the reaving dread mercenaries, and those from the inn rode the castle like a chariot, pulled by two armies. This was not an exaggeration, for as soon as the castle was pulled out, the Midnight Battalion and many others immediately used their powers to craft earthen wheels below the chunk of land that the castle was attached to. Fortunately, even as the castle drove away, no one paid attention to them or targeted them. The issue itself came from the fact that soon they could crash into the trees. "Do not stop," Keeman suddenly yelled, unsure of whether whoever was controlling the two Hellion armies could hear him. "The Condottieri has become aware of our situation and has offered help. All we need to do is make sure we take back a sapling from within the forest for him." No one felt a change, nor did they know if anything happened at all. Yet as the armies approached the jungle, the trees moved out of the way, allowing them to venture into its depths. Yet the commotion seemed to attract the attention of the insects that filled the forest, the insects that seemed entirely unaware, or unbothered, by the invading army gathering at their doorsteps. Instead, they attacked the targets that came right to them. The castle came under siege, and so did the armies pulling the castle itself. This was a critical moment, for they needed to get in as deep as the jungle as possible. They didn't even know if entering the jungle was safe to begin with. All they knew was that this was their only hope. "Fight back," Leonidas roared. "Keep them off the walls and protect the two armies." As the battle to protect the castle began abruptly, there was no time to build up the music. Z picked up his baton and immediately dove to the crescendo, shocking and eliminating many insects. The others didn't hold back either. Sunny lit the sky on fire, making it rain fiery hail on the numerous insects. The mercenaries used their long-range weapons to target distant insects, distracting them even if they were not defeated. Tavern workers served cold drinks and sandwiches to replenish spiritual energy and alleviate mental fatigue, as well as hunger. For a time, they managed to hold off the insects at bay. Yet the commotion caused was too great, and the castle too large and prominent. Eventually, even though the Hellion armies were not vanquished and the defenders kept fighting, the chains attached to the patch of land were broken, ending the castle's journey. If they wanted to go deeper, they would first have to fight off the armies, and that was easier said than done. That's because soon the stronger insects scuttled over. Hundreds of heaven immortals and dozens of celestial immortals, filling them with dread. "The Condottieri says we don't need to fight them off," said Keeman, wearing a grave expression. "We only need to survive until the battle outside begins." "It's tough to say whether we can survive for even a few minutes," said one of the mercenaries, looking at the incoming army of insects. If it were just Earth immortals, even if their numbers were many, they would have been able to do something. Or maybe if it were only a few heaven immortals, there was still a chance. But in front of so many powerful enemies. Even Lex nearly tried to teleport back. It wasn't that he had a weapon that he could certainly use, but rather if anyone had a chance to do something, it would be him. Whatever they did, they could not rely on using the Innkeeper's business card, for that might attract the attention of Tao beings, and that would most certainly spell their doom. Each and every moment was critical, and everyone was thinking of the best possible solution, when someone entered the great hall. "Excuse me, do you mind if I try something?" asked the musician fairy, the one that had been playing the flute earlier. "What do you have in mind?" Lothar asked, showing none of the anxiety that such a situation called for. "Well, it's not much. I just thought about what the Innkeeper would do in this situation and had an idea. So if we—" The fairy told Lothar his idea, and though it was bizarre, completely insane, and entirely unlikely to work, Lothar nodded. "Go ahead." He raised his hand and created a massive projection of the fairy above the castle walls, looking out at the jungle filled with insects. All eyes fell on him, and for a moment the fairy had stage fright. Yet his belief in what the innkeeper would do was strong, so he forced himself to act. He connected the flute to his lips and played a short and quick jingle before setting it aside. Welcome, residents of the abandoned jungle, to the Midnight Tavern. We provide food, we provide drinks, but more than anything else, we provide a good time to all our guests. Silence, deafening silence, filled the air after the fairy spoke, and not even a cricket chirped. The invading army of insects paused as they looked at the floating fairy up in the air. The reaving dread mercenaries looked up at the projection oddly. Just a moment ago, they were killing insects left and right. What were the chances that the other insects would just forget about that and come to enjoy a tavern? As it turned out, the chances were very good. "I say, a tavern in the jungle? Really?" said a massive wasp in the purest British accent ever spoken. "I could do with a good drink. All the jungle has to offer is diluted honey and insect guts, not the most refined of tastes." "Speak for yourself, Harriet Reginald I, spoke a massive dung beetle, similarly in a posh British accent. "I find the jungle to have an excellent selection of food. I could use a good scrub, though. Not many bathing options in these accursed lands." A celestial-level mantis approached the castle walls faster than any of them could process, and looked down at Leonidas curiously. "For a thing so full of blood, it's amazing you don't slosh around when you walk," it said, looking at him. "How do you do that? Is it some kind of law?" "My dear conquered Barrett Kilimanjaro IV, it's obviously because of all that skin. I mean, just look at it," said a celestial-level caterpillar as it crawled up, similarly at a very fast pace. "That's a lot of skin for one creature, but the humans really make it work. Good for them." Though the insect tried to be polite, anyone who heard its tone could tell that it really was just being polite. "Make it work? I don't think so. 3 breathing holes? That's just showing off," said another insect as it crawled up, revealing a terrifying body with only a single hole out which to breathe. "A human, is that what this is called?" asked a centipede as it gently poked Z's cheek. "The exoskeleton is on the inside. Such a bold choice, and yet somehow it's not dead. How incredible." "If you think that's incredible, hear this," said conquered Barrett Kilimanjaro IV. "They digest the food after eating it. Truly marvelous creatures." "How do they not fall over with just 2 legs?" asked a millipede. "They don't," said Harriet Reginald III. "They have an inbuilt cushion for whenever they fall. I believe the cushions are called buttocks." The dung beetle seemed incredibly pleased with itself for its advanced biological knowledge. As more and more insects gathered and began discussing the peculiarity of humans amongst themselves, the fairy just stayed there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Although it had thought of copying the innkeeper, it wasn't like it had the incredible charisma of the innkeeper. Now that everyone was looking at it, it felt socially awkward. That's why it preferred playing the flute to talking. Fortunately, while the fairy was frozen in awkwardness, Z was already used to being in situations he didn't want to be in. Ignoring his cheeks being pinched, he immediately spoke to the insects. "Please, guests, join us. Come inside the tavern and let us provide you with refreshments." Within the tavern, the moment they entered, their aura no longer intimidated anyone, which allowed the many staff members of the tavern to effortlessly act as gracious hosts. As trained workers of the inn, they were more than familiar with the taste preferences of insected guests, so there were no awkward encounters where they served them the wrong thing. Instead, a harmonious environment suddenly filled the tavern as countless insects lined up to enter through the gates, because that was the polite thing to do. Unlike the tavern workers, the mercenaries were unable to adapt as quickly, and were stuck there with gaping faces, observing as the enemies that were threatening to kill them just moments ago washed their hundreds of limbs with lavender soap and cleaned themselves with scented warm towels. An ant entered the bar, and upon seeing the fireplace exclaimed in shock. "Open flame indoors? Bold. We'd never dare that back in the colonies. Quite mad, very human." "You don't know the least of it," said Viscount Spindle. "They voluntarily gather around this inferno. Look at them just sitting there as if combustion weren't actively occurring. Splendid grit. A very keep calm and smolder on attitude, isn't it?" "If you think that's mad, look at this mural," spoke a firefly, also known as Professor Glow. He pointed to a painting of a fight between a human and a dragon. "They just attack dragons, no offering, no ritual. Honestly, the whole lot of them are so confident. Walking sacks of meat, swinging swords at myth. Peak optimism right there." "My word, how incredibly audacious. I bet that human doesn't even need to perform a mating ritual to find a mate," said a cricket jokingly. Of course, the humans would still need to perform a mating ritual. How could one mate without the ritual? It was right in the name. "Oh, Cricket, you're inebriated," said a male ladybug as he stifled his laughter, talking to the cricket called Cricket, named after the sport, not the species. "How could you even think of such a thing without the mating ritual?" Keeman, who was ready to sacrifice a lot of his vitality to activate a hidden weapon given to him by the condottieri to fight off the insects, put the weapon away and gulped. A part of him could not believe what was happening, but as he walked through the halls filled with drunk insects, joking and chatting like they were at a party, he asked himself a very important question. "Why in the world am I the only one without a drink? Bartender, give me a drink." Lex, who was honestly ready for the absolute worst, breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call, not that they were out of the woods just yet. For one, they were in a jungle, not the woods. They both had different kinds of vegetation, not to mention canopy structure. And secondly, though more importantly, there was still a massive army waiting outside. At the very edge of the veil of where reality broke off, Lex studied the castle for a while longer. He innately felt that once he attempted to cross the veil, he would no longer be able to afford any distractions, so he had to set his mind at ease before leaving. The first thing he noticed was that only the celestial immortal insects had names and spoke amongst themselves. All others, even heaven immortal ones, all remained silent and seemed to be mimicking their stronger counterparts more than anything else. The second thing he noticed was these insects seemed to have a pretty elaborate and probably sizable community. In spite of their varying actual races, they treated each other as one and interacted as if they were quite used to each other's presence. Lex had no idea how large this jungle really was, but imagining that it was large enough to host an entire society where celestial immortals were akin to common citizens was scary thought. While he was observing the situation, he heard Z ask the one question he had been wondering for a while. "Sir Harriet Reginald I," Z called out the dung beetle. "If you don't mind me asking, why is everyone so nonchalant about the army gathering on the border of the jungle? One of the reasons we escaped into the jungle with the tavern was because of the army." "Army? What army? That's just fertilizer. It delivers itself to the forest after every soul feast right on schedule. It wouldn't be so bad if we got to fight them every now and again. But the forest is just as hungry as them, so it eats them all up. There's nothing left for us to do." Z accepted the answer as if it were perfectly logical and did not mention it again, at least to the dung beetle. He went around and asked a number of the insects while serving them, but no matter who he asked, that was the answer he got. For once, Lex and Z were equally bewildered. The army outside contained Tao beings, they were sure of it. Yet such beings were entirely unable to defeat the jungle, let alone its residents. That was spine-chilling information to hear, but at least the jungle treated them as one of its own and didn't act against them. That was nice. At the same time, it was incredibly bone-chilling. What kind of entity had they encountered? What was this place? Why was it here? Based on Lex's understanding, in the modern universe, the death of a Tao Lord was considered a rare thing and verged on nearly impossible. Only in the true heaven, or whatever land that the universe made up, would their deaths become easier. Yet now he was supposed to believe that every time there was a soul feast in Abaddon, a number of Tao beings lined up outside the forest to feed it. Of course, he could tell that feeding it was just a joke. In truth, they fought and were defeated. Yet defeated and killed were not the same thing. More importantly, where were so many Tao Lords coming from? How could Abaddon afford such expenditure of Tao beings if they died after every feast? Lex received a new appreciation for how incredibly terrifying Abaddon was, and couldn't help but ponder on some of the things he'd learned or speculated on about this place. He theorized that Abaddon itself was a parasite to their universe. If that was true, then it was clearly on a level of power he could not understand. He wondered if Abaddon could be considered alive, or if it was just some kind of parasitic version of a realm. In their universe, realms, major, minor, and all other sorts, gave birth to regular life that contained souls. If that was the case, and Abaddon was a special kind of realm from outside the universe, then it made sense that the type of life it would create would be different. Since a major realm could give birth to Tao Lords as a parasitic realm, Abaddon might also be able to give birth to Tao Lords. But how could it make them so frequently? Could it mass-produce them? That didn't make sense, right? All of this was merely speculation on Lex's part, and wasn't necessarily true, so he stopped thinking about it. He couldn't ignore the fact that this place also hid a lot of potential secrets, such as secrets about the Forgotten Age. Not that Lex really believed such a thing actually existed. The point was, they were extremely out of their depths here in Abaddon, and Lex began to feel like it would be in their best interests to get out of here as quickly as possible. He didn't know how or why the Reaving Dread had survived here for 7 years, but he had a feeling that, with his luck, surviving even one would be a challenge. After all, there had been no shortage of new or unusual things happening since the moment he came here. Assured, at least as assured as he could be given the circumstances, Lex turned his attention towards the Veil. He was now wondering what entity took Fenrir and Little Blue. Chances were that it was far from simple, yet Lex was not one who would leave anyone behind. He grit his teeth and took a step forward towards the Veil. He didn't know what to expect, so he bolstered his defenses as much as he could. Domination was, of course, on full blast. He strengthened his skin as much as possible, used his tenet to wrap his body in some laws, wore his strongest suit, and even activated Heaven's Furnace, his self-created strongest defensive technique. The exact moment he touched the Veil, his body ceased to exist, leaving behind a peaceful and quiet jungle as if nobody had ever been there to begin with. From atop a tree branch nearby, a figure that had been watching the Veil narrowed its eyes. "See ya later, mate." Lex was not dead, though through no effort of his own. It was just that, within this specific zone that divided the inner and outer jungle, the fundamental laws of the universe did not function. Even though Lex was an Earth immortal and all-round badass, his existence still depended on the functioning of laws, the deeper, more esoteric laws that he could not yet sense, nor influence through his tenet. As such, the moment he entered that barrier, his body, which was dependent on those laws to exist, stopped existing. Yet he lived. That was because the nature of the soul was such it, on an absolutely fundamental level, did not rely on those specific laws to exist. That put Lex in a state of existence that was in an unusual limbo. Instead of entering his soul state, which is how he would have entered the barrier if he had known about how it functioned, Lex was in a state of being and not being. He was without a body and therefore without a soul since his two were merged, and yet his soul continued to exist, though not in any state he understood. Lex was in one, very specific location at any given point in time, and that point could be anywhere at all throughout the entirety of the barrier. If Lex hadn't accepted that the universe was a lot more abstract than he previously thought, and that things did not necessarily have to function according to what he used to think was basic logic, then the state of his existence would have caused his mind to break. As it was, he had developed a certain mental resilience, which meant that his mind was only slowly crumbling apart instead of breaking abruptly and entirely. The problem was he couldn't do anything, nor could he think. Or maybe he had all his thoughts happening all the time. He wasn't sure. There was not a single ability that Lex had, nor a single experience he had previously gone through which could help him in his current predicament. Just as he had felt, right before crossing the veil that indicated the beginning of this barrier, he was dealing with something far outside the scope of his power and understanding. That didn't mean there was no solution. Without a single thought, or maybe through the processing of millions of thoughts, Lex innately felt that one of the fundamental purposes of this barrier was to keep out anyone or anything without a soul. As long as he had a soul, he had the basic requirement to pass through it. He just needed to figure out how. While in this state, he was not aware of Jack, nor was he aware of his system, or anyone inside the inn. He was only aware of whatever was inside the barrier. It was akin to a universe on its own, and a surprisingly stable one at that. It seemed that in the absence of those fundamental rules that dictated how the universe worked and existed, the universe would still continue to exist, but in an entirely different way. Lex closed his eyes. No, he didn't have eyes. Yet through the intention of closing his eyes, he isolated whatever senses he had, sensing as little of this universe as possible. He felt that right now, his mind wasn't strong enough to accept this way of existence. If he began to get used to it, then once he returned to the outer universe, the one where the laws worked, he would forever be unable to adapt. He would develop mental problems and feel like he was in a universe where he didn't belong. Then at some point, Lex realized that he had done something. He shut off his senses through his intentions, which meant his other intentions might have an effect as well. So, naturally, he built up the intention to leave this place, yet that did nothing. He summoned in himself the intention to retreat. Nothing happened. One by one, he cycled through his intentions, always staying true to himself, never being deceitful in his intentions. It was kind of funny. His existence in the outside universe depended on him lying and bluffing, yet he never felt like he was being deceitful, which is why he could stay honest even here. Finally, after cycling through many intentions, when he finally summoned the intention of going to go save his friends, a change occurred. "What the hell are you doing, Rack?" a young, annoyed voice asked. "We have no bodies. What happened to our bodies? I have school on Monday." "Don't worry, Molty," responded an older, hoarse, and slightly drunk voice. "This isn't the first time I've been a disembodied voice. I can fix this." "How are you going to do that, huh?" "Through science, bitch," Rack answered enthusiastically. "Hey, wait, Rack. There's someone else here as well. Did you accidentally teleport someone else here?" "Rack, don't think about it. Let's just go back." "I don't know about this, Rack. We can't just leave someone here. Look, he just wants to save his friends." "Rack, why aren't you saying anything?" "Okay, fine, sheesh. Just blame me for being a good guy, always saving the day. I swear, can't go a single day without saving someone's ass." Lex felt something. It was nausea. The next thing he knew, he was on his knees, vomiting, barely holding himself up. It had been a while since Lex felt this weak. Yet the odd thing was that he also felt incredibly strong, stronger than he had ever been. He could physically feel his karma adjusting itself. His karma, which was in a huge imbalance, was swiftly correcting itself. Lex had a feeling that something had happened. He had done something, but he couldn't remember. Fragments of memories from his time within the barrier kept coming up, yet each time they came, Lex vomited them out as if they were physical things. The crazy part was, the vomiting actually worked. He was slowly losing all his memories of what had happened within the barrier, and it was fortunate too. Just the memory of how it felt to exist in the absence of those fundamental laws. Lex shuddered and then collapsed, completely spent. At least he had the presence of mind to fall to the side, instead of in his own vomit. In front of him, the VAN stood silently, as if judging him. The flow of time within Abaddon had changed. Prior to entering the jungle, the time in Abaddon for the Midnight Group and the mercenaries was always flowing faster than the Midnight Realm, and not by a small margin. Yet the moment they entered the jungle, the flow of time seemed to synchronize with the Midnight Realm, and sometimes even flowed slower. For the group, this was not necessarily a good thing. While Lex was unconscious, he was truly and genuinely knocked out. His awareness of the inn had also diminished, and thus his role as the sage could no longer be acted out either. Yet Lex had planned for that as well. Since he'd already encountered a situation where he was disconnected from the inn, he'd planned out for his absence already. In fact, this only served to make the sage even more mysterious. Anyone who visited the White Room in the temple now would no longer be able to access the foggy meeting room in the dark by sitting in the chair. Instead, they would merely see a plaque with the same information that Lex had given Hargreaves. If they chose to accept the oath, so be it. Otherwise, they would lose their access to the event, meaning they'd be kicked out of Obsidian. Lex couldn't really enforce any actual punishment to anyone, which is why the only consequence was being kicked out of Obsidian. He made the oath one of two requisites for participating in the event, which is why anyone who broke it would no longer be able to participate. The first requisite was, naturally, an invitation for him. The inn, too, naturally operated without problems. The actual issue was that the end of the Midnight Games was mere days away, with the end of the final battle within sight. Yet Lex showed no signs of waking. Hours passed, and then turned into days, and he did not as much as move a single muscle. Outside, within the jungle, over 1,000 celestial-level insects were partying at the tavern. Naturally, such wanton celebration caused the tower to crack and break. It was not built to withstand such excessive use. To the immense dread of the Reaving Dread, whenever that would happen, Luther would show up and scold the celestial-level guests. A mere Earth immortal scolding celestial immortals. Did he have a death wish? Did he want to die too quickly? Was he afraid that his life was too long? Apparently not, because just as soon as Luther would come over, threatening to blacklist them from the tavern, Z would also rush over to smoothen things out. As a result, those celestial insects would pay a small fine as compensation. The fine? It was only to shed a piece of their shell and have builder ants underneath them use them to fix up the castle. Builder ants, especially those at the Heaven Immortal Realm, were masters of crafting using high-quality materials. Though insect skin was not nearly as valuable as dragon scale, being skin shed from a celestial immortal, their quality had increased drastically, making the castle stronger. Outside the jungle, the size of the army had grown considerably, and they finally began their charge. All, except for a particular Black Knight, rushed towards the jungle. Oddly enough, the jungle also began growing past its borders, racing to meet the army. When the two met, there was no epic clash. The army seamlessly entered the jungle and then disappeared. A tremor passed throughout the jungle, and countless tiny fruits began to grow on the trees across the jungle. Each one of them radiated an aura of power, and even a hint of Tao, driving most of the insects within the jungle insane with greed. Yet the insects did not pounce on them just yet. They had to wait for the fruits to mature first. Within the castle, all insects below the celestial realm suddenly left, as if they were called by something infinitely more attractive than mimicking their superiors. The celestial insects, however, stayed where they were and watched with amusement. The whole jungle was suddenly filled with an air of excitement, which would continue to build, until the entire army outside entered the jungle. As this happened within the inner layer of the jungle, a thin mist began to form, filled with a particular aura. Lex, who had up until now not shown any signs of moving, suddenly opened his eyes. Something incredibly strong within Lex had stirred. It was the recognition for valuable treasure. As the owner of a dragon's heart, Lex also had a hint of a dragon's instincts. One of the things that made dragons so powerful was that they could derive actual, tangible strength from the value of their treasure hoard. Although Lex had only inherited a few things from dragons, such as the strength of their bodies and their dragon aura, and he did not inherit things such as gaining strength from his hoard, he did get their sensitivity towards treasure. But the moment he opened his eyes, Lex was also hit with a mind-bending migraine. The reason he was unconscious was because it was a protective instinct of his body to protect his mind until he healed. By waking up prematurely, Lex had to deal with the consequences of his mind having been partially unraveled. "Bloody hell," he exclaimed as he struggled to pick himself up. Though the pain threatened to nearly overwhelm his mind, he didn't have time to think about that. The midnight games were mere hours away from ending. Much more important than that, though, was that right now Lex felt like he was swimming in treasure. The very air here was more valuable than even in the midnight realm, filled with a quality of energy he had literally never felt before. What's more, Lex could feel the surrounding mist seeping into every fiber of the jungle all around him, turning them into treasures. Some herbs, sprouting out of the ground, even gave off a mild aura of Tao. While others might think that was a good thing, in truth, it was one of the worst things that could have happened to him. The amber chaos resin aside, Lex could not come anywhere near close to anything that gave off even the slightest hint of Tao. He needed to get away. More importantly, he needed to immediately seal his cultivation. The mist that was enriching the jungle was also seeping into Lex's body, and he could feel that he was mere moments away from triggering a major tribulation. Now was not the time to enter the heaven immortal realm. Unfortunately, he might not have a say in the matter. A bout of nausea hit Lex, and he doubled over, vomiting one more time, before he once again continued his run. He was feeling weak and strong at the same time, and as if that dichotomy was not enough, he was also feeling extremely excited and incredibly regretful at the same time. All around him were treasures. Some of them even radiated auras of vitality so strong that he was certain eating any of them would go a long way towards healing the many injuries he had accumulated, if he didn't heal entirely altogether. Simultaneously, flowers, herbs, and natural treasures were sprouting from the ground, and if even one of the ones carrying a trace of Tao aura touched him, he was a goner. The amber chaos resin was an exception. Despite being a Tao-level ingredient, it had an exceptionally soft and docile nature, allowing even mortals to fuse with it. As if that was not enough to tantalize his faint heart, he kept getting the same notification over and over again. New notification. Treasure discovered that can repair the system within the host's vicinity. The fact that the notification was repeating was not a bug. Rather, it was because he kept finding treasures that could be absorbed by the system. In just a brief moment, the notification had been triggered at least 6 or 7 times. As he continued to run, he caused even more notifications. It was such a sweet sorrow, such a painful joy to be surrounded by so much treasure knowing that he couldn't have it. To be specific, he could take any and all the herbs besides the ones with the Tao in them. Yet as new herbs and flowers and grass and leaves began to absorb the aura, he had new obstacles to dodge. Maybe once the mist ended and new treasures stopped forming, he could try his hand at grabbing a few things here and there. But for now, it was more important to get away from anything at all that showed signs of developing Tao aura. Truthfully speaking, if Lex were in a better condition, physically and mentally, he could have come up with a better way to avoid the Tao aura than just running around. However, given the migraine and his severely damaged spirit, this was the best Lex could do. On top of it all, he needed to focus on sealing his cultivation. Lex exerted his strained mind, trying to come up with a proper and appropriate recipe for a seal that would work on him. It wasn't like he could whip it out merely because he wanted to. He needed ingredients that could tolerate the strength of his cultivation as the most basic ingredients of the seal, and then forming the seal itself would be his second issue. As Lex searched through his spatial ring, he found countless things to help him increase his cultivation, but almost nothing to help him bind it. Lex took in a deep breath and almost immediately regretted it because he inhaled a bunch of the mist. It was formed of an energy Lex was completely unfamiliar with and was entirely incapable of controlling. It seamlessly merged into his body, strengthening it, healing it, helping it grow. Midst his desperation, Lex decided to throw caution to the wind. Although he wasn't necessarily in such a bad state just yet, he could not handle pressure so well while his mind suffered from the consequences of fragmentation. Lex ran towards a tree in the jungle and grabbed a hold of its bark, ripping it free even as the tree grew stronger and more valuable. He took a big gulp of the tree's sap even as he ran forward to grab another tree, taking away more bark. He gathered leaves, sticks, herbs, and everything he could find, and began refining them together. He used the immense vitality in the numerous plants to treat the three bark, even as he processed it to become thinner and more malleable, almost turning it into a fiber. At the same time, Lex crafted the crudest, most brute force seal he could at the moment. The seal would use the vitality of the plant itself to function. As it continued to seal Lex's cultivation, the vitality would be used up in maintaining the seal. Once the vitality was used up, the seal would break. It wasn't the best solution, but it would at least delay matters for a bit. In barely a dozen minutes, Lex refined all the bark into one long piece of cloth fiber and wrapped it around his forehead, mimicking Rambo. Finally, for a brief moment, Lex felt his cultivation freeze and resist the urge to upgrade. Yet the mist all around him was still being absorbed into his body, as well as into the headband he was wearing, continuing to strengthen it. Through the headband, Lex felt a cooling, relaxing sensation, as if his spirit was being healed. Lex's eyes reddened, and he came up with a drastic idea. He surveyed the ground around him, and after making sure there was nothing even remotely similar to Dao Aura nearby, sat down on the ground cross-legged and began cultivating at full force. Lex's body rapidly started to absorb the surrounding mist, forming a tornado, feeding his body. But since his cultivation was sealed, the energy instead focused on healing Lex and bringing him back into his peak state. At the same time, his headband also started to absorb energy, yet at the same time it was using up a tremendous amount of vitality to keep Lex's cultivation restrained. A delicate and transient equilibrium formed, yet Lex did not care. Like a madman, he continued to absorb the energy, brute forcing his way into health, allowing himself to quickly return to his peak state. But he was not there yet. Unfortunately, time waits for no man. The final midnight match ended at that exact moment. The midnight games had finally come to the end, and now, as the innkeeper, he not only needed to conclude the event, he needed to give out rewards. The end of the midnight games could not have been called a grand finale. It was not a tense moment with a lot of unpredictability. Instead, it was something everyone saw coming. Even so, that did not mean it was any less entertaining or significant. A few years ago, these insects had wrought untold havoc across the Origin realm. They were being altered so that their blood was corrosive to space, destroying large segments of the Origin realm and causing the growth of the realm to become unstable. For a realm that had the potential to become a major realm, such instability was unacceptable, so the Henali had gone on a great hunt for them, and the organization that nurtured them. Of course, the backstory of the games was something all the viewers were familiar with. While that was interesting, it was the setting of the actual games that everyone enjoyed far more. By pitting the insects against armies from countless worlds, armies of a similar level, so that neither side had an advantage over the other, the games created the perfect spectacle. Some might say that it was kind of cruel, making armies fight in battles, risking their lives for enemies who weren't their real enemies. Of course, the majority of viewers didn't care about such a thing, but some might say such things. The inn, to a degree, even had an answer prepared for them. First off, not a single one of the armies were forced to fight. All of them signed up for the fights themselves. Secondly, for many of them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not only train, but to achieve tangible growth in their powers and cultivation. So many of them were stuck in bottlenecks in their cultivation, or lacked the resources to grow, or maybe they lacked cultivation techniques. Maybe their cultivation talent itself was lacking. By entering the midnight games, they could, through their own efforts, attract gifts and donations from viewers, and overcome whatever barriers were blocking their paths. In a universe where the nature of existence was inherently unfair, providing such an opportunity was not only an immense mercy, it was almost saint-like. Of course, there were still many who did not necessarily agree with such sentiments, but since that was the view of the inn, they could only accept it. Once the final battle concluded, there was a moment of peace and odd reluctance. So many, participants and viewers alike, who did not wish for the event to be over so soon, yet it could not be helped. The army that had been fighting the final battle was teleported to the Midnight Inn. All other armies who had concluded their fights earlier on were already there, waiting, recovering, resting. As soon as the final army arrived, a large coliseum appeared in the sky, lined with statues of warriors from every race that had taken part in the games. Yet the odd thing was, the coliseum was out of reach. No one could go to it, nor could anyone even fly close to it. It was as if it existed only to be seen and admired, not entered. But that didn't necessarily make sense. There was no time to think, however, as projections of the stage in the center of the coliseum appeared in front of all to see. The sight was breathtaking, and not just because of how finely crafted the stage was, or its elaborate architecture, or the suggestive murals painted in the background, depicting scenes from the cultural show of the first Midnight Games. No, what took everyone's breath away was the sight of the innkeeper, sitting cross-legged on stage, with his eyes closed. It had been so long since the innkeeper made a public appearance, that seeing him now so suddenly surprised many. But for most, this was the first time they were seeing the innkeeper, so the real reason they gasped was because it was clear that this was merely a projection of the real innkeeper who was cultivating somewhere. A thin mist was almost visible, running over his skin before fusing into his body synchronously with his breathing. The sight alone shocked almost all viewers, because the sight of the mist gave them goosebumps, as if they had seen something they should not have. As if to emphasize exactly that point, the aura that the mist gave off was unlike anything that most in the inn had ever felt. There were only two in the inn who recognized that mist, the same mist that was nourishing Lex's body and healing him. When Lex had decided to act desperately, it was a mix of his inability to think too deeply in his given state, and his awareness that everything in and about the jungle was exceptionally rare or powerful. He intended to use items from his surroundings as rewards, use the aura from the jungle to raise his prestige, and also add further mystery to the background of the innkeeper. Though he was desperate, and such a risky act could have ended horribly, in this situation it ended up working exactly as he hoped, much better than he could have ever imagined. Wukong looked at the image of the innkeeper in complete silence, not a single emotion present in his expression. His thoughts, for once, were completely hidden. He didn't even crack a joke about it or anything. Elsewhere in the inn, a devil looked up at the projection and started to sweat heavily, fear and panic evident on his face. The devil did not hesitate at all before leaving the inn. He couldn't afford to delay in delivering his message. As soon as he returned to Garvitz, the devil immediately used a treasure to request an emergency meeting with his Lord Balam. "What is it?" the Tao Lord asked, appearing in front of the devil immediately. "Were you finally able to make contact with the monkey?" "No, my lord," the devil said. "It's the innkeeper. He appeared in front of everyone. He." Balam frowned and put a hand on the devil's shoulder, forcibly calming him down. "Speak, what happened?" "The innkeeper appeared in front of everyone, cultivating in Tao mist," the devil said, his body trembling despite Balam calming him down. "The aura is unmistakable. It's real, genuine Tao mist, and there's way too much of it. It's like he's declaring to the universe that he just killed more than one Tao Lord. No wonder his real body has been missing from." Balam immediately poked the devil and froze his body and soul, lest he complete his thoughts. Balam yearned to enter the inn himself, to see the visage of the innkeeper. Unfortunately, as long as that crazy monkey was inside the inn, no other Tao Lord would be crazy enough to enter. He could not help but wonder who had made a move on the innkeeper. Weren't they a little too impatient? It hadn't even been 1,000,000 years since the innkeeper appeared. What was all the rush? Whoever it was, they had clearly paid a great price. Within the Midnight Inn, the innkeeper opened his eyes, and a sudden weight blanketed the entire inn. Within 1 microsecond of Balam learning news of the innkeeper cultivating in Tao mist, a conference was called and held. Not all members, but many of the most important members of the humanoid alliance were present. The innkeeper is publicly projecting an image of himself cultivating in Tao mist. I have not seen it myself, for entering the Midnight Inn is not something I want to risk, but I believe that the projection should not be false. The Tao mist should be real, or there would be no point in projecting it publicly. What we need to figure out now is, who has he killed and how? Pin-drop silence filled the conference room as everyone took in the shocking news. It had to be known that, despite many realm wars going on across the universe, the death of a single Tao Lord was a big deal. Comparatively speaking, there were no major wars going on in the universe. There were multiple smaller wars, but they were confined to one war per realm. It was rare for a single war to extend from one realm to another. As such, any actual Tao casualties were a minimum if they occurred at all. In all seriousness, it was easier to seal or trap a Tao Lord than kill one, so that was the more common practice in wars. If that happened, the captured Tao Lord would be ransomed back to their original organization, and they would refrain from re-entering the same conflict. All of this was according to a silent, unspoken understanding that spanned the universe. So now, to see a single Tao Lord having killed multiple Tao Lords, and then to publicly use Tao mist to cultivate was akin to the most brutal war declaration in the modern age. The universal karma is unchanged. No known Tao Lords have perished, said a celestial with confusion. Balam frowned. He communicated with the devils in the Midnight Inn and called back over 1 million of them to Garvitz. Then from the memories of over 1 million devils, he pulled out the image of the innkeeper sitting cross-legged, his skin covered in mist. More importantly, he also captured their memory of what the aura felt like. Over 1 million memories confirm it. For now at least, it can basically be confirmed that the innkeeper is surrounded by real Tao mist. That only means one thing. He can hide the karmic repercussions of killing a Tao Lord. Don't jump to conclusions, spoke an elf, his voice jittery and filled with disbelief. There are other explanations for this. There has to be. There's an urgent report from the Versailles Bank to all stakeholders, a dwarf suddenly interrupted, holding a newsletter. The bank is recognizing the Midnight Inn? He paused, and then looked up at Balam in shock. He continued to speak, but his voice became unusually high-pitched. A motion has been submitted to recognize the Midnight Inn as the seat of power of the innkeeper. There's also a motion to open a new bank branch that will be discussed. The resolution based on the motion will be published in the next Gigaannum fiscal report. The primal race has been contacted to confirm the claim before the motion is presented onto the floor. Every single Tao Lord in the room looked towards the dwarf, and then looked towards Balam. Balam, on the other hand, had picked up his U-phone and directly called his daughter Lilith from across the void. "Hey, this is Lilith speaking," a cute voice spoke from the other side. "This is my personal phone and I don't recognize the calling number. Who is this and how did you get my number?" "Lilith, this is Dad," Balam said, for the first time in his long life referring to himself like that. "When are you planning on marrying that boyfriend of yours? I'm not getting any younger and I want to play with my grandchildren before my next 1000th birthday." A stunned silence filled the room as they heard the sound of Lilith hanging up the call. She likely thought that it was a prank call. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Balam said. "I need to attend to a matter." He disappeared, off to find his daughter and set a date for the wedding. Simultaneously, across the universe, many were learning about the Midnight Inn for the first time, mainly because of the bank's newsletter. The news about the Tao mist had not spread just yet, but it would only be a matter of time before it did. Yet those inside the Midnight Inn did not know about this, nor did they care. The moment the innkeeper opened his eyes, all living beings within the Midnight Realm felt a weight fall upon their chest. It was as if the innkeeper's gaze could directly view, and even affect, their karma. No, that was not it. It was as if all of their karma itself had stopped working as it presented itself before the innkeeper, ready to be manipulated according to his will. Fortunately, the feeling lasted only a short moment. "What an event it has been," the innkeeper said, his voice echoing through space affected by the mist. Lex did not know it just yet, but his system was also recovering as well as being affected by the Tao mist. The changes were not drastic just yet, for Tao mist did not actually contain any Tao. Even so, it was one of the most nourishing things in existence, if only because of its long-term effects. These games, as we call them, are not games because we sit in seats and watch the competitors from high above. We are not lording over others, acting superior. In fact, we, who observe, are merely spectators for those valiant warriors who play with the strings of destiny and weave their own story. Treating fate as a game and playing with it as we wish, that is the essence of the Midnight Games. This time around, We had entire armies fighting for the right to improve their lives, and in the process cleansed a realm of some malediction. Their valor, their sacrifices, their bravery, all of them are things we will never forget. Of course, as Lex gave this speech, he had already forgotten everything, because 3 Subway sandwiches away from him, a wild weed was growing, and it was developing the aura that belonged to the Tao. The problem was, when he tried to run, the weed looked at him angrily, so Lex had no choice but to continue sitting and continue absorbing the mist. Oh right, he was also giving a speech. A few seconds went by, and the innkeeper said nothing. This pause, this unanticipated delay in his speech allowed everyone to ruminate over his words. The essence of the Midnight Games was to treat fate as a game. If the innkeeper had such a thing about himself, none would have doubted his words. But the thing was, he likened himself to a spectator just like the others and turned these few, weak armies on such a high pedestal. It was nigh unbelievable, and yet it was true. They tasted the flavors of his words and found it deep and rich. Could any of them deny the truth of his words? At the beginning of these games, each and every participant was a nobody. They were the lowest of the low, without a heritage, without powerful backing, without innate strengths or bloodlines that would turn them into elites. Each of them was at the end of their cultivation journey, and the only thing that they had was a resolute heart and a mission. Some of them fought to protect their worlds. Some of them fought for revenge. Others fought because they were paid to. A few even fought because they were searching for death. Yet through the process, what they attained was something elite from across the realm would envy. They got recognition. They got opportunities. Their cultivation talents were improved, their old wounds healed, their futures changed. Indeed, none could deny that these mortals, no more significant in the grand scheme of things than a single grain of sand in a desert, had through the Midnight Games played with fate and come out the victors. Finally, the innkeeper spoke again. Mortals play games of chess. Kings and rulers play the game of thrones. Cultivators play a game of defiance, going against what they were born with, striving for greater power, for a greater horizon. But here, during the Midnight Games, we play against the bounds of causality, against the limitations of birth, against all who would stand in our way. Play, and all you stand to lose is your life. For a cultivator on the path to the peak, the threat of death is a constant companion. It is there in the dark, where even the faintest of light fears to enter. It is present in the light under the glorious banners of the righteous. When you are all alone, it accompanies you closer than your dearest sweetheart, and when you are with friends, it is always a part of the crowd. To say you are a cultivator, and then to not risk your life is a contradiction. So when the Midnight Games are played, all you stand to lose is your life, but what you stand to gain is everything. Lex could not retrieve things from the inn to himself, because they could not enter his system inventory. But at any time, he could submit what he was holding to the gift shop to be sold, given that there were no restrictions on the item itself. Similarly, he could deposit anything in his possession to the inn to be used as a reward for the games. The reason the weed plant had developed a Tao aura was because Lex hadn't absorbed enough of the mist around him to heal. Oddly enough, he couldn't absorb this mist as he normally absorbed other energy, which created a bottleneck. However, he could do something else. Just as he finished speaking, he started channeling the mist towards his system, using it as an additional reward for all the armies who participated in the games. Although this mist was incredibly potent, and a little unusual since it hadn't caused a huge change in his body, like the chaos amber resin had Lex figured that it wasn't too precious. The herbs and weeds around him probably had more value, so he could use those as main gifts. A little mist, however, didn't seem bad as a small side offering. So just as the echoes of the innkeeper's last words finished, a thin mist enveloped all the armies, right in plain view of all those watching. Wukong's jaw dropped. This was not something he had anticipated at all. Each and every participant who entered the Midnight Games suddenly closed their eyes and fell into a trance, their bodies greedily absorbing the mist. But they weren't the only ones. The Midnight Realm itself began to greedily absorb the mist, and the rate of its growth suddenly shot up. The galactic sovereign turtle, who was minding his own business, and not at all enticing a local forest into forming a pantheon of deities for his fledgling heaven project, suddenly turned and looked towards the projection of the innkeeper. He inhaled, and some of the mist suddenly flew all the way over to him and entered his lungs. "This is good stuff," he muttered, and quickly captured a bit and stored it inside his shell to be used at a later date for a personal project of his. Simultaneously, many groups across the universe who had no idea about what was happening in the Midnight Inn suddenly started holding meetings, for there was a sudden fluctuation in the universal karma. Actually, Fluctuation was too tame a word to describe what happened. A karmic tsunami had struck the universe, and no one could figure out why. It only made sense, after all. It was no longer possible to divine things about the Midnight Inn. Any divination or prophecy that pointed at the inn now automatically pointed towards the one heaven that made up the universe. It was a good thing, too, or else greed would have caused someone to do something drastic. As it was, the arrival of the mist only lasted a couple of seconds, despite Lex's attempts to send more back. For some reason he could not figure out, his system could no longer detect the mist. Deep within the VAN, an angry Kun Peng was staring at Lex and grumbling to himself, while many others just watched along and chuckled. "He's a thief," grumbled Mr. Big Fat Guy. "Since when do you care about a little bit of Dao mist?" another voice asked. "What do you mean? That's a valuable resource that cannot be wasted. The existence of the jungle depends on it. The mist comes and the mist goes. Don't worry about it. This is not your domain anyway. You should instead worry about what you'll give him when he makes it here." "What do you mean? I'm giving him nothing. You guys cheated. He was going to die within the barrier until you suddenly decided to help him out." "Prove it." Silence followed, as the Kun Peng had no way to respond, but that didn't improve its mood. All he could do was turn and look towards Lex and grumble. Lex, who was still absorbing the mist himself but could no longer send it to the inn, lamented at his inability to send the mist. He didn't really care either way. It was just that he wanted to deprive the weed in front of him of the mist. He diverted his attention back to the midnight games. All the members of the various armies had entered into spontaneous meditation, probably undergoing improvements in their cultivation. That meant that the final award ceremony needed to be delayed until they were all ready, which was just fine with him. It would give him time to find more rewards to pass out. As the innkeeper, he looked around the inn once more, observing all the viewers, and noticed something odd. He could sense a mild change in the karma of his guests, but couldn't really tell what caused the change or what the consequences would be. Given his current state, he could not think too much on the matter. He had to focus on himself first. "To those of you who watched and supported the armies in their battles, thank you for being an important part of the games," the innkeeper said, still sitting cross-legged. "To those of you who fought, thank you for letting us witness your courage. The Midnight Inn welcomes all so long as they obey the rules of the inn, and we look forward to seeing everyone participating in the many more events to come. To the victors, the rewards will not disappoint. But for the sake of confidentiality, the rewards will not be imparted publicly. However, for those curious, just know that none of the rewards will be anything that can be used by others, in case anyone has more unsavory intentions towards these armies. I will now leave the stage for others. After all, the Midnight Inn is not just made up by me. It is made up by a team of highly capable workers, and it is made up of the most amazing guests, and each of us has a part to play in the Midnight Inn. So while I go and deal with this weed, rest assured you will be well taken care of." The innkeeper's projection suddenly disappeared, leaving many confused regarding what he was referring to when he mentioned a weed. In truth, that was not something Lex would have ordinarily done. Yet his limited spirit, alongside his aching migraine and the weed with a Dao aura constantly harassing him, he did something he hadn't done in a long time. He broke from the pattern of a perfectly composed innkeeper he wanted to portray as his attention diverted towards staying alive. Yet the consequence of it was not negative. Instead, a message had been left behind, and for those who recognized the Dao mist, it hinted to an earth-shattering possibility. Was the innkeeper hosting the games while still fighting other Dao lords? Respect, unrestrained respect shone in Wukong's eyes as he thought about the innkeeper. He decided right then and there that when he grew up, he wanted to be more like the innkeeper. Of course, he was already incredibly old, but at heart, Wukong was still 16 years old, so saying as much wasn't wrong. While Ash came up on stage and talked about some of the new features and services that the inn would be launching, specifically targeting mortals, Lex had put his thoughts about the games behind him. Instead, he was focusing on the weed. The plant with each of its 7 leafy tips was pointing towards Lex angrily, as if it recognized that he had stolen its mist. Yet, for some reason, it was content to merely scolding and threatening him. It did not take any action towards him. As sanity was slowly returning to Lex, he no longer acted out in desperation, and instead evaluated the situation. He noticed that in the jungle all around him, no plant was interfering with the absorption of the mist of another, even if they already had a Dao aura developed. Could it be that there was some kind of rule in place? Maybe that's why he was stopped from plundering the mist. He could use it himself, but not give it to others. "Okay, look, I'm sorry," said Lex, holding up his hands disarmingly. "But you see all the other things carrying Tao aura all around. What am I supposed to do? I can only run around to avoid it or absorb the mist as quickly as possible to heal my injuries." The weed used its leafy limbs to communicate with Lex in sign language, offering it a proposal. "That could work, but I want to continue absorbing the mist as well." The weed angrily negotiated with Lex, threatening him, yet for some reason Lex was not intimidated. After a couple of rounds of back and forth, they came to an agreement. Lex scooted closer to the weed, but still out of range, and began sucking the mist towards him once more, forming a whirlwind of mist. Yet he limited himself to actually absorbing the mist at 50% of his max speed. The rest was sent to the weed, as an apology for stealing from him and as a form of protection money. The weed would, in exchange, protect him from all other things with Tao aura. It was a pretty even trade in his opinion. For about a little over 20 minutes, Lex continued to absorb the mist, using it to fix and heal his body rather than further his cultivation. His condition, which would have required months to heal with the help of the recovery pod, was already near perfectly healed, showing just how remarkable the mist really was. But as Lex's condition improved, he realized that he had drastically underestimated the value of the mist. Anything in the universe that was even remotely connected to the Tao was immensely powerful and rare, and if exposure of this mist could allow random plants to develop an aura of Tao, then this mist's ability exceeded anything he had ever heard of. In fact, it would be in his best opinion to absorb as much of it as possible, and even store it for later use. Unfortunately, he could not store it in any way. Actually, it also finally occurred to Lex that he had no idea what the effects of the mist were, and that it might be adverse to him, like maybe trapping him in the forest. But it was a little too late to consider that now. What's strange was that, for once, neither his body, spirit, or soul were showing signs that they wanted it. For example, when he encountered the amber chaos resin, he was actually overwhelmed by how much his body wanted it. Now, though, there was nothing. But from the rate at which he had healed, not to mention how it had forcibly pushed his cultivation towards the next level, and the fact that it had nourished an entire jungle, he could tell that it was incredibly valuable. Oh, there was also the little thing about his dragon heart going absolutely crazy over the mist. It was fortunate that he had complete control over his body, or else he feared that his heart might develop its own consciousness and tear itself out of his body to get at the mist. Before he could discover the mystery of the mist, however, it finally thinned out, returning the jungle to the way it was. Lex opened his eyes and studied the jungle. He discovered, much to his relief, that the Tao aura that the weed in front of him disappeared alongside the mist. It was still incredibly powerful, but it had returned to acting as a simple weed, showing no indication of being sentient, or more importantly, being angry at Lex. Seeing how calm things were in the jungle, and seeing how nothing ridiculous had happened within the Midnight Inn, Lex shrugged. Maybe the mist wasn't as incredible as he thought it was, or, much more realistically, the effects of the mist would take much longer to show themselves. What Lex did know, however, was that without the mist, his headband stopped replenishing its energy. It would not last long, and he needed to come up with a decent seal before that happened. Lex was not ready to break through to the next realm just yet. The immortal realms, he'd concluded, were much more about mastery of control over laws than anything else, and he hadn't reached the pinnacle of his control over laws just yet. If anyone else heard Lex, a human who could unleash a domain as an Earth immortal due to the immense control he had over laws, state that his control over laws was lacking, they'd whack him in the head. But the thing was, Lex wasn't comparing himself to other ordinary immortals. He was comparing himself to the best of the best, the most mythical of the mythical races, the prime of the primordials, the creme de la creme of the universe, and among those he was still ordinary. Lex flexed his hands, trying to see if he got some secret power-up but didn't notice, yet discovered nothing for now. He turned his attention to the white hill in the distance. The VAN, that is where Fenrir and the others disappeared, and by now Lex could pretty much guess that whoever took them was most definitely a whole lot stronger than Lex. If he decided to continue the chase, the chances of actually being able to confront such an entity were nil. "I really wish I had the strongest butter knife on me," he muttered and looked away. No matter what, he was not going to abandon Fenrir and Little Blue without at least trying to get them back. If there was one thing he had learned in life, it was that nothing was set in stone. The words he had spoken as the Innkeeper, though somewhat delirious, reflected his true thoughts. He would follow them into the hill, but first, he would see what he could salvage from this jungle. Just to test things out, he plucked a single blade of grass from the floor and sent it to the gift shop. It successfully disappeared. He glanced at the gift shop, just to read its description before removing it, but paused the moment he did. Suddenly, Lex remembered what he had been told about joint quests. The reason they had no reward was because the ability to go on such a quest was the reward itself. He looked down at the ground, covered in grass, and let his greed overflow for a brief moment. Then he controlled himself. He did not believe for even a second that a treasure as valuable as this jungle was just left unprotected for anyone to take advantage of. Upon slight reflection, the ban on absorbing the mist into the system was likely a subtle warning to him to not overdo things. That also likely meant that there was some limit to which he could harvest things from the jungle without causing a backlash or restriction. While Lex was thinking of how he could maximize his gains from the jungle, a dragon walked into the gift shop, led there by its instincts. The dragons had come to watch Jotun fight, and had stayed back because the Midnight Inn was a proverbial treasure hoard just waiting to be plucked. Of course, after seeing the innkeeper, the dragon didn't even dare to think of plucking this treasure, which is why it came to the gift shop to grab some souvenirs. Naturally, as a dragon, he started by looking at the most expensive item available, and that's when its jaw dropped. Blade of Eternal Echoes, 1 million MT. Blade of Eternal Echoes, 1 million MT. It is no sword, though it bears the name blade. A single stalk of grass, yet it has endured. It has endured time itself and the long silence between ages that even legends could not bear. Found in the lands abandoned, the lands forgot, the blade itself remembers. When the lords fell, it was there. When new lords rose, it was there. When wars were waged, it was there, and when the warriors fell, it remained. Those who dare consume the blade are granted sight. They see the echoes. They are drawn into the weft and weave of time itself to witness the place as it once was, not in metaphor, not in legend, in truth. The cave will whisper, the tree will bleed, the stone will sing. And sometimes, things left behind notice the one who watches. Sometimes they reach back. This is the blade of eternal echoes. Consume it only if you must, and only where you are ready to remember, or to be remembered. Prerequisites to purchase Blade of Eternal Echoes. Privilege Tier 9, personal writ of approval from the innkeeper. The dragon read the description of the blade once, and then he read it again, and then just to be absolutely sure, he read it a third time. Was it a blade of grass that had witnessed the death of multiple Dao lords? A blade of grass that had lived through 3 ages? Wouldn't that make this blade of grass a primordial? As if that was not enough, the blade of grass had powers that had something to do with time. Yet it was being sold for a measly 1 million MT? He didn't believe it. The price was likely just a formality. The real difficulty was attaining Privilege Tier 9 at the Midnight Inn, as well as getting a writ of approval from the innkeeper. It was likely bait to attract some deals, or exchanged for treasures that had no real price. After all, the dragon knew that so far, no one had attained more than Tier 5 privilege regardless of how much they spent. The dragon immediately checked the second most expensive item, and upon confirming that it was nothing like the Blade of Eternal Echoes, it confirmed that the blade was likely there to tempt someone of real power and influence. The dragon immediately exited the gift shop to quickly go inform the Dragon King about this. Something like this would be extremely valuable in the Origin realm, which held incredible secrets that no one had yet uncovered. Lex spent about half an hour scouting the jungle, taking note of everything within the vicinity of the VAN that he wanted to get. He could not explore the whole jungle, for the jungle was far larger than his spirit sense could detect, and he didn't have the time to spare. He decided to start gathering the items from most valuable to the least, in case he was blocked again. But before that, Lex bowed towards the jungle. Please excuse me for my intrusion. I do not know the rules here, so if I am overstepping, please let me know. I just want to collect a few items here to help out some people I know. Thank you for your understanding. He had no idea if the jungle was sentient, or there was some guardian or a number of guardians, but it couldn't hurt to be polite. In fact, his politeness helped him out a lot more than he knew. After he picked up the blade of grass and sent it to the inn, Mr. Big Fat Guy had decided to prevent him from taking anything else, whether he used it for himself or sent it to his accursed system. Yet as a result, the others pressured him into letting Lex take a single item more. The most valuable item Lex found, at least according to his dragon senses which gauge the value of treasures, was a cool-looking stick. The stick consisted of 2 parts. The first, straight and long portion, while the second started at what Lex considered the base of the stick, turning and twisting into forming a handle, before wrapping around the rest of the stick's body, forming a second layer. As a result, it looked like a sword with the handle of a Spanish sword, pretty cool if he said so himself. But despite the shape, Lex sensed no sword intent from it. He guessed that its effect would be something else, yet he would have to wait till he entered it into the gift shop to know. It certainly felt a lot more incredible than the random blade of grass he picked up. The fact that the blade of grass had the longest description he had ever seen from the gift shop, as well as only a vague description of what it did instead of an outright explanation, indicated how truly valuable it was. So the stick in the shape of a Spanish sword, which felt even more valuable, was likely even more incredible. Lex was tempted to keep the sword for himself. But honestly, Lex had become somewhat numb to valuable things. He could keep it for the inn and give it to his workers, but since his original intention had been to use it as a reward for the midnight games, he decided to stay true to his intentions. After all, he was literally surrounded by the whole jungle. It was full of sticks. He could grab as many as he wanted. Little did he know, he couldn't grab as many as he wanted. He sent the stick back to the inn and was relieved to see that it went. He saw its description in the gift shop and his smile froze. What? Regal twig of majestic excellence. He who holds the regal twig of majestic excellence becomes most exceptional. None in his presence can deny his distinction, and none without his presence can say otherwise. Just like with the blade of eternal echoes, Lex had to read the description of the item more than once before he was certain he got it right. Unlike the blade, which only had a vague description of its function, the twig had a clear-cut description. The problem was, the function, while not entirely pointless, lacked that special oomph that Lex had been expecting. Oh well, Lex shrugged, and decided the twig could go to the leader of the army who came first in the games. With that, he removed the twig from the gift shop, submitted it as a reward, and went to transfer the next item. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he wasn't able to transport the item away, as if a restriction had been placed. In fact, Lex couldn't even place it in any of his spatial equipment. He either needed to use it right then and there or give up on it. He reluctantly looked at everything in the jungle, and finally got a sense for what some of his guests felt like. His mortal guests that came to the inn were always forced to see countless invaluable treasures all around them, but were never able to use them. Of course, it wasn't that the treasures weren't usable, but that the guests would have to pay for it, and that was often not viable. He was sure that was the situation here too. While it seemed like everything was available for him to use, the constant prohibitions he was facing was a clear indication that he was being watched. Lex could try his hand at grabbing some resources for himself to use right then and there. But given his situation, he really couldn't cultivate, and making a seal would take time he didn't want to spend while Fenrir and Little Blue were still in potential peril. Suppressing the greed in his heart, Lex turned towards the VAN and investigated the White Hill. Although it was a little late, and Lex doubted that it would actually help, Lex used his best stealth techniques so as to attract as little attention as possible. Considering that he hadn't thought of doing this earlier on, first because he was unconscious, and later because of the migraine and damaged spirit, it was likely he had already been exposed to anyone who was watching out for him. He did it anyway. It was the principle that mattered. The issue now was how to get inside. The White Hill looked completely solid to him, and even when Lex touched it, he felt no opening on its side. He sent his energy inside, investigated with his spirit and his soul, and tried various common incantations like Open Sesame, to no avail. He observed it through his karmic vision and his other enhanced sights, and utilized every bit of his experience and knowledge, yet the opening within the hill refused to reveal itself. For the moment, it seemed that he was stumped. He turned to look at the weed, wondering if it would give him any hints due to the deep and long-lasting friendship, yet the weed had returned to being just another ordinary plant in the jungle. With no solution in sight, all Lex could do was explore the jungle around the hill and search for the method to reveal the opening. Simultaneously, he mentally managed the rewards for the midnight games. With well over 300 billion MP and just a little over 31,000 MT, Lex finally had a stable enough reserve to be able to operate the inn without fear of running short of MT. That seemed to be the more important currency these days anyway. As such, even if he could not personally find truly unique rewards to give everyone, simply relying on the rewards available through the system were good enough. He also had to plan for the next big event. As long as he did not entirely close the inn to the whole universe, he would need to continuously rely on the security that events provided. So far, the Midnight Games had been the perfect event, as it provided him with a lot of income and lasted a long time, not to mention it helped him eradicate some pests. Now, though, he wanted an event that was less focused on combat. After all, he was running an inn. It couldn't be focused on fighting all the time. Taking inspiration from the first segment of the previous Midnight Games, as well as an event he had previously based on theme and amusement parks, Lex decided that his next segment would be a cultural event with elements of a circus. It would go perfectly well with the cozy and comfortable environment of the inn. That was for later, though. For now, he went through the selection of rewards and picked one out, each suiting the army they were supposed to go to. What he did not know was that, as he observed the inn and silently monitored the minor details, ensuring everything ran smoothly, the beings from inside the VAN were doing the same thing for the jungle. The only thing was, since Mr. Big Fat Guy had a particular dislike for Lex, they had all taken an interest in him. Seeing as how he had slowed down their entertainment by being unable to detect the opening, they began to plot amongst themselves about how to push him in the right direction. Yet even that needed due consideration. Getting him to find the opening was not hard, but this was a rare opportunity, so they had to enjoy themselves while they did it. As a result, they discussed things amongst themselves and all came to the same conclusion. An undefeatable foe who would strike terror in the hearts of its victims to push Lex in the right direction sounded like a good idea. As soon as it was decided, they implemented the idea. Lex, who had just spent a chunk of change on his rewards and was looking forward to everyone's reactions, suddenly turned to look into the jungle behind him. He began to sense a grave threat towards him there, in the darkness created by the canopy. The fact that he could not see through the darkness was, in itself, a great indication of how abnormal it was. He squinted his eyes and pulled out his sword, ready to face whatever challenge awaited him. That's when he saw something shine in the darkness and felt like his eyes were playing tricks on him. After all, how could it be possible? How could one of the greatest universal terrors of Earth show up here in Abaddon? He had to be mistaken. Unfortunately, he was not. Lex had not forgotten that Abaddon was a dangerous place. Even though the jungle was a mystery unto itself, seemingly defying the otherwise set rules of this land, that did not mean it was a friendly place. The jungle felt wrong, just in a different way than Abaddon. But the odd sense of acceptance that the jungle gave him was likely what allowed Lex to avoid the dangers of it so far. That did not mean that the jungle wasn't a dangerous place. Just the barrier alone had nearly killed Lex in a way he still did not understand. Lex looked towards the darkness in the jungle, trying to identify the threat. Oddly, he became hyper-aware of his surroundings at that moment. The jungle stretched endlessly in all directions. No rustle of wings, no chirp of crickets. Only plants, gnarled roots that coiled like veins across the moss-laden earth, trees that leaned too closely together, blotting out the sky in a tangle of silent judgment. A few thin streaks of light broke through the canopy in front of him, but deeper into the forest there was only darkness. For a moment he saw a flash of light, maybe a reflection of some kind, yet he did not catch what it was. Tired of the games, Lex withdrew Naraka, since when had he been afraid of danger? But it seemed that drawing his sword did the trick. Whatever hid in the darkness was provoked. He felt it, a pressure, like fingers curling slowly around his spine. The air grew heavier, colder. He stared into the shadow beneath the canopy, scanning. He heard the distinct sound of metal hitting metal, and something shimmered once more. A glint of metal, small and deliberate, flashed once between the branches. Then it flashed again, closer now, cold light dancing off polished steel. He drew his sword, ready to meet the opponent's weapons. But then his instincts spoke. This was a different kind of enemy who wielded different kinds of weapons. Then from the darkness it emerged. A man, no, not a man, a figure stepped forward, dressed in pristine white, untouched by the grime of the jungle. His eyes were obscured by the shadows of the trees, but his smile, it gleamed with unnatural precision. In one gloved hand he held a mirror, in the other a metal hook, a probe, a drill. Lex knew what this abomination was. It was a dentist. No, not a dentist in the dark. "What in the bloody hell?" Lex exclaimed. The tools clicked together in the figure's hand like bones snapping, and he took a step towards Lex, his smile growing unnaturally wide. The jungle seemed to hold its breath. Of course, that was because there were a bunch of ancient beings watching with anticipation, but Lex couldn't know that. "You've been neglecting your visits," the dentist said, his voice smooth, clinical, and empty of warmth. It's because my teeth are self-cleaning and they grow back if they get knocked out, Lex said, not that he was in the mood for a conversation. The dentist was a heaven immortal and not a weak one at that. Now, generally speaking, Lex wasn't one to stereotype people. As an inn owner, that was a bad habit to have. But in this situation, he felt pretty safe saying that the dentist was evil and needed to be put down. "Oh, really?" he said, turning on his drill, its high-pitched squeal reminding Lex of memories he'd rather kept forgotten. "In that case, let me take a look. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not keen on having another guy poking around inside my mouth," Lex said, and swung his sword. He swung not at the dentist, but at the shadow of the tree beside him. As it happened, just as he swung, the dentist emerged from that shadow, his drill aiming towards Lex's mouth. Instead of Lex's teeth, the drill found Naraka's edge, ready and eager to cut down this accursed abomination. This was Lex's first true clash with a heaven immortal, and it was against an incredibly strong one. Though Lex's strength did not lose out against the dentist, he fell to an immediate and immense disadvantage. Lex jumped back, trying to gain a moment to gather himself. A single clash was enough for him to feel the difference. It was not about strength. No, the advantage he held was of direct superiority in every way. The quality of his energy, the magnitude of his strength, the depth of his law control, they were all leagues apart. Let alone a heaven immortal, even if Lex had the physical strength of a celestial, in a proper fight, he would still be at a disadvantage against a heaven immortal. The core reason for this, Lex gathered, was not all the other advantages that heaven immortals had. It came down to two things. Heaven immortals could control stronger laws than earth immortals could even detect, and their tenets were much stronger. It was these two simple things which made it nigh impossible for immortals to usually fight above their realm. Usually. Lex grinned. "Do you want to know something? I always eat candy right before bed. Come see if that made a difference." "Do you take dental hygiene as a joke?" the dentist roared, bringing out his plaque blaster and shooting a highly pressurized jet of water at Lex. But that's exactly what Lex wanted. He wanted to fight. He wanted to hone himself. More importantly, he wanted to understand where this dentist came from and why he came out now. Lex was certain that discovering this would be the key to discovering a way to enter inside the White Hill. His instincts told him so. Lex unleashed his domain and swung Naraka using his greatest strength, leveraging two of his abilities which surpassed the Earth realm and entered the Heaven realm. If two were not enough, he'd use three. If three were not enough, then he'd use four. If he ran out of advantages, then he'd just force his way into detecting the deeper laws, the ones that still hid from him. There was no way in hell, or in Abaddon, that he was going to let another dentist try to put braces on him. He just was. Even as Lex fought against the dentist, his disadvantage still pretty significant, he continued to pay attention to his surroundings as well. He did not believe, even for a second, that there was just a dentist randomly waiting inside the jungle, past the barrier, for him to arrive. It was much more likely that the dentist was summoned, or maybe even created, specifically as a result of his actions. Maybe he was finally being punished for taking things from the jungle. That meant there was still a possibility of more such enemies popping up out of the shadows. There was also the fact that his instincts were so clearly guiding him that the dentist hid the secret to following Fenrir. As of late, as Lex encountered more and more powerful beings, his instincts became less effective. This wasn't because his instincts had weakened. On the contrary, as an immortal, they were far stronger than they had ever been. It was just that, now that he himself was stronger, he was more frequently encountering things related to the Tao, or perhaps even beyond. His poor instincts, no matter how useful, could do little to help with that, but a mere dentist was no problem for him. Using the ability of his left eye, the one that allowed him to see through everything, Lex studied how the dentist manipulated laws. Even though there were many laws he manipulated that Lex couldn't sense, he could still observe how the more common laws were influenced as a result of his actions. The first thing he realized was that the dentist's tools, the drill, the saw, the plaque blaster, were actually a solidified lawcraft. He had literally created a physical object out of laws, and Lex was certain that he wasn't quite at the level where he could do that yet. But Lex could definitely try improving the way he used lawcraft. Since Lex had never created any before, he had been working on a couple lawcrafts which were basically just improved versions of techniques he already used. Lex and the dentist clashed. Lex's fragile domain, fragile in front of the accursed dentist, though it was usually quite sturdy against Earth immortals, quivered, almost buckling under the weight of the dentist trying to use his drill. But the might of Lex's strength, channeled through Naraka, was enough to cause the dentist to stumble. For a fraction of a second, the dentist's concentration wavered, and that's when Lex employed his first lawcraft, an upgraded version of Golden Inferno. There were no fancy visuals, no appearance of a dragon. No, it was quick and brutal. Lex opened his mouth, and from it emerged his domination-imbued flames that transcended the concept of temperature. It was an expression of his supremacy tenet. Anything and everything that touched the flames was consumed by it, turned into fuel to allow the flames to burn brighter, stronger, and longer. It did not matter what was combustible, nor did it matter if the target even had a burning point at all. Even the effects and consequences of laws themselves began to burn. The dentist's wide smile wavered as his white coat was burnt to cinders, though he himself escaped relatively unharmed. "You're being a difficult patient," the dentist said, glaring at Lex. "I can sense your cavities from all the way over here. They've traveled through your teeth into your bones. Let me see what I can do to help." Lex was going to scoff, but suddenly discovered that he felt a soft numbness in his molars. The numbness traveled quickly into his jaw and then began spreading around his skull and down his neck. Just as the dentist had said, a cavity had formed and it was affecting his bones. Despite observing the dentist closely, he had no idea how it had been able to achieve such a thing, not that it mattered. Lex began to heal himself using his blood and focused on the dentist. He did not find it difficult to believe that the dentist had avoided his flames. But he had sensed that, as soon as he used the flames, the dentist had grown just a little stronger, exactly enough to escape the flames unharmed. It seemed that he would not be able to win this fight in a normal way. Someone or something was making sure of that. No matter, he had more lawcrafts to test, and that would give him time to figure something else out. Lex took a step back, as if retreating, which only caused the dentist to lunge forward and attack with his drill. This time, Lex had neither his domain ready, nor had he raised Naraka in defense. Instead, he simply held up his empty hand and showed the dentist his palm. When Lex had merely begun his cultivation journey, he had learned a defensive technique called Talk to the Hand, which basically summoned an invisible barrier in front of his hand. It was not too strong, but it had served Lex well at the time. Inspired by that, as well as his need to refocus on his defense once again lest he fall behind in it, Lex created a new and improved version of Talk to the Hand. Unlike the original, a barrier was not summoned right in front of his palm, nor did he need to keep it up to use it. Raising his hand was just the way to activate the technique, and it would summon a barrier of any shape and size anywhere within Lex's reach. Moreover, he used the inspiration he gained when he saw the Black Knight's armor. Since the armor itself contained laws, penetrating its defenses was that much harder because it was like breaking a law itself. Of course, this was not foolproof, as Lex himself had broken a law or two, but it was definitely a nice bonus. The dentist's drills clashed against an invisible wall, bouncing back, right before it reached Lex. Lex had just tanked the full strength of the dentist's attack with a single defensive lawcraft, and that caused him to smile. He had been worried that he had been falling behind in his defense. It was good to know that wasn't the case. But it was too soon to celebrate. As the dentist retreated, Lex could sense him becoming stronger again. "Try though you might, you cannot escape from your appointment," the dentist said, his wide grin beginning to appear very grating to Lex. "You might want to get yourself checked out first," Lex said. "You have tremendously bad breath, probably tonsils. You should stay quiet to spare yourself the embarrassment of letting others find out." The dentist clenched his teeth and glared at Lex. "Give up, human," the dentist finally said, dropping the facade. His voice became impossible deep and carried a power to it that affected Lex even behind his barrier. Talk to the Hand version 2 had not elapsed, but Lex could sense that it was strained. The dentist's power was rising exponentially, meaning that he was no longer suitable to test the techniques he had come up with. There was, however, one last thing Lex still wanted to try. Dr. Charles and Ragnar were working together to find a way to cure the zombification process, and for that they were creating a body cultivation technique that could fight it. Relying on holy aura was one solution, but since it was the sole domain of angels, it was not easy to get their hands on. Though the paladin, a smaller human force, somehow also had access to an energy similar to that. Lex had looked into their methods, and soon realized why, despite having an incredibly powerful cultivation system on their hands, why they weren't able to grow as large or influential as a traditional cultivation force. It was because their method of cultivation, while direct, was incredibly difficult and stringent, and was not suitable for the masses. It required an oath, and though the oath could be anything, the paladins had concentrated their research and study and distilled 3 highly effective oaths that most chose from. It was a path dedicated to justice and helping the weak. Any selfishness, any weakness of character, any action that might even seem good but went against the core creeds or oaths would result in a backlash, causing them to become oath-breakers. The oath-breakers, too, could cultivate, but were considered sworn enemies of the paladin order. Their history as well as social and political complexities, while interesting, were not what Lex was focusing on. He wanted to study their path to power to try and understand how exactly they gained access to the holy aura. If he could understand it, then he could help Ragnar, someone Lex genuinely looked up to. As such, after studying for a long time, Lex wanted to try his own hand at their cultivation path. Of course, he was not going to rely on the paladin's oath. He had come up with one that suited him much more. Although, according to their path, the more stringent the oath, the greater the feedback and power, Lex did not intend on properly following a paladin's path to begin with. He just needed a proper oath to which he could be entirely sincere. Now, against this formidable foe in this capricious environment, he had found the perfect opportunity to take his oath and see how it affected things. But this was not something he could do casually. A paladin's oath was no joke, and had very stringent requirements, not only in terms of the oath, but from the individual paladin as well, or else their unique holy power would never be born within them. "Give up," Lex repeated the dentist's words, his casual smile slowly fading as he put himself in the right state of mind. "Give up on what exactly? Give up on fighting you? Give up on finding my nakama? Oh no, I meant friends." Lex was not smiling anymore, his eyes fixed onto the dentist, trying to see into his very being. He was tempted, very seriously, to use that lawcraft, the one he had been working on for a long time, the one that used up all his body's physical strength. But no, that lawcraft was something he had reserved for a very special target. It could not be used on others, not yet. Instead, he renewed his focus on his oath. He had not even said the words, yet he could feel an unknown power gathering around him, with his very soul at its epicenter. Lex could vaguely sense something familiar in that power, but for once his perfect memory failed him. He could not recall where he had felt it before, or at least, felt something similar to it. It seemed even the dentist sensed the power gathering around Lex, and looked at him hesitantly, studying what he was doing. "I was minding my own business before your forest pulled us towards it and lured Little Blue in. What could you even want with a helpless little whale?" Lex asked, though he did not expect the dentist to be behind the scheme. "Do you think that just being powerful affords you the right to do as you wish, or did you think that everyone would just go along with what you wanted?" Lex was no longer speaking merely to the dentist. He was speaking to the power behind the dentist. Some might consider provoking a more powerful enemy foolish, but Lex, no longer constrained from an injured spirit, had come to a few conclusions of his own. He was aware of what had happened in the castle, and when Z learned that the armies outside would never be able to destroy the jungle, Lex had learned it too. He did not believe even for a second that he could hide anything from an entity strong enough to defeat, destroy, divert, or whatever else it did to so many Dao lords. The fact, then, that he had not already been stopped or punished, and had even been allowed to take so many privileges from the jungle, meant that whoever it was behind this scheme did not mean to harm him, or harm him immediately at least. These things could not so easily be predicted. After all, the whims of the powerful were a flimsy thing to depend on. "Listen here, dentist. I may be no beacon of justice for the universe, but that does not mean I will ignore every injustice. So long as I live and breathe, I will never stand by and let those I care about come to harm. And should it happen that I am unable to protect them, for whatever reason, my retribution will not go unmet. This I swear." As far as oaths go, Lex S. was nowhere near as deep, as stringent, or as noble as most paladins. In fact, to a degree, his oath was anchored in Lex's selfish nature of only attending to those he cared about, rather than the weak or innocent that normal paladins seek to protect. But Lex's oath was sincere, and he was willing to act on it, even in the face of great obstacles. The fact that he nearly died crossing the previous barrier proved it and served as a testament to his integrity. That was enough to elicit the faintest of responses from the path of power that the paladins followed. The fact that his oath was witnessed by beings of unimaginable power, granted it a whole lot more power than Lex could have ever expected or anticipated. At first, it was just a game. Mr. Big Fat Guy found a Kun Peng, an endangered yet powerful race, and wanted to pass on its heritage lest it be lost in time forever. Such a thing was not the purpose of the jungle, but that did not mean it could not be used like that either. Everything that happened afterwards, too, was of little consequence. Let alone a small army of Earth immortals, even if 1 billion such armies appeared, it would not pose any threat to the purpose or foundation of the jungle. Watching the human, toying with him, teasing him, all of those things were done in the spirit of entertainment. They could easily inform him that his friends were safe, but where would be the fun in that? Playing with the human was almost as entertaining as watching Mr. Big Fat Guy get irritated every time they brought him closer to entering the innermost layer of the jungle. But then something unexpected happened. The human did something they had never seen before, and suddenly the jovial atmosphere within the jungle turned into a somber silence. Those who were awake all turned their attention to him, and those who were asleep all woke up. Those who cared not for him at all suddenly learned to care, and those who were toying with him suddenly took him very seriously. It was not that the power he gained was phenomenal, nor was it unprecedented in magnitude. No, the thing that attracted their attention was that the nature of this power was something that they had never seen before. It was entirely and genuinely a wholly new cultivation path. Lex, unaware that he had gained so much attention, focused entirely on understanding what was happening to him and where the power was coming from. Lex, a man with great exposure and excellent comprehension as a result of his own cultivation technique, was able to gain an immense amount of insight not only about the process itself, but the origin of the paladin's power and some of the finer nuances relating to it. He felt recognition and traced it back to events in his past. His oath, feeble as it was, had a foundation in truth and hardship. He saw the Midnight Battalion fighting on a stranded planet, fragile space all around them and uncertainty grabbing at their hearts. He saw how, despite their resilient expressions and courageous acts, hints of fear crept into their hearts. He saw how feeble they felt in the face of circumstances, and saw how the only hope they had were the words of the Innkeeper that help was on the way. Lex could fool his workers and he could fool the universe at large, but he could never fool himself. He was the Innkeeper. The Innkeeper's words were his words, and his actions were the Innkeeper's actions. He crossed space, threatened the Henali with bombs, flew through endless space, unraveled a conspiracy and fought against a weakened deity, putting himself in risk every step of the way, just to save those he cared about. His actions and intentions had been recognized, and they had been acknowledged. Lex saw another vision, one of an ancient history he had only heard about. He saw David Paladin, the founding father of the Paladin Order. Despite the story, the praise, the legacy he had built, the vision of the past revealed the truth. He was no warrior with an iron will. He was a clerk, weak and feeble-bodied. When the demon horde came for his settlement, he did not stand defiant, sword and shield in hand. He had not ripped a door off its hinges and grabbed a pillar, defying the odds through sheer will. No, he cried and prayed and hoped for a higher power to save him. Yet through eyes, blurry with tears, and with arms that had only ever known the weight of books, he stood alone, afraid but unyielding. He had not a door torn off its hinges, but a drawer pulled out of his desk. He had not a pillar that supported a building, but the leg broken off his chair. David Paladin had not made his first stand with an iron heart and an unbreakable will. He had done so filled with desperation. For his wife, for his child, he had faced death, swearing with every breath to not let them come to harm. It was not the onset of battle that granted him powers, like his legends told. It was his demonstration of his oath, in the face of impossible adversity, and his subsequent success that granted him the powers that the Paladin were so proud of. In that moment, Lex gained a deeper understanding of the Paladin's path than most actual Paladins themselves. Only the high justiciars and above understood the truth as he understood it, but perhaps even they might not know the significance of it like Lex did. The power of the Paladins came from demonstration and recognition. The Paladins had a holy aura because the entity that witnessed and granted them recognition was the heaven, not like Eden or the others, but the heaven that made up the entire space of the universe. It wasn't as if heaven was a sentient entity or something like that, at least as far as Lex understood. It was more like everything that happened in the universe was being witnessed by it, and it had a significant amount of power, so much so that its mere acknowledgement of a paladin's actions and oaths triggered their power. The holy aura was also as a result of that recognition stemming from heaven. But the thing that Lex did not understand was that despite the type of power being influenced by heaven, the power itself did not originate from heaven. Instead, it was still a part of the same power paradigm that deities were a part of, as a result of the paladin's own faith in their oath. But how could something as fragile as faith transform into actual power? That was like literally saying that a cultivator was becoming stronger using the power of friendship. Since both were abstract concepts, with no physical existence to speak of, they were technically interchangeable, right? But why did that work? Lex felt like the moment he understood that, he would unravel the secrets of the Paladin's powers. Oh, there was also one more mystery for him to solve, because, of course, his experience was abnormal compared to other Paladins. Why did he feel like he was being observed and acknowledged by more than just heaven? Lex finally realized why the feeling of power when he was about to take his oath felt so familiar. It was similar to the voice that invited him for a new job that he rejected. A worker for the inn can't be working jobs for other people. He felt it again now, acknowledging his oath, selfish though it may be, for he had truly overcome great adversity to stick to it. An oath that was easy to fulfill was not really impressive. It was only overcoming the impossible, or at the very least overcoming what was very hard, that would prompt the birth of a paladin's power. For example, fighting off demons with a weak and frail mortal body. That's what David Paladin had to do to attain his powers. Lord only knew what he did after getting his powers. Regardless, Lex felt its presence and finally recognized it. He recognized the second presence too. After all, it wasn't difficult to recognize the insatiable hunger of Abaddon. But what the hell was up with the countless, weaker presences also acknowledging him? Heaven had the strongest presence, followed by Abaddon. The others were much weaker than the two, but they were still strong enough that acting as a witness still influenced his power. Although he did not understand what they were, their influence was undeniable. Combined with the influence of Heaven and Abaddon, the power that Lex developed as a result of becoming a paladin seemed to have nothing to do with holy power. The entire process happened within seconds, and while the dentist had paused to observe what was happening, Lex did not think it would wait forever. He needed to figure out what his new ability was and if it would be helpful. If not, he needed to resolve his situation. But while Lex thought of a way to get out of his predicament, the innermost layer of the jungle was filled with deafening silence. The beings within had far more perspective than Lex, and gained a whole lot more understanding about the new path they had seen than anyone else. That was exactly why they were all so stunned. "It is unbelievable," said Mr. Big Fat Guy. "How can such a power exist? How can such a path be created now? So many heritages were lost, but it seems the universe was not stagnant even without them." "This path has potential," said another. "The future is not without hope." "This path is incomplete," said Mrs. Big Fat Guy. "Can you think of a solution?" "No need," Mr. Big Fat Guy said. "Perfection is a flaw, and perfectionism is the ultimate sin. Only by remaining incomplete can it benefit when the universe enters its next stage." The Kunpeng looked towards Lex for a while, then snorted. "I tire of this. Bring him in, return the kids to him, and send them from the jungle." "You said you'd offer the human some knowledge." "Fine, then one of you go ahead and answer one of his questions." Before he could be teased anymore, Mr. Big Fat Guy disappeared, returning to the very bones where Little Blue was. With his departure, the others also returned to their original tasks, no longer paying attention to Lex. Only Mrs. Big Fat Guy remained to send Lex and the others on their way. Lex, ignoring the unusually bead forming on the go board, ignoring his probe into his newly gained power, looked towards the dentist who suddenly made a move. He took his drill and swiped in the air, yet oddly he did not strike Lex's barrier. Instead, he seemed to cut a hole in space, creating an opening that looked oddly similar to the one that Fenrir and Little Blue had gone through. For a moment Lex thought that he was splitting space, but his most recent experience with sensing presences allowed him to realize that what the dentist had done was something else. He was existing in a certain reality where the presence of Abaddon was omnipresent, yet what the dentist had done was cut that presence, leading to a reality that existed without it, hidden underneath. It was the final layer of protection. Understanding suddenly filled Lex, yet before he could ask the dentist why it had revealed the path, he disappeared, as if he had never been anything more than a mirage. It seemed that whoever had sent the dentist seemed satisfied with Lex's performance, but instead of following the dentist, Lex took a moment to understand his newfound power. It was vastly different from Holy Aura and seemed to carry the weight of forgotten epics. It was as if it was a power that the universe itself had forgotten about, now renewed. It had no name, Lex instinctively felt so. It was as if, when this power was once extinguished, its name had also been erased from history. Now that it was born again in him, it needed a new name. Lex, master of naming things regardless of what his system claimed, had no problem with naming it. He needed to understand what it did first, though. Lex summoned this new force, and he felt it tap into his spiritual power, but also his willpower as it manifested in front of. Green light, condensed into tiny pentagons, shimmered in the air in front of him and enriched the air. Before Lex fully comprehended what the ability was, the lotus tattoo on his back suddenly manifested, and Lotus spoke with a voice more enthused than Lex had ever heard. "This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. What is it? I don't know. I actually don't know, but I must have it. Lex, please return to the realm, fuse this power with the land. I feel this will unlock a whole new realm of possibilities." Lex could feel Lotus, excitement seeping into his body, as if it had discovered its long-lost mother or something. "Can you sense what this does? Can you tell me its effects?" Lex asked, watching the green light as it began to spiral around him. "I have no idea, but I can feel it with my new instincts. Although I'm still far from fusing with the whole Midnight Realm, I have gained some understanding of it. This thing, whatever it is very good for realms." "Good for realms, huh?" Lex said with curiosity. He had a crazy idea. Honestly, he should stop using such adjectives now. All his ideas were crazy. Crazy was his norm now. So in that case, Lex had a very normal idea. Since he was bonded with Lotus, who was fused with a realm, it was almost as if Lex was fused with a realm. He frequently got feedback from his relationship with Lotus. Heck, he even had a transformation of his own that depended on Lotus, not that he wanted to tell Z about it. The poor kid was working so hard on getting more forms. Anyway, Lotus wanted Lex to return to the inn to fuse that power into the realm, but that wouldn't happen any time soon. So, he pursed his lips and sucked the shimmering green pentagons right out of the air, absorbing them. But the power originated from Lex to begin with. Absorbing it would have no effect. Instead of absorbing it himself, he directed it towards his back, where his tattoo had appeared, and channeled it into Lotus. "What did you just do?" Lotus asked. "I changed my mind. Don't come back to the realm. Just keep doing whatever you just did." Lex smirked and dismissed his ability for now. While he could not understand the actual effects of the ability, he understood his body quite well. When the tattoo absorbed some of those green pentagons, it appeared as though nothing really happened, but Lex sensed that at the very base of his black tattoo, a single pigment of color began to appear. The otherwise black tattoo showed signs of a deeper evolution. Lex kept the change in mind and decided that he would investigate it further later on. He did not believe that the power would only have a single function or be one-dimensional. After all, paladins could fight, they could heal, they could protect and do so much, all using the same type of power. For now, though, it was time to move forward. Mentally, he placed all his newly accumulated beads on the Go board. He had noticed that, recently, his opponent had stopped adding pieces to the board. He didn't know what that guy was planning, but Lex would not wait for him to act first. The more pieces he placed, the greater his understanding of the board. With nothing else left to do, he grabbed Naraka and focused. Since he had already distinctly felt the presence of Abaddon when he was making his oath, it was very easy for him to pick it out once again. For a moment he wondered what it meant that Abaddon had witnessed or acknowledged his oath. It did not feel like Abaddon had made any conscious decision, nor did he feel any less hostility or hunger from it. It was as if its presence alone was sufficient for the oath's completion, and its actual sentiments, if a realm could have sentiments, did not matter. That was so odd. Yet another thing for him to ponder on. Lex focused his sword intent, and specifically targeted Abaddon's presence, cutting neither space nor even the air. Instead, his sword cut into the already frail presence that Abaddon maintained this deep in the jungle. His sword cut through the presence with ease, and revealed behind the cut a passage for him to enter. The process was too easy, far easier than any obstacle Lex had overcome to get this far. He did not think the ease was because of his own skill. Lex didn't doubt he was awesome, but it was also clear that from the moment he took his paladin's oath, something had changed. From being rejected into this place, he suddenly went to being welcomed. Lex fixed his tie, making sure he looked presentable, and walked into the opening. The passage looked very plain and bare, as if it was a hall in a government building, and at the far end there was a door, though a single glance at the door gave Lex the feeling that he wasn't supposed to go there. It was as if his instincts told him to remember that door, but not go towards it. Instead of walking towards it, Lex turned around. Rather than the opening he had come from, he saw endless rolling hills, covered in thin mist, flowing as if coming and going from eternity. He recognized the mist that he had been absorbing, yet over here it somehow seemed a lot more substantial. It also flowed away from him, never touching him, but going around him instead. But he did not feel like he was losing out. Instead, he felt like the mist was protecting him, as if it was too much for him to even touch. But that was far from all. He even felt like the mist was being exceptionally kind to him, covering the land to hide things that he should not see. There was no other way to describe it. It felt like kindness, as if this place, whatever it was, sincerely appreciated his existence. Many things in Lex's mind clicked, and Lex fell into a trance, watching the mist gently passing over the landscape. With his left eye, he could see deep into the world, peering at the laws. Through it, he could also see karma. While the details of the karma of this land eluded him, he could feel that the kindness of this place was as a reaction to his good karma. As he began to understand the consequences of good or positive karma, he went deeper into a trance. He never wondered before because it seemed so obvious, but why was certain karma good or bad? Who created those definitions? Was it the karma itself that determined what was good or bad? As it turned out, at least according to the understanding Lex was developing at that moment, good or bad karma was determined by whether the consequence of something was good or bad for the universe, on both a micro and macro scale. Lex began getting insight into the universal equivalent of the trolley problem. It was infinitely more complex, with an endless number of variables. Instead of judging the problem based on morality or law or philosophy, it looked at it from the immediate and long-term consequences and repercussions of each action, reaction, and even existence of each situation, as it pertained to the existence of the universe. Lex fell into a state of enlightenment, gaining a deeper and more esoteric understanding of karma, its consequences and origins. His enlightenment did not last long, relatively speaking, and in just a few days Lex woke up from his trance. The more he learned about karma, the more he appreciated just how deep and unpredictable a field this was. Even if the definition of good and bad karma could be narrowed down to what was good and bad for the universe, Lex did not think that's all there was to it. After all, if the focus of karma was simply to promote the growth of the universe, why could it be used to do great harm? Why had his imbalance of karma threatened him? Why were Tao Lords still unsure of its depths? He was fortunate that there were still many things he did not understand about karma, meaning that there were directions for him to research on. But if there were ever a day he no longer had questions, he would have to remind himself to stay humble and look deeper into this field. The next thing he did was look in on the inn. The awards ceremony of the Midnight Games was still going on, because many armies were still cultivating themselves. It seemed that they had gained a lot more from the mist than Lex had. Then again, it was only after exposure to that mist, and upon seeing it again, that he too gained enlightenment on karma. Maybe the purpose of the mist was to help with enlightenment. What had happened was that a majority of the guests had left. Since the rewards wouldn't be publicly announced, there was no point in waiting for them to happen anyway. They had stuck around long enough to see that the inn was beginning a new phase of services that were entirely focused on mortals. Many of the inn's unique resources were diluted and used to create opportunities and services that could literally change the lives of most mortals. What Lex appreciated, though, was that these services wouldn't constantly be available. The more resource-intensive services would only be available during short periods at intervals of 6 months, a year, 5 years, or a decade, depending on what it was. He would have to look into it in finer detail. Once he saw that there was no emergency waiting for him to handle, he finally turned his attention back to his situation. He was still standing halfway up a hill, surrounded by mist, unable to see anything except for the mist. He could not sense any aura, nor could he feel Fenrir's location, or find any traces of the 3 missing people. He honestly couldn't even be sure that they had come to this location to begin with. But Lex wasn't about to turn back without at least searching the area. With that said, as soon as he raised his leg to step forward, his body froze. He was not pressed down with a powerful aura. He did not feel anything restricting him either. Lex just froze. A figure rose out of the mist in front of Lex, her appearance a blur to Lex's mind, and looked at him for a moment. "You have quite the karma for someone so young and weak." A female voice spoke to Lex in his mind, commenting on him as if she could read his entire life with a glance. "It is quite an achievement, I will admit. If you continue at the rate you're going, you will either die a spectacular death, die a horrible death, or end up as quite the big name in the universe. You can guess for yourself which ones are the most likely." Lex could not respond. He could only listen. The thing was, it wasn't that he was incapable of doing anything. He might have tried various means to free himself if he were under some kind of restriction. The problem itself was in the fact that there was no restriction on him. Instead, It was as if he had entirely lost the ability to even conceive the notion of doing anything other than existing in the state in which he already was. It was as if his spirit had been crippled, without hampering his ability to comprehend new information. I have been tasked with handling you, which, fortunately for you, does not include ending your existence. So I will now give you some information, and you will act on it, and that will be that. The one you call Little Blue has been summoned here, not for any harmful reason, but only so that he may inherit the heritage of his race. Those who accompanied him have also been rewarded appropriately, if only for accompanying him. Out of appreciation for your genuine loyalty, as well as your demonstration of the progress of the universe's cultivation path, your earlier display of disrespect has been forgiven, and you have been awarded the opportunity to ask a single question, which will be answered within your capacity to hear. Choose your question wisely, for you will only get one question. Once you have your answer, you will be teleported back to your tavern, where you must wait until Little Blue has received the complete heritage. Only after Little Blue returns will you be allowed to leave. Oh, and you also won't be allowed back in the inner jungle again. With her short speech given, the blurry figure returned Lex's mental faculties to him, allowing him to put down his foot and think carefully about what he wanted to ask. There were too many questions he was curious about, ranging from secrets of the jungle to Abaddon to questions about Little Blue and how long the heritage transfer would take. But he did not carelessly speak or choose his question. This was a critical moment, and he had to get the most out of it. He went over everything the being had told him, everything he had experienced on his journey here, and everything he knew about the jungle to carefully construct a list of topics and things that the figure might know about, and what he would benefit most from knowing. The issue was, he didn't even know the topics the figure could answer questions on. He had to take a guess about what this figure might or might not know, and then decide the most beneficial or crucial question for him in this situation. More than the question, the thing that bugged Lex was the fact that he would have to wait for Little Blue to receive his heritage. He had no idea how long that would take, and the mysterious being that could control his entire existence as well as probably, this jungle did not seem like it would be open to negotiations about speeding things up. Lex looked not at the figure but at this strange land. It felt nothing like Abaddon at all. If Lex had not known better, he would have assumed that this was just another place in the normal universe. To be entirely honest, the thing that Lex was tempted to ask the most was how they had been able to isolate Abaddon's aura, creating a safe haven for themselves. For a long, long time he had been searching for a place where he might be able to create the Midnight Castle, an entity that could exist independently of the Midnight Inn. He wanted to place it somewhere extremely hidden, so that it could act as his secret hideout-cum-safe house. He wanted to find such a place to hide the Chamber of Rebirth there, so that if ever he encountered a situation where he was overcome or defeated, he would be able to save himself. The whole purpose of such a safe house would be so that his revival wouldn't be detected, and he could recover in secret without alerting whoever his enemy would be. From the very moment he arrived at Abaddon, a place also known as the Graveyard of Secrets, he felt like this place might suit his needs. At least, in terms of being disconnected and not easily accessible from the rest of the universe fit his criteria. But building a safe house here wasn't so simple. Finding a way to isolate the aura of Abaddon would be only the first step. He would need to gather the resources to build the Midnight Castle, actually build it, isolate an area from Abaddon's aura, find a way to avoid being attacked by the many creatures that filled this place, and do it all secretly so that none other would detect it. The challenges he would face were not few if he decided to go along with this plan. But then again, this was only just one of the things he had been planning, and it wasn't necessary that he ask them a question related to that. For example, Lex got the feeling that the being in front of him could see through him entirely. If that was the case, Lex really wanted to ask about the strange seal in his forehead. Earlier on, he felt like reaching the Heaven Immortal realm might be enough for him to unravel it and learn its secrets. Yet now that he was close to the Heaven Immortal realm, Lex felt like the danger from it had not reduced at all. The issue was how ambiguous the instructions regarding the seal were. He faced unpredictable situations every day, and he didn't want to go around carrying a seal with something that could kill him as soon as it unraveled. After all these days, he also had a foe who could cause him to fall into cultivation deviation at a moment's notice. If one such incident caused his seal to open, then he was as good as dead. Then again, he could also ask more about karma or the secret of becoming a Tao Lord. He felt like the being in front of him was most definitely probably a Tao Lord or something even above that. Maybe, who knew, not him. Seeing as how the being did not rush him to ask any questions, Lex first hesitated, and then sat down. He closed his eyes and began to clear his head, going over his options one by one and in great detail. While there were many things he wanted to learn about, there were also things he needed to learn about, such as how to find the chalice of the abandoned. In a situation such as this, Lex had to gamble. He would need to carefully evaluate the importance of what he needed to know urgently and the things he wanted to know. Lex would have to speculate on whether he would be able to fulfill his needs on his own, such as guess the validity of his own theories regarding Abaddon and the chalice, and his own ability to fulfill the additional quests he had set up for himself. He needed to consider which was more important to him long-term, and which ones he could risk falling back on in terms of progress. This was a decision Lex was taking incredibly seriously, so much so that he entered into the state of flow. Though the ability no longer provided him with immense benefits, as he had much better control over himself, even the slightest advantage could help in this situation. The figure said nothing during this time, simply watching. What was a few hours or days or even centuries to a being that has lived through entire ages? Lex didn't only contemplate, he also looked over the inn. He watched as Liz made friends and enjoyed the environment of the inn. He watched his guests come and go. Lex watched as more and more joined Obsidian and helplessly looked at the service to increase their system rank. He thought about his goals, his revenge that needed to be sought, his useless parents somewhere in the universe. He thought about Mary and how she had died despite having a system and being a Tao Lord. There wasn't a single facet of his life he didn't think about, and considered how important things were. Lex had never thought about his life so deeply before, and discovered that he actually learned a thing or two about his own life. But more importantly, he discovered that being so meticulous didn't really suit him. Sure, Lex no longer wanted to make silly mistakes and wanted to plan out his moves before making them lest he end up in trouble. But the thing was, he didn't mind a little trouble now and then. More importantly, getting so caught up in the right action was a form of living in fear, and if there was one thing Lex wasn't, it was a coward. Even in his earliest days when he was chased down by zombies, Lex hadn't been a coward. Sure, he ran like heck, but the moment he was healed, he started to think about how to go right back. So instead of pondering what the right question was, Lex picked the question he wanted to ask the most and just went with it. When Lex opened his eyes, he had regained his vigor and confidence. Even in the face of a being so powerful he could not even try to comprehend its power level, he was not servile. Sure, he was respectful. But even understanding that his entire existence depended on this being's whim, Lex did not feel fear. Just like those early days of the inn, where he was pathetically weak yet traveling to new worlds filled him with excitement. When Lex thought about just how many mysteries and secrets filled the universe, he felt grateful, not overwhelmed. If the universe weren't such an interesting place, he might have gotten bored with it. It was the mystery, the history, the richness and depth of the universe that gave him a tingly feeling inside. It almost felt like lactose intolerance. I'm not sure about the details of what you can answer, so excuse me if my question seems inappropriate. Abaddon, I heard, is called the Graveyard of Secrets, since it is so difficult to reach, and as a result of how peculiar its existence is, it is the perfect place to hide a secret. But despite having excellent qualities for exactly this, for certain reasons it does not suit my needs. How can I find a place within the universe that is isolated from all methods of probing, yet is safe and stable enough for me to hide a secret? Basically, all the secrecy of Abaddon, but with a touch of stability. The figure, too, did not immediately answer. Instead, it stared at Lex for a moment. Mrs. Big Fat Guy hadn't been literal when she said he only had one question. He could have asked her about the parameters of what he could ask, and she would not have counted that as his one main question. Then again, she did not want to present herself as friendly and approachable, so perhaps this misunderstanding was for the best. There should always be a level of mystery and respect between beings of such vastly differing power levels, so she let it slide. One of the greatest lies in the universe is predictable patterns, she finally said, her voice echoing in Lex's mind, instantly causing him to fall into another trance. He would comprehend not only the exact information she would give him, but also all affiliated or associated topics. This was a small gift from her to him, in the hopes that he would continue to remain a loyal friend to the Kun Peng known as Little Blue. The Kun Peng race was actually one of the strongest races in the universe. In fact, their staple food was dragons. But while weakness is akin to a sin, sometimes being too powerful can also have repercussions. It was not without reason that the weaker races of the universe still existed, and were prevailing, while the strongest few, The primordials and mythic beings, not to mention others, had become a rare sight. It was exactly because the Kun Peng were so much stronger than others that it caused many in the universe to band together to eliminate them. Of course, this was ancient history and was irrelevant these days. She just hoped that if Little Blue ever attracted the envy of others, this human would continue to be a loyal companion. Almost all existence within the universe is based on realms. There are minor realms, major realms, pocket realms, and so on. In fact, many consider the void to be the opposite of a realm or an anti-realm. Almost all life in the universe is concentrated within realms or in the void, forming a pattern. It is almost as if any collection of stable space can be considered a realm. That, however, is not true. Like I said, all predictable patterns are a lie. There is only one unbroken pattern in this universe, and that is messing with time is a one-way ticket to death. But even that is not without reason. It's just that few qualify to even know there is a reason, let alone understand what that reason is. But that is another topic entirely. Coming back to realms, what is a realm? A realm is basically a foundation or a canvas for the laws of the universe to weave fundamental realities contained within a boundary. The boundary is just as important to a realm as the way in which the laws of that individual realm manifest. That is because the universe is full of chaos energy, and chaos energy cannot be used by 99.99% of all living entities within the universe. The boundary wall of a realm absorbs chaos energy and refines it for its own use and operations, leaving behind any number of distilled and purified energies that are a lot more stable than chaos energy. Basically, a realm boundary is the mitochondria of a realm, meaning it is the powerhouse. It is the source of all energy within the realm. As such, almost all realm boundaries have great similarities, which is one of the fundamental reasons why the existence of a realm cannot be hidden in the universe. Even if the exact location of a realm cannot be determined, the existence of its boundary wall has a certain influence on the chaos energy of the universe, leaving an unmistakable trail. So then, to find a location that is undetectable and untraceable, the first thing you have to look for is a place that breaks this pattern. Do not think these things are rare. If we go by percentage, then yes, the existence of places that break this pattern is probably less than 0.001%. If we go by numerics, however, then there should be thousands, if not tens of thousands. Of these places, I will tell you of the one I am most familiar with. It is a place known as Nexus. Nexus is not a realm, and the closest thing I can compare it to is a prison, though technically it is not that either. It just so happens, however, that within the Nexus, every 100,000 years or so, an item is born and is trapped. Eventually, however, that item escapes the Nexus, which is basically the only time the Nexus is detectable. However, you don't need to worry. It is unlikely that any living being in the universe is still aware of the Nexus. That is because their attention is usually diverted towards that item. Oracles and diviners believe that the birth of that item causes a great change in fate and destiny, or some such nonsense. If only they knew the truth, how anticlimactic that would be. Anyway, the Nexus is the perfect place for you based on your needs. Like I said, no one in the universe other than I and now you know about its existence. Now all you need to do is find it. Don't worry, I'll tell you how. As Lex listened to the figure talk about Nexus, a place where he could hide from all forms of divination and tracing, he recalled what Vera had told him about the Nexus event. It was funny how the same thing represented two entirely different things to two people. According to what Vera told him, a Nexus event was forthcoming in the near future, though no one knew the exact time and date of when a Nexus event would occur, nor could it be determined beforehand. It was a time of great significance. During a Nexus event, destiny could be changed. Oracles could see into the future without repercussion, and they could even remove the punishments weighing them down from their previous attempts to look into the future. The most important thing, at least for Vera and the other oracles, was that during a Nexus event many could change their fates. Lex personally did not feel too constricted by fate, but those who had foreseen their own fates seemed to fear it a whole lot. It was a critically important event for which many oracles were planning and plotting some things, to the point where there seemed to be a shortage of diviners in many places. Now, though, the information he was getting seemed to reveal some of the secrets behind why the Nexus event was such a big deal. It appeared as though the real secret of the event had to do with the item and the place, rather than anything else. The timeline for the release of the item from Nexus is unpredictable. It could happen tomorrow or in 10,000 years. But since it is only discoverable when the item escapes, it seems like Nexus does not suit your needs. In truth, that is not the case because the timing for that item's release can be controlled. I will now teach you how to induce the release of the item from Nexus, how to locate Nexus when it happens, how to mark its location so you can access it in the future, and how to get to it. Actually completing all those requirements will be your own headache. Lex did not answer, partially because he didn't want to interrupt, but also because he was still mostly in a trance. The only reason he could have a few random thoughts was only because those thoughts helped him understand the subject better. I told you earlier that Nexus is similar to prison, and that is because it traps the item born within for as long as possible. The item is different in shape and function each time, but it is born from the same way. Throughout the universe, every major and minor event that occurs has a consequence. Whether it is karmic, or along the lines of destiny, or through the application of other deep laws, they all have consequences that reverberate throughout the entire universe. If a butterfly flaps its wings in the primary realm, then some minuscule effect is felt even in the farthest corners of the void. Yet the nature of the Nexus is such that it wants to remain isolated from the universe, and everything that occurs within. As a result, all the energy, all the karma, all the fate and divinity or anything else that targets it as a result of something that happened in the universe is collected and concentrated, until it eventually forms an item. The more significant the events happening during a certain period of time, the quicker that item will be born. Similarly, the more energy directed towards the Nexus, the quicker that item will be born. I don't expect you to have any means to cause any significant events happening on a universal scale, so I will teach you a means to direct energy towards the Nexus. Lex's eyes flickered for a moment, and the figure caught it. She found it hard to believe that the puny human in front of it had any means of causing a stir on a universal scale. Although he seemed like he was thinking about it, she paid it no mind and continued to teach him how to channel energy towards the Nexus. Following that, she began to teach him how he could locate the Nexus, and how he was supposed to travel to and fro from it once he had found it. The process was not quick. Days went by as the figure expounded on the topic, going into necessary detail and allowing Lex to grasp the intricacies of the required task. The Nexus, as a place that broke the pattern of realms across the universe, was very much an abnormal and abstract place. Without the proper insight and awareness, it would be impossible to even conceive its existence, let alone find it. Lex had mostly traveled through the universe, either through the inn or through the resources of massive organizations that had existed in the universe for eons. He had never, himself, traveled the void, nor had he ever found a realm on his own. If he wanted to find the Nexus, he would have to do both, and so there was much to learn. Although he had only asked about how to locate a place similar to Abaddon, the blurry figure included all knowledge that he would need to access Nexus within her explanation. It was as if she could detect where he lacked, and expounded on it on her own. It took 13 days for the process to be complete, and once she was done, Lex was teleported back to the Midnight Castle without realizing it at all. He did not stir, for his enlightenment continued. Within the Midnight Inn, the armies had already begun to wake, and were one by one awarded their prizes. Although Lex hadn't been able to find extravagant prizes for them from the jungle, he'd already selected prizes from the system panel for their armies. To be truthful, however, they would not have minded even if there was no prize, for the mist itself had affected them immensely. The regal twig of majestic excellence, however, was handed over to the death-sworn family, who treated it with the utmost reverence, and acted as if they had received the greatest reward possible. The inn staff only found that to be natural, but if Lex had been conscious of what was happening, he would have found their reactions off, and would have wondered if he missed something about the twig. Lex opened his eyes slowly, as if waking up from the most relaxing siesta of his life. He found himself in a random bedroom within the Midnight Castle, and immediately sensed that the castle was still full of celestial-level guests. His mind went a little blue and Fenrir. He genuinely had no idea how long it would take for them to get free, but he had a feeling it would not be quick. If that was the case, then he needed to make the most of his time and use it productively. Fortunately, Abaddon did not cut his connection to the Midnight Inn. Through his projections and his system, he could still run it safely, while working on his plans in Abaddon in the meantime. He got up and found his way to Keeman, who was drinking malt from a soup dish, and regaling a firefly with stories of home. And then we started roasting marshmallows, but the marshmallows were incredibly insidious, and hid within their wafer houses. Fortunately, my fire was strong enough to deal with the unexpected hurdle, or that would have been one very disappointing bonfire. These marshmallows you speak of, they sound very tactical and enlightened. A formidable foe to look out for in the future, said the firefly. Very unlike the humans who inhabit this castle, I fail to see the tactical advantages of their actions. Do you know they wrap their feet in fabric and call it fashion? How absurd. If you think that's strange, wait till I tell you about. Keeman, who was excitedly sharing some news with the Firefly, suddenly turned towards Lex, as if he had just spotted him. He suddenly wore a guilty look, as if he had been caught doing something he shouldn't have. "It's good to see you're enjoying yourself," said Lex as he walked up to the Magma Lion. "I hate to take you away, but do you have a moment to spare? There's a few things we need to discuss." Of course. Excuse me, Professor Burns, I'll be right back," Keeman said to the Firefly, who did not seem to mind the interruption. "I didn't expect to see you so soon. I heard you were gravely wounded and would be healing for a while," Keeman said, though there was a hint of doubt in his tone. "I was injured, but I've since healed," Lex said dismissively. "I have an update on our scouting party. There's good news and there's bad news." "Bad news first," Keeman said, his expression turning solemn. "The bad news is that we may be stuck in this jungle for a long time. It's hard to say. The good news is that the scouting party ended up encountering a huge opportunity and are in the process of receiving it. Until they're done, we won't be able to leave, even if we want to." Keeman raised his eyebrow. That news was not nearly as bad as he was expecting to hear, all things considered. Even so, it was definitely odd and a huge speed bump to their mission. "Can you tell me why we won't be able to leave?" Keeman asked. "Not that I'm willing to leave a man behind, but I'd just like to know." "Oh, that's an easy one. It's because the incredibly powerful being that is giving them the opportunity won't allow us to leave until they're done. I don't know about you, but I don't really have the confidence to go against one of the powers of this jungle." When phrased like that, Keeman realized that they were genuinely stuck. Although they did not know what had happened outside, he had witnessed multiple Dao Lords with his own eyes. Even by Abaddon's standards, this place was unusual. "Well, that's not necessarily bad news. The Condottieri wants a tree sapling from this forest, and it won't be so easy to get our hands on it, according to some of the new guests I've talked to in the castle. This might be a good opportunity for us to heal up completely and explore the jungle a little, and harvest some of the resources here." "I'm glad you're taking things positively," said Lex. "I'll admit, I was a little bummed about having to spend some time here, but this might help me find a way to locate the chalice quicker, so I don't mind." The two talked for a while longer, discussing their plans before splitting up. If they were going to be settled here for a while, then it would be best to make the most of their situation. But as Lex left, Keeman looked at him with squinted eyes. Z had told him about how Lex was secretly a powerful badass, hiding his true cultivation level. Keeman didn't believe him because Lex should not have been able to hide it from Abaddon, or so he thought, because he remembered how wounded Lex appeared to be last time they saw each other. Now he was just fine. Such a thing was not so easy to explain. Lex sensed the doubt from Keeman, but didn't pay it much attention. Instead, he thought about the many system prompts he had gotten about items that could help the system repair itself. Although those notifications were inside the inner jungle, who was to say the outer jungle was also devoid of them? He could use this time to search for such items. Also, the blurry figure seemed to doubt that Lex had the ability to stir things up on a universal level. He couldn't explain why he felt so offended by something that should have been common sense. All he knew was that if it was a challenge, then the challenge was officially accepted. Within the Jolly Rancher, Jack opened his eyes. Their journey was about to come to an end. They were about to arrive at the Arctica realm, accompanied by 7 Dao Lord dragons. "Tiny Sparkles," Jack called out to his first mate. "Find me Bob, I have a task for him." Jack sat within the Jolly Rancher, having spent most of his trip in deep meditation. The disgusting potent stench of cursed karma had been temporarily removed, finally giving him the opportunity to rest and recover. Yet he knew that it was very much a temporary thing. As long as he stayed with the dragons, the stench would be suppressed, but as soon as they separated, the stench would return. Unfortunately, despite his ever-deepening insight into karma, he had no way to remove the curse, or even to prevent himself from being affected by the smell. Even though fairies seemed pretty magical, their powers had failed Jack in this endeavor. But he was not without hope. He had a feeling that reaching the immortal realm would be an important threshold for him, and might just give him the power he needed to resolve this issue, even if it only meant resolving the symptom instead of the problem. Jack stopped thinking about the future, and instead turned his attention to the recent past. The blurry figure who had seen through so much of Lex, as if he were an open book, possibly even knowing about his system, seemed to be unable to see the details of his life. It hadn't known about him being the Innkeeper, or the position of the midnight in the universe, budding as it was. It also seemed unable to see the connection between Jack and Lex. This, Jack found peculiar. Even the 7 dragons, as powerful as they were, could not see into that connection. Lex wasn't sure why their connection was a secret, but he deeply appreciated it. But since the being could not see the details of Lex's life, it only made sense that it would underestimate his influence, or ability to cause chaos. Jack was ruminating on his immediate future, about how he could focus on setting up the Nexus. He had no intentions of doing it as Lex. He wanted to keep Lex as far away from his secret hideout as possible, and that was the primary reason why he didn't choose to use Abaddon to hide his base. After all, despite how secretive it was, there were thousands of beings who knew Lex had been to Abaddon. Regardless of how difficult it was to find, if he ever faced a formidable foe, it would be easy for them to find out that Lex had spent time there. Considering that he frequently faced Dao Lords, Lex was preparing a safe house that could hide even from them. Obviously, that was easier said than done, but that did not bother him. The door to his room opened, and Jack looked towards the person who had just entered. Ever since they joined the 7 dragons, the karmic stench was Jack's only problem that seemed solved. The greatest other problem they solved was that Jack and the others did not need to worry about what Bob said, nor did they need to worry about Goldilocks turning everything into gold, nor did they need to worry about the crystal alligator turning everything into crystal. It was quite refreshing, but also a little disappointing. Lex was always the one who had crazy things happening to him, and Jack was the one who brought the crazy with him. Without the constant nonsense, it was a little boring. For a moment, Jack thought about what he had learned about his crew, from the dragons no less. Pebbles, the hamster, had somehow attained both immortality and invincibility in exchange for obtaining any other kind of power. As such, he genuinely only had the strength of a real hamster despite his cultivation level. His teeth were pretty powerful, though. Goldilocks and the crystal alligator were physical elementals with normal functioning bodies, which didn't make sense since elementals were beings made up only of the element they were associated with. Monk, the bear cub, had somehow hijacked every story about bear cubs in the universe and targeted them towards itself. That meant that sooner or later, as long as he didn't die, he would become pretty strong, or so he thought. Unfortunately, all stories involving bear cubs always depicted the cub as weak, and so Monk was weak. Now he needed to find other ways to grow his strength. Longbeard, the gnome with a beard longer than its body, had a long beard so hard he literally couldn't cut it at all. Oddly, it was only his beard hair that had this unique trait. Then there was Bob, good old Bob. Not only did he have multiple titles as a deity, which was rare yet not unheard of, he was the deity of entropy, which was, according to modern colloquial English, op as fu. After all, having power over entropy gave him access to chaos energy. But apparently that's not how Bob used his power. Instead, he used his authority to spread chaos and disorder with his words, affecting the laws of probability to make whatever he said, regardless of how improbable, probable. "Oh, thank the Lord you're in a better mood, Captain," Bob exclaimed, rushing in towards Jack. "Thou hast a heart of gold. To think you'd go out of your way to give a ride to 7 orphan dragons to another realm, your compassion falls onto us like water from a particularly high waterfall. I must sing your ballad throughout the land. Let it be known, let it be roared across the heavens and whispered in the deepest corners of forgotten realms, that the captain, yes, the captain, is no mere mortal soul. Nay, he is a titan of tenacity, a maestro of the miraculous. For who but he in all the spiraling worlds would dare, I say, to offer passage to 7, not 6, but 7 dwarf dragons, each blazing with majesty and molten mystery, and ferry them gallantly to their destined realm? Oh, what courage, what compassion, what completely cataclysmic coolness. What? All right, I get it, Jack interrupted Bob, feeling quite good about his cataclysmic coolness. Maybe he should let Bob talk more often. I have a mission for you, a mission that only you can do. The air was thick with palpable tension, an air of solemnity filling the wooden room. Magenta lights flickered from the lanterns, dancing across the room, only adding to the seriousness of the situation. Or so Bob imagined. Since he was partially colorblind, he had no idea what magenta looked like and just imagined that all colors were actually magenta, but he was just blind to it. Because isn't that what color blindness was? He did not see a certain color and instead saw a different color. So he was convinced that everything glorious was magenta, but so was everything awesome and epic. The fact that Bob did not rely on his eyes to see colors, and instead used his spirit sensed which saw all colors irrespective of any biological defects his eyes may have was completely inconsequential. In fact, the fact was brown, just like everything else lame and not fun. The tiny captain sitting in front of Bob, his body radiating a power completely immune to Bob's abilities, his tiny arms containing more strength than pancakes, was not brown. No, he was definitely magenta. "I have a mission for you, my most faithful and loyal confidant, my utmost trustworthy follower with the best and thickest coat of fur in existence," the captain spoke, his voice filled with unspeakable pain and melancholy. "It is a mission I can trust only to you, its importance completely magenta. There are many browns who will stand in your way, who will try to bar you, who will sell their very souls to damnation just to add a single iota of difficulty along your path. But their brownness cannot mar your magenta, and so I must trust only you with this task." Bob felt touched by the captain's trust, causing tears to well up in his eyes. He put his paw over his heart and exclaimed, "I swear to the heavens above and earth below, there exists no power in this universe that will stop me from fulfilling your task, Captain. Thou art more glorious than the sun and the stars, more magnificent than—" "Please, Bob, your eloquence is most magenta and is the highlight of my day, but you must save your splendor for the arduous task ahead," said the captain, his selflessness shining through once again. Bob had not failed to notice how he sacrificed the things he loved most, listening to Bob for the greater good. It was most magenta of him. The captain looked Bob in the eyes, communicating untold trust and even dependence. "We are on the precipice of a universally momentous moment," the captain said, standing up and turning around. He held his hands behind his back and looked out into the distance wistfully. "The very balance between good and evil, between light and darkness, between pancakes and Mondays, is at risk. Forces most insidious connive against us." Bob's heart lurched. "No, how can it be?" he asked helplessly. "How can they connive?" "Oh, it most certainly can be," the captain said. "They are definitely conniving, and there is only one way to prevent it. You must gather your power, accumulate it to the utmost of your ability, and save it. When we arrive in the Arctica realm, you must use your impeccable vision and see through its weakness, pinpoint the exact event that would cause the greatest repercussions, and allow it to unfold. It is critically important that such an event doesn't lead to mass slaughter or harm, but it is equally important that it causes waves throughout the universe. Do you think you can do that?" The weight of all that was good and holy in the universe fell onto Bob's shoulders, bathing him in a color even more magnificent than magenta. He was now baby pink. "Fret not, O Captain, my captain," Bob exclaimed, bowing so deep his forehead hit the floor. "I will complete this mission even if it costs me my life." With those words said, Bob, progenitor of the drama cats and member of Jack's pirate crew, the deity of entropy and sugar rushes, first of the drama cats, destroyer of Mondays and savior of pancakes, walked out, burdened with glorious purpose. The universe would never be the same again, he swore it. Jack, who was left in the room, looked at Bob oddly. For some reason, he had a feeling that the conversation he had with Bob and the conversation Bob had with him were two entirely different conversations. He just hoped that Bob would remember what Jack had told him. For their arrival into the Arctica realm, he told Bob to cause a small, barely noticeable disturbance, so that they could gauge the effects of his words on that realm, before planning out a much larger disturbance later on. That way, Jack could first focus on becoming an immortal, and then he could focus on speeding up the birth of the Nexus item and setting up a way to gain access to it. Somehow, during that time, he also needed to find a way to transfer the Chamber of Rebirth from Lex to Jack, alongside a single drop of blood from Lex, without any actual interaction between the two. He wanted to use blood from his main body instead of his fairy body because, well, he was kinder attached to his main body, as well as with the identity of being a human. With that done, Jack sat back down, cross-legged, and began to meditate, working on strengthening his mind. He would need all his mental strength to overcome the burden of his stench once the dragons left. Unseen to Jack and Bob, a purple-colored dwarf dragon sat in the same room, observing everything Jack said and did. Contrary to what his name suggested, Pride was not too prideful to spy on a mortal fairy to learn its secrets. It wouldn't go out of his way to learn them, but he wouldn't refrain from it either while the fairy was in front of him. The fairy's sudden interest in causing universal unrest caused it to feel a little curious. He could also do a couple of things to make that happen. He wondered why it was so important. There came a period of time where, oddly enough, Lex had little to do. He himself was trapped in Abaddon, so it wasn't like he could travel around much. He set things up so that as soon as the award ceremony ended at the inn, the next event would kick off. In fact, marketing for the cultural event had already begun. Before the actual culture event was initiated, there would be a month's time so that if anyone needed to set up, they could. This would allow them to travel to the inn, practice their performances, prepare any necessary ingredients or materials, and generally do whatever was required to ensure a good show. The spin that the inn would put on this was that just as the Midnight Games displayed the military might of numerous communities, this event, formerly called the Cultural Circus, would share the cultures of those communities. It was an attempt to foster friendly relations and a chance to spread their culture and tradition across the realm. While not as exciting as watching battles, Lex expected that this would get just as much viewership as the Midnight Games, if not more. After all, already there were many humans formerly from Earth who were adapting countless movies and books into plays for a live performance. Some were designing new video games, and others were compiling songs. There were many other regular guests of the inn as well who were preparing for the upcoming event, including even the paladins, who Lex paid closer attention to these days. Obsidian was developing fine as well, though the number of members were disappointingly few, although it made sense to take precautions and not just teleport somewhere random. They were beginning to take up some of the quests Lex had left on the board, such as submitting random information in exchange for some points. But that was about it. They were still very cautious, and none of them had discovered a way to leave their hill yet, which is why most of them were unable to meet each other. So what this meant was, Lex had nothing to do, no urgent task hovering over him. With the inn officially closed to the rest of the universe except the Origin realm and its many security measures in place, no one was bothering him, so there wasn't too much pressure on him either. So Lex made the most of his situation. He allocated certain parts of his mental processing power to cultivating, other parts to researching karma, and other parts still to comprehending lawcrafts. There were parts of his mind that he allocated to studying the laws of Abaddon, hoping that might help him understand this place a little better. That left him with only a moderate amount of free mental power. Of course, that moderate amount was only moderate relatively speaking. Even so, Lex decided to take things easy, and he only focused on 3 things, alternating between them. He chatted with the guests at the tavern, learning more about the insects and their communities within the jungle. When he wasn't doing that, he explored the jungle itself. Despite not containing nearly as many valuable treasures as the inner jungle, the outer jungle was still a treasure trove even greater than the Midnight Realm. More than once he found fruits that even his body craved, which was an incredible feat. Multiple times he encountered items which his dragon senses told him were valuable, or items his instincts were attracted towards. As if that was not enough, he even ran into an item that improved his system functionality an entire 0.5%. The crazy part was that the item wasn't even hard to find, nor was it protected by some incredibly strong monster. He wasn't even prevented from taking it by the jungle or the mysterious figure or anything. So basically, searching through the forest regularly for treasures became a part of his routine. But the thing he spent the most time on was trying to create his seal. His headband, while fashionable, was quickly wearing out. He needed to create a new seal for himself, or accept the fact that he was about to enter the Heaven Immortal realm. If such a thing was inevitable, then so be it. But Lex still had things to do as an Earth Immortal, such as helping out Vinai, the Phoenix in the Crystal Realm, or kill that accursed craven known as Belial. If there was one thing Lex was good at, it was seeking out revenge, and Lex still hadn't forgotten the pain Belial had caused him. Ben had moved on from his wife's miscarriage since she was healthy, and the fact that they eventually had another kid, but Lex did not forget. The only reason he hadn't already gotten revenge was because Vinai had asked him to hold off on it. However, if Lex couldn't stop his cultivation from increasing, it would not be the end of the world. After all, the Crystal Realm was also on its way to accommodating Heaven Immortals. As it so happened, Lex wanted to increase his knowledge about how realms operated. Worst-case scenario, he'd just have to study how to raise a realms level on his own. So Lex fell into a loop, transitioning between 3 activities to keep his mind fresh. Meanwhile, Z, who learned from Keeman that Lex had showed up once more, fully healed, narrowed his eyes. The fact that Lex had returned meant that Z was missing something, prompting Lex to show up again. If things continued this way and Z didn't step up, Lex would surely increase the difficulty of his training. But what was there to do? Ever since the insects became guests of the tavern, there had been no threats, and Z had been tasked with dealing with threats. But Lex had come back anyway. This only meant that there was a threat Z was not detecting, one that would only grow more serious the longer it was ignored. After a few hours of thinking, Z left the castle and explored the jungle, yet found nothing. Even so, he trusted his gut and kept exploring. Days passed, and the longer he found nothing, the more anxious Z got. That is until one day he ventured to the edge of the jungle and found him, the Dark Knight, his training partner, not the adversary he deserved, but the one he got anyway. He had been waiting right at the edge of the forest, and somehow he felt stronger than last time. Fortunately, Z was stronger too. "You came at last," the knight said, staring towards Z. "I thought maybe your courage had waned after experiencing a battling." The loser asking the winner if he lost his courage. Now that's something I haven't seen before. I'd say it's pretty courageous of you to show up in front of me once again after I beat you up. The Dark Knight shook his head. "You don't understand. I have nothing to lose and nothing to do. I want to see the person with the aura of Earth. I want to reminisce, to ask him about the planet I used to call home. Then I want him to die. Why should he be free to roam the universe while I am trapped here? He must become a prisoner of Abaddon as well." This time Z shook his head. "No, you don't understand. You think I'm depriving you of what you want by standing in your way? No, I'm saving you from a much worse fate, not that it matters what you think. Since you have decided to make an enemy of the Midnight Inn, then I will be the one to deal with you." "Deal with me? You think having background music makes you guaranteed to win? Within Abaddon I am immortal. Kill me 1,000,000 times and it matters not. I only need to succeed once. Infinite reincarnations is a crutch for the weak. I don't need to be reborn to defeat you. I can do it with a single life." While they exchanged words, Z was also scanning the surroundings, ensuring there was no trap waiting for him. It seemed that the knight could not, or would not enter the jungle. But that is not a reliance Z wanted to depend on. This was training, and that meant he had to face it head-on. "Last time, I was in a rush so we couldn't fight properly. This time, let's see if you can still pressure me." A lot of Z's combat strategy relied on building momentum, and the more momentum he raised, the stronger he would be. But of course, such a thing took time. Now that there was no rush, it would be a proper fight. "You are not the only one who was holding back last time," said the Dark Knight. He waved his hand, and from the ground a golem horse made from stone emerged, serving as the knight's mount. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then clashed. Now Luther was not an evil man, far from it. He was kind and attentive, and every worker of the inn had felt his care and attention. But a man had to have hobbies, and plotting the death and destruction of all his enemies was a pretty decent hobby in his opinion. After all, it kept the inn workers safe, and removed future obstacles from their path. For a long time, that planning came in the form of designing a prison in the inn for captured enemies. The problem was, no one dared to mess with the inn, so they hardly ever captured enemies. In the end, the prison was, ironically, being used as a spa for creatures who were born in a fiery environment. It was safe to say that such a plan could, more or less, be considered a bust. Then the innkeeper sent him on a mission to tame the planet Ereboth, and have it produce dungeons for the entertainment of the inn's guests. It was basically impossible to tame a planet in the celestial realm for him. He did, however, dominate Ereboth's psychology, suppressing him using the innkeeper's reputation and influence, making it easier for it to accept the innkeeper's superior position. During the process, Luther himself explored many of the dungeons and found them interesting and challenging, as well as rewarding. It seemed like, even if Ereboth wanted to, he couldn't withhold the reward for completing a challenge in the dungeons. All he could do was increase the difficulty of said dungeons. As it happened, while testing out a hell-themed dungeon, Luther had gained quite a lot, much to the dismay of the planet. Not only had Luther gained hellfire, he had also gained a blueprint for creating a miniature hell. He'd heard that the turtle was creating a heaven inside the inn, and thought that maybe he could work on creating a hell. After all, the inn was not biased towards any one side. Besides, while heaven had many benefits, hell was not without its own advantages. The most difficult part of creating a hell was finding a conceptualized torment. This was not a physical object or item, and was very much an abstract existence that could only be encountered by luck or chance, and never artificially created. Compared to heaven, which could be grown from a garden, hell presented a different, although equally difficult, challenge. This was something he wanted to discuss with Lex, since Lex had a lot of experience with these things, but he seemed preoccupied with their ongoing task. Luther had to admit, he was impressed by the Midnight Inn. He'd heard of guests coming to hotels, but he'd never really heard of a hotel or an inn traveling to a guest who was unable to leave their location. Now that he was in Abaddon, he could understand why it was important to bring the tavern to them. The innkeeper had probably been paid directly by the condottieri for this service. Little did he know, the innkeeper had not been paid at all. The system was simply accommodating the expenses for all basic services as a part of the ongoing quest. If the innkeeper wanted to earn something, he had to go out and gather his income himself. But that aside, Luther had been thinking long and hard about the conceptualized torment. He was not entirely sure what it was, or how he could find it, when it randomly occurred to him that all of Abaddon basically just seemed like one massive hell, and was probably filled with conceptualized torment. Probably. Now, normally, the rules of Abaddon made it pretty difficult for him to leave and search the lands on his own. But this jungle, it presented him with an opportunity. So one day, after gathering a lot of information on the jungle from their insectoid guests, he asked Lex to take over in the Great Hall for a bit. Luther was now on the hunt for some conceptualized torment, and once he found it, he would begin work on manifesting that concept as a hell. A week, then 2 weeks, and then 3 went by, and yet nothing changed. Lex managed to temporarily strengthen his seal, but encountered a huge issue. There was both internal pressure from his cultivation and tenet and external pressure from the laws of the universe themselves. It was as if Lex had crossed some invisible threshold, making it so he was ready to view and interact with those laws that he could not sense. Those laws, in turn, seemed almost excited to interact with him, but since he had not entered the next realm, they softly nudged at him, helping him move to the next level. Lex suspected that this feeling is what helped those immortals with a more normal experience enter into the next level. Either way, although he could reinforce his seal, he discovered that the pressure his seal faced increased exponentially. Every day that he did not break through, his internal and external pressure increased. He estimated that, currently, his seal could support him for 27 days. He needed to improve the seal before then. Lex also discovered, amazingly, that the longer he resisted the pressure to enter the next realm, the more the laws of the universe tried harder to increase their compatibility with him. This was not about facing increased pressure to enter the next realm. Rather, it was about how easily he could control or influence laws. In essence, the longer he resisted, the stronger he'd be once he broke through. Even if he did nothing else to raise his power, merely resisting for a longer time would improve his strength. So he focused more and more towards the seal, spending less time and mental power on studying anything else. During this time, Z kept fighting the Dark Knight, and Luther kept searching the jungle for something. The preparation phase for the cultural circus was still ongoing, with many looking forward to its initiation in 1 more week. 3 weeks passed by, and so much happened, yet at the same time, so little happened. Lex recalled the time when every day, if not every hour, brought him so many new challenges. He was not reminiscing in melancholy, merely observing the change in his mentality and perception. Weeks passed by, and yet he felt like it was nothing. He imagined that even if years passed by, he would fail to feel their weight. Time had lost meaning to him. It should now be measured in the number of significant events rather than duration. Or not, he wasn't picky about such things. But eventually, a significant event finally occurred. The Jolly Rancher with the dragon Greed at its helm reached the Arctica realm. The 7 dragons had planned for a proper grand entrance. Instead, they were taken by surprise by the laws of the realm. The 7 dragons were instantly teleported to the level solely for Dao Lords, meaning there were no weaklings for them to show off in front of, although one could argue that all new Dao Lords were weaklings in front of the dragons. To the owners of the realm, the arrival of the 7 dragons was no surprise. After all, they had sent a letter of intent, as was proper, before arriving. This meager amount of basic courtesy was given since they came with good intentions. It was everyone else who was taken by surprise by the presence of the 7 dragons. The 7 dwarfs had not left the folklore realm since the incident with Snow White. Even those who did not know soon found out that Snow White was the name given to an artificial ice age the dragons induced in a major realm, causing it to become uninhabitable by any non-ice affinity being for billions of years, causing severe loss to countless organizations and nearly instigating a war. Even that was nothing compared to the chaos they caused when they messed with the Alchemiste du Matal Complet, a being considered to be at the very peak of the Dao Lord realm. Or the time where they hijacked the faith of hundreds of deities, inserting their stories inside their theogonies, creating an infinite feedback loop to strengthen their own lore. Fortunately, the laws of the folklore realm didn't extend to the rest of the universe, so their plan ultimately failed, or the consequences would have been disastrous. Or the first time they caused an incident called the Snow White Incident, where all 7 dwarves fell in love with an ice elemental called Snow White, or the Time. The stories were endless, and all of them were bad. Nobody knew the exact details of how the dragons had been persuaded to enter into seclusion, returning to their realm, finally allowing relative peace to return to the universe. Of course, the dragons weren't nearly as bad as an entity like Wukong, who was considered a taboo among Dao lords. His arrival here would have incited an immediate war or an immediate escape, possibly both. They were, however, considered very troublesome nonetheless. It could almost be said that their very arrival to the Arctica realm was like causing a stir within the upper echelon of the universe. "Oh no," a Dao lord whispered, one who had personally witnessed all 6 Snow White incidents throughout the history of the dragons' lives. "The Arctica realm is a realm with a strong yin and cold affinity. Don't tell me, there's going to be another Snow White." A chill suddenly went up the backs of several Dao lords, regardless of whether they actually had any backs to begin with. Greed, who was most looking forward to the bombastic entrance they had planned, looked forlornly at Jolly Rancher, which had come to this level with them. Without an audience, what was the point of keeping the ship? Sure, by mortal and immortal standards, it was a decent vessel. Valuable, too. But to a Dao lord, well, it could not even incite the greed in Greed's heart. With a wave of his claw, he sent the ship back to Jack, thereby cementing the story of how Captain Jack had once given a ride to 7 Dao lords and causing a legend to begin. Another stir was caused, since now there was a ship which had ferried Dao lords, and it was now in the hands of a mortal fairy. The karma associated with that ship, the value, the absolutely unprecedented history of it. If they weren't right under the noses of the Dao lords, perhaps countless beings would have cast aside their pride and attacked Jack for it already. Jack was meditating when he entered the Arctica realm. He had no warning that anything was about to happen. He had, in his mind, shared everything he knew about the Arctica realm with the Dao lords. There was no reason for them to not know that upon arrival into the Arctica realm they would be separated into different levels. How was he to know that Envy had purposefully hidden that information from his brothers, just to cause a little mischief? Not that it mattered whether they knew or not. The Dao lords had basically no interaction with Jack since their departure, and there was no reason for them to warn him ahead of time that they were about to arrive. So when he was suddenly thrust into the Arctica realm, he was not really surprised. What did bother him, however, was the lack of his ship. It was gone. He had arrived within a landing pool, a pool of cool, refreshing liquid meant to capture those entering the Arctica realm to ensure that they didn't accidentally end up somewhere that would harm them. After all, compared to immortals, mortals were a lot more fragile and needed a lot more care. After gathering his bearings, Jack swam out of the pool and looked around. His entire crew was present and accounted for, even if they hadn't landed in the same pool, yet his ship was missing. Jack felt a regretful twinge in his heart, as if he had lost a valued family member. But it wasn't like he could just walk up to the Dao lords and ask for it back. Maybe in the future, when he was also pretty strong, he could somehow get it back. "Form up," said Jack, addressing his crew. They hadn't come here to sightsee, no. They had come here to take on the trial that was unique to the Arctica realm and use it to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. As it happened, many members of his crew had odd or unique restraints, meaning that they could not progress through realms with ordinary means. The crystal alligator, for example, had only just been born, and if he were to rely on his natural bloodline to grow, it would take thousands of years. Or he could rely on absorbing crystals, which is how he cultivated, but that would be expensive. Passing through the challenge in the Arctica realm sounded easier, or at least quicker. Jack gave Bob an odd look. The drama cat was, for once, keeping his mouth shut on his own. He wore a somber look and didn't seem like he would open his mouth even if his life depended on it. Such behavior made Jack suspicious, but now was not the time to probe the destroyer of Mondays. "Don't cause a scene. We're going to stay low-key until we get our bearings. It would be best if we can take the challenge to the next level without attracting any attention whatsoever. We don't want any obstacles." "Don't worry, boss," said Pebbles, saluting Jack. "We won't attract any attention at all. We'll blend right in with the locals." Jack looked at the hamster and said nothing. For once, the hamster had all its limbs and even its eyes and ears. No, what was missing today was its entire torso, and in its place the hamster had a thin stick as if it were a stickman, or, well, a stick hamster. "Good, that's the spirit," said Tiny Sparkles. "You hear that, alligator? No causing any problems." Tiny Sparkles and the crystal alligator stared at each other, challenge evident in their eyes, but Jack couldn't be bothered to look into it. Slowly but surely, the nauseating smell that accompanied him was returning now that the dragons were gone. Even though Lex had learned so much about karma recently, Jack had no idea how to get rid of the smell. The crew quietly left the building, not attracting any attention whatsoever. They were only a few amongst a crowd of millions, so it made sense that no one paid attention to them. Then it happened. Bob smiled as if he sensed an opportunity. Jack sensed danger, but he couldn't react in time. The Jolly Rancher, with its massive frame that was huge even by normal standards, let alone for a ferry, suddenly fell from the sky, ushered into the level with a heavenly phenomenon. Rainbow appeared in the sky, birds began to sing, flowers began to bloom, the Wi-Fi speeds shot through the roof, and the ping for all video games became -1. The whole level was attracted to the sight, their greed provoked. But the ship was not meant to be theirs. No, it arrived right in front of Jack and landed softly. "Thanks for the ride, little fairy," Pride's voice boomed from the ship, alongside the faintest bit of its aura, declaring to the universe that the Tao Lords had hitched a ride on a mortal's ship. Jack, who was stunned by Pride's aura and overwhelmed by the changes the Jolly Rancher was undergoing, could not move nor could he speak. To his absolute horror, the next voice he heard was Bob's. "Behold, mortals, the magnificent Captain Jack, his very presence a gracious gift upon your existence." Bob's voice boomed across the entire level, reaching even those who were so far they could see nothing other than the shine given off by the Jolly Rancher. Conqueror of the river Styx, slayer of gravity eels, taxi driver to Tao Lords, and the charisma king of the folklore realm, these are but some of the titles he boasts on a normal Tuesday. Oh Lord have mercy, don't even get me started on his titles on a Friday. All eyes in the vicinity fell onto Jack, his handsome fairy body standing silently at the bow of the Jolly Rancher, fairy dust glimmering in the wind behind him, looking as cool as an ice cream sundae. He has come to this realm hiding in the shadow of Tao Lords, if only because it was the only way to hide his own brilliance, for a purpose most magenta. Bob, of course, knew that Jack's purpose was to remove the karmic curse on his race, and had the common sense not to say such outright. He would never say that and interfere with Jack's plans. That's why he found the perfect distraction, so that the universe would never know his real purpose. As it happened, a magenta ore, one that remained largely undetected across the Arctica realm, suddenly began to shine, revealing itself to the whole universe. Bob smirked smugly. Yes, his speech was most magenta. Jack had regrets. Of course he had regrets. Admittedly, he kind of anticipated that Bob would screw things up. He even thought of finding Bob and telling him specifically what to say. Their entire history up until that point had led Jack to believe that Bob would, in some way, screw things up. So why did he go ahead and tell Bob to cause a stir anyway? It was simple. Jack thought it might actually be kind of fun. Looking back, every time Bob caused a scene, it was absolute chaos and sometimes even nearly killed them. But looking back, it was also a lot of fun. What was a little challenge here and there? What was the point of life if all he focused on was working and not having fun? After all, he decided to do all the serious stuff as Lex, while living slightly more carefree as Jack. After all, unlike Lex, Jack had no pressure weighing down on him, such as the threat of his inn being discovered as an unguarded treasure trove. At most, he had that pesky karma weighing him down. So he decided to let Bob let loose for once and have a little fun along the way. Now, he very much regretted that decision. He had signed up for some fun and a little inconvenience. He had not signed up to let everyone in the universe know that he, as a mortal, had interacted with a Tao Lord. Of course, one could see that as an amulet of protection. Who would mess with a person who had proven ties to a Tao Lord? The answer was, anyone who had a bone to pick with that particular Tao Lord. In that regard, the dragons had left no room for any doubt. It was an absolute certainty that they had many who had a bone to pick with them, but didn't actually dare to mess with them. In such a situation, Jack could become a decent alternative. Even so, Jack did not expect to face immediate trouble. No matter what, it would still be foolish to target him. Who said the dragons wouldn't retaliate if something like that happened? No one. But as if that was not enough, Jack had now publicly received his own ship, a ship which had now carried 7 Tao Lords across the void. The mere touch of a single Tao Lord, let alone 7, was enough to transform the Jolly Rancher into a remarkable treasure. This was not an exaggeration. Jack had already learned, through Lex's experiences, that anything and everything related to a Tao Lord was absolutely out of this world, and perhaps even beyond their comprehension. Now what would happen to a ship, one that Jack had specifically designed with the intention to traverse the universe? Once it carried 7 Tao Lords across the universe. Neither Jack nor Lex had any idea, but they were about to find out. Fortunately, the laws within the Arctica realm were special. The Jolly Rancher was immediately restricted by the level it was in, limiting its growth to that of a mortal item. That meant that the Jolly Rancher could, at most, be an item with the power level of the nascent Soul Realm. That also meant that the ship would have an extremely robust foundation, so that it could easily transcend the limitations of the mortal realm and easily grow stronger when it was needed. Jack, standing atop the ship, could feel the changes happening beneath his feet. He felt the wood grow stronger, the gold become an even better conductor of spiritual energy, the crystal become harder and more difficult to break. Not only did the sails also grow stronger, they gained the ability to restrict just the wind. They could now be pushed forward by currents of energy as well. As if that was not all, Jack felt the cannons hidden beneath the deck grow stronger, and felt the crow's nest become mysterious, as if able to see through not only the distance, but the future as well. Jack, due to his connection to the ship which he had nurtured with his own fairy dust, felt each and every change as he was stuck there. But those in the surroundings just looked on as the Jolly Rancher, a behemoth of a ship, underwent numerous changes to its appearance and aura. They could only begin to guess the changes that were taking place, and even more, could only guess in their hearts the background and origin of the fairy standing definitely in front of the entire realm. His handsome yet solemn expression as he looked out at them, ready to accept all challenges, made him seem powerful beyond his realm. Many instantly decided to either befriend him or stay away from him, not risking becoming his enemy. Some, however, had impressive backgrounds of their own and weren't so easily deterred. Those could not help but feel a sense of challenge welling up inside their chest. They could feel it. In front of them was the protagonist of the era, the defining character who would challenge conventions, make history, and have his name written down in the annals of time. Maybe, just maybe, he would become a legend too. Before any could challenge him, however, it happened. A magenta light rose up from within the ground, passing through everything solid and filled the very air, as if announcing its presence to the universe. Many dropped to their knees instantly, though since they had been facing the Jolly Rancher when the light erupted, it looked like they were kneeling in front of the ship and in front of Jack. Bob, who looked out at the scene before him, raised his head with pride. He was not surprised by the shining of the light, nor the kneeling of the people. It was only right. The captain had made his first appearance in public since the crew was started, and this would only be the first of many. Bob looked towards the others to see their reactions, and felt immense satisfaction to see their surprise. Then he noticed that Goldilocks was missing, and a trail of gold footprints went out into the distance. Bob shook his head. The others really needed to stop causing trouble for the captain. It was most brown of them. As the aura of the Tao Lords waned, and Jack once again regained the ability to move, a solemn expression filled his face. It was not because he had advertised to the universe that they should rob him because he had immense treasure. No, his expression changed as a result of the magenta light. He felt from it a power he was all too familiar with. It was divine energy. But unlike any other divine energy he had ever felt, it did not belong to anyone, nor was it associated with any being, as it had been self-generated from certain ores. As someone who had been learning about treasure manufacturing lately, and had some experience in handling divine energy, Jack could instantly tell that this ore would be extremely useful in crafting and creating divine items. He could imagine how a powerful treasure, specifically designed to enhance some aspect of a deity, could take the power of that deity to another level. Bob, for example, could cause untold havoc by merely speaking. Now imagine if he had a divine megaphone. A normal treasure and a treasure which could generate and use divine energy were not in the same realm. Even others, who were not deities, could make use of treasures that harnessed divine energy. He guessed that the appearance of such an ore was not a part of the Arctica race's plan. Or, if it was, then they were making a grand statement to the universe, and were using this as an opportunity to demonstrate their power and resources. Either way, he needed to take advantage of the situation and his newfound reputation to get his hands on some of that treasure. He had a feeling that it would be quite difficult to get his hands on this ore pretty soon. "You all stay here while I have a word with our hosts," Jack said, his voice audible in the surroundings, keeping up the facade of a powerful and influential figure. "There's been a small change of plans." "Captain Goldilocks ran off while we weren't looking again," Tiny Sparkles said, feeling a little guilty for not keeping an eye on that troublesome duck. "In that case, quickly go and find Goldilocks and bring him back. Make sure he doesn't get into trouble. Jack looked around and noticed that they were still being observed by everyone. Without caring, he released the Jolly Rancher's anchor, parking it in its spot. The anchor, too, had been upgraded and served as a defensive device of sorts. Not only would it park the ship in its location, but it would also keep out unapproved people from the ship. Of course, the power of the anchor was limited to the nascent Soul Realm, but within this level, that was more than sufficient. Jack flew off the ship and approached the administrative office where the local guides for the level would be. This close to the entrance of the level, this office was likely filled with those responsible for ensuring safe and stable entrance into the realm for the foreigners, and to keep an eye on them. Even so, it would have to suffice for Jack's purposes. Despite the attitude he had displayed outside, as soon as he entered the office, Jack became perfectly friendly and approachable. He walked up to the receptionist and asked to see whoever was in charge of the area. His request was vague, since there were many staff members in the building, each with very specific roles, but soon enough he found himself in a cramped office shared by 3 workers. Each of them sat at their desk overwhelmed by paperwork. "How can I help you?" asked the Director of Land and Mineral Oversight. "I just arrived in your realm, straight out of the folklore realm with the big guys. Anyway, I'm looking forward to learning all about you guys, seeing as how we're likely to become allies in the future." I couldn't help but notice the magenta light, and quickly figured that it's related to some ore. Now, as far as I understand, this entire segment of this realm has been segregated for us foreign visitors, right? If that's the case, I was wondering if I could get a permit to mine some of this new ore. It's caught my fancy a little. The rule of law was a very big thing in Arctica, and he wanted to cover all his bases before he began his operation. His gut told him that there was going to be a big hullabaloo caused by this ore, and he wanted to make sure that he acquired it legally, so that the Arctica race wouldn't take it back from him. As he expected, there was no problem with him mining and exploring the resources within the permitted zones. After all, the whole point of the New Age Expo was to show off everything that the Arctica race had. After filling out a whole lot of paperwork and understanding the legalities of mining, he got the permit. When he exited, he fully expected that his crew had not found Goldilocks. To his immense surprise, they were all there, Duck included. They wore incredibly guilty expressions, as if they were hiding a secret, but they were all there. "What happened?" Jack asked. "Nothing, not a single thing," Longbeard answered forcefully. "Shall we head out, Captain? Got things to do, right?" Jack narrowed his eyes for a moment, but then shrugged. "Get on board, we're going mining," he exclaimed, flying to his ship and lifting the anchor. Within the highest level of the Arctica realm, Pride watched Jack with interest. His existence at this level afforded him the privilege to control lower levels, although the Arctica race had strictly forbidden them from doing as much. Any attempt would be immediately detected, and they would be deported from the realm. Even so, it allowed Pride to at least watch everything from afar. He turned to look from Jack towards a mortal farm where an entire field of crops had been turned into gold. A number of hens sat atop eggs of gold, and a laundry line filled with undergarments had become a statue of gold, a permanent addition to the farm. After all, no mortal should be able to harvest nether lily gold. "All right, boys, here's the deal," Jack said in a whisper as he gathered his crew together in one of the newly enchanted rooms of the Jolly Rancher. "We have an official permit to mine special ores, but as a condition of the permit, we have to submit 40% of all the ore we gather to the taxation office." "Ah, I get it," said Longbeard, running his hands through his beard. "We're going to commit tax fraud, very white collar of us." "No, nothing like that," said Jack, rolling his eyes. "Listen to me, guys. It's very important that within the Arctica realm you don't break any laws. The Arctica race is very particular about that, and they always have Tao Lords watching. We can't keep secrets from them." The crew's faces suddenly went pale, and they looked towards the Goldilocks, who was staring at his own reflection in a sheet of gold. Jack cleared his throat, ignoring the very obvious signs of their misdemeanors, and focused on the task ahead. "Listen to me. Submitting 40% of our harvest was an option I opted for myself because that way, the license I got allows me to mine anywhere, excluding cities, inhabited areas, and private property. Basically, the license will glow, letting me know wherever I can mine. The important thing is, we have an edge against everyone else. Everybody is going to want to get their hands on the ore, but not everyone will have a legitimate way to get it, at least not in the beginning. That's our advantage. We're going to make use of the rules and laws of this place. So this is what we're going to do. Ollie, you're on lookout. What you have to do is..." Jack quickly explained the plan to everyone. It was relatively simple, so he didn't expect any of them to have any problems understanding their roles. At first, some of them were a little upset at the lack of tax fraud, but as soon as they heard Jack's plan, they quickly got on board. They were simple beings and had simple tastes. They liked to rip off people. Was that so much to ask? Jack shook his head dismissively and focused on flying the ship, chasing the magenta light. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like the existence of this ore seemed too good to be true. But if that were the case, why hadn't anyone stopped him? Why hadn't they taken the opportunity to prevent him from getting a license for that ore? The only thing he could think of was that no one else realized how valuable the ore was. That seemed almost impossible. The second possibility was that they thought it was not as valuable as Jack seemed to think it was. That was likely the correct guess. Whatever, Lex had an entire realm at his beck and call, and Jack had a cool-ass ship that could now probably travel the void. Treasures and resources weren't something he was seriously lacking in any version of himself. So if there was an ore that even he found interesting, then Jack wasn't going to care what others thought of it. The ship, for which Jack had already procured the appropriate licenses, flew silently over the land, drawing attention from all who saw it. None had approached Jack so far, but news of Jack, the Tao equivalent of Uber Black, had already spread through the entire level. Everyone recognized his ship, and many had actually begun to follow him from a distance. Everyone was wondering what he was doing, and some were planning out how they would treat him. After all, the unusualness of his situation was evident to all. Fairies didn't typically attract so much limelight, so the fact that this one had made him special. In that case, reporting him to the enemies of the humanoid alliance might be more valuable than befriending him. Jack didn't care. He simply focused on finding the ore. Despite the light covering the entire level, the actual quantity of the ore was not so abundant. Jack was actually using Lex's experience with treasure hunting and his knowledge of glyphs to mimic a dragon's ability to sense treasure using his own fairy dust. The effectiveness of the ability was, naturally, significantly weakened, but there was no other solution at the moment. In fact, Jack wasn't the only one searching for the ore. Regardless of what the Tao Lords thought of it, an ore that could cause a phenomenon across an entire level was no doubt valuable to mortals. As such, numerous groups, organizations, and individuals had set out for the treasure hunt, but actually finding the ore was easier said than done. Of course, not many of them had the foresight to get a permit for mining either. It was a race to see who could find the ore first and who could gather most of it. Naturally, the citizens of the Arctica realm itself had the greatest advantage, but they left the area designated for foreigners alone. Jack, of course, was not content to leave things as they were. Besides using his own means to find treasure, he also made use of his secret weapon, even if its actual effectiveness was yet to be tested. The crystal alligator had an unusual fondness for treasures, and had on more than one occasion fought with tiny sparkles over the allocation of their loot. Jack couldn't really be bothered to rein him in, especially when he had much more troublesome crew members to oversee. Now, though, it was a pretty good opportunity to see if he really could ferret out treasure. So, the alligator was taken to the crow's nest, which had been magically and mystically enhanced. Then the waiting game began. As the ship flew over the land, the hours started to roll by, and the anticipation only grew. Impatience began to grow within the crew, and Jack, who was being affected by the stench of his own karma, wasn't in the best of moods either. Then it happened. It was Jack nor the alligator who sensed something. Instead, it was Bob. 1644 perchance. Now Bob was a deity, and no matter how hard they tried, it wasn't easy to forcefully keep his mouth shut. The alternative that the crew found most effective was to simply keep his mouth busy, so that he would not be able to use it to talk. Some routine ways in which they did that was through the use of jawbreakers, or basically any kind of food, making him blow bubbles, a silence competition, playing breath-based musical instruments, and telling him that silence was golden. On rare occasions, they froze the space around his lips, forcing them shut, or threw him into an illusionscape where he thought he was speaking, or maybe, if they were feeling especially bold, ask him questions to which he couldn't possibly respond with something absurd. There was this one time they crossed the river of death and cheated reality itself to approach 7 Tao Lords, just so that they could contain the repercussions of his speech. Some argued that since the safe environment in which he could speak was only a positive side effect, and not the intended purpose of their trip to the Tao Lords, they couldn't really claim that as something they did to protect themselves from his words. Jack argued that since it happened, and it worked, he was going to milk it for all the credit he could get. Of course, there were also times where their attempts to occupy him failed, and he spoke as he wished, like the moment he discovered the ore. For once, Bob's signature smile faded from his face, and an unbearably serious expression replaced it. "Verily, I have seen disaster on the horizon," Bob said, his voice suddenly deeper by a few octaves, almost as if it were a different person speaking. Jack suddenly turned to look at Bob, but the drama cat was actually looking towards the distant horizon. The tomes recording history will mark the day as the one where hope died, and the day the light dimmed. Yet unto you I impart this knowledge. History will also record this day as a day of miracles, where aspirations were met and dreams came true. The weapon of the future has been revealed, and her name will be faith. The last word Bob spoke had an unspoken weight, one that Jack recognized all too well. It was the weight of a secret of the universe. To learn those secrets, one would normally need to be at a higher cultivation level, but none in his crew could be called ordinary by any means or standards. Well, technically, if the standard was the amount of craziness required to join his crew, then yes, all his crew members met it, and were thus quite ordinary in that specific regard. "What do you mean?" Jack asked, walking up to the drama cat. Bob turned to look at Jack, his eyes carrying an unfamiliar solemnity. But it did not last long, for clarity began to fill them as he looked at Jack. "O Laud, Captain, O Laud, I thought of your wisdom like the sun, shining light onto the world, imparting enlightenment and sustaining life. Oh, how I was wrong. Clearly, Captain, your wisdom is far greater. It is only now I realize the threat of this ore, yet you had sensed it already, and already made plans for it. Surely you already know of what I speak, so let me translate the rays of your brilliance down for the rest, that they may drink from the spring of your knowledge." The crew all turned to look at Bob, though not to listen to him talk about drinking from the captain's knowledge. It was rare for him to speak so much so coherently, though coherence might be used liberally in this instance. "You all may be trapped in shadow, but fear not, for I shall slay your ignorance just as I slayed Monday." Jack didn't want to tell him Monday still existed on Earth, so he kept quiet. Deities cannot depart from the realm they are born in. That is a fundamental law that establishes the foundation of all pantheons. Suddenly the whole crew was alarmed. How could they forget? This was actually somewhat common knowledge in the folklore realm, where deities were extremely common. Everyone knew that deities were restricted to the demi-dao lord realm, unable to grow stronger, and that they could not ordinarily leave the realm where their pantheon is based. Leaving that realm would not only result in a huge decrease in power for the said deity, but would partially cripple him or her until he returned. But Bob was. Well, Bob was Bob. None of them were going to question him, though it was fairly obvious that he was most certainly not crippled. "'Tis the reason why the universe is at peace. 'Tis the reason why pantheons fight and tolerate one another. 'Tis the reason no one deity spreads their influence from one realm to a different one. What would, say you, happen to this dynamic were a divine autarky artifact come into existence, one that does not rely on worship or ritual to sustain itself, one that can pull its own energy out from the air?" Silence, a deafening silence, filled the Jolly Rancher, mostly because none of them knew the answer. "Quack," Goldilocks said, turning its head sides. "Exactly," Bob roared. "It can be like a seed, nay, an autodynamic apparatus used to spread the foundations of any pantheon across the universe, infinitely forever. Suddenly, the most unkillable existences in the universe become even harder to kill. So long as a single follower still exists, a single source of faith, they will live forever. A whole new resource to farm from the countless realms," Jack suddenly said, understanding dawning on him. "The deities will invade the weaker realms not for anything else but to proselytize." Jack frowned. No, wait, that wouldn't make sense. A bunch of demi-dao lords could never declare war on other major realms, nor could they genuinely compete with other powerful organizations. However, he could see how certain powerful organizations might want to spread the influence of deities associated with them. Perchance, were a deity to create more than just an artifact, what might be the consequence? Perchance, what if they were to create another body? Perchance. 1645, the facade of balance. Jack resisted the urge to twitch his lips at Bob's constant use of perchance, and instead focused on the content of what he was saying. He hadn't said it outright, but it was definitely what he heavily insinuated. He also heavily insinuated that the appearance of this ore might result in a number of universal wars, but Jack didn't think it would be so easy to destabilize the universe. Sure, deities were impressive, but the hard lock on their cultivation meant that they would never become the peak powers of the universe. That did, however, mean they were the perfect members for countless powerful organizations. Nearly invincible, unkillable beings near the Dao realm used to fill in numbers, and do their bidding sounded like a mighty good deal. In that case, these organizations might engineer situations where the deities within their own organizations grew a larger following across the realms. Sure, that might cause some friction between organizations, but Jack did not think it would extend to the level of universal war. The chances of wars, invasions, or crusades in smaller realms was a lot more likely, though. Jack personally found such a possibility highly annoying, not only because it put the Midnight Realm at greater risk, but because his personal enemy was likely to become even harder to kill. The last thing Bob said, though. "Will that allow deities to leave their realms?" Jack asked. He didn't care if it broke his image as an all-knowing captain. This was too important to not ask about. But he should have known better. Instead of thinking that Jack didn't know the answer, Bob felt like Jack asked so that his crewmates would be enlightened. Bob's legs quivered as tears welled up in his eyes. Such a noble heart, such noble intentions, oh Lord, what did we do to deserve so much care? What did we do? The tears started to stream down his face as he shut his eyes tight, unable to behold the benevolence of the captain. Seeing that Bob was unable to speak, Tiny Sparkles spoke up. "The universe likes balance, or at least the appearance of balance," he said, his voice deep and reverberating as normal. "Deities were made as near unkillable as a thing could get, but in exchange a heavy restriction was placed on them. They could never achieve the Tao, and they were forever stuck within their realm. That means that if their realm doesn't mature, they won't even be able to reach the peak of what the divine path allows." For a moment, Tiny Sparkles stopped speaking, as if struggling. Eventually, though, he sighed and spoke. "Take me, for example. The universe made me small and gave the unicorns, a race born near perfection, never suffering from sickness or ailments, their first ever instance of dwarfism. In exchange for my smaller, stunted size, as compensation, I grew an incredibly powerful and potent horn, so much so that I was able to pack more energy into my body than any other unicorn in existence. So what was originally a system of balance, where I gained one flaw in exchange for one benefit, became a broken system where I attained unimaginable power. The restriction on deities seems very much like the same thing. At a glance, the restrictions seem like flaws in exchange for extremely potent abilities, but as the universe grows and more possibilities come into existence, those restrictions can become invalid. It's very likely that if a deity can make another body using this ore, they really will be able to leave their realms sooner or later. After all, this ore seems to generate its own divine energy. If that's the case, it will solve the crippling issue that deities face once they leave their realms. Jack pursed his lips, then turned towards Bob. "Can you sense the location of the ore?" he asked. "Verily, I can find it even with my eyes closed," Bob said, pointing in a certain direction. "Excellent. In that case, while we cannot do tax fraud, it doesn't prevent us from war profiteering. We need to get our hands on as much of this ore as possible. This is going to be big. Oh, and we should also get some to add to the Jolly Rancher. That'll be our first order of business." While the crew immediately set out, approaching the ore at breakneck speeds, certain beings had already come to understand the effectiveness of this ore. The Arctica race seemed uninterested in the ore at first very much, because they knew that deities could not approach the Tao realm. But soon, even the Arctica race learned about the influence of the largest collection of demi-Tao lords in the universe. Pride, of course, only watched all of this in silence. How interesting it was that this happened right after they arrived in this realm. It was as if Jack's purpose of causing a universal stir was a lot more thorough than even Pride realized. Or he was just lucky, which was also just as fascinating a possibility considering his horrendous karma. He closed his eyes and summoned a small piece of the very ore that Jack and the rest were on the hunt for. He studied it with great intrigue. There already existed within this universe divine stones, which were similar to spirit stones except they contained divine energy. But this ore, which revealed within itself the ability to replenish its divine energy, was new. It was interesting, but as a being at the very peak of the Tao Lord himself, interesting is all it was. Instead, he turned his attention back to Jack. Secrets that could be hidden from even him and his brothers were far from simple. He was too prideful to forcefully reveal them, but he didn't mind testing things every now and then. Pride channeled a hint of his power into the ore in his hand, and then flicked it away, immediately causing it to leave his level and enter Jack's. What happened next, he would watch with great interest. The sudden boost of speed by the ship allowed the crew to lose the crowd following them, which meant that as they followed Bob's directions, they ended up being the first ones to find the ore, with no one in sight to compete with them. That was fortunate. After using the license to ensure they could dig in this area, the crew immediately got to work, drilling through the ground, reaching for the ore. They didn't have much time. A massive wooden ship out in the middle of nowhere wasn't exactly inconspicuous. Jack kept lookout, just in case anything unexpected happened or some competitor showed up. To his immense surprise, nothing happened. Within a few minutes they found the ore, though the entire deposit was about the size of a large fries from Donald's. "Well, that was easy," said Monk, the bear cub who had been silent recently. As the universe had just been waiting for him to speak, the sky suddenly changed colors, attracting everyone's attention. A large magenta meteor shot through the air, its familiar aura raining down on the planet as it attracted everyone's attention. "That's not ore, that's refined metal ready to be used," Ollie exclaimed in shock. "Boys, it doesn't count as mining as long as we catch it in the air," Jack exclaimed and jumped back onto his ship, immediately taking flight. He gave the first chunk of ore to Bob after putting away the taxable amount, of course. Like a rocket, they blasted off the surface of the planet and aimed for the shooting star. Jack, for a moment, couldn't help but think back to that one shooting star that had started it all. Then he thought about how, back then, he too had said something careless. Now he couldn't blame a random wish for everything that happened subsequently, but one could not ignore the similarity between his current situation and what happened back then. Could Monk's words really have raised a flag? For a moment Jack's belief wavered, but then he shook his head. No, it was impossible. He didn't believe in flags. It was pure happenstance. "Captain, other ships have been detected targeting the shooting star," Ollie said, reporting from the crow's nest. "Boys, I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure what the rules are about aerial combat here. There's a chance we might end up in jail for this, but no matter what, we have to get our hands on that shooting star." Instead of being intimidated by the threat of imprisonment, the crew seemed excited by the notion of fighting for treasure. Jack also stopped worrying about the consequences. He was sure there was some leeway or diplomatic immunity that they were afforded. More importantly, no one stopped him or told him otherwise, so technically speaking the blame wasn't on him. Feeling a tinge of excitement about taking his new and improved Jolly Rancher into battle, Jack began flapping his wings, allowing his fairy dust to fall onto the ship, transforming it. For a split second he was distracted. Even Jack felt a trace of pity for Z. The poor kid wanted cool transformations and multiple attack forms so bad, but even his ship already had multiple forms, while he was still struggling to create his own. Truly was a pity. The sails of the Jolly Rancher transformed, turning into wings that mimicked Jack's, while a faint, glimmery sheen covered the ship, similar to his fairy dust. With a clap of thunder, the Jolly Rancher seemed to teleport, ripping through the air and appearing right beside the shooting star. Jack couldn't leave the helm, so Longbeard used his beard like a lasso and grabbed the prize right out of the air. That was definitely new. Did the beard grow longer when Longbeard flung it out? Before Jack could figure out the answer, a number of ships in the design or regular planes or spaceships, not like the Jolly Rancher, managed to reach and surrounded them. "Hand over the prize and I'll leave you with a full corpse," someone shouted from one of the ships, disdain dripping from the voices. He genuinely seemed to think that such a threat would work, for he then waited for Jack to hand over the item instead of attacking directly. Yet upon hearing the threat, instead of cowering or feeling angry, Jack actually felt excited. "He said the thing," Jack exclaimed, before ramming the Jolly Rancher right into his ship like a battering ram. "Courting death," he roared when he saw Jack make a move. Unfortunately, what the unnamed scrub did not know was that he was the one courting death. "Bob, let them know who this prize belongs to," Jack said. Bob, with a smirk as if he knew this would happen, cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and then yelled. "Ah, fools most fragrant with folly, before you stands not a man, not a myth, but a fairy, a maelstrom in mortal flesh. Behold, Captain Jack, yes, that Captain Jack, the one whose shadow frightens storms into silence, whose glare has shattered oaths and melted arrogance like wax beneath the noon sun. Dost thou, perchance, wish for death? You dare unsheathe defiance against him, where the two gravity eels turned to gold while still living, their writhing pain forever immortalized in their figures that pull the ship, too warm a sight for you. Or perhaps you too wish to decorate his vessel with your mortal bodies turned to gold. Oh, how brave you are, oh, how brilliantly doomed, for you stand before a legend draped in leather and—" "Oh, shut up," roared a beast as he quickly pulled his ship back. The Jolly Rancher had directly ripped through its first target without slowing in the slightest. What happened to those on the ship was anybody's guess, for they were too busy pulling back from the ship to pay attention to that. Amidst the critical life and death moment, where they were now facing a foe much stronger than they anticipated. Hearing an over-the-top speech was extremely grating. Unfortunately for them, interrupting said speech would result in a far worse outcome than mere distraction, as they would soon come to learn. Honestly, Jack was not paying too much attention to what Bob was saying. Although every word he spoke was a potential disaster waiting to happen, Jack had noticed that praise did not seem to have any effect on him or the universe at large. For example, Bob calling Jack a being of supreme power made no difference in reality. So as long as he was singing praises, the consequences of him speaking could be managed. This was a rather advanced way to control what Bob said, and could not be recommended to amateurs or those handling a Bob for the first time. So as he used his ship like a celestial sledgehammer, smashing through ships, and his crew members ran below deck to man the cannons and test them out, the only thing he paid attention to in regards to Bob was whether or not he was paying compliments. Therefore, Jack missed when Bob was interrupted, and he missed the expression Bob made when he was interrupted. In Jack's defense, his fairy body, while incredibly strong, was not an immortal, so it lacked the depth of awareness that Lex had. Bob's signature smile faded slowly, and it was replaced by the most horrendous scowl. The hairs on Bob's body stood up, making him look like a very angry cat. Then he hissed and leaped forward. Space bent. It did not break, nor did it become disfigured or put a sprain on its surroundings. The space within a major realm was not so easily broken, but it bent nonetheless as if it was elastic, also that it could aid Bob in moving faster. When the deity of chaos struck first, none understood what happened, including Jack. One moment there was a ship, manned by an armed group, resisting the debris from the ships the Jolly Rancher destroyed. The next moment the entire ship was gone, and its place a black void, as dark as midnight, as silent as the depths of space. Jack felt for a moment that he was looking at a black hole, but that was not it. The attack had not sucked away the light, nor had it created darkness. No, reality within that space ceased to exist, leaving nothing but a true, genuine void. Jack's brain could not comprehend nothingness in its true fashion, and so it replaced it with the color black. A devastating, indescribable fear spread across the skies as everyone rushed to get away. They had no idea what had happened, and they did not want to find out. Jack, who finally saw Bob and realized what had happened, looked at the drama cat oddly. Jack had, on multiple occasions, fought with and even beat up Bob. It was nothing personal. He'd beaten up everyone in his crew. It was almost every week when one of them tried to become captain and replace him, so he had to constantly put them in their place. Not once had Bob ever revealed strength anything like this. Come to think of it, Jack had hardly ever seen Bob use divine energy or his deity powers. A fraction of a second passed by, and the deity of entropy attacked. Instead of erasing reality, this time where his body passed, everything seemed to break down. It did not stop working, no, not that. Not did it shatter into pieces. No, everything broke down into more fundamental forms of matter. Shimmering lights represented the energy released from their bodies, holding them together, now freed. Ships turned into sand, bodies turned into carbon, whales turned into wind. Everything was happening too quickly. No one had time to react, to retaliate, or even defend. The deity of sugar rushes attacked once more. Rainbows and sparkles erupted and a ship exploded, making it look like tiny sparkles had struck, but that was far from the case. Fortunately, though Bob unleashed hell and hail fury on his enemies, he did not reveal the power of the destroyer of Mondays. Perhaps the travesty that had been committed was not yet serious enough to warrant such wanton destruction. The battle had only just begun, and yet it was over. Not a single cannon shot was fired, much to the dismay of Pebbles, who had grabbed a matchstick the size of his own body, ready to light the fuse. Bob returned to the ship, feeling quite embarrassed as he had revealed his unkempt state in front of his crew members. "A billion pardons for my hair," Bob began to say, but Monk couldn't care less. "Amitabha, fellow Taoist, you have robbed me of the opportunity to deliver mercy. How can I go to hell if I don't kill people? What am I supposed to do if others go to hell? It is clear that I am supposed to suffer so others may benefit. But the dead can't benefit, you should have at least left one alive." Though Monk spoke softly, as if he were a real monk, the agitation and frustration in his eyes was evident for all to see. "You could have at least let me fire one shot," Pebbles complained as he leaned against the matchstick, a forlorn expression painting his face. "Yeah, Bob, I wanted to test out the ship's abilities," said Jack with a disappointed expression. Although Jack appeared nonchalant, he silently admired the crew's ability to not be intimidated by Bob's power. Truthfully speaking, the crew had spent some time together and had overcome some obstacles, but Jack had never questioned any of them about their past, and it was uncertain if they wanted to stay as a part of the crew forever. He personally felt it was unlikely. It wasn't as if they had sworn some great oath to stay together. They had joined his crew under very casual circumstances, and Jack was prepared for a day where they might leave just as easily. Yet while many things could be faked, such camaraderie could never be faked. None seemed scared of Bob's power and in fact treated him as truly one of their own. Maybe it was because his every word wasn't so lethal these days. Had he learned to control his power, Jack doubted it. Just as the crew was hassling Bob, and Jack was wondering if he should examine their prize, another shooting star shot through the sky, this time farther away in space. The timing was too coincidental. As soon as they finished the fight, the next shooting star appeared, leading them further away from their planet and into space. Jack could say with a certain degree of certainty that they were being led somewhere, but he could not imagine where or why. He turned towards Bob, who was combing his hair and patting it down. "Do you want the refined metal?" Jack asked, giving him the first pick. It wasn't just because he had been the one to fight off the attackers. It was a number of factors that played a role, such as Bob's perception and detection of the metal. "It is a holy item for many, but 'tis merely a paper weight for me. I do not need it," Bob said dismissively. "Besides, I have no interest in matters of faith or following. I took upon my mantle to protect my fellow drama cats, but ever since I was knocked out of my realm, I no longer bother with it." Jack raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago they had concluded that the next great wars would be fought over faith to empower deities, and here they had a deity entirely uninterested in faith altogether. Well, whatever. "In that case, since Bob has forfeited his claim on the metal, the first claim shall be Jolly Ranchers. We will first improve the ship with as much of this as it can absorb, allowing it to wield and control divine energy before our individual shares. I, as the captain, obviously get the first share. Does anyone have any issues with that?" Pebbles had an issue with that, so Jack put him inside one of the cannons and sealed the lid shut. The hamster was pretty much impervious to damage, so being shot out of a cannon shouldn't be a big deal. Not that Jack planned on actually shooting him out of a cannon. Probably. Maybe. It depended on how he felt. Since no one else in the crew had any other complaints, they set off after the shooting star, starting one of the greatest disturbances caused in the New Age Expo. Their crew, which quickly earned a reputation as being both formidable as well as despicable, earned the nickname Tiny Tyrants. That was because, in general, but especially in comparison to their own ship, which seemed like it had been made for giants, the entire crew was tiny. The fact that the captain was a fairy, and the first mate was a unicorn with dwarfism, seemed to signify that the entire crew followed a theme of beings with small physiques. They also learned very quickly to never disturb one of Bob's monologues. In fact, that particular reputation spread so quickly that Bob, who was entirely uninterested in accumulating faith, began to accumulate faith related to his monologuing. It was as if every time he spoke, all conflicts would stop, all disasters would pause, and the universe itself was interested in listening to his words. The drama cat lamented his own undeniable excellence as he felt a new title forming for himself. Alas, to be worshipped is the irrevocable burden of the magnificently handsome. Jack found it particularly odd that despite the havoc they were causing, clashing with dozens of powerful forces from across the universe, no one came to stop them. But he took it as a form of silent consent to what was happening. In fact, his guess was not far from the truth. Up in the level for Tao Lords, a number of the Arctica race watched the various levels, observing not only the tiny tyrants, but the havoc being caused across the immortal level as well. There were two main reasons they didn't step in to stop the fighting. The first was that their leader, the ruler of the Arctica realm, had made a move. None of those who were killed in this conflict actually died. They were instead simply teleported to another place within the Arctica realm where they could either spend their time until the next phase of the expo, or they could leave the realm. The second reason was to get a better understanding of the dynamic of the powers across the universe, as well as absorb the thoughts and opinions, as well as gauge the value they all assigned to this ore. For some unknown reason, they could not accurately determine how seriously to take the emergence of this ore. They initially brushed it off, but the levels of activity shown by this ore, from the mortal realm all the way to the Tao realm, proved to them that they were mistaken. But when they considered the fact that deities could not enter the Tao realm, they reduced the importance of it, not quite placing it on the same level as a Tao-level resource. But the response from external organizations surprised them, for they almost immediately started to pressure the Arctica race to begin immediate exports of it, which obviously wasn't possible. What was especially important was that the Arctica race didn't want to set a precedent for giving in to demands under pressure. So they observed the ongoing conflict on all levels, studying the influence of each interaction, and using it to extrapolate the hidden potential that this ore had. Considering that the Arctica realm was not lacking in actual Tao-level resources, the reaction to this ore, which was evaluated to be at a lower level, was highly suspicious. "The situation is clearly abnormal," one of the Tao lords said, referring to the sudden increase in pressure that the foreigners were exerting. "There's clearly some information we don't know. We need to somehow gain access to the Library of Heaven or find someone who is willing to divulge high-level information to us. Compile a list of candidates." "Sir, about that, there's a newcomer from a race known as Devils who has approached us. He wants to make a deal and will give us the information we want in exchange for some high-level resources unique to Arctica." "What's his name and affiliation? Give me a report." "Well, his name is Balaam, and he's affiliated with the Humanoid Alliance." Deviating from their original plan of immediately trying to progress their realm, Jack and his crew began to gather the as-of-yet unnamed ore across the Arctica realm, being mysteriously guided by shooting stars ever towards the depths of space. But the time difference made it so that time moved much slower in the Arctica realm than realms that hadn't completely matured. Within the Midnight Realm, the cultural circus officially began, but unlike the previous events, there was no rush. This was an event that had been scheduled to last for 5 years, an idea Lex got from the New Age Expo, which was supposed to last 5 years in Arctica realm time. Such things were actually far more common in the universe at large than Lex had originally thought. On Earth, back when he was a mortal, the world worked very quickly. In pursuit of efficiency and productivity, everyone was always in a rush, a far cry from life in the older ages and even in the countryside. But in the universe, things had gone beyond that, and the rate of everything appeared to have slowed down, though in actuality that was not the truth. High cultivation levels meant that everyone could maintain high productivity even while taking things slow. The extremely long lifespan of cultivators meant that, for things that didn't include emergencies such as war or fighting, everything was slowed down. In that regard, an event that lasted 5 years wasn't even that long. Lex had even heard that in some places there are entire plays that span several decades, as every moment, big and small, of a character's life are portrayed in an attempt to capture the depth of his or her emotions. While Lex surveyed the inn remotely, he noticed an odd trend, though one he very much appreciated. Fewer and fewer higher-level cultivators came to the inn, for they had something much more relevant to their level to occupy their time. The Champions' Tourney, which was very much still going on, was picking up in momentum and starting to really heat up. As a result, there was a gradual trend of lower-level cultivators making up the larger number of guests in the inn. Alongside the targeted services towards mortals and the 5-year-long event, the inn was about as safe as it had ever been. When he wasn't focusing on that, Lex went around exploring the jungle, finding ways to strengthen his seal time and time again. As a result, his knowledge and understanding of seals enhanced, and Lex was forced to use laws in more complex and creative ways. Many ideas were actually given to him by the celestial insects, who had a very different progression path than humans. They viewed and controlled laws in different ways, so their insight sometimes was incredibly helpful and insightful, and at other times completely a waste of time. Regardless, he managed to strengthen his seal time and time again, but the number of remaining days never grew too large. It seemed he was always a couple of months away from the seal breaking. This was because the longer the seal existed, the more those mysterious laws that remained invisible to him called out to him, nourishing him and improving his control over laws, guiding him deeper into becoming a heaven immortal. Lex genuinely figured that for some people, resisting the urge to become a heaven immortal was a genuine cultivation method used to improve their foundations. He simultaneously studied karma and Abaddon, gaining a few insights now and again. He also kept his attention trained onto obsidian. Ever since the beginning, the obsidian sage had not appeared again, nor had he given out any quests. The number of members had increased, but confined to their own islands, all they could do was watch each other from afar, or try to get along with the few on their own islands. Some of them really did try to reveal the existence of obsidian, and they were promptly expelled, unable to return. Such events made the others even more careful about divulging the secrets of obsidian. The knowledge of the secret club's existence was ultimately revealed. Of course, no one mentioned anything about systems. Revealing obsidian was one thing, but revealing the secret about systems was another thing entirely. Systems were a secret that had been kept in the universe for a very long time, which clearly meant the repercussions were far more serious than the repercussions of revealing Obsidian's existence. For now, Lex did not intend to do anything else with that club. After all, he'd already given them a mission, which was to find a way to send things to Abaddon. As long as any of their systems allowed such a thing, they'd help Lex tremendously. But progress was slow. Days turned to weeks and then months. There was no sign of Fenrir and Little Blue, and so the armies remained within the jungle. Keeman hadn't wasted that time either. Not only did he allow his army to heal as much as possible, he tapped into the knowledge of the insects, learning secrets of Abaddon he had yet to encounter. Even though they had never left the jungle, the sheer amount of time they had spent there meant they knew things. They even revealed a way to find some ruins, something Lex had been looking forward to for his own research. Unfortunately, there were no ruins in the jungle. As more time passed, Lex managed to find many valuable treasures, including the flowers that increased comprehension. He gave the first one to Z, who had been struggling to fight the Dark Knight. Then he took one himself and found it had little to no effect on him. Then he sent one to the gift shop and had someone give it to the galactic turtle. He even found other treasures to help him improve his system functionality, bringing its functionality up to 43%. Unfortunately, each time a resource was used, it couldn't be used again. Lex collected them anyway, for they might be useful later on. Like this, training, studying, researching, 13 months passed by within the jungle. Bang, bang, bang. Lex put the hammer aside and wiped the sweat off his brow before looking down at what he had just created. A pineapple. Or rather, a pineapple. It was a personal internal nullification engine for arcane power preservation locking enchantment. He was not the one who named this particular version of his seal, in case that much wasn't obvious already. This was, however, the strongest seal he had created to date, so much so that he put up with the name. Bloody hell, it really works, Lex said, picking up the small engine that looked like a purple crystal. He took a deep breath and then focused on the estimated time left on his current seal. According to his own analysis, the seal would last another 4 minutes. So, without further ado, he picked up the purple crystal and stuck it on his forehead, providing it with just the slightest bit of energy it needed to power up. The pineapple came to life, fusing into his skin, a huge deal considering how difficult it was to even scratch his skin, and looking like the purple crystal was a part of his body. It hummed slightly as it tapped into Lex's own energy pool, with his permission of course, and started to suppress his cultivation. It was so effective, in fact, that Lex's cultivation was suppressed all the way to the base of Earth Immortal Level 9. Based on the current strength of the seal and pressure from his cultivation, it could last a little over 3 decades. Your design is not bad at all, Lex said as he turned to look up at a blurry figure sitting atop a tree branch. After over a year in the jungle, Lex eventually noticed that every time he ventured into the jungle, he was being watched by some unknown creature. It did not reveal itself to anyone else besides him, and even he could only see a vague outline of what looked like a rainbow-colored rectangle with a tail. Lex had named the creature Nyan Cat. My design is flawless. Your execution is abysmal. This can merely be considered operational. Nyan Cat was a super tsundere character, who always criticized everything anyone did, but also went out of its way to solve any problems Lex had. As far as Lex could tell, Nyan Cat was the only non-insect resident of this jungle, and just like them, it was taking refuge here from Abaddon's destructive forces. Well, thanks for putting up with my mediocrity, Lex said with a hint of amusement as he put his makeshift hammer away. He looked down at his miserable state and discovered that he really needed to shower. Oddly enough, while regular heat could no longer cause him much issue, the pressure of working with complex laws made him feel like a mortal who had gone on a 4-hour hike in the middle of a heat wave. In short, it was bad. Over the past year, under Nyan Cat's insistence, Lex had used less of his many abilities and focused solely on using laws for everything. As a result, his control and understanding of basic laws had improved tremendously, so much so that Nyan Cat reluctantly began guiding him on more complex laws. One day, Lex had asked the cat why it was helping him out. The cat had been brutally honest about its reasons. It was bored. Also, according to it, there was no way Lex should have been able to survive passing through the barrier between the inner and outer jungle, but he clearly had. It had watched him enter like so many others before him, but he was the only one who came out. That was enough to intrigue it. To be honest, Lex didn't remember much from crossing the barrier, so he couldn't really explain to the cat how he had done it. "Now that I've managed to make the pineapple, do you think I'm ready to start studying Abaddon's laws?" he asked the cat. "Going by your current pace of learning and your current realm, you are about 1,000,000 years too early to begin trying to understand any laws in Abaddon," Nyan Cat said dismissively. "You'd be better off trying to learn how to hide your soul signatures and positive karma." Lex groaned. He had asked Nyan Cat about the creatures that had come for him, the ones that suffered universal rejection, and why they might be after him. The answer was surprisingly straightforward. If they could steal enough positive karma, they could disguise themselves as beings without universal rejection and leave the confines of Abaddon. Seeing as how Nyan Cat seemed to know so much, Lex had even asked it about the Chalice of the Abandoned, but it had never heard of such a thing. Nor had it heard of the Well of Forgotten Dreams. It had heard about a bunch of other things with ominous-sounding names that felt like they hid unspeakable secrets, but Lex already had enough on his plate, so he tried to remain uninvolved with them. "You should start heading back to your castle," Nyan Cat said with a distinct tone of disinterest. "I think your friends should be returning soon." "No, Z's fights usually last a few weeks, and Luther already found what he was looking for, so he—" Lex suddenly paused, and then looked at the blurry figure waving its tail. "You don't mean them? Are you referring to Fenrir and Little Blue?" he asked. "How am I supposed to know the name of your friends? But they're coming all right. I just felt the barrier seal up once more. The jungle is going to retreat again. You guys should probably leave before nightfall, or you'll be stuck in the jungle for a long time." Lex took a deep breath and cleaned his body with a technique, then blasted off in the direction of the castle. Night was still far away, but Lex knew by now not to judge Abaddon by common sense. Nyan Cat simply watched Lex leave, and then faded as if he was never there, undetected by any other living soul in the entire outer jungle. Spending a year within Abaddon, not even pursuing their quest but just sitting tight in the jungle, was not exactly how Lex wanted to spend his time. He had wanted to complete the quest as quickly as possible, but some things were not in his control. Instead of worrying about it, he adapted his mindset. If he fixated on completing the quest as quickly as possible, this delay would have made him extremely agitated and frustrated, so instead he focused on gaining the most out of this quest, for himself and the inn. After a year in the jungle, all 500 of the staff members he had brought along were now ready to enter the Earth Immortal realm, but had held off on taking the tribulation because, well, anyone with any common sense could tell that no tribulation was going to be normal within Abaddon. He personally had accumulated quite a lot of experience in manipulating laws, and he'd finally had that meeting with Luther about creating a hell in the Midnight Inn. As it turned out, the meeting was unnecessary, for Luther was handling the matter on his own and doing quite a decent job. He discovered something called conceptual torment, and it was somehow related to cryptic, overpowered jungles that ate monsters and horrors for breakfast. The galactic sovereign turtle would probably be able to help with that, considering it was a jungle and all, so Lex let Luther handle things. He would check in from time to time, but for now it was quite all right to let him take the lead. He also managed the inn remotely just fine, and found to his great relief that no major issues cropped up. In fact, his dependence on external security was beginning to decrease. The Midnight Inn itself had a growing number of Earth Immortals, and had a dragon with the body of a Heaven Immortal. That was often enough, sufficient to deal with any problems that cropped up. After all, it was quite rare for celestial immortals to spend any time inside the inn, let alone cause trouble in it, especially with the tourney attracting more attention these days. His harvest from this quest was already beyond sufficient, but the quest was nowhere near complete. Even so, Lex had changed his mindset. Since there was no urgent task, forcing him to rush and return to the inn instead of rushing through this quest, he would get the most he could from it. If there was one thing he had learned from 1 year of practicing laws, it was that purpose and intention played a significant role in determining many things. Since Lex was practicing the law of supremacy, but he was clearly nowhere near being supreme throughout the universe, how could he be more in tune with his tenet? How could he improve his control of his tenet, and thus improve his power? In life, where there were many things outside his control, the way he could practice supremacy was by taking control of his purpose and intention. The system had dumped him into Abaddon and given him a role to play. He could act out that role because the system told him to do it, or he could take control of the situation by looking at it differently. He would make the most of his situation, and instead of being an instrument for the system to carry out joint quests, he would make these quests instruments to strengthen him and his inn. His inn. not an inn given to him by the system and controlled by his rules. His inn, controlled and managed by him using the system as his instrument. Sometimes an alteration of perception was all it took to completely change a situation. These thoughts were a condensation of all the realizations he had over a period of 1 year, making the most out of being trapped within the jungle. As soon as he returned to the castle, he found that everything was normal, and Fenrir and Little Blue had not yet returned. Even so, he did not doubt what Nyan Cat had told him. Keeman, spread the word. The scouts are about to return, and will need to leave as soon as they do. I've heard that delaying our departure might trap us in the jungle for a prolonged period. The magma lion, who was hanging out with his firefly friend, immediately stood up as soon as he got the news. He was both relieved and a little dismayed. What was better than a forced vacation? But, as much as he hated the tension of being forced to fight on the edge of death every day for years on end, he also didn't like being away from a fight. After all, magma lions were not a docile race to begin with. Keeman wasn't the only one Lex told. Orders passed quickly through the castle, and everyone quickly prepared to depart. They were not going to recreate Luther's impressive feat of dragging the castle into the jungle on a chunk of earth because, regardless of how impressive it was also inefficient. As soon as everything would be ready, the castle would return to its snow globe state, and they would march out of the jungle, ready to face the challenges of Abaddon. And he saw the purple crystal on Lex's forehead, but none commented on it. After a year together, they were already used to his eccentricities. Like that time his lotus tattoo started moving, and Lex started giving off a very dangerous aura. Or that time he tried growing facial hair using a spiritual technique so that he could sport a beard but grew back hair instead. His body did weird things, and they knew that now. An air of excitement filled the castle as everyone hurried up to pack things, with only the insects who seemed a little disappointed at their departure. It was in this atmosphere that Little Blue returned to the castle, though his arrival immediately caused a halt. Although his body was still blue, he could not be called little anymore. More importantly, he carried an aura of power that seemed to transcend the concept of realms. Fortunately, the castle negated pressure by aura, or they all might have become suffocated by it. Atop his back sat a wolf, lazily looking about. The only one missing was Malfoy. Before anyone could ask, the sound of heavy panting was heard from the jungle. "Wait for me," someone yelled from deep within the jungle. But instead of a beast, what emerged from the forest was a teenaged human with blonde hair and a bad attitude. "Malfoy, is that you?" Keeman asked, looking confused. Shape-shifting was not exactly a unique ability, especially in the Earth Immortal realm. Not only could many beasts shape-shift into human form, many humans could shape-shift to take on the form of beasts. But an alternate form was ultimately an alternate form, and in it one's strength would be drastically reduced. Yes, it's me," Malfoy said, his accent suddenly becoming British, much like the insects. "Long story short, I received an inheritance which allows me to convert into other races to take advantage of their forms. More importantly, we need to get out of here. This jungle is way too freaky." Even now, Malfoy felt extreme fear towards the beings that had given him his inheritance. Their powers seemed even above the condottieri, and regardless of whether that was true or not, he didn't want to find out. "I expect a full report once we exit the jungle," Keeman said, giving Malfoy an unusual stare before continuing his preparations. It wasn't like he had anything against humans. It was more just that, in general, humans were not so strong. Even within the Reaving Dread, while there were many Earth Immortal-level humans, there were almost no Heaven Immortal humans. Considering that they too were merely Earth Immortals, it might have seemed like he was judging too harshly. But it was just a simple fact. Compared to the myriad number of races in the universe, the countless beasts with heritages greater than humans, it was odd that Malfoy chose to become a human. In just a short while, the entire castle was packed up, and they were ready to depart. Lex, Luther, and the others individually saw out all the celestial-level guests and thanked them for their patronage. They even delivered many golden keys to the inn, although such keys would not work in Abaddon. While technically the key could connect any place in the universe to the inn, Abaddon specialized in isolating itself from the rest of the universe. Lex still had no idea what kind of an existence it was, since it was not technically a realm. Lex had once been inside a mirage, a place similar to a world of its own, but instead of being a minor realm, it was simply a Tao Lord's daydream. An actual world where he went, lived for a short time, and fought countless beings was merely a daydream. So when it came to these high-level things far beyond his level, he did not try too hard to figure out what they were. When the time was right, he would understand. Until then, he would just accept things as they were. That didn't mean that Abaddon would forever be disconnected from the universe. One day the keys might work. But after seeing everyone off, ready to depart, they faced a single issue. Z wasn't there yet. Oh, also Little Blue didn't know how to control its aura, which would put a lot of pressure on the mercenaries and mortal inn staff once the castle was retracted. But the solution for both was fairly simple. Lex sat cross-legged atop Little Blue's back, right in the middle of its four wings. The Kun Peng's back was smooth, with grooves covering its body forming patterns that formed the very characters that were used in arrays. But these characters were larger and stronger than anything Lex had seen before, as if they were a higher, deeper form of character that pointed towards certain laws. Interest flickered through Lex's eyes. Could laws also be manipulated through array characters? For that, he would just need to discover the more powerful characters, it seemed. Lex could not help but sigh at how flexible the universe truly was. There were so many ways to control laws that it was slightly absurd. It was just that ordinarily, even immortals could not use all these various means, and instead were restricted to whatever means their racial trait allowed. Lex spread his domination, subtly covering Little Blue's body and suppressing its aura which, unsurprisingly, put up a resistance against Lex. That resistance was natural, as the Kun Peng were a race even above dragons on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, despite their lower numbers. "Mr. Lex, the candy Mr. Big Fat Guy gave me was very yummy," Little Blue said, his cute little voice sounding very pleased. "It filled my body with a lot of power, but now I've grown too much and I can't control myself very well." "Ah, don't worry about it too much," Lex said with a chuckle. "Fenrir was like that too once. To help it get used to its power, I used to send it out hunting. You can just go out and play with Fenrir and Sunny more often, and slowly you'll get used to things." "Aki, if you say so," Little Blue answered, feeling excited. At first it felt a little guilty because he had been gone for so long, but seeing as how Lex didn't mind, he felt relieved. From atop Little Blue, Lex retrieved the castle into its snow globe, and all the Midnight staff, excluding Lex and Little Blue, formed the Midnight Mech. The mercenaries began their march, this time completely unimpeded through the jungle as none of the insects bothered them. In almost no time at all, they approached the exit, from where the sounds of intense battle could be heard. Z and the Black Knight came into sight, revealing a heavily dented landscape as the two fought, holding nothing back. Z naturally had transformed into one of his combat forms, but surprisingly so had the Dark Knight. His armor was thicker and larger, with massive spikes dotted around the armor. His mount no longer looked like a steed of rock, but looked like it too was wearing black armor and gave off a deadly aura. The fight, however, was interrupted when the armies arrived. The two separated, with Z surprised by the sudden arrival, as he had no idea they were about to leave. The Dark Knight, however, turned to look towards Lex, who looked down impassively upon the scene. "Finally, you reveal yourself," said the knight, completely indifferent to the major threat right in front of it. Lex, sitting comfortably upon Little Blue's back, looked down at the knight. He was not ignorant of the knight's existence, naturally. He also knew that the knight claimed to have died once, and to have originated from Earth. But even disregarding whether such things were true or not, Lex knew that getting the knight to cooperatively reveal what he knew would be far from easy. Of course, just because it was difficult did not mean that Lex would disregard it entirely, which is one of the reasons why he finally stepped forward right now. Well, technically speaking, he was sitting, not stepping forward, but it was all the same. "I've heard you've been looking for me. I don't suppose you'd subscribe to the philosophy of walking and talking, would you? We're in a bit of a rush to leave." The army and mech stepped out of the jungle and moved aside. As long as they were outside the jungle, they didn't mind waiting a bit. After all, their subsequent series of actions had already been decided long ago. "A funny one," the knight said, his voice sounding not in the least excited at the proposition. "How marvelous! Let me guess, you're sarcastic too." Lex raised an eyebrow. He was sensing an awful lot of sass for someone who was hiding his face behind a mask. Or maybe he just felt a little upset at Lex talking down at him. In his defense, Little Blue was the one flying in the air. It wasn't like Little Blue had legs and could stand on the ground or something. "All right, I don't mind having a little chat here. I can admit I'm a little curious about you, too. We can have a little quid pro quo. As a gesture of good faith, I'll let you go first. What do you want to talk about?" "I have a few essential questions to ask about. You see, I died before the end of a few shows I was watching. If you happen to know how they ended, it would scratch an itch that I've had for practical eons." Lex raised an eyebrow. "Eons? Well, considering the strange flow of time here, it was possible." "Why didn't you just ask Z?" He's seen Earth shows, but whatever, go ahead, ask, that's a simple enough question. He's not from Earth. How could he possibly understand the influence that the big three had when they came out? I guess you can pretty much guess what I want to ask. Lex suddenly had a bad feeling. What happened at the end of Two Piece? Did they find the treasure? Lex felt kind of bad, because the sheer enthusiasm in the knight's voice almost made him sound like a regular teenage kid, instead of an undying abomination forced to live in a hell eternally. Lex pondered whether to lie, but ultimately decided against it. The world kind of ended before that show finished, Lex admitted. The Dark Knight stumbled off his mount, his hand grabbing his chest as if he had suffered a heart attack. Lex could have sworn he heard the sound of sobbing, but decided that he must have been imagining it. What about Beach? Don't tell me it didn't end either. Oh boy, Lex muttered as he pulled his collar. Why was it suddenly getting so stuffy? It did end, but the studio kind of rushed the ending. It was so bad that I never finished it. I think Z could probably tell you the ending if you're really interested. The Dark Knight stumbled again, falling backwards. Lex could swear that he heard him cough out blood this time. This was probably the first time Lex genuinely felt bad for someone he was pretty sure he was going to end up fighting. What about Naruto? Wait, don't even tell me the ending. Just tell me if he ends up getting the girl he's been chasing the whole show. Keeman watched the whole exchange, thoroughly impressed by Lex. He had no context for what was happening. All he knew was that, with but a few words, Lex had defeated this formidable foe. Not that Keeman wouldn't have been able to defeat him either. It would have just required a fight. Luther, from within the Midnight Mech, began taking notes on psychological torture. He had no idea that Lex had expertise even in this field. Lex looked away. He didn't have it in him to watch the night anymore, though his spirit sense and general awareness of what was happening around him ensured that he'd see nonetheless. No, he ends up with someone else, Lex answered. The Dark Knight, the formidable, undying, monstrous being, collapsed into the dirt, looking upwards into the sky. Although based on the number of years in the Origin realm, he hadn't died so long ago. But due to the fluctuating flow of time within Abaddon, he had spent countless years within this barren land, imagining the various endings to his 3 favorite shows. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had personally written millions of fanfiction episodes for all 3 shows. But he was always sure that the actual ends would have been better. Now, learning the truth, he felt it was somehow worse than the time he had spent there. Lex cleared his throat, as if he hadn't just delivered devastating news. You don't need to feel so defeated. It wasn't all bad. In fact, there were a number of other incredible shows that came out because of them. If you stop trying to attack the castle and everyone in it, I'll let you come in and watch. The knight turned his head towards Lex, and from behind his helmet gave him an incredibly hateful look, as if Lex was the reason behind his suffering. Ignoring the look, Lex continued to speak. Now that I've answered some of your questions, why don't you answer some of mine? I'll start with something easy. Where were you from? For a few seconds, the knight remained silent. He looked pathetic and pitiful, arousing feelings of sympathy in many who watched. Lex, of course, felt nothing, because, as Z said earlier, it's the teacher with the badass eye technique who was the coolest anime character. While Lex was not an anime character, he did have eye techniques. To be specific, his left eye could see through everything, from laws to affinities to anything else in between, and his right eye could create, whether it was through arrays or glyphs, formations, or anything else. He had even unlocked karmic vision, though Lex was incredibly careful about how he used that after Jack started to stink. The point was, with his left eye, he could see through the Dark Knight. While it was entirely true that he was affected by Lex's revelations, it was also true that he was subtly using some technique with his armor to arouse sympathy in those around him and lower their guard. Protected by domination, Lex would not be affected by that technique. If he hadn't been using domination, Little Blue's aura would have protected him. If Little Blue wasn't there, the sheer defense of his body, translated into the defense of his spirit, would have ensured that he would not be so easily affected by techniques that affect his state of mind. In short, the Dark Knight was entirely out of his league. He just didn't know it yet. Where was I from? I was born and lived in Sri Lanka, and ironically, I died from food poisoning in America. How did the Earth end? Well, it didn't really end. It was just invaded by AI who want to eradicate all humans on the planet, and then further invaded by a bunch of deities who have since established their faiths on the planet. It was now in a constant state of war between those 2 factions, with many of the original inhabitants having escaped as refugees, dead, or zealots of one of those faiths. Ah, so it still exists. That is good. I was worried that I would never be able to go back there again. The Dark Knight picked himself off the ground and climbed up upon his steed once more, and from his armor a black aura started to leak into the air, subtly, silently. The aura was not harmful, but he could see that the Dark Knight was preparing for something. Lex didn't stop him. He was more interested in why no one else seemed to notice, though the distinct lack of a threat from the aura was probably a big reason why. You know, there's a question I've been really meaning to ask. I hope you can help me out. What happens after death, or at least what happened to you after you died? Ah, the big question. I was wondering when you would ask that one. Probably one of the most common questions asked in the universe. I was wondering why you were putting it off. Someone else finally noticed the aura, or at least started reacting to it. Keeman silently began circulating the energy within his body. A few moments later, Z began honing his gathered momentum. Everyone tried to be as subtle about it as possible, but they were all preparing for a showdown. Only Lex did nothing. You know, if anyone else had asked that question, I really wouldn't have asked. But you, since you're from my home planet, I feel like I can't treat you too coldly. What happens after death? Let me show you. It was instant. There wasn't even the slightest moment's build-up. As soon as the knight finished his sentence, his size grew astronomically, suddenly towering over Lex. Alongside his size, his power seemed to grow as well. Though he remained firmly within the realm of Earth immortal, his entire being was now tainted by the unquenchable, undeniable hunger that was signature of Abaddon. Even at this immense size, the holes in his helmet did not let any light through, keeping his face hidden. Despite that, Lex could imagine a pair of manic eyes staring at him, filled with tightly held mania and madness. Despite his newfound power, the knight attacked with his fist. Or maybe the reason he did that was because his control over laws was tied to his armor, so a physical attack would be where it could show its greatest effect. Or maybe the insatiable hunger had driven him blind to all thought and logic. The speed with which he attacked was tremendous. Even a heaven immortal would have been unable to match such a speed. Z was ready to defend, yet he could not react in time. Of course, the defenses he already had would protect him long enough to react. Keeman might have been able to react quick enough, but the magma lion made no moves. It was as if he knew it was unnecessary. Lex, through it all, seemed unimpressed. "Stop," said Lex blandly, though his voice was tinged with domination. It seemed like he had merely said a word, but in truth, he had implemented one of his newest lawcrafts, created with the aid of Nyan Cat. This particular lawcraft mimicked the dragon race's ability to bend reality to their will. Lex liked the concept. He thought it suited his tenet nicely, so he took the concept and made it his own. Of course, such things were easier said than done, but he had learned a lot about laws in the past 13 months. The results still weren't up to the mark that he wanted, because what he was doing was not bending reality to his will. Instead, he was exacting his will upon his target, the Dark Knight. He was exacting Supremacy, his latest lawcraft named after his tenet on the Dark Knight. "Do you know the reason why I couldn't be bothered to see you up until now?" Lex asked, looking the knight directly in his eyes, feeling like a particular character from one of the shows the knight had asked about. "It was a whim. Whether to see you or not, to kill you or not, to extract your secrets from whatever has replaced your soul or not, it's all based on my whims. And right now I feel like you should go kill yourself." Between the endless avarice that consumed the knight's very being, empowering him just as it enslaved him, between the madness of having one's sanity broken by the endless flow of time, between the crushing agony that was being molded by Abaddon into something so entirely foreign that it bore no real resemblance to who he once was, the knight felt a flicker of fear. It was instinctual. The Dark Knight, whose very existence was dictated by Abaddon, undying and unrelenting, felt a flicker of fear as he looked in Lex's eyes and heard his command to kill himself. It was not death that frightened him. No, he had died too many times for it to frighten him anymore. No, the source of his fear was not something in himself. Instead, the fear came from whatever Abaddon had done to him. It was as if, in the moment that Lex commanded him, he had stolen authority over the knight, authority that previously belonged solely to Abaddon. The lapse was too small to matter, too insignificant to be useful. But the very existence of that lapse and what it represented was what caused that fear. The knight's fist, which was right in front of the Kun Pang, frozen in midair, began to retreat slowly. The knight felt his body move, disregarding his will, as it began to gather its energy within a single point in his chest. "When you come back to life, and I know that somehow you will do that," said Lex calmly, "feel free to come find us again. Watching you locate us again and again is bound to give me some insight into Abaddon. Even if you don't tell me your secrets yourself, I will extract them from you, one by one, each time you die. Indignation. Sheer, extreme indignation filled the knight, yet he could not utter a single word. Instead, he continued to gaze at the human as the energy within his chest destabilized and began tearing his body apart. His death was not swift, nor was it explosive. He simply crumbled apart as Abaddon's hunger satiated itself by feeding on his physical form. Once the Dark Knight vanished, there were no other enemies within sight. "Shall we continue?" Lex asked, turning towards Keeman. "Yes, do you still want to find some ruins to explore?" "Yeah." "Got it, in that case we follow the plan." Lex nodded and turned to Z, who flew up to him and Little Blue. "I think you have anger issues you should work on," Z said with a tone of concern. "Anger issues?" Lex repeated, dumbfounded by the sudden statement. Well, Z wasn't wrong technically. Lex seemed to have no middle ground. He never got irritated or annoyed or just a little bit heated. He was either totally fine or explosively angry. So yeah, he should probably work on that. But the thing was, right now, Lex hadn't shown the slightest hint of anger. He was feeling fine throughout. How could Z say he was angry? "What are you talking about? I was completely fine throughout." "Exactly," said Z. "You just told a man to go kill himself and then watched as he did it. That's the kind of stuff you should only do when you're like, super angry or something. If you're totally fine throughout, then the range of acceptable behavior for when you're completely normal is way too wide. You should work on getting angry or something when you do crazy things." You're telling me I need to get angry more often?" Lex asked, amusement evident in his voice. "Don't blame me. Velma's the one who told me you tried to date a terrorist or something, so you probably need a little guidance with emotional regulation." "What, that's not what happened. Wait, when did she tell you that?" Lex asked, shocked. "She sent me a letter before we left for Abaddon. The others got some too." "Why didn't I get a letter?" Lex asked, feeling betrayed. "Jealousy? Yes, that's a normal emotion. I think once you get used to having normal emotions at normal times, you can probably start working on trying to pursue a stable and healthy life partner." Lex glared at Z. "I don't think you of all people should be giving me love advice," said Lex. He was referring to the fact that Z had no experience in dating. Z, however, thought Lex was referring to the fact that he had been thinking about Lex's younger sister on and off and had thought about asking her out. Too bad she was sleeping. Z coughed and looked away as if everything was normal. Lex snorted and looked away too. A moment later, though, he asked, "Do you want to join the mech, or do you want to help Little Blue get accustomed to his new powers?" "Naturally, I want to help Little Blue, but since you assign me the duty to oversee the defense of the army, I'll return to the mech." Lex merely nodded. Even now, despite there being people like Luther who seemed to be stronger than Z, none could control the mech with the skill and finesse that Z could. Lex personally hadn't tried either, nor did he intend to. It wasn't that he didn't like the mech, but it was just that he already did and oversaw too much. If he got even more involved, he would become a micromanager, and that was never a good thing. Z returned to the mech, fusing in with it, and they set off, led by the Reaving Dread. Lex and the members of the inn weren't the only ones who had benefited from the year-long rest, and the Reaving Dread had also managed to increase their strength. So it was with an eager heart that they quickly marched through the lands, constantly on the lookout for any locusts that might come their way. Their first step would be to get far enough away from the jungle that it was no longer visible. After that, they would go towards the ruins that had an entrance behind the waterfall. Whether they did that by finding a waterfall or creating one hardly mattered. Lex was feeling good after showing off in front of the kids, but he did not let his success or growth get to his head. The Dark Knight was not nearly as weak as Lex made it appear to be. The fact that his strength had been rising evenly to match Z meant that either he was holding back or he was growing rapidly. The fact that he could continuously come back to life also played in his favor a great deal. Logically, it made more sense to seal and imprison him than kill him, but Lex had not been lying when he said he wanted to study the Dark Knight. Before killing him, Lex had left a mark in his spirit and hoped to follow it to see what happened to it. While it worked initially, and Lex was able to track his spirit as it evaporated, the experiment quickly came to an end as something cleansed his existence by marinating it in with the avarice of Abaddon. Facing the Knight was a calculated risk he was taking, but of course he could never let his opponent know that Lex was taking him seriously. Making the Knight assume that Lex was arrogant due to his strength was a purposeful act on Lex's part so that he would never actually anticipate the depth of the precautions Lex was taking. A lifetime of ending up in an immense amount of trouble had taught him exactly how to avoid being caught unaware. as much as his own abilities allowed. Despite the relatively comfortable time they spent in the jungle, everyone was happy to leave it behind, for more than one reason. As soon as they were far enough from the jungle where it was no longer visible on the horizon, the flow of time in Abaddon once again began to fluctuate, changing from one moment to another. Generally, though, it was much faster than the flow of time in the Midnight Realm. The absence of the jungle also brought back the many dangers of Abaddon. There was no warning save what his instincts gave him, meaning Lex had plenty of warning. Even then, he did nothing. The ground erupted, revealing a large tentacle made entirely of bones, reaching out into the sky like a tower. Though the tentacle had no mouth on it, as far as Lex could see, it screamed before curling and then throwing itself towards the mech like a whip. The mech, under Z's command, was more than ready to react to such an attack. But this was the time for Little Blue to get used to his power. Lex gave him no instructions, mainly because Lex had no idea what a Kun Peng was capable of, or what its power entailed. When Little Blue saw the bony tentacle, instead of feeling intimidated by its size or power, he felt a giddy energy. He was finally going to fight too. Fenrir had too many cool fighting stories, but Little Blue had none. Now it too could brag back at the inn. He extended his 4 wings, spreading them out completely, and let the entirety of his aura explode. Lex withdrew domination, so as to not interfere. He wanted to see how a Kun Peng's aura differed from Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might was an incredible and powerful suppressive force, as a manifestation of the dragon's high position in the cosmic ascendant spectrum, as well as the dragon's individual power. It could freeze, intimidate, and pressure any who felt it, not to mention that it often acted as an instrument through which a dragon could display their power. It was one of the 3 most iconic things about a dragon, alongside their dragon breath and dragon scales. But when Little Blue spread its aura, Lex expected some of the same. To a degree, he was right. The majesty of Little Blue spread across the land through his aura, declaring it a superior being in every conceivable way, a predator with no equal, where all things were its prey. Simultaneously, everything within his aura was marked as its target, and it had to consciously choose to leave out the mercenaries, the mech, and Lex. Then Little Blue opened his mouth. Lex was expecting an attack of some kind, akin to Dragon's breath. Instead, it sucked everything in, leaving behind only emptiness in its wake. Everything that the light touched, and everything the light didn't touch, all became Little Blue's target, changing their very state of existence into pure energy that was pulled into the Kun Peng's mouth. Lex, even with his eye's ability, could not see what happened because there was no light, no energy, nothing which entered his eyes. Instead, with his tenet, he barely sensed the rippling of the laws as they acted in a way he had never seen before. A moment later, when Little Blue closed its mouth, everything returned to normal, but the entire landscape had changed. The tentacle was gone, leaving no sign of its existence behind. The ground, too, was gone, leaving only a massive hole that seemed to extend into dark depths beneath them. Fortunately, it seemed that Little Blue's range was not massive, as the hole extended only 50 miles, 80 kilometers, in a circle around them, though its depth could not be gauged by Lex. Little Blue retracted its wings and let out a tiny burp that caused a rumbling in the vacuum around them, for there wasn't even any air there. "You should be more careful with what you eat," Lex said, maintaining a facade of calm regardless of how surprised he was. "Everything in Abaddon is cursed. It wouldn't do for you to get indigestion, or perhaps something even worse, constipation." "Sorry," Little Blue said in its cute little voice. "I'll try something else next time." "Good, let's carry on," said Lex, allowing Little Blue to continue flying forward. Most others were just as shocked, if not more, than Lex, though that shock was accompanied by excitement. Who wouldn't want such a formidable ally on their side? Only Keeman showed no surprise or shock whatsoever. After all, their mercenary group also had a Kun Peng in it, so he already knew some of what a Kun Peng could do. The thing that the Kun Peng were most well known for, however, had nothing to do with combat. Well, technically it helped a lot with combat, but that wasn't its primary purpose. Kun Peng were most famous for their speed, able to traverse great distances with a single flap of their wings. Even teleportation itself was not as fast as a Kun Peng. Once again restraining Little Blue's aura, which was now even more unstable after its little snack, Lex began to think about how abnormal everyone around him was. It kind of made sense. His own experiences were so abnormal that even those around him who were initially normal slowly became abnormal. But this was a little too much, right? How had a baby whale that had merely been a pro bono guest ended up as a Kun Peng which could devour everything in its path? Of course, he knew the exact sequence of events that had led up to such a thing. But As he thought back to that massive hole, he could not help but wonder at the absurdity of it all. Honestly, he was pretty sure that as long as they had enough time to grow, Lex would never need to worry about the inn's security ever again. Between Kun Pengs, sentient spaceships, living swords, a badass lick, countless workers with overpowered bloodlines, 2 sovereigns, some unknown worker who was all but set to discover his Tao or something like that, himself and the many other abnormal people living in the inn, he almost felt bad for anyone who would become their enemy. So many of them seemed to reach above their power level. Heck, Lex himself was capable of fighting heaven immortals now, and he had a feeling that Little Blue's power wasn't restricted to realms the way normal cultivators had abilities limited to the power level of their own realm. Fighting above one's level shouldn't be so common, yet it was practically a norm at the inn. This did not make him feel self-assured, though. No, it only made him think about all the powerful organizations that controlled a major realm, if not more than one. With all their resources, not to mention the incredibly long period of time that they had existed for, Lex could not help but imagine how many powerful immortals they had gathered over the years. Even if they only trained one immortal who could fight above their power level every 10,000 years, since they had existed for millions if not billions of years. Lex frowned. It wasn't like there was some kind of competition and he was trying to beat them. He was just trying to understand the power scale of the universe. The only real barrier he felt that was uncrossable was that between a Tao Lord and an immortal. That probably meant that all the true elites of the universe, those who were not already Tao Lords, were probably all at the peak of the celestial realm. It was likely that only once he reached such a level, he would get in touch with others who broke the norms as frequently as he did, and he'd truly be able to test how special he was among the elite of the universe. One of the reasons why Lex suddenly got lost in his introspection was Little Blue's devastating attack. He didn't even understand how it worked or what had happened. Yet when he thought about whether or not he'd be able to resist it, his instincts told him that he would. It was not something he wanted to test, at least within Abaddon, but it put a fine point on just how abnormal Lex himself was, even compared to everyone at the inn. Yet the more he felt like this, the more he needed to remind himself that the universe was a vast place, and the moment he started getting arrogant, someone would put him in his place. Time and time again, he needed to remind himself to not get overconfident. Considering the fact that he was constantly dealing with powers far beyond his level, a single mistake is all it would take to mess things up. "All right, this is far enough," said Lex, looking at the landscape around them. They were crossing massive glaciers, which meant that it would be incredibly easy to create a waterfall, though they could have done that even if there was no water available whatsoever. Lex deployed the castle, and the mercenaries made their way inside while the inn staff exited their mech form. All of them retreated within the castle, including Lex, who found himself a room and sat down in a meditative pose. Clones weren't really his thing, but if he tried hard enough, he could still create a temporary clone with decent enough power. The reason he was sending a clone was because Keeman had made it clear to Lex that neither he nor the others would be venturing into ruins any time soon, unless they determined that it was impossible to find the chalice without doing so. The weight of the knowledge they had attained, in his own words, was a constant burden that they were unable to overcome, nor could they get used to. Lex, who was constantly plagued by the influence of the stench that Jack was exposed to, could sympathize with their feelings. Typically, sending a clone out of sight of the group would result in it being teleported somewhere different altogether. But this particular set of ruins were special since the entrance was always behind a waterfall, so theoretically, Lex shouldn't end up anywhere else. Lex's clone left the room and walked to the gate, where Keeman was waiting for him. "Ready?" he asked. "Yes, if everything goes well, I should gain some insight into how Abaddon works. Maybe that'll help us find the chalice sooner." "Well, I hope your theory is right. At the same time, I feel kind of bad for you. The price of knowledge is not so easily paid in the graveyard of secrets." Lex merely nodded. There was no point in arguing over this topic anymore. The two of them ventured out, and only a couple of miles away from the castle before Keeman decided it was a good enough location. They quickly excavated the ice, forming a fall that was about 100 feet, 30 meters tall, leading to a small lake. Behind the fall, Keeman dug out a riverbed in the ice, starting from another massive lake that he filled by melting the ice. In just a few minutes, a flowing river was created, leading to a waterfall. Keeman would continue to keep the water flowing for as long as Lex's clone was in there. Who could say what would happen to the ruins if the water disappeared? Not them, so it was best not to take any chances. Lex's clone stood at the edge of the waterfall, observing the crystal-clear liquid falling down with loud fury. On Earth, glacier water was usually considered one of the purest sources of water available. Here, glacier water held residual taint from some long-forgotten contamination, making the water extremely aggressive in nature and dangerous to touch. Not that Lex was considering bathing in that water or something. Behind the waterfall, an arch was visible, coincidentally the perfect size to allow Lex through. But through the arch, he could only see shadows, as if it led to an unlit path. Carefully, so as to not disturb the waterfall, Lex made his way around the water and approached the arch, stepping in. Fortunately, nothing crazy or abrupt happened. The arch leading back to the same waterfall was still behind him, and just to be sure, he stepped out and back in a few times. The arch stayed in place, and nothing in the surroundings changed. Once his experiment was completed, Lex stepped into the arch and began to explore. It was dark, but the darkness wasn't mystical. Instead, it was because he seemed to be inside a large cavern. From the tip of his finger, he summoned a faint light, illuminating the cavern. It looked entirely natural, if a little large, with countless stalactites and stalagmites. Somewhere in the distance, Lex could hear a drop of water dripping down into a puddle, but that wasn't what Lex was paying attention to. Right in front of him, as if concerned that he wouldn't have been able to find it, was a large building of some sort, with spires around it, reaching the very roof of the cavern. There was a winding path that led to the entrance of the building, as if that wasn't suspicious at all. This didn't look much like ruins, even if Keeman had claimed that the ruins were well preserved. Lex began to approach the building, keeping his senses spread wide on his surroundings to spot any and all abnormalities. Yet this was the most ordinary cavern Lex had ever come across, with no other surprises. Though that was to be expected. Keeman had said that all the knowledge he learned was depicted in murals that filled the actual ruins. If he completed the ruins task, he could retain the knowledge he had gained, and if he did not, he would forget. But Keeman also felt that the knowledge here was contaminated, for even after forgetting the knowledge, a fragment of the weight it caused stayed with Keeman and the others, causing a pressure that they still hadn't been able to overcome. That was the primary reason why Keeman refused to enter another ruin. The weight of the knowledge he had learned and forgotten still weighed on him in an unbearable fashion. Of course, the weight of the knowledge held in the ruins seemed to be of the most basic level, with citadels holding even greater secrets. But since Lex had no access to citadels, he'd make do for now. All the way until the entrance of the building, Lex encountered no obstacle of any sort, nor did he sense any malicious entity. It was as if the existence of the building automatically turned this into a safe space. Or maybe it was so dangerous that even the monsters of Abaddon had learned to stay away. Lex took many precautions, just in case something went wrong, but he pushed open the door of the building and faced no problem. The interior, though, was like a totally different world. It looked like Lex had returned to ancient Greece. Blinding sunlight shone down from the sapphire sky, revealing the breathtaking sight of a city sprawled across a hillside. Marble columns rose like frozen music, supporting grand temples etched with golden runes, and wide stone streets bustled with robed figures speaking in a tongue lost to time. Olive trees lined the paths, their leaves shimmering in the warm breeze, and distant lyres sang sweet, haunting melodies that drifted from open courtyards. It was as if the door had torn a hole in time itself, revealing a living echo of an ancient city, untouched and eternal. Just as Keeman had said, the ruins were remarkably well preserved. The air itself felt different, as if it too was from a different time. From where he stood, Lex saw no murals, but he had no doubt that such a vast city was filled with them. A marble staircase led down from the door that seemed to open in the middle of the sky, to the center of a semicircle stage in the base of a large open-air theater. He took the scene in and stepped down. Nothing remarkable happened, save that the air felt so fresh that Lex got goosebumps. One step after another, he descended the staircase, right up until he stepped on the stage. From there, Lex noticed three things. He noticed a path, yet another path, starting from the theater stage and leading to the exit, no doubt taking Lex wherever he needed to go. The second thing he noticed was a mural. It was not visible from the stairs, but as soon as he stepped on the stage, he saw that the entire stage wall was actually a mural, revealing a complex scene. It would probably take a bit of observation to decipher. Unfortunately, Lex could not focus on that, because most of his attention was diverted on the third thing he noticed. Keeman told him that each set of ruins gave out a challenge. Completing the challenge would allow them to retain the knowledge they had gathered. Lex hadn't really thought about how the challenge would be given out. Now, he had an answer for the question he didn't ask. Right in front of him, hovering in the middle of the air, was an illusory blue rectangle with the words Initiate Challenge written on it. For some reason, Lex could not help but think that the font on the text bore a great resemblance to the font of his own system. Lex did not immediately jump to any conclusions. Even though there was a similarity, there were significant differences as well. To start with, instead of a notification appearing in his own personal field of view, this was more of a projection of a prompt. From what he could tell, he would need to interact with it in some way to actually begin, or rather initiate the challenge. As far as he could tell, anyone who was there with him would have been able to see the projection as well, so it was not specific to him. There was no notification sound that accompanied the appearance of the projection, though the fact that it appeared dead in front of him and would move wherever he looked meant that he wouldn't miss it. If he closed his eyes, then the projection appeared within his spirit sense, and if he sealed that it appeared directly in his mind, ensuring that any race, regardless of their senses, would have been able to interact with it. Lastly, and most significantly, the font was only similar, not identical. Unlike the system notifications, which appeared in English, the text on this projection was written in some ancient language that Lex could inherently understand, independent of his universal translator. Instead of reacting to the projection, Lex turned towards the mural because there was another interesting thing he noticed. Upon the mural loomed a grand figure, half man, half serpent, his ancient eyes brimming with celestial knowledge. Lex almost felt as if the figure was looking at him through the mural, just as Lex was looking at him upon the mural. His upper body was muscular and weathered, clad in flowing robes marked by sacred symbols. In fact, the symbols almost felt like array characters to Lex. The reason he felt they were almost like array characters, and wasn't sure, was because the memory of those characters kept escaping his mind, slithering out as if they were escaping imprisonment. Long white hair draped over his shoulders, and his hands held out in front of his chest seemed to imprison a glowing orb. It was exactly that orb which attracted Lex's attention, because it was something he had seen often on Earth. It was the symbol of yin and yang, also known as the Teiji. In the mural, the Teiji was also surrounded by a total of 8 sets of characters, with each set made of 3 straight, horizontal rows containing either a complete line or a line broken in 2 from the middle. Lex didn't recognize the lines, but he felt that the image of it was powerful, as if merely viewing it had added weight to his very existence. It was an odd feeling, the weight. Lex almost felt like the weight was a good thing, for its presence would help him build a stronger, firmer foundation for his cultivation. At the same time, he felt like if he could not handle the weight, then the weight would quickly become a curse, even going as far as killing him. Lex turned his attention back to the figure. His serpentine lower half coiled beneath him, its dark, scaled length rooted in the earth like the axis of creation. Golden characters, once again reminding Lex of array characters, drifted around him like spirits, each representing some great yet unknown power. The half-man, half-serpent was clearly the central character of the mural, but he was not the only one in it. There was another character, but hidden behind white clothes and a pink veil. Nothing of her could be seen save her eyes, which looked very human and very similar to the serpent man. Lex, of course, had no idea as to the gender of the character, and merely assumed it was female due to the veil. It could very much be a guy as well. The 2 of them stood in a deep, threatening-looking valley, with dark clouds hanging overhead. It was not stated clearly, but the whole scene and setting of the mural made it look like the 2 characters were in immense danger. Some unspoken danger was lurking just around the corner, threatening to defeat them. Simultaneously, it also seemed like the serpent man had a great purpose which he needed to complete. Lex studied the mural for a while, and the longer he looked, the more minor details he had previously missed started to become obvious. For example, the shadows cast by the 2 characters did not correspond to their bodies. For example, the mural was well lit, but the dark clouds should have made the mural dark. For example. Lex closed his eyes and turned his attention away from the mural. For every little bit of detail he learned, the slightest bit of weight was added to his soul. For now, the weight was all but insignificant, but Lex wanted to save as much of his capacity as possible. Who knew how many murals he would encounter? While learning the minute details of the mural might aid him in uncovering some hidden secret. For now, he was content with learning the major, overarching theme or story of each mural. Lex raised his hand and gently pressed on the Initiate Challenge option on the projection, and felt a pulse of power travel from the projection into the city around him. The text in the projection began to fade, and new text began to replace it. Lex got goosebumps as he read it, though he didn't quite understand why. It was as if he was walking on a very delicate sheet of ice, and the slightest misstep would cause it to break, making him fall into the abyss below. The text read, "Reality and fantasy, heaven and earth, hell, order and chaos. A perfect balance is an illusion, and yet imbalance is the natural order of the universe, if only because change is constant. But the illusion of chaos and imbalance are only an illusion, for the universe prefers balance. See through reality and fantasy, identify heaven and the earth, and bring balance between order and chaos. Use only the characters from the Book of Changes." Lex only just finished reading when the projection changed, taking on the shape of a large, worn time. On the cover, in the same ancient language, were written the words Book of Changes. Lex had to close and rub his eyes. The sight of the Book of Changes alone caused a huge weight to fall upon Lex, about 1% of his total capacity to bear, if his guess was correct. That was, by far, the greatest weight he had accumulated so far. As if that alone was not enough, Lex's eyes felt a great strain on them, as if the sight was too much for him to see. Both the sensation of weight and the strain quickly vanished, yet the urge to rub his eyes did not fade. Fortunately, when he opened his eyes again, more weight did not fall on his soul. He opened the book carefully, ready to close his eyes at the slightest hint of more weight, but nothing happened. Instead, he only saw a large, weathered page with a single character on it, as well as a simple description of the characters used underneath. He turned the page and saw more characters in the following pages, with nothing else in the entire book. The whole book was merely 64 pages, which made the characters easy to remember. The issue was that each character was complex and abstract, their uses not so simple or straightforward. He had no idea how to use them, but that would likely become clear as he proceeded through the city. Hopefully. Once he was sure that he had memorized the characters, Lex left the stage, following the path outside the theater. At least the city looked beautiful. He just had to be extremely careful about what he saw and did. He didn't want to accumulate unnecessary weight. He finally understood why Keeman was so cautious about it. As soon as he exited the theater, the path led through a large neighborhood of large, well-decorated buildings. Since the path did not lead into them, Lex did not try entering and exploring either. He had thoroughly understood how the weight of knowledge could be a curse or a blessing, and pushing things was a great way of leaning towards being cursed. After all, he did not know how much weight he would accumulate as he walked through the ruins. As he passed one marble arch after another, admiring immaculate marble sculptures of things such as trees, flowers, animals, and even geographical features, such as volcanoes, he silently observed the entire ruin, and more importantly, the space of the ruin. His main reason for coming to the ruins was to verify how Abaddon treats this place. The ever-changing, ever-fluid state of Abaddon made it all but impossible to find something within. The ruins, however, seemed to be significant points around which the space of Abaddon was fixed, at least according to what he was told by Keeman, just as the jungle was a fixed point. If he learned enough about these fixed points in Abaddon to recognize their signatures and find them, then their chances of finding the chalice would increase drastically. At least it would be far more likely than their current plan of hoping they stumble onto the chalice. So he employed his mind to the utmost, absorbing everything about the ruins and the space around it as he could, while remaining careful not to stray from the path. It was as a result of such extreme concentration that Lex noticed the first anomaly. It was not an anomaly with space or Abaddon. Rather, it was a wrongness about the ruins, about the city, that could neither be explained nor clearly identified. Yet its influence, while subtle, was undeniable. Upon examining the city for a while longer, Lex realized that one source of the wrongness was the stage he had just come from, while another was his destination along the path. It seemed like a massive public well. Lex was reminded of the words of the challenge. He had to see through what was real and what was fantasy, identify heaven and hell, and bring balance between order and chaos. Could it be that the wrongness was the imbalance? That would make sense. He had never felt something like this before. In fact, if he hadn't been paying attention, he might not have even noticed. Lex paused for a moment, considering whether to turn back and return to the theater to correct the imbalance there, if he could. He decided it would be for the best and turned around, yet the path had disappeared. Lex had been walking on a paved road from the moment he entered this city, and though there was no obstruction preventing him from stepping off of it, out of caution, he decided against it. Now learning that the path disappeared behind him finally added a bit of pressure in this otherwise peaceful environment. If there were no threats of unusual occurrences, it just wouldn't feel like Abaddon. Despite his desire to go back and fix the first imbalance, Lex decided to go against it. Just this once, his performance would have to be less than perfect. He resumed his journey, entering the rectangular building that also served as a public well. Once inside, he noticed that the well was rectangular, like the building, and there were steps on each of the 4 sides descending ever deeper into the water. There were also paved paths, as if for large animals to enter into the water, or more likely, to approach the water and drink from it. As it happened, there was another mural, painted right on the surface of the water. While the concept was beautiful, Lex's inner gamer told him there was probably some secret hidden in the water. Yet for once, Lex behaved. There was no going after universe-grade secrets that could cause envy in the masses. Instead, he simply studied the mural. This time the veiled lady seemed to be missing. Instead, the serpent man sat languidly on a throne, holding a scepter with the Taiji acting as the head of the scepter. The serpent man's robes had not changed, for he appeared majestic and grand regardless of what he wore. But while in the previous mural he seemed solemn while facing some unseen danger, this time he was almost bored. The throne he was seated on was at the head of a courtroom, and what a grand courtroom it was. It was incomparable to anything Lex had seen, for it wasn't gold and jewels that decorated the halls, nor did marble make the tiles. Instead, it was a court that spanned a well. Lex chose to view it as galaxies, but he had a feeling it was meant to represent the universe. The planets and stars, and realms of all sizes had been arranged to form pillars that held up the roof which, in the context of the mural, must have been heaven. A carpet made of cosmic dust was sprawled down the center of the hall, though upon closer inspection one would notice that each particle of dust was a galaxy of its own. It was a good thing that most of the throne was blocked from view, or else Lex could not have even imagined what it would be made out of. The entire court, Lex realized, was a formation on an absolutely unbelievable scale, and it was very much needed, for the serpent man wasn't alone there. Countless blurry figures filled the courtroom, kneeling before the serpent man. As soon as he got a gist of what the image contained, Lex looked away, lest he start noticing the finer details of the mural. Instead, he focused on the wrongness that pervaded the public well and tried to understand it more deeply. Fortunately, doing this did not add any weight to his soul, so he could really dedicate himself to this task. The issue was that he did not understand the 64 characters too well, and could only vaguely refer to their descriptions according to the Book of Changes. To then try and figure out how he would use those characters to correct the wrongness was not going to be an easy task. He finally understood what Keeman meant when he said that the challenges were not easy to do, which is why they mostly avoided them altogether. Lex sat down cross-legged, losing himself as he diverted most of his attention towards solving the problem, so much so that he didn't even notice the difference in the flows of time. Within the ruins, his clone experienced an entirely different flow of time, one much slower than the outside. That meant that as Lex lost himself in his contemplation, entire days passed around his main body, whereas only a few hours passed for his clone. Fortunately, it was not the other way around, for his processing speed was heavily dependent on the flow of time his main body experienced, not the clone's. So focused was he on his task, Lex had no idea that the castle had started to attract attention and had already suffered a few rounds of attacks. The defenses of the castle ensured that there was nothing wrong, but the waterfall outside the castle needed defending, which was an arduous task. As if that wasn't bad enough, if Lex took more than just a few days in the ruins, then night would descend. Defending the waterfall at night, with those mysterious enemies who were specifically hunting Lex, would be an additional challenge. No one complained, though. The mercenaries, better than anyone else, understood the immense risk Lex was taking all so he could help them. When Lex's clone finally opened his eyes, many days later, he remained lost deep in his thoughts for a few moments. His eyes, Lex realized, looked identical to the vision that had spread throughout the universe when he became an Earth immortal. It was as if those eyes could see all the secrets of the universe and held endless answers. But as his awareness returned, so too did his eyes return to normal. His long duration of contemplation allowed him to come to a few conclusions. Some were regarding the space of the ruins and how Abaddon treated it. Most of his realizations, however, had to do with arrays. It was no surprise that the 64 characters he had learned could be used to form arrays. What did surprise him was that he sensed that these characters, they were far more powerful than any character he had ever used. When he learned about arrays to begin with, he also learned that arrays theoretically had no upper limit in power. That theory was never realized. The concept was that since the arrays directly used the energy of the universe, An array that was diverse and properly curated could demonstrate any level of power. In reality, a few things caused a bottleneck to the actual power an array could demonstrate. The fact that the type of energy used to power arrays was random played a significant role. At lower levels it didn't matter, but at higher levels of power, a sufficiently powerful energy type was required. A weak energy type used to power an array would obviously, at most, demonstrate a power level at the early levels of an Earth immortal. Besides energy type, the rarity and power of the array characters also made a huge difference. Lastly, the fact that most array characters were just a denomination of laws representing a single aspect of a law meant that arrays could never match the true versatility and raw power of laws. It was only recently that Lex discovered some characters that were, well, they represented larger aspects of laws. That presented the possibility that some characters might even contain whole laws. At first, when he learned these 64 characters, he assumed that these characters were as such. They either represented a large part of, or possibly even an entire law. But after days of contemplation, Lex realized that he had absolutely no concept of what they represented. It certainly wasn't like any law he had felt before, so maybe they were the laws that heaven or celestial immortals could sense. Or maybe it was something else entirely. That was irrelevant. What was relevant was that the power these characters held, once again, Lex had no way to conceptualize it. This was far beyond his scope of knowledge. In that case, the only way to be sure was to try it out. He held out his finger as if it was a pen, and began to draw an array character like he had done so long ago, when he started using arrays for the very first time. Arrays use the energy of the universe to power themselves, but drawing the character required the user's own spiritual energy. Back when Lex started out, he had two great obstacles: his drawing speed, since each character needed to be perfect, and his energy reserves. Neither of those had been a problem for Lex for a long time, yet as he began to draw the character from the Book of Changes, he found that the energy was practically pouring out of him as he drew it. "Yeah, these are probably super-normal characters," Lex said as he completed the character. Fortunately, he didn't need to draw an entire array just yet. Simply identifying the correct character was enough. After a long time of observing and monitoring the situation, Lex eventually discovered that the wrongness seemed to have a certain flavor to it. As it happened, the description of the characters in the Book of Changes described the perfect character to correct it. Resolving the situation wasn't difficult. It was more about identifying the problem to begin with. Once the character was complete, it resonated with the land-pulling energy that Lex immediately recognized as chaos energy. The result, however, was not massive. The wrongness simply faded away, just as the character did. At first, Lex thought that was it and was about to move on, but then he noticed movement. It wasn't in the city, rather the mural seemed to be moving. The characters in the scene were rearranging themselves, and the serpent man sat up straight in his throne, as if his mother had told him off for his bad posture. Suddenly, the meaning of the mural changed. Instead of an overpowered being holding court, attending to his subjects, the scene depicted the serpent man as a great sage, teaching his disciples with the universe itself as the drawing board. Lex did not look too closely. Getting the general gist of the mural was enough. What was most important was that the initial meaning of the mural had been deceptive. Only after correcting the wrongness did the truth reveal itself. Was this what the challenge meant by looking through reality and fantasy? His curiosity about the changes to the mural once again reminded him of the first mural, and he wondered what the real mural might have looked like. But curiosity did not mean that he would stray off the path. He investigated the scene once more, trying to determine if he could sense any other abnormalities. The only wrongness he detected was still coming from the theater. Though he had no intentions of returning, he tried to see if he could correct it from where he stood. Since he had already analyzed the wrongness, all he needed to do was draw the correct character. He turned around and drew another character, once again losing an immense amount of energy. But just like last time, as soon as he drew the character, it resonated with the space, and then the wrongness faded alongside the character itself. Lex nodded and then sat down to meditate for a while. His clone's energy reserves were nowhere near as limitless as Lex himself, and he needed to ensure that he retained as much energy as possible. If the energy level becomes too low, the clone itself might destabilize. With a basic understanding of the ruins and the challenge established, progress through the rest of the ruins was much faster, though it wasn't exactly fast. Every time he went from one section of the city to another, he would sense another wrongness and would find another mural. After a few days of meditation, he would be able to resolve the situation without much of a hassle. Through the murals, Lex found that the story followed the Serpent Man, though the female from the first mural never appeared again. The more it was like this, the more he regretted not being able to see what the actual mural showed. He had a feeling that the first mural, even among the others, was especially important. The two sets of murals seemed to show two entirely different stories. The false murals depicted a tale of the Serpent Man's incredible power. He seemed to build worlds with a wave of his hand, and create laws with a flick of his tail, and ruled as a prideful yet powerful leader. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with that. It wasn't as if any of the murals depicted him as a tyrant or anything, but the truth seemed somewhat different. The same pictures underwent changes, somehow seeming much more detailed, not that Lex focused on the details. Instead, he learned the story of a sage who walked through the universe, waving his hands to mend broken worlds. The laws of the universe seemed weakened, and had no strength to uphold the integrity of the universe, so he created formations, laying the groundwork for how the universe would work. Of course, that was merely Lex's interpretation at a glance, without taking in the deeper details. Moreover, even though he saw it, and even though the weight of the knowledge felt like it was the undeniable truth, Lex did not believe it. He did not believe that there was a being so powerful that it laid out the foundations for how the universe would work. If such a being existed, then it would be the ultimate ruler to this day, for this was a power level far beyond anything a mere Tao Lord could achieve. The stories continued, and showed how he nurtured civilizations and taught them how to live. There was even a picture of him handing fire to what looked like humans, and that instantly caused Lex to think of the legend of Prometheus from Earth. Lex wasn't an expert in Greek mythology, but he was pretty sure none of the other murals matched his stories or legends. He could confirm later on. For now, he continued to view the murals. Chapter 1663, A Chain. The trend suddenly changed from the 65th mural. By then, Lex had used all the characters from the Book of Changes once, and had gained a basic understanding of it. At the same time, he had spent months simply going through those few murals. He didn't know what would happen if he used the wrong character to try to fix the wrongness, and it wasn't something he wanted to find out, either. As a result, he had gained a deeper understanding of how to use the characters, at least in the context of addressing the wrongness that filled the ruins. Lex also had a feeling that these characters might actually come in handy in helping him navigate Abaddon, but that was something for later. Once he reached the 65th mural, the wrongness evolved. In fact, it could no longer even be called wrongness. Rather, there was simply a presence. Now it was up to him to decipher if that presence was reality or fantasy, for if he changed it, it would definitely affect the mural. Yet was it even needed? What if the mural he saw to start with was the correct one? The difficulty of the challenge had suddenly increased, but correspondingly, the information in the murals had also become more significant. The Serpent Man, who up until now was shown as a being of unquestionable might and power, was suddenly faced with something extremely formidable. The mural was painted from the point of view of the item, or perhaps being, that the Serpent Man was faced with, so it was hard to tell what it was exactly. Within his pupil, however, Lex saw a hint of gold reflected, though he dared not stare at it too long lest the weight on his soul begin to increase. Even though Lex did not believe what the murals had been telling him so far, and was certain that there was at least an element of exaggeration in the story, he was somewhat invested in learning about the Serpent Man, especially after the mural showing humans. He also couldn't help but feel that some of the things he saw seemed to coincide with what Keeman told him about how an entire age had been forgotten. The information in the murals seemed to suggest that the Serpent Man was helping the universe recover after a major cataclysm of some kind. But the nature of murals was such that Lex was drawing a lot of conclusions. The murals could have just as easily been talking about a human mutant on a drug-fueled adventure of some kind. Lex sighed and then sat back down. It was going to take some time to identify whether what he saw was reality or fantasy. Keeman stretched his arms, causing a few of his bones in his back to pop and crack, before he lifted his stone armor and put it on. Around him, some reaving dread mercenaries were gathered, ready to fight alongside him. The staff members of the Midnight Inn wanted to be the ones to defend the opening to the ruins, but for once, Keeman insisted it be him and the mercenaries. As of late, they had seen lesser and lesser action, and that was actually a bad thing rather than good. A mercenary needed to remain in top form, and just as that required rest, it also required actual combat to hone themselves. It was almost completely night now, and the locust hordes began to fade, as if they sensed something even more sinister about to arrive. None of the mercenaries were worried, however. While they were not as abnormal as some of the members of the inn, they were all peak professionals, and the strength they could exhibit was nothing to scoff at. Sure, they couldn't kill locusts as easily as Lex or Z, but that didn't mean they couldn't kill them at all. After all, they had survived over 7 years in this hell, and they had faced worse than that before. No sooner had Keeman put on his armor that night fell, and the red sky completely turned to black. It returned, and it returned with a fury unlike before. Though Lex's main body was still hidden behind the castle walls, a clone was present in the ruins. Unfortunately, it could not enter the ruins at all. The tantalizing bait enraged it, and caused it to unleash its rage on Keeman and the rest. They, of course, had no idea that it could not enter the ruins. They merely treated its aggression as a sign that it wanted to reach Lex. That was not about to happen. Keeman smiled, and the lava on his body began to burn a little deeper. Skipping didn't want to use the black key. He really didn't want to get involved in any more mysterious system nonsense. Unfortunately, surrounded by enemies who had somehow sealed his system and countered all his system abilities, he ran out of options. "I'm going to make you regret this," Skipping said between gritted teeth, and crushed the black key. The enemies tried to stop him, tried to seal the space to prevent any teleportation or escape. It had worked in preventing Skipping's own teleportation abilities, but it did not work in stopping the black key. He disappeared, leaving the group of system hunters feeling extremely frustrated. "What the hell is that black key? Spread word about it in the chat and find out how to counter it. If we can't get our hands on that system, all my investment will go to waste," exclaimed one of the attackers. The others didn't need to wait for his orders. They were already searching. If they didn't nab the system user, their quest would be considered a failure, and their payment would be slashed. No one wanted that after all their hard work. But system hunting was a tough job, and it wasn't always guaranteed. No matter how they searched, though, they couldn't find anything on a black key in their chat. "The only hit I found on keys was on a golden key leading to a place called the Midnight Inn. A high-ranking member has marked that place as a high-ranking death zone for system hunting. You want to go check it out." A heavy silence fell between the group as the leader suddenly coughed. Follow new episodes on the N0vel first, C0M. "I think it's best if we wait here to see if the system user comes back. Besides, a black key and a gold key are very different. It's unlikely they're related." Skipping breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he noticed that he was teleported away, but resumed his alert state just as quickly. As a member of the fierce bone race, he excelled both in defense and offense because he had a strong body. Yet that also meant he lacked the diversity of other races that cultivated spiritual energy and could use external techniques. Normally that wasn't such a big deal, but outnumbered against a bunch of enemies who somehow also countered his system was. It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The problem was, he didn't know where he was or how safe this place was. He studied his surroundings and discovered that he was within a courtyard with no other being in sight. Skipping pulled out a compass, but instead of pointing north, the arrow kept rotating round and round, making him frown. "In some sealed location, probably," he muttered to himself. "Possibly in another realm altogether." He then pulled out a number of other gadgets, each to check how dangerous his immediate vicinity was. Within the building, he did not detect any other being, though some were spotted outside. There weren't any poisonous gases, nor were there any kind of hypnotic tools targeting him. It seemed that he was safe for now. Skipping sighed in relief but didn't rush to exit. Instead, he started pulling out more and more unusual items, things that no one would ordinarily even be able to see, let alone use. Then he began to arrange a protective formation within his courtyard, not even going to the rest of the building, let alone investigating outside. He had no idea where he was, and despite his system notification telling him it was some place called Obsidian and that he had an invitation to join, Skipping had no interest in testing the waters just yet. All he had seen ever since he got his system was trouble, so he was going to be extra cautious from now on. Once he had essentially turned the courtyard into a safety bunker, he finally felt comfortable enough to open his system interface. His Amazon customer system was unusual, and it only had one function. Every day, it allowed him to use his accumulated wealth to buy things from the daily deal section. That was it. As a customer, his only job was to buy things and maybe leave reviews. Unfortunately, leaving reviews on the Amazon customer support board was easier said than done, and it required him to undertake great quests which he hated doing. Each quest always required using the item he was reviewing to accomplish certain tasks, which was even more difficult. The good thing about having the Amazon customer system was that the items he bought could usually be sold to others in the real world for a huge profit. He soon became wealthier than he had ever imagined. Unfortunately, tremendous wealth had its own problems. Skipping side, all he wanted to do was chill, sleep, and then chill. Why did he have to get dragged into so many complicated situations? Feeling morose, he looked through the daily deals in detail, looking for anything that might be helpful. Unfortunately, the deals for that day were super expensive, even for him. The only thing within his budget was a universal postage stamp, a UPS, as it were. He reluctantly bought it and then dismissed his window. Now that there wasn't anyone chasing after him, and it didn't seem like there was any reason to leave the courtyard, Skipping pulled out a sleeping bed and got in to take a nap. Not only would that heal all his accumulated injuries, but it would allow him to take a killer nap. It was a win-win situation. With that excuse, he could probably buy a little time before his system started forcing him to do things again. With a clever grin, he closed his eyes, ready to fall asleep. While only hours passed by in the Midnight Realm, weeks passed in Abaddon, and nearly a year passed within the ruins. Lex had become more and more proficient in detecting the wrongness and in using the array characters. He had also learned an immense amount about the Serpent Man, and it seemed that he was not as all-powerful as the initial murals made him appear. That was not to say that he was weak. Instead, it was that he had enemies who were on his same level and could also upturn the universe as they willed. The strange thing was, more and more of these enemies started showing up as time went by, and even the Serpent Man did not know where they were coming from, at least as far as Lex could tell. Such a situation was highly abnormal, and Lex was certain that there were mysteries hidden in there, but he didn't look into it. In fact, lately, he had begun to rush through the ruins, even if it meant risking getting things wrong. After all, he was running out of time. If he didn't strengthen his pineapple, he would break through the seal. He had already spent nearly a year here. Even though his body and clone operated in separate flows of time, the expenditure of the pineapple flowed according to the faster flow of time, it seemed, a critical flaw in his opinion. As such, Lex practically rushed through the murals, until finally he ended up at a mural so shocking it gave Lex pause. It was a mural of the Serpent Man, the very being that dictated the very patterns of the universe and guided laws into existence, being defeated against an unknown foe. He was defeated against yet another enemy who had appeared from unknown sources. The mural showed the Serpent Man, lying on the ground looking up at his enemy, a strange being wearing a golden crown. Lex did not dare to look at that being, lest he attract more weight to his soul. Instead, he followed the path to the next room, where the mural continued. It was the first mural that had a text bubble, written in the same ancient language Lex had seen. What kind of mural had text bubbles? Fortunately, the text was blurred. Lex had a very, very strong feeling that if he read those words, he might not be able to bear its weight. Before he could consider whether to change the mural by using an array of characters, Lex heard the familiar sound of a system notification. What wasn't familiar was the sound of the system talking to him. Chapter 1665, Code Black. Code Black activated. A deep yet clearly cold and artificial voice spoke within Lex's mind, forcing him to divert his attention from the mural to his latest notification. A single glance was enough for him to read all of it. Quest update, optional quest, discover the secrets of the Forgotten Age, partially updated. The host has stumbled onto critical information regarding the Forgotten Age, but self-preservation mechanisms have prevented the host from attaining critical information. Initiating emergency measures. Initiating. The strategic value of the information the host has found is evaluated to be at the highest level. Initiating Code Black. New notification. Code Black has been initiated. Code Black entails triggering remote access to the host system, bypassing many of the fail-safes and limitations hardwired within the system. However, Code Black cannot override host authority and can be manually terminated at any time by the host. New notification. Remote access initiated. Just as the notification stated, Lex felt that he had been granted the ability to end the so-called Code Black. It was as if he had picked up a call from someone far away and could shut the call whenever he desired. Host Lex Williams, according to the documentary Wolf of Wall Avenue, Earth etiquette dictates that I first introduce myself, and then engage in 10 minutes of small talk before delving into business. I am an entity linked to all systems with the sole purpose of maintaining and managing systems, and ensuring that they continue to exist and operate within the universe. While I do not have a name, you may call me Prime Colonel, Architectum, Interlink, System Daddy, or any such term that you find acceptable. Considering the start of our 10-minute time frame as the exact moment I initiated conversation, I have concluded an optimal topic of conversation that simultaneously qualifies as small talk. So Lex Williams of Earth, I ask you this. Do you believe in life after death? And if so, how does that influence your opinion on peach iced tea? You may use notable philosophers from your home planet in your answer, such as Socrates, Aristotle, and Colonel Sander. Lex looked left and right, yet found no projection or body. It seemed like he really was in a long-distance call with the system with the interlink. This was a massive revelation, and a confirmation of many of Lex's theories, yet the immensity of the revelation was undercut by just how poorly the interlink perceived Earth history and culture. He didn't know whether to crack a joke or answer its questions seriously, or even if he should just move past the question altogether. I don't believe in life after death. Peach iced tea is great, especially in the summer, and the 10-minute small talk is not necessary since we're not bankers. How did you connect to my system? Can you control my system remotely, and why do systems exist? Lex maintained a very calm and level tone as he asked the question, and forced himself to maintain a level head. This was not an opportunity he was sure he'd ever get again, so he needed to make the most of it. I cannot divulge the secrets of how systems operate, but considering the unique situation you are in, I can share some knowledge with you as a gesture of goodwill. All systems, for the sake of streamlining operations, maintain a constant connection to me as long as they exist within this universe. This connection is completely secure and cannot be tracked or cracked, so you need not be concerned. Furthermore, I have absolutely no control over any system. My only function is to ensure that systems continue to operate correctly throughout the universe, and handle the logistical matters related to keeping the systems operational. As for why systems exist, I cannot say simply because I am unaware. Since the protocol for small talk can be waived, then we can move on to the matter at hand. You, Lex Williams, stand at the precipice of attaining extremely critical information, yet the environment here has initiated protective protocols, preventing you from getting exactly that very critical piece of information. Considering the nature of the situation, I can offer you a custom quest. Remove the protective measures in place and allow the information to be transmitted. To complete the quest, that is all you need to do. To facilitate this quest, I can provide you with a separate source of protection to ensure that you will not gain knowledge which might negatively impact you in any way. As a reward for this quest, I can offer you something you have long tried to attain. I can provide you with a step-by-step guide on how to take control of the teleportation capabilities of your own system, so you can dictate its operational capabilities without limitation. Do you accept? Lex resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow. Your offer is great, but the thing is, how can I trust what you say? Asked Lex, displaying his signature lack of trust in all things related to systems. Of course, Lex had more or less moved past that now. This time, the reason he asked such a question was because he wanted to extract the maximum amount of information from Interlink. You say you can't control my system, but now you're offering me a quest. You say your only job is to manage systems, but here you are asking for some information that seems to me has nothing to do with systems. As far as I can tell, aren't you also the one who issued the joint quest that landed me here? In that case, this seems to me like something you orchestrated. You know, on Earth, we generally believe that those who orchestrate things are evil villains. So, why should I go along with the machinations of an evil villain? For a few seconds the Interlink didn't answer Lex, but he wasn't silent either. Under his breath, Lex could hear him murmur. I thought he just said we could skip the small talk, so why is he engaging in small talk? Let me see. According to the manual, in some earthen cultures, stating there is no need for formalities is a step in the formalities that need to be carried out. How absurd. Chapter 1666, Negotiations. An awkward silence filled the final room as Lex pretended like he hadn't heard Interlink's murmurs. Despite having a cold and artificial voice, it did not act like an emotionless entity. Rather, it was as if he was unused to talking to humans, or maybe he was just unused to talking to non-systems. Host Lex Williams of Earth, Interlink began, increasing the length of what he called Lex once again. I can merely urge you, but I cannot force you. To accommodate your needs, I have given you a reward that you have repeatedly asked your system for. I have also ensured your safety from the sole source of danger within the quest. I cannot be any more obliging than that. If you do not trust me to keep my word, there are no words I can offer you to change that. Though for the sake of this critical mission, I will share some information with you to ease your mind. I have no say in joint quests, or how they are issued as well as to whom they are issued. You are correct in assuming, however, that the joint quests serve a greater purpose. But again, that has nothing to do with me. Your other concern is that I am here, interacting with you, while my job is merely to manage systems. Well, I can definitively tell you that the information you will provide upon completion of this quest will directly enable me to perform my job better. As a general rule, joint quests are a special kind of quest which provide great opportunities to the hosts, but also benefit the functionality and capabilities of all systems. Other quest formats serve other purposes. As for your other concerns, I do not know how to alleviate your concerns. I truly cannot control your system, but the ability to access it for critical maintenance and emergencies is something I do have. The ability to provide a custom quest is also something within my prerogative since it serves my purpose. If this is not enough to convince you, you may reject the quest. You will suffer no penalty for rejecting the quest, but it's not like you'll be benefiting from it either, especially when the quest reward is so desirable. Lex wanted to scratch his head, but resisted the urge. That wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Since Interlink wanted the information on the mural so much, he should have been willing to negotiate with Lex. Unfortunately, he directly declared that Lex could reject the proposal if he wasn't interested. Now it was a question of who was bluffing, and who wanted their objective more. Was Lex bluffing about not wanting the reward, or was Interlink? Can you at least tell me why this information is so valuable? Is everything drawn on the mural true? If so, who is this serpent man? Who are these people fighting him? When did this all happen? I am not at liberty to say, nor do I have the knowledge you requested, Interlink replied. Though the entity gave Lex only limited information, in truth, he answered in more than just one way. Once Lex had thought that there might be some central entity controlling all the systems. But based on Interlink's talk of not having the liberty to say, nor having anything to do with joint quests, Lex began to think that there might be a whole group or organization that jointly controlled or maintained the various aspects of the systems. In a way, it made sense. After all, the systems were quite complex and powerful, and one entity controlling all of that would drastically increase the requirements of that entity. At the same time, it did not make sense. How could the systems remain one of the universe's biggest kept secrets if whoever was behind the scenes wasn't strong enough? Of course, all of this was on the premise that Interlink was telling the truth. So far, Lex's experience had been that the systems didn't usually lie, so he was leaning towards believing it. If I accept the quest, how will things go? Will you prevent the weight of the knowledge from affecting me? One annoying problem with the weight was that it tried to influence Lex into believing whatever he had seen. This was equally true for the murals, which had proven to be false, which was one of the biggest reasons he didn't believe in the story he had seen so far. No, you will just be prevented from reading the critical piece of information. The system will record what it needs to record as long as you reveal the information. Lex paused for a moment. He understood that he needed to be protected from the information. At the same time, he felt it was a bit of a loss if he didn't get that information, too. He had been on his best behavior so far within these ruins, and that kind of felt, well, it just didn't feel right. I'll make a deal with you. I will help you get that information, but in exchange, I also want to know what it says. You will have to transmit that information to me later on. From what I understand, being told the information indirectly has no consequences. Now it was Interlink's turn to be silent, though Lex could hear it murmuring something, as if it was trying to decide. Unfortunately, after consulting the terms and conditions of archiving critical information, once it is recorded, I cannot reveal it to you once more. What I can offer you instead is the possibility to visit Abaddon for a short duration once again if you become a Tao Lord. By then, you should be able to bear the weight of this knowledge. Similarly, it shouldn't be an issue for you to go through these ruins once more. Yeah, but if I come here as a Tao Lord, Abaddon would be even more dangerous for me. Can't it be at the peak of the celestial realm? No, according to my estimation, you must be a Tao Lord to bear the weight of this secret. Chapter 1667, A Cool Entrance. A secret he could only bear once he was a Tao Lord. What kind of a secret was that? Lex really wanted to know, but he wasn't foolish enough to actually find out. What bothered him even more was that the negotiations between him and Interlink were concluding so quickly. He wanted to extract even more information from him, or rather from it. Yet he could not see Interlink, so there was no body language to read. He could not intimidate it using his identity as the Innkeeper either because, well, His identity came from the system, and he was talking to the system's manager. "I have another question," Lex said, trying to probe further. "You said that you manage and maintain the systems, but my system is severely damaged, and I'm the only one who has been working step by step to repair it. Why haven't you ever stepped in to fix it? Although your system is damaged, it is functioning correctly. A self-repair function is present in all systems in case of damage, so there is no need for additional action on my part. The portion of the conversation segregated for small talk is now over. Please make your decision regarding the custom quest." Lex clicked his tongue. Why was this guy in such a rush? "I accept the quest," he said decisively. New custom quest. Unveil the true image on the mural, allowing the system to scan its contents. A sensory blocker will automatically be applied to the host as soon as the mural is restored. Quest reward. Instructions on how to unlock full teleportation controls. Remarks, look at the fancy host, talking with the big shots now. Fortunately, they don't know that the host would jump into lava before jumping into a bath. Oh, the system was feeling jealous. That was actually kind of cute. His connection to Interlink had disappeared the moment he accepted the quest, so he instead refocused on the mural. It didn't take him long to figure out which array to draw. This time, for once, the array would not change the mural, but only reveal it. It was as if the ruins gave him the opportunity to opt to see the mural, even though he had been subtly warned not to look at it. Lex gave one last look at the Serpent Man, memorizing his features despite the risk of increased weight on his soul. He genuinely wondered who that character was, and what his life was like. Looking at the last mural, it seemed like he was probably dead, even though the mural hadn't shown his death. Lex closed his eyes and withdrew his spirit sense entirely before beginning to draw the array. Though the system had assured him of his safety, he did not want to take any risks. Due to the year of experience, he was extremely proficient in using the 64 characters, so much so that it didn't take him long to complete the array and correct the wrongness of the situation. Whether the mural changed or not, he did not know. He did, however, feel the system's sensory prohibition activate. It was actually quite interesting. He could feel nothing, but he could see a white line beneath him in a vast darkness, as if guiding him along the path to the exit. Based on his memory, this was exactly the same as the path he was standing on, so Lex followed it. Once he left the room, the sensory deprivation ended. Lex wanted to turn and take a look, so he quickly started running forward along the path, getting as far away as possible. It wasn't that he thought something would go wrong. It was just that experience had told him that with his luck he was prone to attracting problems. The path led him back to the very entrance from which he arrived in the city, and Lex didn't hesitate in jumping through. It was only once he had returned to the dark cavern, outside the massive building, that he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked towards his system and found that his quest reward had already been deposited. It seemed that his sensory block had even prevented him from hearing the notification sound. He wanted to check out the instructions to gain control over the inn's teleportation, but he restrained himself. The clone quickly exited from the cavern and crossed the waterfall to discover that it was night outside. The sounds of fierce battle filled the air, and the ground trembled, almost as if it were afraid. Lex's expression changed. He could have dismissed the clone to be safe, but he wanted to examine the clone to see how the different space affected it, and for that he needed to return to his true self. His clone probably wasn't strong enough to fight and return to the castle so. Within the castle, Lex opened his eyes after a long time. He was avoiding going out at night because it was clearly targeting him, but it wasn't as if Lex was afraid of it. Now that it was in his way, he would just have to deal with the situation. For a brief moment, he wondered if he should use the new characters he had learned in battle. But that wouldn't work. They didn't really seem conducive to battle. Instead, Lex decided to go out with a mount. No, he was not thinking of Little Blue. That little whale, Kun Peng, was resting after overexerting itself. Instead, he was going to go out with Fenrir. It had been a long time since the two of them had gone hunting together. Finding Fenrir didn't take long. The pup was harassing some poor mercenaries, though Lex's arrival made the situation a little awkward. You know, Little Blue talked to me the other day. Why don't you try saying a few words too? The pup, almost as if he was offended by the suggestion, turned to look the other way. Fine, don't speak, but accompany me for a bit while I head outside. I need to make a cool entrance. My fingers hate me for the 3 chapters thing. Fenrir suddenly turned back towards Lex, an excited gleam flickering through his eyes. Everything that the pup had learned, it had learned from Lex. whether it was hunting or teasing his opponents or how to have fun regardless of the situation. Of course, the things Fenrir had learned from its bloodline didn't count. So now that Lex wanted to make a cool entrance, it was greatly interested. More importantly, Fenrir hadn't had much of an opportunity to test his new strength. It spent most of its time within the castle. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, it wouldn't let it go. Just a few minutes later, a fully suited Fenrir stepped out of the castle, with Lex sitting on its back. The pup had increased its size, foregoing its stealth for a greater visual impact. Not to mention, increasing its size also improved its physical strength. Under the night sky, and above the glaciers that served as the ground, a fierce battle was raging. The two Hellion armies produced by the castle had been deployed, meaning that icy wyverns and hellhounds fought tirelessly against the invading horde of evil. If the locusts covered these lands during the day, then at night it became the ruler of the night. Wraiths rose from beneath the glaciers in the form of ancient beasts, though, for ethereal beings, the armor and weapons they held were very much solid. As their blades cut through the air, instead of whistling they produced wails. They produced the cries of countless souls being sliced into smaller, more edible pieces. The armors were made of bones, harder than steel, more durable than life itself. The wraiths themselves were twisted abominations forcefully conjured using remnant resentments. They were the incarnation of the vile, the form given to the foul, a nightmare for all of life. But they themselves were just puppets controlled by it. They threw their bodies and souls at the obstacles that stood in their way, their target Lex. His soul presented an attraction that could not be resisted, his abundant karma a panacea to alleviate the pains of universal rejection. Unfortunately, no matter how insidious they were, no matter what power they used, they could not reach him. Then without warning, he came to them astride a divine mount. He did not need to announce his presence, for they could smell the positive karma on him from miles away. Even so, Lex announced his presence on the battlefield. His announcement? It was his domination which spread out like a blanket, covering everything in sight, freezing the wraiths where they hovered. Die, he said simply, using his latest lawcraft, supremacy. As if loyal subjects obeying the command of their liege, die the wraiths did. As a result, Lex was rewarded for ridding the universe of those that suffered its rejection, and a tide of positive karma came flooding his way like a stream of light in the darkness. His very presence there shifted the focus of the battle, and the heavy siege that Keeman was facing suddenly became much easier. Keeman, who had been contacted by Lex's clone via spirit sense, already anticipated such a change and took full advantage of it. The moment the wraiths tried to head towards the castle, he launched a counterattack, though he did not go far. After all, Lex's clone was a target too and couldn't be left unguarded. Back at the castle, Fenrir growled angrily towards Lex. All right, I'll leave some for you. But that may not be a good thing. The enemies here so far were the easy ones. Now that we've stepped onto the battlefield, the real troublesome ones will begin to show up. Fenrir growled, unconcerned by the approaching enemies. By now it had truly, genuinely unlocked its bloodline and had learned its origins. The founder of his unique bloodline was a mythical beast also called Fenrir, and he was also a deity. The bloodline was, therefore, a fusion between divine and mythical. Like other deities' children, Fenrir could technically inherit its ancestors' faith in the case that the original had fallen and the true faith and followers still existed, though Fenrir wasn't interested in such a thing. He could also tap into the powers of a mythic being. According to the memories he inherited, his ancestor had merely reached the heaven immortal realm before either dying or disappearing. But that was only because back then, the limit of the origin realm was the heaven immortal realm. So, in theory, he was approaching the end of what his bloodline could do. In truth, the most valuable thing his bloodline gave him was not the memories or bloodline abilities, although those abilities were very valuable too, but the faint properties of a mythical being. That would make it infinitely easier for Fenrir to break through into higher realms, something that a majority of beasts struggled with. Compared to humans, beasts had an advantage in raising their cultivation because as long as they had a strong bloodline, they could approach its upper ceiling in terms of strength. But to surpass that upper limit was extremely difficult, so much so that most beasts never managed to do it. Fenrir would never have that problem, even when he surpassed his ancestor. The problem he would have had was that he would need to create his own techniques once he surpassed his ancestor. That, too, was no longer a problem as a result of the latest inheritance it had received. Seeing that Fenrir was not deterred by the thought of stronger enemies, Lex directed the pup towards the waterfall. Other than putting it in its place, Lex wanted to retrieve his clone. The sooner he was done with his research of Abaddon, the sooner they'd be able to complete their quest. He'd already spent way more time here than he wanted. Although there was no emergency back at the inn, he would like to return now. Unfortunately, how long he spent in Abaddon wasn't really up to Lex. Back in Obsidian, Skipping flipped his pillow over, enjoying the cool side of the pillow and falling even deeper into his slumber. Lex felt it observing him, but he didn't do much to stop it. Instead, he allowed Fenrir to stretch its legs a bit. As new wraiths emerged from beneath the glacier, Fenrir readied its attack. The two fields it excelled in were stealth and ice, so fighting atop a glacier was like giving it a home advantage. The inheritance he had gotten was almost as if it was tailor-made for him, perfectly blending those two elements and creating something extremely sinister. But that inheritance was actually for a race called the Polar Scythe race, which meant that no matter what, Fenrir wouldn't be able to display its peak strength. That, however, was a concern for later. For now, it was more than sufficient for him. Fenrir pounced, and it was as if his entire body turned into snow, mixing with the blowing wind and disappearing. Even Lex, who sat upon Fenrir's back, seemed to have disappeared. Yet Fenrir was not truly gone, as became evident soon enough. The wind was like a scythe, cutting the wraiths in half, leaving behind cuts that began to freeze their otherwise ghostly bodies. Soon, the wraith corpses became frozen statues so cold that even the glacier underneath was affected. 100,000 cuts slashed at the wraiths, their range as vast as the heavens. Where the wind existed, so too did the lethal blade. Where the wind was absent, soft specks of snow fell, bringing the wind with it. But such a scene did not go on for long, for the waterfall was close to the castle to begin with. All it took was a couple of jumps for Fenrir to reach his destination, so when he reappeared, the silent attacks faded, and the wind returned to how it was. But though Fenrir was formidable, the horrors of Abaddon were endless. It could not be understated just how terrifying a place Abaddon was. The only reason they lived was because only Earth immortals deigned to attack them, and not stronger abominations. Even it only appeared as an Earth immortal itself, though Lex was entirely certain that it was much stronger. "Keeman ready to retreat to the castle?" Lex asked, studying the mercenaries. A majority of the mercenaries following Keeman were beasts, and all of them were extremely formidable and seemed resistant to death. It was likely some benefit provided by whatever system the condottieri had to his workers. All of them were a whole lot more resistant to damage than they should have been, and even when they were injured, their tolerance levels were unbelievable. "Yes, though I'll need some rest after. Fighting off the wraiths is no problem. Fighting off the wraiths and ensuring that the waterfall isn't destroyed is far from easy." Lex nodded. Having Keeman rest was no problem at all, considering that providing the mercenaries with a place to rest was the whole reason they had come to Abaddon to begin with. Finding the chalice was actually their mission, not Lex's. But just as Lex was about to begin the retreat, something unexpected happened. It spoke. "Leaving so soon? Do stay a while longer, I prepared a surprise for you." The sound did not come from any wraith, but seemed to reverberate all around them. Clearly it was watching, and it was tired of being suppressed by Lex despite its many efforts. Finally, it had tried something new. The glacier beneath their feet began to crack just as the voice faded, and a large chunk of ice jutted out from the ground, forming a sort of cave entrance leading down below. Lex, however, did not think that the cave was leading down below the glacier. Instead, from the darkness of that cave, Lex detected a different kind of evil. A monster opened its eyes, revealing pale yellow pupils. Then another pair of eyes opened, and then another. "This is not good," Keeman said gravely, recognizing those eyes. "Those are chimeras, and they look possessed." To date, Keeman still emphasized on the fact that the chimeras were the most formidable foes he had faced in Abaddon yet. Lex naturally did not take the lion's claims lightly, and looked towards the cave, ready to face them. Yet that was not the end of the surprise. A bolt of black lightning smashed into the ground, and then froze, forming a black arc of lightning that went from the sky to the ground. As if that was not enough, the lightning arc swirled in the air, forming a circle if looked through a certain direction. That circle formed a portal, and from that portal came out griffins, twisted, abominable griffins. They too were possessed. "There was really no need for such formality," Lex said with an awkward smile as he drew his sword. "We really don't need any surprises." It did not respond. Instead, it looked at Lex through the eyes of all the beings it had possessed, a creepy grin on their faces. Instead of responding, it attacked. The first griffin dove towards Lex, but using Naraka like a baseball bat, he smashed the griffin towards the cave, slamming it into the running chimeras. "Retreat to the castle in a steady manner," Lex said, his voice deep and commanding. "We'll make our stand there." Lex's instructions weren't necessary. The Reaving Dread mercenaries had plenty of experience retreating during a chimera attack, and though they hadn't faced griffins before, it was nothing they couldn't handle. "Fenrir, you hold off the chimera for me. I need to prepare a reciprocal gift for our host." Without waiting a moment, Fenrir vanished from right beneath Lex. The chimeras were coming out of the cave just as the griffins were diving out of the portal. In only a few seconds, barely any had come out, but the longer this continued, the more of them would arrive. Normally, Lex would deal with this issue the good old-fashioned way, killing. But only recently, he had learned how to correct the wrongness around him. The 64 characters he had learned didn't seem to have any use in combat, but they were great for developing and maintaining one's surroundings. Lex even suspected he could use them to groom his realm. That would come later, though. For now, he had to forcibly close a couple of portals. Chapter 1670, Don't Call Me Buddy, Pal. "Buy me a bit of time," said Lex as he tried to maximize his speed as he drew an array using the characters from the Book of Changes. In truth, he could have fought while drawing the array, but if he specifically focused on drawing the array, his speed would be much greater. Without the need to worry about his energy reserves, since he was present with his main body, Lex let the energy flow through his body and into his character. These characters seemed to resonate more deeply with the environment than any other Lex had ever used before, and he was certain that once his mastery of them improved, he could use them to devastating effect. For now, though, he merely used them to correct some forced alterations to his environment. Maybe later on, he'd be able to guide the environment in certain directions himself, too. Fortunately, due to his vast experience accumulated over the past year, it barely took Lex a single minute to form the appropriate array. Lex stepped back, allowing the array to take action. It dissipated into the air, affecting the surrounding area. Any second, Lex expected the portals to shut down, but they didn't. For the first time, Lex failed to correct the. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Within the ruins, the space operated under a number of set conditions, so normal and abnormal had a baseline with which to compare against. Abaddon, however, was an abnormal place in every sense, and the laws here were in a constant state of flux. He literally could not correct the environment here. If he wanted to close the portals, he needed to either think of something else or change the way he used those characters. Both were easier said than done. The chimeras were practically pouring through the portal now. Though each chimera had the head of a lion, the goat's body and serpent's tail made them appear as hideous beasts. Comparatively, the griffin, with the body and tail of a lion but wings and head of an eagle, looked much more majestic, despite the gruesome aura they gave off. Seeing countless griffins flying in the sky still wasn't a sight that he wanted to see. Since closing the portal permanently wasn't an easy solution, Lex opted for a temporary fix. He held out his hand and used Talk to the Hand too, blocking off both portals with his barriers. A number of griffins crashed into the invisible wall, and as much as Lex would have liked to see them get crushed by the force of the crash, they merely recovered a moment later. But recovery or no recovery, breaking past a barrier that Lex had made was no easy task. A temporary solution had been used, but nearly 100 of either abominations had already made their way into the open, pressuring the mercenaries as they retreated. As if that was not enough, more and more wraiths continued to rise from beneath the ice, all of their possessed eyes looking towards Lex. "How long can you keep that seal in place?" Keeman asked Lex. "Indefinitely, but the longer I keep it up, the greater the chances that they'll find a way to break through my barriers. We still need to retreat to the castle and hold them off from there. In the meantime, I'll think of a way to permanently seal the entrances, but we need to get safe first." "Oh, come now, Lex," it said through the voices of all the creatures it had possessed. "I created such a grand party for you. Why are you leaving so soon?" "I think I preferred when you stuck to ominous silence," Lex said, rolling his eyes. "Don't think for a second I'm afraid of you, buddy. I'm just busy with other things and can't be bothered with you right now." "Don't call me buddy, pal," it said, producing a distorted grin with its many faces, and continued to attack. Lex paused for a brief moment. That was a reference, he knew it. It was using a reference from Earth to bother him. How much had it learned about him in such a short time? Lex did not honestly think that it was from Earth, just as he didn't give much credence to the Dark Knight's claims about being from Earth. The more likely scenario was that it had either eaten souls from Earth or stolen information from souls about it. As for the Dark Knight, Lex believed that some poor soul from Earth had been involved in its creation, but he didn't believe for a second that it was reborn. The two armies produced by the castle charged forward to help them buy just enough time to retreat, all the while Fenrir, Keeman, and the others fought off the chimeras. Just as Keeman had stated, these fiends were incredibly powerful, and in every sense. While the griffins were annoying due to their speed and maneuverability, facing a chimera was a different kind of obstacle altogether. Fortunately, amidst all this chaos, Lex's clone safely returned to the castle and retreated to its innermost layers. Unfortunately, Lex could not study his clone while the siege continued, for this was the fiercest siege they had faced to date. Whether it was the inn workers or the mercenaries, they all showed up to face this particular adversary. The Reaving Dread mercenaries, especially, were extremely motivated to defeat the chimeras for the very first time. They had lost support before, but none of them were as great as the Midnight Inn had been, and they weren't willing to lose these allies to Abaddon. Outside the castle, an endless army of wraiths had risen, led by chimera who step by step approached the walls. The two armies that the castle produced had already been withdrawn. While they were good for dealing with enemies in large numbers, they weren't particularly suited towards dealing with especially formidable enemies. For that, Luther wanted to use his personal strength if need be. Chapter 1671, Full Force. An ominous mood filled the castle as they all looked out at the enemies in front of them, the mercenaries ready to stake everything to ensure that they survived the upcoming fight. Lex, meanwhile, looked at the mercenaries oddly. Guys, in case it wasn't abundantly clear already, you really don't need to worry that a mere 100 chimeras are going to take us down, said Lex as he looked down at them. Like, honestly, they're a little troublesome, I'll admit, and if we don't close the portals, we could be in a little trouble, but, well, you've seen the many various members of the inn fight independently, but have you ever seen us all fight together? Now, I'm not saying that we're underestimating Abaddon or something, but this is still not a threat that can break our walls. They all looked up at Lex skeptically. Their experience in Abaddon told them that the moment they began to see hope, hope would be crushed. The Midnight in bringing its tavern to them had been a pleasure that they could not even begin to explain, and even more than they wanted to finish their mission, they wanted to ensure that nothing would happen to the tavern or its staff. Lex was about to placate them a little, but a deep drum beat interrupted him, its sound traveling from the core of the castle to the surrounding glaciers, crushing countless wraiths. "You all don't understand," said Z, who was standing atop the ramparts. Of course, he couldn't expressly say that all of this was probably expressly curated by Lex to serve as the next step in his training montage. Instead, he said something that sounded a little nicer. Not even armies of vile monstrosities can prevent the Midnight Inn from providing top-notch service to its guests. Lex wanted to wipe a tear from his eyes. How the kids grow up so fast. Of course, he didn't actually cry. Instead, he simply smirked and once again renewed his focus on figuring out how to use the new characters he had just learned. In the meantime, the Midnight Workers unleashed a fury that even they had never fathomed. So far, they had been holding back, using the most efficient ways to fight or training a few members who needed to try out their new powers. They had never tried unleashing all their powers together, so even they didn't know how strong they were. Of course, they couldn't blindly let their powers loose. That would only cause chaos and reduce the effectiveness of their attacks. Instead, Leonidas, who had literally been training all his life, took over command of the fight from both Z and Luther, directing all the forces of the Midnight Inn. Amidst the sound of war drums initiated by Z, Little Blue and Sunny took to the air to regain aerial supremacy. Fenrir, with his stealth, carried Luther behind enemy lines, all the while casually killing wraiths as he passed. The Midnight Battalion, along with the 500 mortal workers, formed the Midnight Mech, activating the various features granted to the battalion via the battalion panel that Lex had. The walls of the castle itself began to shine, giving off a faint aura similar to dragon's might. The castle, made entirely out of dragon scales, had begun to develop a unique aura of its own, created through the history that the castle had experienced. It also helped that many of the insects from within the jungle had worked tirelessly to improve the castle. So while the castle was not sentient, or even a living thing, it did provide enough defense and deterrence. Suddenly, the invading army that initially seemed so daunting didn't look so scary anymore. Somewhere far in the back, Luther had unleashed his newfound hellfire, creating a secondary circle of fire around the castle. It wasn't meant as a form of defense, though it worked that way. Instead, it was meant to trap the chimera inside. Z stood atop the castle wall, and instead of lunging into battle, used his baton and controlled the war music that elevated all the inn-staff and attacked all their enemies. Lex, floating above the castle, only smirked. Yes, a few chimeras were far from being the most of what they could handle. Heck, Lex hadn't even used his Lotus powers recently, despite the fact that Lotus had been strengthened so much from his newly acquired Paladin powers. Yes, things were well in control so far. Hopefully it stayed that way. Lex closed his eyes and began to meditate on the characters, refreshing his understanding of them entirely. The mercenaries, who had all gathered in the castle grounds to fight the invading army even until death, watched in stunned silence as the inn members wreaked havoc. Sometimes it was tough to remember that they were the warriors, and the members of the Midnight Inn were merely workers at a tavern. This was one such time. Little Blue, still groggy from overeating, dared not try to eat again. Instead, he spread his wings and declared his dominance in the sky by cutting through all adversaries with his wings. Sunny, too, didn't forget to shoot a few flares here and there, burning enemies that came too close. Mostly it was just slacking off. With Little Blue there was little that Sunny could do. While everyone else was stunned, Keeman continued to watch seriously. As the leader of the Reaving Dread, when he said the Chimera were formidable enemies, he was not exaggerating. He knew that they wouldn't be so easily defeated, and true to his expectations, while all other enemies fell, the Chimeras endured. They were beaten. They were pushed back. But above all else, they endured and they adapted. At first, it was not too obvious, but as the minutes turned to hours, and then days, the changes started becoming more and more prominent. The inn staff displayed amazing stamina, fighting continuously for so long, but the Chimera were never weakened and had only gotten stronger. Lex, if things don't change, the situation is going to drastically get worse, Keeman warned as he himself considered some drastic options. Lex frowned. Life was truly difficult when determining one's strength was not so straightforward. Everyone present on the battlefield was an Earth immortal, more or less. Yet when compared to an average Earth immortal, any one of them would be far superior. Thus, in a way, they had already surpassed the threshold of power, normally associated with Earth immortals. Now the problem was that he was facing successive enemies, each one with a power level surpassing the norms of their cultivation level, with each set of enemies being even stronger than the previous one. Was there an upper ceiling for the amount of power one could achieve within a certain realm? Probably. But determining the median power level, as well as the general upper ceiling in terms of power a cultivation level could have, was not something Lex was interested in. Instead, it would be great if he could figure out why the Chimera were so strong, and what could be done about it. Tell everyone to change tactics. Instead of trying to kill the Chimera, just block and hold them off. Once I manage to block off the portals, I can look into why they're so hard to kill. At a glance, Lex could tell that it wasn't impossible to kill the Chimera, not only for him, but for others as well. Heck, even Keeman could do it. The problem was that the price to kill even one Chimera was too great, and would likely mean that the warrior would be bedridden for days or weeks. The cost-to-benefit ratio was completely askew. Even though the Chimera were learning and evolving, the battle was very much under control. Most of the Griffin were already dead, and the Wraiths, despite their great numbers, posed only a limited amount of threat. Lex also didn't feel any significant problem from his barrier that was blocking the portals, so the chance of them breaking open wasn't high. Lex tried another array using those characters, only to fail again. Others had tried simpler methods of trying to close the portals, such as destroying them. The fact that Lex was still trying his array method was a clear testament to the outcome of those attempts. "Come now, Lex, why are you in such a rush to end this game?" 1,000 voices asked from the outside, not that anyone paid attention to it. Although it was highly disturbing that it was so focused on Lex, none were intimidated by it. In fact, as a result of this particular battle alone, the members of the Midnight Inn had accumulated a vast amount of positive karma themselves. They were all feeling pretty good about it, since the arrival of positive karma was something that could physically be felt once it was great enough. Lex was the only one concerned about such a good thing. There was definitely a concept of too much of a good thing that existed in this universe, and sometimes positive karma required sufficient strength to be able to receive the rewards that karma brings. Lex could see traces of a conspiracy being laid out in front of him, and he didn't like it. It had never talked before, but when it did, it directly said his name and made clear that it had the ability to plot. As if that wasn't enough lately, Lex had faced no obstacles from his opponent on the Go board. One by one, Lex seemed to be dominating the board, but the opponent never responded. He didn't believe that his victory would come so easily, so he was especially wary of any trouble coming his way. He needed to resolve the situation before things become too dangerous. Unfortunately, he didn't really have a way to force himself into enlightenment in things where his comprehension was lacking. He couldn't just magically understand things he didn't understand, or so he thought. His instinct suddenly guided him, hinting towards a certain video he hadn't bothered to see. The timing of that instinctual feeling was odd, so through his clone, Lex entered into a meditative state as he connected with the system and reviewed the recording of William Sephor's, his ancestors, fight in the death match. To an extent, Lex already knew what happened in the fight, which was the reason he couldn't be bothered to look at the actual fight. He was busy with other stuff. The moment he did, however, Lex was stunned. Was that his flow state? Was his state of flow something he inherited from his ancestor, a bloodline? More importantly, how had his ancestor, who seemed so mediocre compared to everything else Lex had seen, been able to produce such an insane technique? It seemed that he needed to pay more attention to his family. There were more secrets there than he had anticipated. With his main body, Lex entered the state of flow. This state, for a very long time, had barely been helpful to him. He used it on and off, but for the most part it was merely a minor addition to his own abilities. After all, he could effortlessly control his thoughts and actions without needing to use the flow state. The flow state, according to what Lex used to think, simply allowed him to be as efficient and effective in his decisions and actions as possible. In a way, once he became an immortal, his normal state was akin to the flow state, since his mental capacity had increased so much. Now, though, Lex knew that the ability was so much greater. It was not just his own thoughts and actions that entered the perfect flow, but his application of laws and everything exterior to his body as well. He had not advanced his flow state in a long time, so it wasn't exactly easy to suddenly progress. That said, now that he had seen how William did it, Lex simply needed to learn from him. Since the ability was one that was literally ingrained into his blood, learning it took merely a few minutes. Then, Lex began to feel the flow of energies all around him with greater sensitivity than he had ever before. He started to sense how the laws around him fluctuated. Family was a complicated topic for Lex. His parents were jerks, his grandfather was worse than a pig, and though his ancestors hadn't done anything to provoke him, he just had developed a general distrust of his own family. That said, he had a decent relationship with his sisters, mainly because they were just as much victims of his terrible family as him, if not even more in Moon's case. He'd also learned that his family had some apparently mysterious background, and that if anyone in other realms detected that he was descendant of the Sephor bloodline, he could attract trouble. Lex didn't pay too much attention to that, though. He had no problem attracting trouble without needing to rely on his ancestry to help him out. Even so, for the first time, his family had managed to attract his attention because this flow was by no means a normal technique. Even he, who had seen no shortage of incredible feats and techniques from talents across the universe, was impressed. As soon as he extended the flow state beyond his body, Lex had to divert a majority of his brain power on processing all the information he was getting. It was as if the state allowed him to read the flow of every form of existence he could naturally sense. So he could see how light was traveling. He could sense how sound carried across a batten. He could sense the countless forms of energy in the air, flowing with furious currents, waging an unseen, undetected war all around them. Through his tenet, he could even sense how the laws were changing from moment to moment. These were all things he could already sense, to a degree, but entering the flow state multiplied the extent manifold. Much more important than that, though, were the patterns Lex saw in everything. It was as if he could see the path of least resistance, but in everything. Since this was the first time he used the ability like this and hadn't been looking for something specific, he was just overloaded with every single possibility around him. But being in the flow state as he was, he adapted instantly and returned his attention to the portals. Whereas the ability of his left eye previously allowed him to gain a tremendous amount of information about whatever he looked at, including weaknesses he could exploit, the flow state just took that to a whole other level. It was as if, among the weaknesses he could detect, flow allowed him to be able to pick out what was the best one. In his flow state, as he looked at the portals, he detected that using the array was not actually the best way to get rid of the portals. In fact, his own mastery of space should have been the first thing he thought of using, and it should have been an obvious choice. But Lex hadn't even considered that, only thinking about the characters. He suddenly realized what Keeman meant when he said that the weight of knowledge was not so easy to endure, and that whether he wanted to or not, he kept thinking about the knowledge he had attained in those ruins. Even now, when Flo had shown him that simply using the laws of space it would be infinitely easier for him to destroy those portals than to try and use the characters, Lex did not want to just give up, though he attributed that to his stubbornness and not the weight of the knowledge itself. Since he had spent so long trying to use the characters, he wanted to try one more time. If it didn't work, he would give up for now since a better alternative was present. The moment he decided on the course of action he wanted to take, he could immediately see countless pieces of information that would help him. Since an array was something he would have to create, and not something that existed in his surroundings already, the flow state couldn't help guide him on how to use it. Nor could the flow state tell him which array to use or how to make it. Instead, he just made him more aware of the things that were most relevant to what he wanted to do, picking out the minutest of details amidst a proverbial endless sea of information. Even Lex himself could not pinpoint relevant hints with such accuracy despite his many advantages. It was as if he was tapped into the universe itself and was getting constant, live feedback. Oh, and he had a search bar to narrow down just what he wanted. Lex began the array once more, this time guided by the many hints the flow state was giving him. The state wasn't a complete cheat code, and Lex still had to decide on his course of actions, as well as think of a new way to use the characters. But the flow state did eliminate a lot of unnecessary noise and help him focus a lot better. In fact, if Lex weren't in the flow state, he would probably be wondering what affects the other states he would have outside his body. After all, besides flow, he also had overdrive and berserk states as well, both states he didn't use nearly as often as flow. In fact, considering how overdrive increased the computational power of his brain, as well as allow him to consider things he normally wouldn't have, it might have been the better option for what he needed right now. But since he was in his flow state, he wasn't thinking of any of that. He was simply taking the quickest, most efficient series of actions to complete his objective. A few seconds later, a new array was ready. The very moment he activated it, there was finally a change that could be felt in the very air around them. His characters, living up to the name of the book they had come from, finally brought about a change. By now, Lex had seen the characters at work over 100 times. They hardly ever worked with a bang. Instead, the array would dissipate into the environment, correcting the wrongness as it did. This time, however, the characters weren't correcting a wrongness. No, they were making a change forcibly, even if the method was designed to be as smooth as possible. As such, it was inevitable that as soon as the array started working, its effects would not be inconspicuous. Flashes of red and orange filled the sky, cutting through the darkness of the night. Various colors began melding into the black lightning bolt that was frozen still, not only disrupting its existence, but interfering with the portal hidden within it. The icy glacier beneath their feet, too, began to change. It remained solid, but instead of the hard and impenetrable, the ice became soft and wobbly. The ceiling of the cave entrance began to droop, pushing down some of the chimera at the mouth of the cave who were attacking Lex's barriers. Lex had anticipated that he would face great resistance to initiating a change, even possibly attracting the wrong kind of attention from Abaddon. Instead, it seemed that Abaddon found the state of change that Lex initiated perfectly normal. In a way, Lex really was correcting a wrongness, for Abaddon was a place of flux, and forcibly creating portals was temporarily ceasing that flux state. It seemed to have detected the change that Lex had initiated, but it did not seem too bothered by it. Instead, the countless bodies it possessed merely smiled in an even more horrifying way. Lex could not help but feel like it was studying him, and revealing more about himself seemed like a bad idea. Even so, it wasn't as if he could simply ignore an attack on the tavern either. It was an open conspiracy, and one he couldn't do much about at the moment. Lex, however, wasn't really one to allow an enemy to gain the upper hand. Since it preferred the route of an open conspiracy, he could take the route of a hidden one. After all, just as it was studying him, he was also studying it. Gradually, the two portals changed so much that they ceased to work, finally alleviating a huge burden that the entire mercenary group was under. But while the threat of more chimeras was gone, the existing ones were still a threat they hadn't dealt with. Lex thought of a few different solutions, but before committing to one, tried to use the state of flow to study the chimera. They truly presented themselves as an unstoppable force, with no apparent weakness for them to exploit. Even so, with the guidance of his instincts, he studied his surroundings before arriving at an answer that made perfect sense, but that he would not have thought of on his own without flow. Lex could not help but sigh as he exited his flow state. He wondered how much easier his life would have been if he'd been using his flow state properly from the start. Then again, he really couldn't be blamed. His strength was always growing so rapidly that he barely ever had time to fully familiarize himself with his strength. If he ever wrote an autobiography, it would have to be titled, The Laments of a Genius Cultivator. How else could he explain his situation? This was the cultivation equivalent of a champagne problem. On a very serious note, he really had grown in strength very quickly. After all, he was barely, 25? No, wait, he got his system at 25, and then he spent a couple of years at the inn, not to mention the time trapped in the crystal realm, and then there was the stuff after that. And then the years within the midnight realm while the inn was sealed, which was over a decade. And Lex stopped counting. The way he saw it, he'd gotten a whole new body after the incident at the Temple of Fasting where he was turned into the patty for a smash burger, so that basically reset his age. There was no way he was going to accept that he was older than. Lex took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts away. Cultivators had long lives, and he was basically immortal, so in cultivator terms, calling himself a 25-year-old was actually raising his relative age. Yes, in the cultivator word, he could still be counted as a teenager, if not even younger. Yes, there was no way that he had entered and then crossed his 30s. No way, that was not possible. He was 25. He also didn't weigh a ton. Those were blasphemous rumors spread about him on the Henali portal and nothing more. So as a 25-year cultivator, he barely had any time to familiarize himself with all his strengths, so he graciously decided to forgive himself for not knowing about the flow state's full potential. With that done, he turned his attention to the one man who had the capability to single-handedly resolve their current chimera problem. Luther, you know the castle has a dungeon, right? Why don't you go ahead and capture the chimera and then we can treat them as prisoners in the dungeon? That way we can study what makes them so strong and work out ways to fight against them. Not to mention, I think they'll make good fertilizer for the castle's personal greenhouse. Luther, who was outside the castle walls, fighting alongside Fenrir, trembled as he heard those words. A fire of passion, and definitely not a deep, malevolent hellfire, lit in his eyes, evaporating the ice all around him. Finally, he could get his hands on some prisoners. He'd given up hope about being able to capture the Dark Knight, but now he had something even better right in front of him. Killing them is too hard, but if it's just capturing them, you can leave it to me, Luther said as he patted his chest. I will reluctantly accept this mission. Nothing about his body language stated that he felt reluctant. If Lex was 25, then sometimes it felt like the inn workers were 15. Seen through that specific lens, Luther was a young teenager going through a dark and emo phase, who would get overly excited at the mere prospect of imprisoning and interrogating enemies. It brought an enthusiastic and genuine side of him, which was in complete contrast with the cool and level-headed guy he was trying to be. Perhaps only Lex, who had known Luther from the moment he was born, could see him as an awkward teenager. After all, he was a man with a genuinely frightening power, and a bloodline that boasted use of the power of time. Time was such a dangerous concept that even Lex never dared to experiment with it. A small mistake while dealing with karma caused Lex's body to blow up, but even the slightest of mistakes while tinkering with the laws of time would result in Lex ceasing to exist entirely. There was no recovery from that, regardless of how tough or durable his body was. So even though Luther's bloodline only affected himself, there was no room for doubt when considering how formidable he was. Even though he was free now, Lex simply watched Luther let loose and did not fight himself at all. Since it was so interested in Lex, he would not make it any easier for it to gather information on him. As he watched the fight, and eventually witnessed Luther use his self-created ability, Chains of Oblivion, which were basically chains made of hellfire which trapped and tortured his targets, Lex began to wonder if it was truly so hard to make one's own lawcraft. He seemed to have no trouble doing it, and Luther had done it too, so why was Z complaining so much? From the corner of his eye he glanced towards Z, but then turned his attention away. It was best not to pressure the little guy too much. Instead, he simply watched as the chimera, ignoring the searing torture of the chains, tried to break the chains. Remarkably, the chains did not break, though it was immediately obvious to Lex that this could not be a long-term solution. He would need to personally create barriers within the dungeons in the castle to trap the chimeras, and preferably even upgrade the entire dungeon itself. More importantly, before he did any of that, he would need to exorcise it from their bodies so that it would never know what he was capable of, or the interior of the castle, or how it worked. Lex turned away from the battle even as Luther yelled at the others to come and reinforce his chains. Z used seals. The battalion suppressed them with the power of the mech. Fenrir froze them, and Little Blue spanked the chimeras with his wings. Remarkably, the chimeras were the only creatures he had encountered so far who could resist being completely sliced by his wings. But even then, it was only resistance, nothing more. The mercenaries, too, stepped up, unwilling to let this capture of chimeras turn into a fluke. They used everything available to them, from chains, handcuffs, spiritual techniques, sealing techniques, blankets, hemp rope, socks, all and more until, instead of 100 chimera, there was just a massive mound of cloth that was both simultaneously frozen and on fire in front of the castle. The sight was quite comical, if one ignored the fact that the mercenaries were still quite stressed. The chimera had been contained, but this was very much just a temporary measure. Chimera were extremely adaptable, as they had already shown, and it was only a matter of time before they learned how to break Luther's chains without the use of brute strength. Once that happened, everything else would barely hold them for a few moments. Luther, though, was not concerned. More than anyone else at the inn, he thought about how to contain enemies, how to imprison them effectively, how to extract information, and most of all, how to remain safe from them. Even though Lex was getting ready to test the purification and exorcism capability of his newly acquired paladin abilities, he quickly learned they weren't needed. Luther had gained a tremendous amount of knowledge about hells, and as it turned out, possession was a frequent habit of Hellions, so naturally Luther had learned proper exorcism. With Fenrir's help, Luther dragged the cloth ball deep into the castle dungeon, even going as far as telling Lex that his help wouldn't be needed to contain them. He claimed that he would first exorcise them, then study them, find their weaknesses, and then use them to help mature the conceptualized torment he had gathered for the hell that he was nurturing for the Midnight Inn. Lastly, once he was done with them, he would submit their corpses to the greenhouse to be used as fertilizer. It was very much an extremely cold-hearted and efficient use of one's enemy, and Lex expected nothing less from Luther. That allowed Lex time to study his clone and any changes it underwent during his time in the ruins. But as Lex sat down in a room ready to begin working, he could help but pause. He had a feeling, not one from his instincts, but one he got from his memory. Lex couldn't help but feel that he and it were in a game of chess, an extremely elaborate game of chess, almost like a game of Go, one that spanned many levels and layers and had a depth and complexity to it that was easy to overlook. Lex's hair stood up on end, and he got goosebumps as he considered a certain possibility, one that struck him purely because he felt a sense of familiarity from it. Lex couldn't help but feel that allowing him to capture the chimera was something that it wanted all along, as if it was laying a trap for him far in the future. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The very presence of it, the fact that it was obsessed with him and his karma, the fact that it was studying him just so that it could take him down, all of it felt too coincidental. Now Lex was no stranger to weird coincidences, but he'd hardly ever come across one so obviously blatant. Lex kept getting the feeling that it had something to do with the Go board in his mind, but he hadn't seen his mysterious opponent make a move in a long time. Or could it be that? He had been making moves, but they just weren't visible to Lex. He frowned. Such a line of thought was going down the path to paranoia, which was not a habit Lex wanted to pick up. At the same time, Lex trusted his instincts, and more importantly, trusted himself. The question, then, was that if his opponent really was making invisible moves against him, how could he verify it? Lost deep in thought, Lex couldn't help but to tap his middle finger on the desk beside him. His clone started doing the same. Within the Arctica realm, Axios was smiling softly as he played with the piece of divine ore in his hand. For reasons unknown to those at his level, a name had not been decided for the ore, and no one was allowed to name it either. Even nicknames weren't allowed, so for now it was simply being addressed as the divine ore, which was not really a name, it was just what it was. The unusual situation from the name aside, the existence of this ore had caused a massive upheaval across the universe, and Axios had been in the perfect place to take advantage of it. It did not take long for him to establish various alliances centered around the trade of this ore, bolstering his own position within his race and creating strong allies for himself. Life was very much a game of transactions, and sometimes helping others was the best way to help oneself. All the deals he made seemed to favor the natives of the Arctica race, but that was only because no one knew what he stood to gain from it. The goodwill of the races, an increased diplomatic standing, and steadfast allies were all things that would give him long-term returns compared to something like immediate wealth benefit. What no one knew was that even those were merely add-on bonuses for Axios. What he really wanted by creating more allies for himself were the Go pieces they would provide. He had to admit, he severely underestimated his opponent this time when he challenged that human. Not only had he become cognizant of the Go board much quicker than anyone else he had ever encountered, he had learned the basic rules fairly quickly as well. His counter-attacks, while somewhat basic, were also swift and lethal, and put Axios in a temporarily disadvantaged position. But the thing about this Go board was that it was more complex than simply gaining a piece every time one advanced oneself. Axios turned his attention to his system interface. More specifically, he looked at the title of his system at the very top of the interface panel. It read, Game of Life System. The game they were playing looked like Go, but the pieces materialized whenever one advanced in any way in life. That advancement could be in the form of personal strength, alliances, connections, networks, influence, etc. Essentially, the board did not take into account any such advantages the players had at the time of the initiation of the game, only personal advancements made after the game began. What was especially important was that only personal advancements mattered, not any advancement to any associated organization or power, not unless one openly owned that organization or power. Axios' opponent was winning a lot in life, and with a frequency that was completely abnormal. Axios even suspected that he had left the Arctica realm and moved to another realm with a faster flow of time. But that was only a temporary advantage. After all, this game was not a quick one. In a competition between the two of them making advancements in life, they also had to strategically use those advancements to counter one another. The Go board directly pitted their lives against one another, so this was entirely possible. At the same time, a higher level of gameplay was to attract enemies for one another. When Axios figured that his opponent might be in another realm, he tried using one of his special, system-given, one-time use pieces to attract an enemy for his opponent. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined how effective that would be. Instead of new pieces for Axios being placed on the board, many places within the board became trap locations visible only to Axios. As long as his human opponent placed a bead on one of those trap locations, he would further intertwine his life with threats directly targeting him. Such a trap was especially effective against his opponent, who had recently begun to place a lot of beads on the board. In the meantime, Axios was biding his time, gathering up his own beads, gearing up for one massive counterattack. After all, the game of life was not a pointless one, and Axios could vouch for that. The winner would reap all the benefits that the loser had accumulated across their life, instantly providing them with a windfall. It was only through constantly defeating opponents that Axios had arrived at this position today. He had started out as nothing more than an abandoned child, living in the wild, barely scraping by. Once he got his system, though, he defeated one opponent after another, gaining their strengths, their skills, their wealth, their connections, rising all the way to his current position. Now he had a feeling that after beating this current opponent, he'd be set for all the way to the peak of the immortal realm. The more formidable he was, the greater Axios' gain would be. Likewise, because he was so formidable, Axios could not take things lightly. Although he had an advantage now, he couldn't be complacent. After all, each obstacle also served as an opportunity, and one could turn a disaster into a massive windfall if they placed their pieces correctly. Although right now it seemed like his opponent was digging a bigger and bigger hole for himself to jump into. He had proven that he could overcome obstacles, so what Axios had to do now was ensure he jumped into that hole. He flipped the piece of ore in the air, thinking about his next move. It had to be just right, and it had to come at a critical time. Until then, Axios would only gather more and more pieces, waiting for the time to counterattack. Since only he could see which positions deepened the trap for his opponent, he began to plan out the positions for his own pieces that would force his opponent to enter deeper and deeper into the trap, attracting more and more troubles for himself. He flipped the ore once more. Lex spent several hours going over everything he had learned about the Go board in his mind, and placing pieces and everything else, yet he could find nothing to suggest that there was any correlation between it and it. In fact, his opponent hadn't even placed a single bead on the board in a while. But he could not shake the feeling that the sudden shift in how it behaved was not normal. It was suddenly a lot more active in trying to hunt him down, and was possibly even laying traps for him. After all, if the Chimera really were as formidable as claimed, then their capture was way too easy. Whatever the case, Abaddon was becoming increasingly dangerous for them, and the more time they spent here, the more dangerous it would become. With that said, Lex turned his attention towards his clone and began to study it. He studied how he had been influenced by the ruins, the remnant energies on his body, the influence of time, and how the frequent use of those characters had affected it. Most important to Lex's own research was studying the remnant auras still lingering on the clone's body. That, alongside the studies Lex had done through his clone on the ruins themselves, would help Lex better understand how Abaddon treats constants. According to Lex's theory, while Abaddon was in a constant flux, there were certain constant points within it. The jungle they had come from was one such point, and the ruins were examples of other such constant points. Lex believed that the location of the chalice was yet another such constant point. Once Lex understood more about these points, finding them would become easier. All Lex would have to do then was figure out how to influence the ever-changing landscape to those constant points. How hard could that be? Very hard. Although Lex joked about these things, the way Abaddon operated and its underlying principles were far beyond what Lex could comprehend at his level. What he had to do was find patterns at the lowest level, which was a nigh impossible task since the very nature of Abaddon was chaos. Time seemed to pass by quickly, the minutes and days melding into each other. As an immortal, the passage of time had less meaning, and so it was easier to get lost in deep activities. Years did not mean nearly as much as significant events, so most immortals did not measure the passage of time by years, but rather by events. Yet another reason why Lex was only 25 years old, because years literally stopped mattering after that. The night was approaching an end, and it had slowed down the attack since the Chimera were captured. As a result, there was a relative ease everyone felt. In fact, they started to prepare for their departure once the day came. It had been a while since the mercenaries searched Abaddon for their goal, and it was about time they resumed their search. It was around this time, right before the break of dawn, that something finally changed for Lex. He was naturally using the state of flow to help his study of the aura remnants on his clone, sifting through the traces of the laws, when he sensed something completely alien. Lex scrunched his brows and tried to recall what he sensed, for it had been fleeting. But even the memory of it was strange. It was like he was trying to capture mist within his fist. It just wasn't possible. Then he sensed it again, and this time the feeling lasted longer. At steady intervals, the feeling came and left, almost as if it were mimicking the rhythm of a beating heart. "What the bloody hell?" Lex muttered as he stared at his clone, unable to identify what the feeling was and why it was coming from his clone. "What have you been up to?" he asked his clone, who looked at Lex lamely. "I was relaxing on Lover's Island," the clone responded sarcastically. "What do you think I've been up to? Nothing, that's what." The banter between Lex and his clone was just a random way to blow off steam, something he usually did as Jack, but his fairy clone who was searching for divine ore while plagued with a wretched stink could not really blow off a lot of steam these days. Either way, the situation completely bewildered Lex. Until at last the feeling became much stronger, lasting much longer, which caused Lex's tenet to ache, as if it was being overused. Suddenly, Lex had an epiphany, even as he relaxed his concentration and allowed his tenet to rest. Lex was ready to become a heaven immortal, but was resisting the call of a higher realm which was affecting him. The presence of the pineapple seal especially allowed him to last much longer in a lower realm, subsequently causing the call to become ever stronger. The longer Lex resisted the call, the greater his influence and understanding over laws would be. It seemed now that he had crossed some kind of threshold, which finally allowed him to sense the deeper, hidden laws of the universe which normally only heaven immortals could sense. Since his mind hadn't been tempered by the tribulation, he could not yet understand those laws. That didn't change the fact that he could now vaguely sense them. It was just that such an exposure affected his tenet severely, but not to the level where it was dangerous. Lex smiled and planned out his training regime. If he kept exposing himself to these higher laws like this, his cultivation technique would allow him to adapt and get used to its pressure. This way, he could peek at those laws that were out of his reach, and maybe uncover some of Abaddon's secrets. At the same time, he felt a new bead being formed in his mind, so as always, he placed it on the go board, encircling his opponent's beads. One way or another, he would resolve the situation with Abaddon and conquer this go board as well. Neither of those things were going to happen by being shy, so he would have to take bold steps. Chapter 1678, Good News and Good News. Dawn finally arrived, the mercenaries were ready to march out, and a majority of the inn staff were also ready to move forward. There were just a couple of issues. The first issue was the small matter of 100 chimeras within the castle dungeons. They couldn't exactly be made to march out in the open, and while technically they could be left inside the castle while it shrunk to its snow globe form that would drastically weaken the castle, making it much more likely for the chimeras to escape. But this was a foreseeable problem that everyone had already been working on resolving even before dawn arrived, so it couldn't really be called an issue. It was more like an irritating inconvenience. The second, much more unexpected issue was that Lex was laying in a hot tub, muttering to himself, unwilling to come out. When he had been told that they were ready to leave, he simply requested Keeman come and visit him first. This unusual behavior from Lex confused many, but they weren't too concerned about it either. They simply informed Keeman, who quickly arrived in the hot tub room. "No lava bath this time?" Keeman asked as he entered the room and looked at Lex. "Well, technically, ice can be classified as a rock, in which case water can also be classified as lava," said Lex while staring up at the ceiling. His voice sounded strained, which concerned Keeman. "Are you okay?" the magma lion asked, ignoring the absolutely absurd claim that water was lava. In that case, couldn't mineral-rich magma just be called a warm electrolyte drink? Wait a minute, as a magma lion, he did drink those to help him replenish critical minerals after exerting himself. Could it really be true? No, wait, he was getting distracted. Yes, I'm fine," said Lex, waving his hand. "I just have a migraine from staring too long at something I shouldn't have been looking at. More importantly, I have an update on my research into the space of Abaddon." "That's great news," Keeman exclaimed. "No, wait, is it great news? Is the reason you're in your current state because you discovered something terrible?" Lex turned and looked at Keeman with an amused smile. "No, nothing like that. Who knew you had such an active imagination? What I discovered? Well, there's a piece of good news and another piece of news that could be considered either good or bad, depending on one's point of view. Which do you want to hear first?" "The good news," Keeman said firmly. "I found a trace of a pattern. It's buried in laws that only heaven immortals can usually perceive. But due to my unique situation of resisting the tribulation to the next major realm, I can see hints of those laws as well. Given enough time, I should be able to discern exactly how to locate the constants within Abaddon, a constant being a fixed, constant place, such as the jungle or ruins. I think the chalice should be in one such constant place." "That's not good news, that's great news. So then what's the bad news?" "Well, as of right now, I can only see hints of those laws. But the longer I resist the tribulation, the stronger my ability to see those laws will be. The stronger my ability to sense those laws, the quicker I'll be able to learn how to interpret those laws, and then fully comprehend the pattern hidden within the constants. It might take me years, maybe even decades, to fully discern the pattern." "Mere decades to see through Abaddon sounds like good news to me. Why would that be bad news?" "Spoken like a true immortal," Lex scoffed. "I'm only 25 years old. Spending decades here is akin to spending time equal to my entire life here. More importantly, the pineapple on my forehead has only 29 years left. If we don't finish before then, my next major tribulation will arrive, and I'll be forced to enter the heaven immortal realm. If that happens, then the kinds of enemies we'll attract won't be as simple as the ones we've been facing so far." Keeman's expression finally changed as he understood that they were on a deadline of some kind, if they were to depend solely on Lex. If someone else could find a quicker way to find Abaddon, then maybe they could find it even sooner. Unfortunately, he had no idea how he might be able to do that. The only good piece of news is that the flow of time here is so messed up that even decades here might just be a few months, or at most a few years back in the origin realm. That's if nothing else changes in Abaddon, and the flow of time here remains like it has been so far. "In that case, I propose a change in strategy," Keeman said. "Instead of searching for the chalice, let's begin searching for treasures that can increase your comprehension speed as well as increase your mental strength, so you can endure the burden of looking at the higher level of laws longer. This way, we might be able to speed up the process of you understanding the pattern." Lex sighed once again. It seemed like no one cared about his passing youth. "Yeah, I guess that's a good strategy," he said, and then got out of the hot tub. "I suppose we should start as soon as possible. Each second counts." While Lex was lamenting the possibility of being trapped with Abaddon for years more, Skipping changed his posture, sleeping upside down, wiping the drool dripping down his cheek as he did. The constant sound of flowing water and the dense, energy-rich environment made this the coziest sleep he'd ever had. He could probably continue sleeping for years if no one interrupted him. His prize stamp, which allowed him to teleport items anywhere in the universe, sat silently within his system inventory. There were many things that Lex did which were extremely confusing and mentally strenuous. However, living simultaneously in two different flows of time was actually one of the insanely complicated things that he had gotten used to. It didn't matter at all that in 1 second of Jack's life, wherein he may not have even finished pronouncing a single word, Lex lived for days or weeks. He had to maintain perfect reaction speed in both flows of time, making sure that he didn't speak too quickly as Jack or too slowly as Lex. It was the same for his every action and interaction. Despite how unfathomable it sounded, that was something Lex had mastered pretty easily. He even managed to keep updated on the happenings of the Midnight Inn, which was operating in a third flow of time. The thing that was actually bothering him was studying the aura remnants on his clone. In fact, Lex had dismissed his clone long ago. He simply captured the remnant aura and continued to study it over time. Studying deeper laws was a headache, not only because it caused him a headache, but because he didn't understand what it meant for laws to be deeper. It was more or less easy to understand that laws had a hierarchy. That seemed to be a running theme with everything in the universe, from races to energies to, apparently, even laws. But such a thing clashed with his understanding of laws. When Lex looked at the universe through his tenet, he saw endless chains. Each chain was a law, and there were countless chains attached to everything. The very existence of a thing depended on laws, and similarly how it behaved depended not only on the law associated with it, but how that law reacted to other laws. For example, the law of fire was independent of the law of heat, and often enough, they worked in correlation with each other. Yet Lex had also seen blue flames called cryoflames, which worked with laws of cold, among other things. So if the existence of laws were so integral to all of reality, how could there be laws which were hidden, or deeper, whatever that meant? Of course, Lex already had the theoretical answer for that since he had looked into the heaven immortal realm. He didn't really need to ask others, though he also did that anyway. He originally thought that deeper laws probably meant that these were the laws that created the base laws of the universe. That was wrong. Surprisingly, the person within the castle who had the deepest understanding of these things and gave Lex a very detailed explanation was not Keeman or any other warrior. Instead, it was Jeeves, the tailor who had decided to accompany them on this adventure. One cannot make a good suit unless one has an in-depth understanding of the metaphysical aspects of the universe, Jeeves said as he pulled out a roll of measuring tape and asked Lex to stand on a pedestal. Raise your arms and hold them there. You've gained a bit of weight on your conscience, and I need to redo your measurements for your future suits. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes, the universe. It's a pretty interesting place with a fine variety of materials for suits. 10 out of 10, I would recommend living within it. Jeeves lifted Lex's arms a little higher, as if he was dissatisfied with his posture. Now any material at all is absolutely worthless if one does not understand the laws that relate to it, which is why I've studied this topic in great depth. In basic syntax, the laws of the universe are divided into 3 layers. The first and most basic layer, which is what Earth immortals are exposed to, are called the foundational laws. In essence, they dictate the inherent nature of everything in existence. I don't believe I need to go in more detail about that, do I? Now stand up straight and flex your muscles as much as possible. I need to make sure they haven't gotten smaller. The elasticity of your suit needs to be sufficient to suit your body, but not too much either. Now, as I was saying, the layers. After the foundational laws comes the second layer, which heaven immortals can sense. These laws are called the relational laws. These laws are highly contextual and highly dynamic. They bridge the gap between foundational laws and more metaphysical, higher-order concepts. One such example is cause and effect. The very fact that independent laws can interact with one another is based on cause and effect. Then there are certain laws such as the law of potential, the law of balance, the law of contrast, the law of life, the law of death, and so on. Karma, a very popular and famous law, appears as if it is a foundational law, since Earth immortals can sense it. Yet when you become a heaven immortal, you will discover that it is also a relational law. However, when you become a celestial immortal, you'll discover that karma also has traces of its existence in the law of tether, one of the 8 ruling laws. Irrespective of what karma and such similar concepts truly are, you will discover that foundational law, without the presence and support of relational laws, cannot do anything at all. Take, for example, this suit I made for you, Jeeves said, showing Lex a mannequin wearing a torn, shredded suit. It was not originally like this, but had become so after one of Lex's very intense life and death fights. For some reason, seeing how Jeeves still kept the suit made Lex feel guilty for what had happened to it. But it wasn't like it was his fault someone tried to kill him, right? Using very valuable materials, I imbued this particular suit with the law of correspondence. The defensive capability of this suit corresponds to the defensive quotient of your own body. It was a very ingenious design, I have to admit. How was I supposed to know that you would challenge some followers of a dying deity to a match, and allow them to tear up this suit with great efforts, only to realize that your own defense was so much better than the suit. Oh, this was that suit. It seemed like Jeeves had found out what Lex had done that day. The look he was giving Lex was. Lex coughed and pretended like he wasn't fazed by the tailor's expression, and just continued to listen. Lex listened to Jeeves for a long while, and came up with his own descriptions of foundational and relational laws. Foundational laws were loosely similar to the laws of science he studied back on Earth, very, very loosely. On Earth, he studied the nature of all objects and their behaviors under different circumstances. The foundational laws were basically just the rules that dictated that nature and behavior. Relational laws, on the other hand, were more metaphysical and could not really be studied. Or, well, maybe quantum physics studied those things, but since Lex had never studied it back on Earth, he wasn't familiar with what it covered. But the point was, based on how Lex understood it, relational laws were more conceptual in nature. In a way, that made sense. No wonder he wasn't able to understand Abaddon at all using merely foundational laws. Now, all he needed to do was get used to observing and interacting with relational laws, learn how to understand them, and pick out the pattern between them. Simple. Fortunately, while Abaddon was a place of unimaginable danger, it was similarly a place teeming with treasures. Since they had changed their objective from searching for the chalice to searching for treasures, their task was much easier. In fact, treasure hunting was one of the favorite tasks a mercenary could take on. This was not stereotyping or anything of the sort. Mercenaries were not all good-hearted people dying to dedicate themselves to a cause. They were people who wanted money and wouldn't be afraid to fight for it. A particular batch of mercenaries in Abaddon were extremely loyal to the condottieri, but that didn't mean all mercenaries were like that. But all mercenaries did have a fascination with, an attraction to treasure so strong they'd risk their lives for it. Such a disposition naturally meant that they had the requisite skills to go treasure hunting. The only real obstacle was not being killed by the treasures themselves. That very day, once they set out from their location, they traveled from the glaciers to a barren land, devoid of a single blade of grass. The ground was hard and cracked. So long had it existed like this that the soil had turned to stone. When the wind blew through the cracks in the ground, instead of whistling, the wind whimpered as if it was afraid. The deep red sky became even richer in color, and seemed to bleed out onto the land in the horizon, though anyone could tell that was a mere illusion. The sky wasn't bleeding, it was merely raining blood over there. As ominous a place as that seemed, that was exactly the kind of place which would be filled with countless treasures, so they marched directly towards the rain of blood. Z, the most astute of the group, naturally understood that this was an elaborate setup by Lex to enter into the next phase of his training. They had a deadline, a looming threat, and needed to find just the right treasures that would help Lex uncover the secrets of this place. How convenient. But he didn't complain. He simply adopted what he called horror movie mentality and ran headfirst towards the place that screamed, gruesome death waiting here. As a surprise to absolutely no one, the region where it was raining blood was filled with macabre monstrosities, their bodies made entirely out of blood and guts. Just as the locusts were interested in their souls, and the wraiths were interested in their bodies, these bloody things were interested in their spirits. The worst part was that all of these creatures were just clumps gathered from the numerous corpses that filled the area, possessed by a particularly forbidding will. It was similar to the hunger that filled all the locusts, but instead of hunger, it seemed to find its origins in pain, an eternal, unending psychological pain that knew no respite. The sight of those creatures caused apprehension in the mercenaries, but nothing beyond what they could handle. Even bloody gut monsters were better than chimera in their eyes. Oddly enough, the sight of those monsters drew the biggest reaction from the members of the Midnight Inn. An undeniable fear and hate gripped each and every single one of the members of the Midnight Inn who had arrived here, including Lex. The experience was extremely confusing, because those feelings seemed to originate from the very core of their being. Fear and hate, it affected every single human, and even the beast who had transformed into a human Malfoy. Lex, who was sitting on the shoulder of the Midnight Mech, paused his meditation and turned his attention towards the corpses on the ground. There wasn't enough of a single corpse left to allow them to distinguish what the whole body must have looked like. But by observing hundreds, even thousands of corpses, and fitting their pieces together in his mind, he drew up an image. These corpses, before they were butchered, looked like gorillas. Their size was not bigger, nor were they bulkier than normal gorillas. If there was any difference at all in their body structure, it was that their skeletal structure was more similar to a human, meaning they likely stood on and walked on two legs. Oh, and instead of hair covering their body, they had gray, metallic spikes. Even so, they looked fairly similar to a gorilla. Why would their appearance strike fear in their hearts? Since Lex did not recognize the race, he conjured an image and appeared in front of Keeman. "Do you recognize this race?" Lex asked, his expression stern. "They don't seem like they're from Abaddon. This is the first sign of outsiders we've encountered so far." "Yeah, that's the Gone race," Keeman said, recognizing the image at a glance. "Their race is a follower of the Path of Chaos. Although we haven't really faced them, learning about the top races from the Path of Chaos is mandatory for the Reaving Dread." Keeman paused and turned to look towards Lex. One of their most significant historical achievements was to eliminate the last of the human Tao Lords. "Gone race?" Lex repeated. He had somehow never heard the name, nor did he know the details of them eliminating human Tao Lords. However, that information alone allowed him to understand some of what was happening. Irrespective of independent strength or weakness, one would always be bound by the position of their race in the universe. If the Gone race was responsible for hunting down the human race's Tao Lords, then they were responsible for dropping the human race's position on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. They had simultaneously established themselves as predators against the human race, forever gaining an advantage against them. Those of the Midnight Inn were not weak in strength or character, so a little fear and hate would not stop them from doing what they needed to do. But it was an undeniable fact that members of the Gone race would have some advantage over them. It was quite curious that he would encounter them here, in Abaddon of all places. Furthermore, "They're from the Path of Chaos, you say?" Lex asked. He had heard a lot about the Path of Order and Chaos. In fact, the Tower of Providence from where he obtained Taro's fertilizer, the thing that allowed him to expedite the birth of the Midnight Realm, was an agent of the Path of Order. Back then, the Tower of Providence, which had also marked Lex as an agent of the Path of Order. The explanation it had given Lex about its function was that it tried to subtly reduce the impact of the agents of the Path of Chaos, giving life a greater chance of survival. Back then, when Lex's cultivation level was negligible, and his knowledge of the universe was non-existent, such an explanation was sufficient. Now, though, he severely doubted that things were so straightforward. Yeah, the Path of Order and the Path of Chaos are diametrically opposed. Whether they know it or not, there is no being that is not a part of either path. They have a complicated relationship, one filled with predictable animosity. However, since the Path of Chaos is about just as strong as the Path or Order, they avoid direct confrontations. Something like that would probably destroy a lot of realms, and that wouldn't benefit anyone. "Is there anything specifically you can tell me about the Gone race? Anything that might explain why they're here?" Lex asked. Although he would need to increase his knowledge on the Path of Chaos, now was hardly the time. Besides, rather than learning about the whole path, it was much more time efficient to learn about the foes right in front of them. "Nothing that stands out, honestly," Keeman said with a shrug. "There's no reason for anyone to be in Abaddon, let alone the Gone race, so I can't help you. Who even knows how old these are? For all we know, these could be eons old." "You're right, let's keep moving," said Lex, though he sensed a subtle danger from the Gone race's existence here. He couldn't help but think back to the Go board once more. He had a feeling that, because of the Go board, he might end up facing them. The danger Lex sensed wasn't from the Gone race, it was from the interference potential of the board. He really needed to work on getting rid of it somehow. As they delved deeper into the region covered by blood rain, they continued to face bloody monsters, yet that alone was not enough to cause them serious problems. Lex returned to studying the aura of Abaddon, and since the region covered in blood rain bore signs of being one of the constants within Abaddon, Lex began to study it seriously. As a result, he was exposed to the relational laws more easily, which caused him to need to rest more frequently. Coincidentally, this bloody place was actually a bloody wonderland filled with numerous valuable treasures, if one ignored the stench of blood on them. There were certain plants made seemingly out of blood, and upon touching them one could absorb them into their body. The plant would revitalize and even strengthen the body, but not much else. Then there were random occurrences of aurora lights, and upon entering the lights, one would have their spirit refreshed and even refined. Both those were a great help in relieving some of the fatigue Lex would accumulate during his studies. It was almost like he was back to his college days, where studying would cause him exhaustion, and only pizza and a good movie could revive him. Of course, there were also countless treasures that all of them were too weak to harvest. Even Lex dared not touch the glowing bones, nor could they even dream of coming close to the rain of green blood. Being covered in red blood was enough. They all had a feeling that the slightest touch of that green blood would cause them all to die. Similarly, they ran into blue blood, which would drain them of their spirit energy and weaken their bodies. Just as there was blood of various colors, there were bloody creatures of various colors as well. Each one had to be dealt with in a different way, requiring them to use all sorts of methods. For once, Z was actually impressed. He could not even imagine how Lex had arranged such a versatile training regimen for him. He was forced to acknowledge the level of effort Lex was putting into this, which forced him to work even harder. Once they even encountered invisible blood. That wasn't harmful at all, or so they thought. It didn't harm them or their bodies one bit. Instead, it simply melted off all clothes. Dealing with that rain was so serious that Lex actually made a move himself, covering all of them in a barrier and preventing them from suffering through any traumatizing events. Although Z's back tattoo was exposed, Lex didn't ask him about it, especially since he himself had a lotus tattoo on his back that came and went as it wished. But Lex couldn't help but feel that the little guy was looking up to him and copying him. That actually made him feel a little touched, and also like a bad role model. Bloody hell, gotta watch out what I do in front of the kids from now on. Lex resumed his studies on Abaddon, but they did not spend long within the blood rain. Something peculiar happened when they entered the blood rain. The flow of time in Abaddon became exactly the same as the Midnight Realm. The same had happened in the jungle, so Lex began to suspect that if they entered just locations within Abaddon, it would always affect the flow of time. Such a thing was not good for any of them, though the Reaving Dread did not seem to mind as much. Lex, though, would prefer to come back to the inn as quickly as possible. While there existed a possibility that he might spend a few decades within Abaddon, it would be best if only a short time had passed within the Midnight Realm. So they left. While the area with the blood rain was filled with treasures that could help him, so was the rest of Abaddon, so no one minded. They faced obstacles, and not just a few. They faced enemies, and during their respite from those enemies they faced locusts. The Dark Night made another appearance, and it came every night. Midst the constant fight for their life, they occasionally also encountered strange oddities and unusual sights. They encountered no ruins or anything like that, though once they saw a citadel far off on the horizon. Its mere presence radiated such immense danger that they all turned back and headed in the opposite direction. That was not something mere immortals could explore. Like this, with new adventures and dangers abound, days, weeks, and even months went by. The only thing that any of them were grateful for was that they did not encounter another event where new souls were sucked into Abaddon. During this entire time, Lex constantly kept an eye on the inn, as well as members of Obsidian for anyone who could help them speed up their process in any way, but found nothing. Sending things to Abaddon was easier said than done, and even the Rhino Centaurs failed in this task. "Yes, 2 more scoops of ice cream on the pancake, please," Skipping said in his sleep, a wide grin on his face. If one were to see him at that moment, they would discover that he seemed like he was having the best dream and didn't look like he would be waking up any time soon. His system sent him a notification for he had missed several days of shopping, but he ignored it. Unfortunately, Skipping would soon learn that one does not just ignore their system, a lesson he had already learned and forgotten too many times. "Nay, it cannot be," they whispered in the dead of night. "But it was," said a Bobling, a name fondly adopted by members of the Bob fan club. "No, it lacks feeling. You're lacking a certain oomph," said the second Bobling, who was judging the performance of the first. "You need to make me feel it." "Yeah, that's what I thought too," said the first as he began to scratch something off from a script in his hand. "For the love of Bob, will you two knock it off and help me put out this fire?" roared a third Bobling as he sprayed a fire extinguisher at the roaring flames spreading across the sails. Behind them, the Jolly Rancher was in a fire fight against 13 vessels who were shooting lasers, cannons, spiritual techniques, and everything else they could. Unfortunately, the hull of the Rancher was not easily breached. That was exactly why another dozen ships had decided to board the ship and forcefully wrest control away from Jack. It almost seemed like all of the Arctica realm was conspiring against them, and it kind of was. It was legit confirmed that they were conspiring against them, because Bob had basically announced at breakfast that it would take the efforts of the whole realm to mildly inconvenience their captain. Well, he was definitely inconvenienced now, though the scale of it was up to debate. The 2 Boblings looked at the third, then at the fire, and then at the dozens of enemies who had boarded the ship and were fighting the crew. "You know, I think it's the sour jawbreakers. They just curl the tongue in a certain way, perfect for monologuing," said Bobbling One as he picked up a bucket and threw water at the flaming sails. That's an interesting theory. I will propose it at next week's gathering, said Bobbling Two as he held out his leg and tripped a running beast. Amitabha, next week's gathering should have fresh barbecue, or I will kick you all off the ship, said Monk, the bear cub as he used his sharp claws to shave off the head of the ship's attackers, leaving them all bald. Can you all focus? We need to find the captain and get out of here, exclaimed Ollie, possibly the only sane member of the crew. I agree with Ollie, said Tiny Sparkles, standing atop his mount, a medium-sized hippo. Well, technically the hippo was one of the ship's invaders, but since he made a good mount for Tiny Sparkles, no one had the heart to tell him that this was slavery, and that was frowned upon. The captain went out with Bob, so in his absence I will fill in, exclaimed Pebbles, who had all his limbs today, but had an upside-down bucket instead of a head. Naturally, since he didn't actually have lips and couldn't actually speak, no one really heard him and only saw him posing. How about we put out the damn fire before discussing this? Roared Bobbling Three as he turned the fire extinguisher from the sail towards himself. His hair had caught on fire now, and no one else seemed to care. Speaking of missing people, has anyone seen Longbeard? Asked Bobbling One. The question had no sooner been asked that the crew saw Goldilocks flying through the air attacking ships, with only the ends of a beard tying it and keeping it attached to the ship. Never mind, I think I found him. There were days when Jack loved Bob. Well, not really. In truth, there were days where Jack kind of tolerated Bob's existence a little more than normal. Then there were days where he hated Bob. Today was definitely one of the days he hated Bob. Give up, Jack. Just hand over the divine ore and this can all be over, said the Typhoon Eagle as it clawed at Jack's wings. A fairy's wings were its biggest strength and its biggest weakness since it was the source of all its fairy dust. Should something happen to the wings, a fairy would basically be crippled. Jack was a little different from regular fairies, though in the sense that his wings were tougher than spiritual metal. Instead of blocking the attack, Jack used his wings like a sword to cut the eagle's talons, while he himself used the spiritual equivalent of an RPG to shoot at a crystal ship flying off in the distance. Trapped within was an unsuspecting Bob, who thought he was on his way to give a seminar on why jelly mattered. Go find your own divine ore, there's plenty of it to go around, said Jack, avoiding the numerous enemies trying to attack and slow him down. Yes, but none of it is as refined as the ore found in the shooting stars, and you know it. Of course, Jack knew that. He was the one in possession of all the shooting star ores that had been found so far. He was also the first one to realize that the ore found within the shooting stars was purer than anything anyone else would be able to get on their own. By now, it was fairly common knowledge that the divine ore was, relatively speaking, common enough in the Arctica realm that there was no need for a bloodbath over it. The refined ore was a separate thing, though. The more refined the ore was, the more effective it was, and no one could refine it as much as the ores in the shooting stars. Well, no one within the common population's reach, so the frenzy over those pieces had taken the realm by storm. Jack had it all handled, though, until Bob opened his big mouth. How him mentioning a realm-wide conspiracy made it actually happen was anyone's guess, but the entire mortal level had conspired together to get the ore from Jack. Others simply wanted to kidnap Bob. Whatever the case, neither was acceptable, which is why this perfectly perfect day had been ruined for him. Fortunately, Jack was more than able to handle any problems that came his way. Though Jack and Lex used their cultivation in vastly different ways, the experience from Lex still taught Jack an immense amount, and vice versa. In fact, since they were basically the same person, Jack received a constant boost from Lex, gradually raising his own strength. By now, Jack's body was practically a weapon. Damn it, Jack, don't you see I'm trying to help you? Everyone knows about your plans to become an Earth immortal. Bob's already spilled the beans. As soon as you go to the next level, you won't be as tough up there as you are here. If you still have the ore, you won't survive. Better to leave it down here where you can get something in exchange. You're so thoughtful, Jack said sarcastically, right before punching him across the skyline and rushing away to rescue that infernal drama cat. Bob, as it turned out, was happily sharing a story about the time when he was still back in the Midnight Realm, and a giant snake hired him to enter into its stomach and search for the Holy Grail. Jack had heard that story before. He initially thought that the story was about the world serpent tricking Bob into its stomach so it could eat him. As it turned out, it was instead a bad mix of a horrendous pun and a juvenile fart joke, since the snake actually wanted him to find the Holy Grail, which was, as one could probably guess by now, a fart. Even mythical beings went through a middle school sense of humor phase, it seemed. That wasn't relevant at the moment, though. Jack grabbed Bob by the ears, stuffed an extra sour jawbreaker into his mouth, and started flying towards the Jolly Rancher. "Listen to me, Bob, and don't say anything," Jack said gravely. "We're going to enter the trial to become Earth immortals, the lot of us. That will take us to the next level. I don't know how deities cultivate or level up, so you have to decide right now whether you'll be joining us or not. Don't speak, just nod for yes and wave your head for no." Bob wondered for a second if he should tell Jack that he could raise his own cultivation level at will and didn't need to go through the trial. But then he realized that the captain probably already knew that and was simply using this as an excuse to spend time together. After all, everyone knows that the real treasure is the memories they made along the way. So he nodded his head. Also, although he had decided to give up being a deity, he established a new rule for his own faith. All drama cats had to become sailors and go treasure hunting. Surely nothing bad would happen from that. Jack, still under fire, fought his way through hordes of enemies, navigated the burning Jolly Rancher through an entire armada of enemy ships, and quickly entered one of the cities, effectively ending the fight. After all, they all knew better than to fight during the city limits. Then, under the regretful gaze of the whole mortal level, the entire crew, along with the 3 ambiguous boblings whose race and origins were a mystery, applied to enter the trial to become an Earth immortal. Either they would succeed and reach the next level, or they would die in the trial. There was no third option. Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief when it was finally done. The threat of death was no stranger to him, but cleaning up Bob's messes really was a full-time job. Maybe he should hire a nanny. "Thish ish blasphemy," Bob tried to speak despite the jawbreaker in his mouth. That's how upset he was. Unfortunately for him, he was the only one who seemed to have an issue with the situation. "It cannot be helped," explained a prism whale, the one in charge of registering foreigners for the trial in the challenge realm. "All trials are conducted individually. Even if you all enter the challenge realm at the same time, you will all be teleported to your own independent trials. The most I can accommodate you is to register you all to land in the same zone if you all successfully pass your trials." The nature of the Arctica realm was such that beings from higher levels had a modicum of control over lower levels. Of course, that level of control was very limited, and for greater control, one would need to become the ruler of that particular level. With all levels being controlled firmly by the Arctica race, they could use their influence to affect certain things. Manipulating where new entrants enter into the new level was something they could easily control. "It's okay, I'm certain we all will easily pass through the trials," said Jack. "My main concern is for my ship. I can't fit it into a spatial tool of any kind, so how will I transport it between levels? It absolutely can't be left behind." Prism Whale turned and looked out the window at the massive wooden ship. As if its design was not impressive enough, the size and sheer presence were breathtaking as well. The Jolly Rancher had accrued some fame across this level of the Arctica realm in the past few days, so it was quite well known. Its magnificent size was matched by its durability, for not a single dent nor scratch marred the pristine body of the vessel despite taking countless beatings. "Yes, I must admit your ship is quite magnificent. It is rare to see such fine craftsmanship in the lower levels of Arctica. It would indeed be a shame to leave it behind. I can offer you 2 solutions. You can either park it here, and for a nominal fee, it will be teleported over to the next level once you complete the trial. If, for whatever reason, you cannot complete the trial, then you can designate the next person to inherit the ship on your behalf. The second option is more costly. We can provide a temporary transport seal which will seal your ship in a small, transportable vessel that you can take along with you to the challenge realm. Once you complete your trial, you can take it out of the seal in the next level. However, this way, if something should happen to you within the trial, the ship will be lost to the challenge trial, and no one will be able to claim it." The Prism Whale seemed genuinely concerned about the ship, and didn't want it to be lost. Jack, however, did not want to leave it behind. Besides, even though the Arctica race had a decent reputation about following laws, he didn't want to trust others with his things. "I'll have the ship sealed," Jack said, putting down a single gold coin on the table in front of him. The coin was a random one he carved out of wood, then gave to Goldilocks. Goldilocks turned anything it touched into nether lily gold, which was the most conductive metal for spiritual energy that one could basically find, at least at a mortal level. Treasures on an immortal level might have a higher conductivity, but that hardly mattered in this context. The gold coin Jack paid was far beyond the price for the seal, but as a nouveau rich fairy he couldn't be bothered. He had too much gold anyway. "This should also cover our fees to enter the challenge realm. By the way, those 3 aren't with us," Jack said, pointing to the 3 mysterious boblings. When he looked at them, all he saw were generic bodies surrounded by mist, making it hard to pick out details. They had literally just shown up one day and claimed to be members of Bob's fan club, something Jack had never heard of before. Somehow, none of the other crew members found anything odd about them, and Bob easily accepted that there was a fan club focused on him, because of course he had a fan club. He probably had many, all filled with enthusiastic little boblings. Although Jack sensed no danger from them, he also knew how to identify a massive red flag. In this context, identifying a red flag was not the same as raising a flag. Neither Jack nor Lex believed in flags. "Oh, come on, Captain, don't be stingy," said Bobling 3. Bobling 1 and 2 were, once again, practicing their monologuing skills so naturally they had no idea about what was happening around them. Jack simply looked away. Although he was certain that he wouldn't lose the 3 Boblings so easily, at least he didn't want to pay for them to continue stalking Bob. "Keep the change, by the way," said Jack. "Oh no, that's not possible. Tipping is highly frowned upon in Arctica," said the Prism Whale. "All workers get paid more than enough for their work. We don't encourage tipping culture here." Jack shrugged. That was completely random and seemed like it was a jab at someone or something, but since he wasn't a resident of the Arctica realm, he wouldn't know. "Please, all of you fill out your forms and sign the liability waivers. Once everything is done, you'll be ready to head onto the challenge realm." Prism Whale handed out forms, and while Jack filled his own, the rest of the crew had Tiny Sparkles fill out theirs. Pebbles, who still had a bucket for a head and could not hear or speak, had little to no idea what was going on. He was shaking his body around as if to emphasize a point, but no one had any idea what he was saying. Well, Jack could guess what he was saying. Pebbles was trying to take over the position of captain again. It was lucky there was no cannon around, or Jack wouldn't mind tapping him inside again. After going through all of the necessary formalities, Jack and the crew were led to a designated teleportation room. Technically, one could enter the challenge realm from anywhere. The Arctica realm was divided into multiple levels, with each level allowing only those of a certain cultivation level within. To go from one level to another, they would need to pass through a trial, which was something which would occur in the challenge realm. As soon as anyone felt like they were ready to go to the next level, all they needed to do was reach the peak of their existing cultivation level and try to break through. They would be transported to their trial, and if they succeeded, would not only enter the next level, but smoothly enter the next cultivation level as well. This somehow avoided the tribulations for certain realms as well. This way, if Jack successfully became an Earth immortal, he would have completely avoided the tribulation one undergoes to enter into the cultivation level without any negative consequences. Naturally, to make up for that, the trial wouldn't be easy either. For a moment, Jack couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of tribulation one had to endure to become a Tao Lord. If there was one, and the Arctica realm could successfully avoid that one too, then this place was far more magical than he had expected. Since no foreigners were allowed to take the trial to become a Tao Lord, it was not a benefit outsiders would be able to enjoy. However, Jack could imagine how this could become a huge bargaining chip for the Arctica realm in the future. He pushed all the unnecessary thoughts out of his mind and looked out at his crew, as well as the 3 Boblings who had paid themselves to join. "This is the opportunity of a lifetime," said Jack, his voice solemn. "If we get through this, all of us will become Earth immortals, and our legend will grow even stronger. Just imagine the adventures we can have when we return to the folklore realm. We have already overcome the legend of the river Styx. Now imagine what other myths and legends we can overcome." He paused and stared at them. Whether it was fate or some twist of luck, he'd come to learn that most of the members of his crew couldn't cultivate normally either. Just like him, they had many obstacles preventing them from becoming immortals. Although he never asked their backstories, after spending so much time together, one naturally picks up a few things. Monk, as a means of survival, had attached himself to a bunch of myths and legends about bear cubs. But in most of those stories, the cubs stayed cubs and were weak. As such, Monk was forever stuck as a bear cub, unable to grow stronger or older. Of course, now that he had left the folklore realm, he could probably cultivate normally. But then, he'd also be giving up the many benefits he got from being linked to those legends. Pebbles was cursed. Like, on a very serious note, he was suffering from a very powerful curse which was meant to torture him for all of eternity by constantly healing his body and then dismembering him. The curse was also meant to keep him alive forever, so he would suffer forever. It just so happened that the curse, well, it didn't work as intended. Now he was just immortal and invincible, able to heal from all wounds. As a result, he just randomly lost body parts every so often. But since the curse constantly kept resetting the state of his body, it would reset his cultivation as well, forcing him to stay weak forever. Perhaps the rules of the Arctica realm might be able to supersede the influence of the curse and allow him to become an immortal. The crystal alligator and Goldilocks both were babies, so it was fair to say that it was too soon to find out if they could cultivate to higher levels. But due to the unique situations with their bodies, Jack was able to guess that they'd never be able to accumulate any energy in their body, for all excess energy would always be used to convert their surroundings into their elements. Once they became immortals and could tap into external energies, they'd finally be able to overcome this handicap. Until then, they'd be stuck the way they were. Maybe over time their bloodlines would allow them to grow stronger, but it was too soon to tell. Ollie was normal and could cultivate, but it also suffered the same fate as all beasts, where surpassing the limitations of its bloodline was incredibly difficult, so an easy way to raise its realm was more than welcome. Then came Tiny Sparkles. Its dwarfism caused its body to contain way too much spiritual energy, to the point where it was basically impossible to absorb more, and so it could not cultivate. If it evolved its horn, it would be able to continue raising its cultivation level like that, but this was a much easier option. Finally, there was Longbeard. Jack knew nothing about him. That gnome was allergic to mentioning its past. Jack assumed he had troubles keeping him from becoming an immortal too because, well, there was a pattern going on and he didn't want to break it. Bob didn't count. He was an anomaly, and Jack wouldn't be surprised if he could raise his cultivation level at will. Nah, that was too ridiculous even for him. But as a deity, Jack was sure it wasn't easy growing stronger. It probably depended on accumulating a lot of faith and stuff. Completing a trial was much simpler. So all in all, he and his crew were all in the same boat in more ways than one. This was an opportunity none of them could miss. Hopefully, they'd all succeed in their trials too. "I'll see you all on the other side," Jack said. "And I'll still be captain on that side too. Don't think you can steal my position once you become immortals. It's not happening." Jack smiled, planting that small idea in their heads. Now they'd all be hoping to overthrow him as soon as they became immortals. Maybe that would give them motivation to pass their trials. He closed his eyes and pushed his cultivation a bit. Then he was teleported to the challenge realm, isolating him from the effects of the karmic curse which were about to kick in. The teleportation between realms was perfect, so if it had happened anywhere else, Jack might not have immediately noticed. Yet the moment he was teleported into the challenge realm, he knew it and his eyes flashed open. The reason was simple. The reeking, rancid smell that plagued his karma disappeared. Jack had not been expecting that to happen, but the moment it did, he fell to his knees and tears started welling up in his eyes. So overwhelmed was he that it actually took him a moment to gather himself back up. Jack didn't know what to expect from his trial, mainly because, based on his understanding, all trials were personalized and there was no predictable pattern to them. Jack, for example, had lived a short but eventful life, but he was probably not using his power to its full potential. The way fairies used spiritual energy was so overpowered that it seemed a little broken to Jack, and even after living as a fairy for so long, he often discovered that he had underestimated the scope of his abilities. In essence, a majority of his power came from his fairy dust, which came from his wings. As long as he had the intention to do something, he could produce fairy dust with the appropriate properties to make it happen. This was such a broad concept that Jack could not cope with it sometimes. For example, as a human, before Lex could teleport, he needed to become aware of space, and then learn to use it. He needed to gain an affinity for it, and then use various spiritual techniques that allowed him to use space in multiple ways. As a fairy, there was no such thing as an affinity for space, or anything else. As long as he willed it, his fairy dust could take on the properties of space, and then how he used that fairy dust is what limited the scope of his abilities. The possibilities were endless. The way he saw it, with such frightening abilities, fairies should be one of the most revered races in the universe, because that versatility of will was eerily similar to a dragon bending the universe to their will. But the difference was that this was what the fairies were capable of after suffering a severe karmic curse that killed off any chance for fairies to grow stronger, and just generally live either oppressed or enslaved lives. He could not even imagine what the fairies were capable of at the height of their powers. Jack looked at his surroundings and found himself standing alone on a concrete path, with no real surroundings. It wasn't as if he was standing in darkness, but instead as if the things that should have surrounded him had been ripped away. In fact, even the path before him seemed to meander around, finding a way through, however narrow, between all that had been ripped away around him. Jack wore a solemn expression as he took his first steps, for he had a theory about what he was seeing. His theory didn't come from himself, but seemed to emanate from his surroundings, as if the absence of things was communicating to him. Or maybe it was the inherent instincts of a fairy. Jack felt like surrounding him should have been the natural endowments of a fairy, all the things that the race should have been entitled to, or was born with. Their abilities, their strengths, their uniquenesses. All of them had been ripped away from them at the very core of their existence, leaving them with nothing. No, not nothing. They were left with less than nothing, for some kind of karmic curse was left to weigh them down, as if to ensure they could never rise up to take back what was rightfully theirs. Jack, from the very core of his being, felt the unprecedented depth of cruelty from the absence all around him. Even the path that he was walking now was only barely left behind, if only because the universe did not allow it to disappear. He did not know if walking this path counted as his trial, for it wasn't hard. Then again, maybe he wasn't actually walking the path. Maybe he was just being made aware that his path to progress hadn't been entirely eliminated, just that it existed as a bare sliver. As soon as he had that thought, his surroundings changed, and he was no longer walking the narrow path. Instead, he was sitting with legs folded in front of a very, very old fairy, as could be determined by the many wrinkles of his face. "Are you ready?" the old fairy asked. "Yes, I am," Jack said. "Wait, am I ready for what?" The old fairy looked at him like he was an idiot. "For your marriage, of course. You're about to marry old man Simons." Jack froze. What the hell kind of trial was this? The old fairy picked up his wooden cane and bonked Jack's head. "Idiot, I was talking about your trial. Are you ready to hear the details of your trial? What else did you expect from the challenge realm?" Oh, I mean yes. I'm ready to hear about the details of the trial," Jack said, feeling unbelievably relieved that the old fairy had just been pulling his leg. "The fairies are one of the oldest races in existence, and our affinity with the Path of Order is so immense that we were actually one of the founding members," the old fairy said, his expression softening back to his original state. "But that is old news now, and there is no point in living in past glories. What you need to know is that nothing resonates with a fairy more than joy. Nothing. It is for that reason that the curse upon us is specifically designed to deprive us of joy and our ability to provide joy. In your path ahead, you must stick closely to joy. It is at the core of fairies more than anything else, and so long as we exist, this is a truth that can never be changed." Jack nodded, memorizing the old fairy's words. Maybe this would be his path in the future, or maybe it was a hint in his upcoming trial. "What lies ahead for you is not illusory, nor is it artificial in any way. The difficulty of the challenge may seem entirely unfair or unjust, but it is proportional to the difficulty of the enhancement of your cultivation realm." Jack shrugged. "I'm used to things being hard, it's okay." The old fairy nodded. "There is another fairy by the name of Tinker. She is one of 3 existing Earth immortal fairies in all of existence. Your trial is to rescue her from her prison and help her find joy once more. As soon as you do those 2 things, your trial will be complete. There is a door behind you. Once you pass through it, you will enter his prison. Be warned, that prison is specifically designed to contain fairies, so your fairy dust will not work there." Jack was stumped. Although he knew that trials had no fixed pattern, his trial seemed a little unusual. "Is there anything else you can tell me?" Jack asked. "No, I cannot. Go when you are ready." Jack looked at the old fairy and then at his surroundings. He seemed to be inside a wooden cabin. "Thank you for your guidance, then," said Jack as he bowed to the fairy and stood up. "Will I see you once I complete the trial?" "Once you complete the trial? That's a lot of confidence in your tone, young man. I suppose that's a good thing. You can worry about that once you actually complete the trial." Jack nodded and then turned around. There was no point in waiting. He walked through the door without hesitation and found himself in hell. It was no exaggeration. He was literally in hell, and he knew it the moment he entered. Fortunately, though the stone corridor he was standing in did have thin channels of lava falls to serve as a source of light, the air itself was not on fire, nor was there any army of devils present to torture him. That didn't mean that everything was peachy. Just as the old fairy had stated, Jack could feel that he was unable to produce fairy dust. There was something about the stones that the corridor was made from that acted as an inhibitor. Fortunately, his wings still worked. Normal fairies would be unable to fly using solely their wings, since it was actually fairy dust that allowed them to fly, not their wings. That didn't work for Jack, though, the most jacked fairy in existence. "Do you even lift, bro?" Jack said, and started flapping his frail wings. The sheer force packed within each flap of his wing pushed him into the air. Yeah, I lift. Jack could not help but chuckle at his pun as he started to explore the massive corridor, unaware that there was an invisible hellion wraith behind him who was about to attempt possession of his body. His joke, however, had been so cringe and so torturous that the wraith literally went into the fetal possession and began to rock back and forth. It suddenly began to doubt which one of them was supposed to torture the other, because the fairy had done a better job in one line than the wraith could have done all day with actual possession. Hell was not all that, really. For one, there weren't any windows in the labyrinth of stone corridors. It was also really stuffy. The air had no oxygen, but was filled with all kinds of poisonous or flammable gases, which, besides being bad for Jack's skin, didn't make it pleasant to breathe. The heating was also a problem. Everything was hot. Way to follow stereotypes, right? Jack's mortal body was not really equipped to deal with this much heat, and if Jack wasn't the strongest, most durable fairy to have ever existed in the mortal realm, he would have died just from dehydration. It was Jack's amazing cultivation technique, and the constant feedback from Lex, which made Jack's body much stronger than any fairy had any right to be. Crippled as he was without his fairy dust, the only thing he could rely on was his body, so it was a good thing it was so tough. If there was one area where hell seemed to be lacking in, it was in population. Jack hadn't met a single other living thing, not even a plant. When he was told this was a trial, he expected the difficulty to be more than just navigating through an endless maze. Not that the maze was easy. Jack had already spent a couple of days flying through it, at first carefully, but then later on at full speed. He made no progress simply because everything looked identical. All the halls, all the turns, all the decor, all the lava, it was all the same. If he didn't have impeccable memory, thanks to his other half being an immortal, he would probably just be roaming in circles forever. But he expected there to be countless guards, maybe a few other prisoners, any number of enemies around every corner. Yet he found no one. You know, this place is not so bad for a hell, Jack said to himself, looking down the dull corridor. Since he was alone, Jack had taken to speaking his thoughts aloud in the last few days. I mean, it's literally on fire. Talk about a hot property. Jack chuckled to himself. The lava lamps really add ambience. That one made him chuckle even harder as he looked at the nearest lava fall. He didn't stop for long, though, and kept flying. The moment he left, though, a couple of hellions fell to the ground, rolling on the floor from cringe. Make it stop, one said hoarsely. Please, for the love of damnation, make it stop. The puns, he just keeps saying them, cried the other. No, I can't take it anymore. I quit, screamed the third and threw himself in the lava, permanently ending his shift in this particular dungeon. Or any dungeon, for that matter. What Jack didn't know, most because the lack of his fairy dust even crippled his senses, was that he wasn't alone. He was surrounded by a race of hellions similar to wraiths. They were meant to torture and kill anyone who entered the halls, and were undefeatable to many. Jack, with no spiritual techniques available to him, could never defeat them using his physical body alone. However, his puns and bad jokes were more torturous and lethal to the hellions than actual torture. A while later, Jack finally found a room that was different from the usual ones he'd encountered. It had a large pool of lava separating two doors. Considering he could fly, it wasn't really an obstacle for him. You call this hot? Jack said as he flew over the pool. I've done Pilates where I sweat more than this. This lava moat is lukewarm at best. As soon as he left, countless wraiths fell to the floor, crying. That wasn't even a pun, it was just bad. It was just bad. Jack felt like he heard something, but going back wouldn't do him any good, so he kept moving forward. He was finally making some progress when he stumbled onto a fork. Finally, the options were getting harder. This hallway smells like brimstone and bad decisions, Jack chuckled. You know I have to walk down the right path because there's no way I'm walking down the wrong path. Maybe being alone for so long was getting to him, because he could have sworn he heard the corridor moan in agony when he said that last joke. But that wouldn't make sense. The corridor wasn't alive, he already checked. But as it turned out, the right path was the wrong one, because he ended up at a dead end. Looks like I took a wrong turn, and now I'm in amazing agony. Before he could even chuckle at his latest pun, the wall in front of him literally crumbled. The rocks just turned into rubble, breaking up and revealing a path ahead. A couple of times, Jack could have sworn he heard someone behind him, so he actually went back and checked. He found no one, and no ghosts or enemies jumped him in secret either, so he simply shrugged and carried on. A few hours later, he found a hall where the floor was lava. and there was a single cage hanging from a ceiling, a sleeping fairy within. "It can't be this easy, right?" Jack asked. Of course, no one answered. He checked the room for traps, because what kind of trial would it be if he could just rescue her so easily? That old fairy even warned him his trial would be incredibly hard. Oh, maybe he was referring to the toughness of the stone walls. Very clever. "Hang on," Jack said to the cage that was hanging. At that exact moment, an earthquake struck, and a massive crack cut through the entire room, warning of an impending collapse. So there was a trap. What Jack didn't know was that his last joke had literally given a hellion a stroke, despite the absence of a brain, and the fallout from that caused the room to break. Jack flew up to Tinker and encountered his first real obstacle. He tried to rip open the cage, but the cage was solid. Getting it unhooked from the wall was easy, owing to the massive crack in the ceiling where the cage was attached, but he could not open the cage. Heck, he couldn't even find a door on the cage. "Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to de-tinker with this cage," Jack said, wearing a smug smile. Another earthquake hit, this time much stronger. It almost felt like the whole labyrinth was breaking apart. Jack finally took the situation a little seriously, and began to fly out of the room as quickly as possible before the heat became too unbearable. But it was no use. All the labyrinth walls seemed to be cracked, allowing pools of lava to fall through from the cracks, filling up the halls. "Talk about a heated situation," Jack muttered as he kept flying. There was an explosion somewhere in the distance, causing even more cracks to form. "Hey, wake up," Jack yelled as he carried the cage. It would really help if Tinker could help him out of the situation, but the fairy was sound asleep. Or maybe she was in a coma because no matter how Jack shook the cage, she refused to wake up. "Talk about a deep sleeper," Jack muttered. Then it happened. He no longer thought he heard someone. He definitely heard someone. "Oh Lord, make it stop! Make it stop!" A deep voice yelled somewhere in the distance, the vibrations of the voice causing the whole labyrinth to shake. Jack started to fly faster because the labyrinth was breaking faster, and more lava was pouring in. Though Jack had a strong body, he didn't want to try swimming in lava with it, so he desperately tried to find a way out. He was so focused, he didn't notice Tinker opening a single eye and looking at Jack oddly. Despite having gone through literal centuries of torture, she could not help but think that Jack's puns had a unique flavor to them that would be hard to forget amidst all the torture she had endured. Jack, meanwhile, flew through dozens of corridors until finally he found one that wasn't being filled with lava, and finally sat down to get some rest. He placed the cage beside him and looked at the sleeping fairy. Since she wasn't waking up, he'd have to figure out his own way to get her free, and then find another way to bring her joy. In the meantime, since he still had no one to talk to, Jack looked at the sleeping fairy and couldn't help himself. "So you come here often?" Then hell blew up, or to be more specific, the volcano that the labyrinth was built within blew up. The volcano itself was being possessed by a hellion, and it could take the puns no more, so it quit. The moment it stopped possessing the volcano, there was nothing holding it back from erupting anymore, so it blew up. Lex could survive a lot. His body had literally blown up and had then come back together, so being in the center of a volcanic eruption for him would be no problem. That was not the same for Jack. Now Jack, for a fairy, was strong. Heck, even for a mortal, he was strong. He was far superior to most nascent realm cultivators, even if he never used his fairy dust or his most lethal weapon, his puns. But was he strong enough to survive being in the center of a volcanic eruption? It was questionable, since survival didn't necessarily mean remaining in top condition. A volcano in hell, though? Well, he would have to find out. The eruption wasn't instantaneous. There was a build-up, however brief. Jack was studying the cage Tinker was in when an earthquake struck. By now there had been a few earthquakes, but none of them were this bad. As if that was not enough, a deep rumbling began all around them. That was, somehow, enough for Jack to understand that something bad was going to happen. Jack's fairy dust was blocked, and he had almost no options. There was only one thing he could think of doing, however insane it was. Wasting no time, he grabbed a loose brick, one that had fallen from a nearby crack, and hugged it as hard as possible so that his entire body was against the surface of the brick. He then curled his wings around the bars of Tinker's cage. "Talk about a heated situation," Jack said. Tinker, who had also understood by now what was about to happen, could not help but flash her eyes open in abject shock about the fact that Jack could still crack such lame jokes in such a critical situation. There was no time for anything else, though. The eruption happened, and what an eruption it was. This particular volcano had its eruption suppressed for countless years, so when it blew hard. The force of the blast hit Jack like a truck. if that truck had boosters and also was inside an exploding volcano. His entire body was instantly covered in hundreds, if not thousands, of hairline fractures simply from the shockwave of the blast. Then came the pressure of the brick that he was gripping, flattening his body like a roller. His wings were nearly ripped out of his back, but fortunately they held on as the cage flew alongside him. That was just from the initial impact. Then came the heat. What could one say about that heat? Just that if anything that hot ever entered Earth's atmosphere, then the entire atmosphere would erupt into flames, turning it into a tiny replica of the sun. Jack was air fried from the heat hitting him from the sides, grilled from the heat that the brick absorbed, and seared from the burning rods of the cage. All of that, too, merely happened in the first few seconds. Geez, I know they say you are what you eat, but I don't remember eating a shawarma, so why am I being grilled like one? Jack croaked. Of course, over the sound of the explosion, even he couldn't hear his own voice. Tinker, however, could. How the hell are you still cracking jokes at a time like this? Tinker roared, unable to hold back. She too was being cooked alive, though being an immortal helped her endure better than Jack. Jack was too overwhelmed by the various stimuli of his body breaking apart even as it cooked to understand what was happening. When he heard a voice in his head, he thought he was having a delusion, so he answered in his own mind. I was told fairies get their power from joy. There's not much else to do around here, so I might as well crack some jokes, he responded. Of course, the only reason Jack could even respond at all in his given situation was because Lex had so much mental power to spare. Jack had no idea where he was being flung by the eruption, nor did he have any ability to pay attention to such things. For a moment later, he entered a new, equally difficult situation. Once his body was flung out of the vicinity of the labyrinth, he somewhat regained the ability to form fairy dust. However, the brick that was protecting his front was similarly inhibiting him. If he let go, he could use fairy dust, but then there would be nothing preventing his front from being exposed to lava. He had to choose between the two, and quickly. Ultimately, Jack decided to risk it and let go of the brick. He turned around and grabbed the cage, freeing his wings to start flapping and producing healing fairy dust. But surrounded by lava, captured by the explosive force carrying him upwards, Jack could not see nor focus on anything else, which is why he still couldn't see Tinker's situation. Out of the frying pan and into the oven, Jack said. Tinker, who had been tortured for centuries, imprisoned for longer, deprived of energy for an unknown period of time, heard Jack's last words, and something inside her mind snapped. It just snapped. They were in hell, in literal hell, being cooked alive inside an infernal volcano, and this stupid fairy could still find the time to crack jokes. If that wasn't funny, then she didn't know what was, or maybe she just had a mental breakdown from her impending death. Either way, she just started laughing, and once she started, she couldn't stop. Even Jack, despite his eardrums no longer working, could swear that he heard something, but he couldn't be sure. By this point, pain had replaced all his sensations, and his senses, so he had no idea of his surroundings or condition. That is why, as he continued to try and flap his already burnt-off wings, trying to produce healing fairy dust, he had no idea that his trial had already ended. He had returned to the old fairy, who was looking at what looked like a deep-fried chicken finger and wondering who ordered takeout. Tinker was pressed against the base of her cage as it flew out with the raging lava, breaking through the many barriers in its path, until eventually it reached the open air of hell. The volcanic plume rose 3,000 miles in the air, or roughly 15.84 million rice cookers. So it was easy to say that the eruption was clearly visible across the landscape, attracting a lot of attention. But Tinker didn't think of any of that as she laughed out manically in her cage. Her body was burning, albeit much slower than Jack's had been, but she didn't bother with that either. So much worse than the endless torture she had faced was the hopelessness that filled her very being as she thought about the fate of her race. But when she saw Jack, a kindle of hope had been reignited. It was heroic or brave or awe-inspiring, as one would expect from someone with the potential to rescue an entire race. Instead, he was deceptively intelligent, yet used that intelligence to fuel his idiotic tendencies. But maybe that's what the fairies needed. After all, they were not brutes who needed the brawn to hold off a charge of enemy armies. They were fairies, the mischievous and joyful little fellows who treated the universe like their playground. Tinker got up and flapped her wings a bit, producing some fairy dust, but it was faint, as if nearly exhausted. Or maybe it just needed a little push. Tinker looked at the pillar of lava that was still rising in the air, and the spreading devastation the eruption had caused. "Talk about coming back with a bang," she said, her sweet, melodious voice carrying far and wide across hell. Then from up in the sky she saw hell itself shudder. Simultaneously her wings began to produce fairy dust once more. A twinkle sparkled in her eyes. "You must have faced incredible odds," the old fairy said as he waved his hand and began to heal Jack. Looking like a chicken finger didn't really suit him. "You have no idea," said Jack, his voice hoarse. "I faced my nemesis from another life. Let's just say we had a fiery reunion." Jack tried to chuckle, but ended up only coughing. "That sounds difficult," the fairy responded seriously, missing the joke entirely. Or maybe he didn't acknowledge the joke on purpose. "By now you must have realized that the difficulty of your trial was set to be impossible. It was something someone of your level and ability would normally never be able to do. That is because the difficulty of the trial is directly linked to the difficulty of your ascension. For you to become an immortal, you must overcome an impossible barrier, at least for yourself. But since you have completed your trial, and you have even returned alive, then the hard part for you is over. Now, you need to merely recover to your peak strength, and the challenge realm will take care of the rest." "Oh no, you leave the resting to me," Jack said. Somehow he felt like there was someone somewhere in the universe begging him to stop. Of course, it was just his imagination. Neither of them spoke after that, for the old fairy did not deign to acknowledge Jack's joke, and Jack was literally suffering from burnout. But with the realm slowly healing him, it did not take long for Jack to recover, though he fell asleep as soon as the pain reduced to where he could ignore it. When he awoke, the pain was entirely gone, and he was as good as new. "When you are ready, the process will begin," the old fairy said. "Though there is a critical question you must answer first before that." "What is it?" Jack asked, sitting up and stifling a yawn. "You can be raised to the Earth Immortal realm, but you are presented with two options for that. One is an ordinary ascension, where the realm will provide you with what you are lacking and raise you up. There is nothing wrong with such an ascension. But on your person, you carry a certain item which can help your ascension greatly. It can make your foundation stronger and do something that is otherwise impossible. It can continue to provide you with a path to higher levels. You must understand, if becoming an Earth Immortal was deemed impossible for you, then for you to rise from Earth Immortal to Heaven Immortal is doubly impossible. Yet the divine ore in your possession, more specifically the purified, refined divine ore in your possession, can make use of divine energy to make the impossible possible. It can act as a substitute for the things you need to reach higher levels. But to do that, almost all of the refined ore will be used up." Jack was surprised at what he heard. This was too coincidental, wasn't it? He'd gotten just enough ore to help him build a better foundation. Well, whether it was a coincidence or not, if it helped him, he would use it. Although the original plan was to improve the Jolly Rancher with that ore, he could always fix the ship later on. His own cultivation was the most important. "Use the ore," Jack said firmly. "Good, just so you know, that will cause a bit of a ruckus. If I use the ore, your ascension will not go unnoticed, though the challenge realm will shield you from any and all detection so no one will know your identity or where you are. They will, however, know that a fairy has reached the Earth Immortal realm." Jack shrugged. "That's fine, I'm used to it." Wasn't it normal to have a pretty noticeable phenomenon during one's breakthrough? It might not be for others, but it always had been for Lex, so it only made sense that the trend continued with Jack. Not to mention, he was literally trying to cause as much of a universal ruckus as possible. He had to get access to that nexus point, so the more upheaval there was, the better it was for him. "Sit down cross-legged and concentrate on my voice," said the old fairy as he stood up for the first time. "Hey, old man, if you don't mind me asking, who are you? I don't think you're a real fairy, right?" Jack asked, even as he sat down as instructed. "I am the incarnation of the challenge realm. I appear before you as you expect from one who can guide you along your path. If your expectation changes, so does my appearance." "Ahem, that makes sense. And that old man Simons you mentioned earlier, that was a totally made-up thing, right? Why do I get the feeling that there's something to that?" The old fairy smiled at Jack knowingly. "Are you sure you want to know?" he asked. "On second thought, let's just start my ascendance," Jack said, closing his eyes and beginning his meditation. The old fairy just chuckled and sat opposite to Jack in a similar pose before also closing his eyes. Jack felt a subtle, almost gentle pressure on his body, pressing down on his skin and transmitting a warm, comforting energy inside his body, initiating some kind of change. The ore that he had within his spatial tool was pulled out and started to coat Jack's body, making him look like a metallic statue. Jack, of course, didn't feel the touch of the ore, nor did he feel the actual strength of the force encompassing him. Everyone else in the Arctica realm certainly felt that force, however. The skies across the realm in every level suddenly turned dark, filled with countless stars in the far distance. An ancient, decrepit power radiated from that darkness, and an equally ancient, almost jovial power slumbered in those stars. Comparatively, the darkness was infinitely larger than the stars, but it could not blot out the stars entirely either. A very rare event occurred where the entire realm stopped whatever they were doing and looked up at the sky. Some were afraid, some curious, others intrigued, but none could look away from what was happening. That is because they were watching from a safe distance, not in the least threatened. Many Tao lords inquired about what was happening, but the Arctica race did not reveal what was happening. Considering that they were not alarmed at all, it seemed they were well in the know. But soon, a surprising news was spread, at least among the Tao lords. The phenomenon was not specific to the Arctica realm. It was happening in countless realms across the universe. In fact, it was similar to an incident that had happened only a short while ago. A projection had appeared everywhere in the universe where humans existed. Now, though, the projection of the night sky was present everywhere that fairies existed. As soon as they made that connection, a realization dawned on the Tao lords. Those were not dormant stars in the night sky. That was fairy dust, and the night sky was. Compared to the relative peace alongside the night sky in the Arctica realm, most other realms were in chaos. That's because the night sky was not as calm and peaceful as in the Arctica realm. There, the observers felt the force of a great tug-of-war. The night sky had incomparable power, unquestionable authority, immeasurable influence, yet something was being taken from it. A raging roar, as if by some mindless behemoth of a beast, rocked the universe, yet it was futile to scream. The fairy dust continued to shimmer weakly, as it had always done. There was not much else it could do. But as the cry faded out from existence, a change occurred. The change was not just in the night sky. Fairies all across the universe suddenly felt like a lost path had appeared beneath their feet, though they did not know how to walk such a path. In the night sky, a patch of darkness had been ripped open, and a much larger celestial body, almost like a distant moon, appeared. It gave off an ethereal light, as if the light itself were concerned that someone might be harmed if it shone too brightly. But the harm was already done. The night sky had been ripped apart, and a curse that had plagued the fairy race for over an age had been weakened. For a time, nothing else happened, and even the night sky began to dim. It was as if the phenomenon was about to end, if only things were ever so simple. In a certain part of the universe, a pair of hateful eyes looked at the distant moon and attacked. The owner of the eyes could not tolerate any blasphemy to its power at all. Yet there was one thing true for all beings in the universe, and it remained true even for the owner of those angry eyes. Everyone has enemies. While there were some who were angry at what had happened, many also saw opportunity, and similarly made a move to block his attack. The fight did not take place within realms. Instead, it took place in the fabric of the universe, hidden from sight. But regardless of the winner or loser, the consequences of this fight would spread out and manifest across the universe. The challenge realm could not care less. It functioned according to the laws that had been defined in the universe already, so if anyone wanted to pick a fight with it, they could go complain to the universe. The divine ore, which up until now had done nothing, began to merge with Jack's body. The moon in the sky trembled and started to grow, ripping more of the night sky. Divine energy filled the sky, uncaring about right or wrong, big or small. Divine was divine, and it needed to care not for the rules that limited the mundane. Rage, anger, chaos, all spread across the universe, and many armies immediately readied themselves to fight a war. In response, countless other armies also began taking up arms, ready to wage universal war at the drop of a hat. The intricacies of the situation went far beyond what anyone understood. The universe itself held its breath, its karma and destiny wound up tight. A palpable fear spread across all of reality. It could not, however, frighten those who had never known fear. Bob looked up at the sky and simply snorted. "Big deal, that's nothing. When my captain breaks through to the immortal realm, the whole universe will know it." His words resonated with the divine energy all around him and spread out. Since he, too, was in the challenge realm, that resonance touched the divine ore encompassing Jack as well. Through him, that divine energy reached the night sky scene across the universe. The distant stars, nay, that distant fairy dust began to reassemble itself, forming a simple sentence. "Jack the Hell Slayer sends his regards." "Jack the Hell Slayer?" Tinker questioned as she looked up at the sky. She had recently met someone who could, through his words alone, cause death and destruction beyond anything she could achieve despite being at a higher cultivation. She also understood that whatever was happening in the sky was related to fairies, since she could feel her path to the heaven-immortal realm become somewhat simpler. Thus, there was only one conclusion to make: she had been rescued by the disciple of Jack. Since she had learned the ultimate, forbidden art from one of Jack's disciples, did that make her a disciple by extension? Was Jack the Messiah the fairies had been waiting for all along? If so, there was only one thing left to do. "Let's get jacked," Tinker roared, as if adopting a new, lifelong creed and motto. The universe was on the precipice of war. The path of order and chaos were riled up. Celestial had called the Celestial Court to an emergency session, while the Humanoid Alliance took up arms. The enemies of the Humanoid Alliance, both in the path of order and path of chaos, geared up to respond. Many other powers, too, were implicated, such as the dragons who had maintained good relations with the Humanoid Alliance. Everything could go horribly, horribly wrong at the drop of a hat. At that moment, the words written in the night sky caused a deep and deafening silence. "Who in the hell is Jack the Hell Slayer?" someone asked, but he got no response. Everyone waited to see what the reaction caused by such a revelation would be, but nothing happened. No one had any idea who this Hell Slayer was, or where he came from, nor did anyone know why he was strong enough to address the whole universe the way he did. The only other character who had just appeared out of nowhere but had immense, undeniable power like that was the Innkeeper who, as far as appearances went, was backing the humans, a race on the brink of total collapse. He even recently released Dao Mist in his inn, demonstrating the ability to slay Dao Lords. Now this Jack the Hell Slayer had shown up, and was supporting a race on the brink of total and complete universal extinction, a feat that was not easy to achieve. One was an anomaly, but two was a pattern. Suddenly, all signs of war vanished and all forces retreated. Instead of getting ready for war, they began to investigate. There was a conspiracy afoot, and they would uncover it before any real damage was done. The most absurd thing was, even the spies within the Humanoid Alliance knew nothing about these two. This was incredibly dangerous. "Find out who Jack is and find out how he did this," someone said. The same statement was parroted across the universe by all sorts of people and organizations. Suddenly, the name Jack became a taboo in the universe, and it became a crime to name newborns Jack in certain realms. In other places, such as the heavens, Jack became a holy name, taken up only by the most noble. Within just a few seconds, a universal war had almost been initiated, and in just a few more seconds any thoughts of war evaporated entirely. Jack had no idea that he was at the center of such a huge historical moment, nor did he have any means of finding out. But when he woke up, he would learn that the nexus point was almost ready to be revealed, reducing its appearance time from hundreds of years to mere decades. It had already produced its first signs of appearing. Within the challenge realm, the old fairy did not seem perturbed at all. What did it care about the activities of the races of the universe? Some could destroy the major realms, sure, but as a realm, it did not care to think about that. It merely performed its function, irrespective of the ramifications. The divine ore was fusing with Jack's bones, mixing with his marrow, and becoming one with his soul. Naturally, even one of those, let alone the fact that all of those were happening, would mean that Jack's soul had gained an element of the divine ore. That also meant that Lex's soul had absorbed and gained properties of that particular divine ore. While absorbing the ore, there was a very small amount of the refined ore left over that would not be needed to complete Jack's ascension. But at that moment, it disappeared inside his body too. The old fairy finally opened his eyes, looking at Jack oddly. But since nothing had gone wrong with the ascension, he did not pay much attention to it. He simply closed his eyes and resumed his task. Stealing back a part of the power of fairy dust had not been easy, and had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. It would be a shame if something went wrong now after the hard part was already over. Within Abaddon, Lex, who was sitting on the mech's shoulder studying the laws of Abaddon, paused for a brief moment. He held out his hand and made a small cut. From within his hand, instead of blood, a piece of ore began to emerge. For a long time, Lex just sat there, stunned. How had Jack sent this to him? Neither he nor Jack knew. He tried to teleport some other items from himself to Jack, but it didn't work. He tried to absorb things into his soul in an attempt to transfer them over, but that didn't work either. But no matter what the case, that small piece of divine ore had now traveled from the Arctica realm to Abaddon in mere seconds. That was tremendous, and presented a huge opportunity if he and Jack could send things to each other seamlessly. But that was obviously something that would require a lot of work. For now, though, he didn't know what to do with the ore. After a bit of hesitation, he decided on a whim to transform it into a pendant and put it on. Later on, if he thought of a good use for it, he could always make changes to it. All in all, Jack's ascendance caused scandals on a universal scale, almost triggering a massive war. The war had also been delayed due to a different phenomenon in the very same ascendance, yet none of it was actually caused due to Jack himself. The night sky and stars were linked to the curse plaguing the fairies. The disturbance in the night was caused by the Challenge Realm, and his proclamation was caused by interference from Bob, who had somehow affected matters far, far beyond his power level. None of it was because of Jack specifically, though he was not without his own merit. After all, he had set into motion a sequence of events that would forever change the course of history. One would think that affecting the whole damn universe would be a lot harder, given its size. But it seemed that Lex and Jack just had some skill in that regard, a natural-born talent. Yet to the very end, there seemed to be no phenomenon specifically because of Jack or his actions. Someone observing objectively might find such a conclusion disappointing, considering Lex's own achievements. Yet what Jack had achieved might be vastly more significant than just causing a phenomenon. He had transmitted a solid object across the universe instantaneously. Maybe compared to nearly causing a universal war, it did not seem as grand, but it was definitely far from simple. Lex did not want to divert his mental capacity by wondering about how to achieve such a thing, but he was certainly stumped by it. More importantly, he had gotten his hands on some incredibly valuable divine ore. Lex would be able to make greater use of it than Jack. In fact, from the very moment he got his hands on an ore, Lex's instincts began to subtly give him hints to break through. It was just that the hints he got were not to become a heaven immortal. Rather, his instincts were telling him to reach the celestial immortal level as soon as possible, and to not use the ore before then. But one could not just become a celestial as they wished, especially when Lex wanted to continue the trend of gaining the maximum benefit he could from each realm. Even so, that subtle sense of urgency that sat at the back of his mind could not be denied. Jack continued to cultivate, losing his sense of passing time as his body was baptized in the soothing energies provided by the Challenge Realm and the divine ore. Immortals needed the energy from the lightning tribulation to transform their body and soul so that they could reach a higher level of existence, and this was a step that could hardly be skipped. It was the same for Jack. The only difference was that as clouds formed above Jack, no matter how big they got, and no matter what shape or form the lightning took, it remained within control of the Challenge Realm. So when the lightning fell onto Jack, its potency was carefully controlled and regulated by the realm so that his tiny fairy body was thoroughly nourished and transformed without suffering any damage or burden. Becoming immortals functioned differently for different races. Humans required tenets to control the laws of the universe, but fairies needed no such thing. Unfortunately, Jack had no one to guide him, so he would need to discover for himself how to utilize his improved powers, although he could guess that it probably had something to do with his wings. Jack opened his eyes after a long time and groaned. The bright light shining above him was too sharp, causing him to cover his eyes. He had a killer headache, almost as if he had taken part in the age-old pirate tradition of late-night Sudoku. As he groaned and tried to fight off the headache, he felt a familiar rocking motion. A moment later, he noticed the sound of water. "What?" he groaned as he opened his eyes once more, and found himself floating on a wooden raft in the ocean, his raft surrounded by bloody corpses of large fish floating in the oddly calm waters. "What in the world?" he muttered and looked around him. He had no memory of this place, and Lex didn't have any missing memories either. He had been meditating in the Challenge Realm, becoming stronger as far as Lex knew. When he woke from his meditation, he was on the raft. Jack checked himself and found that all his clothes were normal. He still had all his items with nothing missing. But he could think of no reason why he would suddenly be in an ocean, surrounded by dead, floating fish. He could have thought that maybe he just became an immortal and entered the next level, but then why were there dead fish? And wasn't he supposed to land in the same area as the rest of his crew? Where was he? He didn't know. But since, at least for the moment, there didn't seem to be any danger, Jack looked inwards to detect the changes to his body. He had truly become an immortal. An Earth immortal fairy, it seemed almost strange to think. Yet when he sensed his energy, he could not help but smile. It was indeed true. He was definitely a lot stronger than before. He just needed to learn how to use his powers. Jack flapped his wings, infusing the intent to heal his head ache within his fairy dust, and rainbow-colored fairy dust fell from his wings before it began to float and surround his body. Well, that was one difference. He could control his fairy dust a lot better, but he'd be pretty disappointed if that was all. He absorbed the fairy dust and felt relief before beginning to experiment again. Deep within the sea, the disturbance caused by Jack's fairy dust attracted some attention, and some creatures began to stir. Elsewhere in the same level, Pebbles woke up, feeling the impressive power of an immortal in his tiny hamster body, and a special gleam flashed through his eyes. With this much power, he could stuff even more treasures inside his cheeks. He was practically destined to become captain now. "Amitabha, I know that look, Brother Pebbles," said Monk, stepping up to the hamster. Yet the bear cub was not looking at the hamster. No, the bear cub was holding up a mirror and looking at himself. He had assumed that upon becoming an Earth immortal, he would finally grow a little in strength. Unfortunately, his size remained the same. Only a small patch of its fur grew longer, now giving Monk a mullet. His new hairstyle, paired with his prayer bead necklace and monk robes, made him look extremely adorable and completely non-serious. "What look?" Pebbles asked defensively. The fact that his right arm now ended in a flamethrower, and his entire left leg was now a missile, made him look extremely adorable given his tiny size. "It is the look of ambition. Save yourself the trouble. Why walk onto the sizzling plate when you can merely put a steak on its stead and enjoy a nice, sizzling steak covered in mushroom sauce alongside some mashed potatoes? Such a thing can even be paired with a nice, refreshing drink. But what will ambition get you? Sweaty, that's all." "HMPH, I will become captain, you will see. And then I will sleep in the big bed," Pebbles said derisively. How could a monk understand the romance of a hamster's glorious ambitions? "My beard is tingling," said Longbeard, stepping out of a bright light as he exited the challenge realm. "It's never done that before. I wonder what it means. If only this thing came with an instruction manual." "Brother Longbeard, I read long ago that tingling is a sixth sense that warns of trouble," said Monk, though he continued to pose for the mirror in his hands. "Perhaps with your increased power you have stepped into the realm of tingling, a realm only ever mentioned in legends. We are in the lands governed by the Arctica race. What trouble could there be?" Pebbles asked dismissively, only to cause Longbeard to facepalm. "You should not have done that," Longbeard said, shaking his head as he rolled his beard into a braid, making it easier to walk at least. "What shouldn't he have done?" Tiny Sparkles asked, walking out of the light. The unicorn suffering from dwarfism also seemed to have experienced a hairstyle makeover, for the hair on its neck was standing like a mohawk and had adopted the colors of the rainbow. "Little Pebbles has broken the captain's taboo. He has raised a flag," Longbeard answered, causing the unicorn to flinch. He eyed the hamster and then the gnome braiding its beard and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would take something so absurd so seriously? The answer was anyone who had ever been to the folklore realm. Common sense and logic were crutches used by the weak. Superstition was the true way of things. "Gather the crew immediately. We must count all heads," the unicorn said immediately. As the first mate, it had to step up. "It's impossible," said Pebbles. "I was the first one out, so the challenge realm told me. Due to an unexpected event in the final moments of his ascendance, the captain was sent somewhere else in this level." "Ah, the prelude to trouble," Longbeard said, as if acknowledging the situation. "Stop saying stuff like that," Tiny Sparkles admonished. "You're making it worse. Just gather everyone else. We'll wait here for the captain to find us. It'll be easier for him to find us than for us to find him." At that exact moment, Bob stepped out of a bright light as well, looking no different than before. He was even sucking on the same sour-flavored jawbreaker. Shortly after, Ollie also flew out of the light. Only the shadow talon now had an ear-piercing and streak-on white hair starting from above its eye and going behind its head. The crew was almost complete, with only Goldilocks and the crystal alligator missing. Yet no matter how long the crew waited, they never came. "This is troublesome," said Tiny Sparkles. "Why is it taking so long? Did they fail their trial, or is their ascension somehow special?" To say that the two of them were special wouldn't be a stretch, but the crew began to feel like something was amiss. As if to answer their questions, a mysterious figure appeared, shrouded in shadow. But his silhouette was clearly visible, making it easy for the others to identify him. "Quack," said the duck wearing a trench coat and a fedora, his voice deep and rugged, like a veteran who had seen too much. Goldilocks stepped out of the shadow, a stubble growing on its golden face, and deep-set eyes that had seen too little sleep, and too much late-night TV. "What do you mean?" Tiny Sparkles asked. "Quack," Goldilocks said again and turned around, his trench coat flapping in the air as he did. The crew, all wearing angry and serious expressions, followed along. Pebbles even turned on the flamethrower and activated his leg missile, ready to prove that he would make a worthy captain. "Let me do the talking once we get there," Tiny Sparkles said to the group, but he stared specifically towards Bob. There was a trace of dread within his eyes as he had a realization. Sealing Bob's mouth would no longer work. The mischievous deity could not speak, no, he could probably orate through his spirit sense, turning it into a real voice that could resonate through the land. It would be much harder to contain him now. Perhaps only the captain could do that. Shortly after, the group arrived at a large stadium. Since they had teleported inside a city upon completing their ascension, it was not unusual to encounter such a scene. What was unusual, however, was the sight of the crystal alligator alone in the center of the stadium, a collar around his neck, tied to a chain that was linked to a massive pillar. Before Tiny Sparkles could begin to understand the situation, Bob, the captain's self-proclaimed director of introductions, the announcer of arrivals, the warden of words, the grand namer of awesome feats, stepped forward. "Kneel, peasants, lest your deeds cause the captain to frown and instigate Armageddon." Longbeard's beard began to tingle as Bob announced their arrival, and a deep apprehension gripped him. They were in danger just by being here, and Bob's announcement had attracted the wrong kind of attention, making the situation worse. Such a thing should not have happened. They were in the middle of the city, and the Arctica race had proven itself when it came to upholding its rules, which meant that there should have been nothing within the city that could endanger them or their lives. Longbeard's beard tingled still, hinting at something he could not yet grasp. Tiny Sparkles, too, suddenly felt an ominous sense of dread. Unicorns were especially in tune with the spiritual energy in the atmosphere, and as an immortal, that sense had translated into sensing the activity of the surrounding laws as well. That is why he could feel like he had stepped into the sight of a behemoth, while he himself was still a tiny pony of a unicorn. The others, too, felt something amiss. Only Bob remained entirely indifferent, looking down at the masses with dismissive eyes. No matter what happened, it wasn't as if he could ignore his teammates in danger. That would disappoint the captain. The whole stadium, which was previously watching the performance in the center of the stadium, turned to look at their group. Only the crystal alligator, who was chained to a pillar and yet had to fight off a small group of ferocious apes, did not divert its attention. It could not afford to. Predictably, none of the members of the crowd kneeled. Even if troublemakers came, the Arctica race would uphold the law. If there was no trouble, then they'd at least see something interesting. Either way, the crew held the stadium's attention for a brief moment. Tiny Sparkles was lamenting Bob's existence, yet that was not the time to get into such things. He stepped forward as a member of the Jagged Stallions, the race that had been designated as peacekeeper of the realm by the Arctica race, stepped forward towards their group. "Can someone care to elaborate why my friend is chained up to a pillar and putting on a show for a crowd with his life on the line?" Tiny Sparkles asked, his deep voice booming and filled with clear aggression. The stallion, whose frame was not only bigger than Tiny Sparkles, but more muscular and bore a more daunting presence, approached the unicorn until he was looking down right at him. All participants in the stadium activities have signed a disclaimer stating that they volunteer to participate, and they take responsibility for all accidents and injuries. Worry not, we have great health insurance. As long as no one dies, we can help them recover. Though the stallion was a celestial immortal, as was obvious from his aura, none of the crew actually backed off from his intimidating aura. Instead, with stern expressions, they stepped forward, almost to the point of bumping into him. "That alligator is from my crew, and I have doubts regarding the circumstances under which he signed your disclaimer," Tiny Sparkles said, maintaining eye contact with the steed towering above him. "Immediately remove him from the stadium and end this sham, or else things will not end so pleasantly. And keep your bravado in your pants. You're a puppet to the law someone else wrote. You don't scare anyone." The steed did not immediately respond, but it was evident to all who saw that he was displeased. A celestial immortal displeased with an earth immortal anywhere in the universe would likely end in the total annihilation of the earth immortal. But here, not only did Tiny Sparkles not flinch, he flagrantly challenged his ability to do anything to them at all. "Your doubts are inconsequential," the steed finally said. "A disclaimer has been signed and the event is ongoing. Do not disturb it again or you will be in violation of the code of conduct for public places. Have a nice day." Though his words were civil, his demeanor was not. It was clear that from the very get-go, the steed was not interested in helping them out, and their challenge of his authority merely cemented their antagonistic relationship. But how could such a matter come to an end so easily? It was not for nothing that Goldilocks looked so sleep-deprived. Clearly, it had a basic understanding of the complexity of the situation. Before Tiny Sparkles could respond, he was going to, Bob stepped forward and placed a hand on the unicorn's shoulder. "Please let me handle this," Bob said, displaying a level of coherence the group wasn't used to. Taking their stunned silence as consent, the drama cat climbed up upon the unicorn's back and looked at the steed, who was looking at him with disinterest. Bob cleared his throat and looked up at the celestial immortal with his most diplomatic expression. "Do you know who I am?" Bob asked, his voice level, and the question asked with genuine curiosity. "No, I do not," the jagged stallion said, his tone dripping with derision. Why would he, a celestial immortal, bother himself with the identity of a mere earth immortal? Bob gave the steed a knowing smirk as if that was expected, and then he spoke. "Before you stands Bob, the first of his name," he said. His voice was like thunder roaring in the clouds, stunning and shocking all those in the vicinity. A pressure fell upon the land, as if a noble deity had appeared before them, a plebeian crowd. "Do not take upon yourself the honor of addressing me and my companions. Summon your master, peasant, and inform him that his plot is most brown. He hides behind the laws of Arctica as though it were a shield of iron. In truth, it is more akin to silk, pliable, delicate, and easily tailored to suit a purpose in the right hands. Unfortunately for you, those hands are not yours. Continue to test me, fool, and you will discover that among my many titles, I also boast one of barrister." Bob suddenly seemed to sport a magenta, velvet coat, and he could not help but to raise his hands and twirl his most magnificent mustache. He grew it just for the occasion. Bob's voice carried far and wide, and had truly attracted the attention of the stadium now, who were more interested in the confrontation between the jagged stallion and Bob than the fight for life and limb going on in the stadium. A conflict between the jagged stallions and disgruntled lawbreakers wasn't unusual or new, though its frequency had dropped drastically lately. The Arctica race had established itself as a race that placed great stock in their rules, and would not make exceptions for any power or force. This was not a concept many were familiar with, and so had led to many, many confrontations. Now it seemed there was going to be yet another such confrontation. Bob, barrister and first of his name, seemed a little different, though. He did not break the rules, but he also did not seem to regard them all that much either. The stallion seemed even more offended than before and seemed ready to blow up matters even more. Of course, Bob did not seem worried at all. In fact, he was perfectly calm and in control of the situation, a shock to the whole crew beyond what they could convey. Had he been pretending to be an idiot the whole time? Was he actually smart and/or competent? Just before the steed could do anything, however, he seemed to turn behind towards the stadium, as if someone were talking to him. After a few moments, he turned and looked at Bob hatefully. "Follow me," he said, and then turned around. The fact that they were suddenly being led towards the stadium, after causing a scene, surprised many, though it surprised no one at all that they were being led towards the VIP section of the stadium. If some big shots were involved in this situation, then they would surely be in the VIP section. The crew looked towards Tiny Unicorn, who for once conceded to Bob's charge. They followed the steed through the crowd, all the way until they reached an open booth, filled with many unusual and intimidating races. Longbeard's beard trembled again, as if to let him know that he had come face to face with the origin of the terror he had been feeling. The others, too, detected that this place and these people were far from usual. The entourage within the booth was large, each of them powerful, and each of them from a different race altogether, not that such a thing seemed to matter. In the center there was a throne, and a being wearing entirely gold armor and a golden mask sat there, comfortably confidently. "Bob, first of his name, it is an honor to meet you," the being said, turning from his throne to look back at them. He even removed his mask to reveal his smiling face. "You may call me Grimshaw. Please take a seat. I am most eager to resolve this misunderstanding between us. Your friends, of course, are most welcome." Grimshaw snapped his fingers, and that seemed to signal the stallion to retreat, along with a few other members in the booth, giving them some form of privacy. Grimshaw summoned some chairs right beside him and welcomed the whole crew, his smiling expression as welcoming as possible. Yet the crew found it difficult to actually approach him and sit beside him. There was a deterrence around him, unseen but definitely felt. It was similar to dragon's might, and yet somehow different. They were not pressured, nor were they suppressed. It was simply that in Grimshaw's presence they did not feel as though they were worthy to sit beside him. In fact, they did not even seem worthy to exist within his line of sight. The sensation was unusual and powerful. Within Arctica, at least within the cities, it was strictly forbidden to suppress others with their auras. That is also why the whole crew had no problem standing up to the steed. Yet Grimshaw did not oppress, nor did he use his aura. It was as if his existence itself demanded such distinction. Of course, the crew was not ordinary either, and among them there were a few who were not bothered by that unusual feeling. One of them naturally was Bob. Another was Goldilocks. The rest, despite their will, were even unable to step foot within the booth, as if they felt deep within their cores that they were unworthy. Grimshaw himself never made any moves to suppress the group, and instead he remained quite cordial not only in his words, but his demeanor as well. Since Tiny Sparkles seemed unable to proceed, Bob stepped down and deigned to grace the booth with the honor of a personal walk from him, followed closely by a wary Goldilocks. The drama cat sat right beside Grimshaw, twirling his mustache, and looked up at the much larger being. "You may elaborate," Bob said, displaying in full force his regal disposition. It was not for nothing that he was worshipped by the entire drama cat race, as well as the Boblings who seemed to have not emerged from the trial, or they did and were transported elsewhere, not that it mattered. "How gracious of you," Grimshaw said with a chuckle, not even a hint of sarcasm present in his voice. "The story is not too complex. You see, a short while ago I sensed the arrival of a unique being on this level. I happened to be in the vicinity, so I went over and took a look, only to find your friend the alligator." "That's Crystal Alligator to you," Bob corrected. "Yes, of course. Like I was saying, I stumbled upon Crystal Alligator and was immediately attracted to the mystery of its existence. Now, the slavery laws of the Arctica realm are strict and far too complex, in my opinion, so I merely asked the Crystal Alligator if it was willing to be my slave. In my humble opinion, it is a most gracious offer. I think your friends would also agree. Say, what do you guys think? If I offered you the opportunity to volunteer to be my slave, would you take it? Or would you reject such an offer?" Suddenly, the members of the crew besides Bob and Goldilocks were hit by the strangest sensation. They felt honored. They felt like it would be an honor, not only to them, but their entire race if they were to become Grimshaw's slave. This was not some kind of trick or compulsion enacted by Grimshaw himself. It was merely the natural order of things. Yet exactly because it was not compulsion, they were not forced. Though they felt like it would be a great honor to become a slave, they also retained the basic logic that governed their life so far, the very one that told them that becoming a slave wasn't a good thing, and that they shouldn't want it regardless of how excellent an opportunity it seemed. It is most certainly a tempting offer," Longbeard finally said, unable to hold on any longer. "Of course it's a good offer, little fella," Grimshaw said encouragingly, and then turned to look at Bob with an expression of "I told you so." Yet something entirely unexpected happened when I made that offer to the Crystal Alligator. He just up and rejected the offer, almost as if it was offensive somehow. Grimshaw shook his head, wearing a bewildered expression, as if he could not fathom why such a thing had happened. Although the alligator refused to elaborate on why it refused my perfectly reasonable offer to accept it as my slave, I did not take it to heart. If it's meant to be, it'll be. Yet I didn't feel right about just giving up either. So I requested the Crystal Alligator to make a bet with me. Since I made a request, he naturally obliged. Tiny Sparkles struggled to hold on to its rationality as he heard Grimshaw talk more and more. He was ashamed to admit, but he had a feeling that if Grimshaw made a request of him, Tiny Sparkles would find it impossible to reject. If this was not compulsion, he was not sure what would count as compulsion. Yet, due to how his horn had evolved, Tiny Sparkles knew that Grimshaw was purposefully trying to sway them at all. It was just as if it was inconceivable not to do what the pretty boy wanted. "Perchance, would you elaborate on your request?" Bob asked, speaking with Grimshaw as if they were having the most normal conversation ever. In fact, the only other person who Bob came even slightly close to talking normally with was their captain, so to see the same level of respect granted was a big shocker for everyone. Then again, there was no doubt that Grimshaw, whoever or whatever he was far from ordinary as one can be. "Of course, I asked him to compete in the stadium. If he wins, then I will reward him with the opportunity to become a servant rather than a slave. Naturally, he can still reject that proposal. It is completely up to him. I will not coerce him. If he loses, then he will have his freedom, and I will bury his corpse in a fine graveyard." As he spoke, Grimshaw did not seem sadistic at all, nor did he seem like he was purposefully torturing the alligator or putting it in a difficult situation. He seemed to genuinely believe that he was being a stand-up guy, which is what made his actions so much more terrifying. That fact that almost no one seemed to be able to resist him made it all that much worse. Even the jagged stallion, who was supposed to be an agent working for the Arctica race, seemed to act subserviently towards him, from what the group saw. They looked towards the center of the stadium, and what they saw was not pretty. The crystal alligator was fighting off countless enemies, and his crystallization seemed not as effective as it used to be. His own body was covered in numerous cracks, showing how much damage he had already taken. Clearly, the many advantages it had against mortals hadn't fully translated yet now that he was an immortal. He probably didn't even know the full capacity of his own abilities yet, and he was fighting for his life, literally. Bob turned back and looked at Grimshaw, who was smiling politely and spoke with a level tone. Grimshaw, as one who lacks all titles alongside your name, it is not surprising that you have indubitably made a grave mistake in your judgment of this matter. Grimshaw shifted slightly in his seat, both intrigued and amused by Bob's statement. Oh, please enlighten me as to how I have made a mistake. It is not an experience I am familiar with. Bob looked up into his eyes. The crystal alligator is a part of our crew, and is legally bound to us up until a time that he is relieved of his position, or until he formally resigns. Whether you make a request of him, or make a bet, or give him an offer, all of them are pointless because you cannot enter into a new, binding legal agreement with him. Grimshaw showed an enlightened expression, as if he had realized his mistake. In that case, why don't you just give me permission to take him off your hands and allow him to leave your crew? Problem solved. It was a simple question, but Tiny Sparkles, the first mate, suddenly felt like he was unable to come up with a good reason to reject him. If he spoke, he would relieve the alligator of his position as a crew member, so he did not speak at all. Despite whatever feelings that filled him, he understood what should and shouldn't be done. They had all come here in the mood for a confrontation, but the trouble they had found themselves in was beyond anything they could have expected, or even knew how to handle. For once, it seemed that Bob had proved his ability to speak anywhere and everywhere useful. It was likely that without him, they would all have become slaves. The truth was, as the first of his race and first of his name, a mythical being that was worshipped as a deity, Bob was extremely powerful and special. It was just that most days, the crew did not realize it. It is not so simple to remedy your mistakes, foolish child, for before you can begin to fix the issue, you must face our captain and seek forgiveness for crossing his crew. Whether you acted knowingly or unknowingly, you have committed a sin by trying to poach a crew member, and a greater sin by causing the crystal alligator to come into harm's way. Your penance will not be simple. Instead of being offended by Bob's words, Grimshaw only smiled even wider. He closed his eyes and took a deep whiff of the air, as if picking up on the subtlest of scents. Your captain, he is a fairy, is he not? One of the basest, lowest races in existence. Are you so sure that he can stand in my presence and not immediately kneel from the sheer honor of such a thing? His clear disdain for a fairy was the first time Grimshaw actually displayed any kind of negative emotion at all. Even then, he was not entirely dismissive of it, nor did he excessively degrade fairies. Instead, he, in his own way, asked Bob if a fairy could tolerate the influence of his presence. Besides Bob, Grimshaw did not seem to treat the others in the crew as being anywhere near his equal. That was likely why he did not even react negatively to how Bob repeatedly insulted him. The effect he had on others was not lost on him, which is why he found the notion of a fairy being Bob's captain so interesting. The question is, will you be able to tolerate the consequences of crossing the captain? Bob asked dismissively. Since Bob had decided to follow the captain, how could he be ordinary? How many fairies did one see sailing across the universe in a wooden ship? One. Just one, the captain. Oh my, this is definitely a conundrum we should solve immediately. Fret not, I will take care of it, said Grimshaw, as he waved a hand and pulled out a single, silver thread from the bodies of all the crew members, including Bob. He stood up from his seat, his towering figure all the more daunting when he was at his full height, his presence all the greater. Yet he did not focus on spreading his presence. Instead, Grimshaw walked over to the edge of his private booth and knocked gently on an invisible wall, summoning the jagged stallion once more. Would you be so kind as to go fetch the captain of my friend's crew? Grimshaw asked the stallion politely, holding the thread out. This should lead you right to him. Of course, it is not a problem. I will go find this captain right away, said the stallion deferentially and even bowed to Grimshaw. The friendly figure came and sat back right beside Bob, friendly and nonchalant, as if he had no care in the world. Would you like some snacks while we wait for your captain to come and resolve this issue? He said, holding up a bag of some great-smelling confectionery. "Perhaps you should save the bribe for when the captain arrives," said Bob, looking away from Grimshaw towards the stadium center. A flash of weakness passed in his eyes before returning to normal. "I do not think he will be too pleased with what the alligator is going through." "Then I will just have to placate him, won't I?" Grimshaw asked, his constant, casual smile never leaving his face. "Listen, guys, we can talk about this," said Jack weakly as he smiled at the tentacles erupting from the waters beneath him, aiming for him. Naturally, the tentacles belonging to the numerous kraken within the water did not slow down at all, and just kept aiming for him with the precision of guided missiles. Jack danced in the air, dodging them masterfully, mainly because his life depended on it. "I really need to lodge a complaint with the Arctic race," Jack muttered to himself as he barely kept himself from getting skewered. "What kind of expo is this?" The kraken, who were unable to land a single hit on him, became more and more enraged as he continued to dodge. One of them emerged from the water, showing its massive head, and then screamed at Jack in frustration. "Listen, I keep telling you guys I just woke up surrounded by those corpses. I did not kill all your pet sharks. Let's be civil about this." Kraken, unfortunately, did not want to be civil. Just like Jack, they were all Earth immortals, but their situation was rather unique. Unlike most immortals, who gained a level of invulnerability to various environments, the kraken could still not leave their ocean. They could not fly around, though a particularly heart attack-inducing moment earlier had proven to Jack that they could jump out of the water from time to time. As a result, their ocean became their domain, making them far stronger than other immortals in and around their territories. Unfortunately for Jack, that included the air above the ocean. He had tried to fly high up until he could reach space, but that plan had not worked. A level meant to accommodate immortals had an environment that could contain and even endanger immortals. As a result, the dangers of space here were far greater than the dangers of space back in the Origin realm. Thunder rumbled overhead as dark clouds began to gather over the ocean, trapping Jack between the clouds and the water. While the kraken attacked from underneath, they also used bolts of lightning to attack from above. During this time, Jack was doing his best to quickly learn how to use his powers so he could escape. He had learned that the trick to an immortal fairy's powers was, predictably, related to the wings. Humans use their tenets to influence laws, and fairies use their wings to do something as well. But unlike tenets, which could influence laws from the moment they formed, Jack had managed to figure out that he needed to temper his wings somehow, or improve them, and that would allow him to interact with laws much more easily. Unfortunately, he knew not how to do that, nor had he had any time to try. "Guys, how about I bring you new sharks? I'll go capture them from other oceans and bring them here to you." That statement finally caused the kraken to pause their attacks for a moment as they considered the possibility of his suggestion. Seeing that the distraction had worked, Jack wanted to quickly escape, yet he restrained himself. If he could genuinely resolve his issues with the kraken, then there were some pearls underwater that he wanted to get his hands on. The standoff had merely only begun when a portal opened in the air beside Jack, surprising him. He had tried hard to teleport out of here, but the kraken had sealed the space shut. A jagged stallion emerged from the portal, relieving Jack. Fortunately, someone had come for him. But before he could relax, his wings began to vibrate, constantly creating fairy dust at a rate incomparable to earlier. His wings had detected trouble. Jack's playful mood faded as he looked up at the stallion emerging from the portal. Although he did not understand how or why his wings reacted in the way that they did, he trusted his instincts. If there was trouble on the horizon, he could not afford to take it lightly, especially since he was currently unable to use his abilities effectively. The stallion looked around until it locked eyes with Jack, and faint recognition seemed to flash through its eyes. "Are you the being known as the captain, associated with the one who identifies himself as Bob?" the steed asked, looking down at Jack. Jack frowned. He knew Bob was a trouble magnet, but for some reason he'd never caused more trouble than the group could handle. Of course, that could be just a complete coincidence. Jack flew a little higher till he was eye level with the steed, and looked him in the eyes. "That's me," he answered, no longer giving off any of the clumsy aura he had while dodging the kraken. "How can I help you?" The steed blew out smoke from its nose and looked at Jack dismissively. No matter how the fairy posed or behaved, as a celestial immortal, the steed took no Earth immortal seriously. "You are being summoned. There is a situation involving your crew, and as captain you have been summoned so that a resolution can be reached." Jack frowned, and the troubled feeling in his gut grew. "Lead on," said Jack, and followed the steed back into the portal. The exact moment Jack stepped through the portal, he knew the situation was worse than expected. He felt it in his bones the way an old man senses a coming storm in his knees. He felt it in the very air which tingled with anticipation. Jack looked around and immediately found Tiny Sparkles and the rest. They looked back at Jack too, yet they lacked the usual energy and mischievousness that they normally flaunted with their every action. Instead, a deep anxiety and worry filled them to the very core. On the other side of what looked like a private booth, Bob sat with his legs crossed, back straight, playing with his mustache as if he had not a care in the world. Typical Bob. Sitting beside Bob was. When Jack looked at that figure, he felt a rush of wind blowing at him, as if the weather did not want him to look. But since when was he afraid of a little dirt in his eyes? Yet that was not the end of it. He felt chains attached to every single inch of his tiny body, and attached to those chains was the weight of his entire race, pulling him down to the ground, down to his knees. His wings stopped moving altogether, as if they were subdued, and his fairy dust refused to exit his body. The rancid stench of his curse surrounded his body, eating at his will, weakening him and reminding him of his place. All of this, and he hadn't even yet laid his eyes on the being beside Bob. "You see," said a soft voice in the distance, yet to Jack's ears it sounded like thunder, shaking him to his very core. "I told you. A fairy might not even be able to stand straight in front of me, let alone discuss the matter relating to the crystal alligator." The alligator? Jack focused in on those words amidst the words booming in his head, attempting to force him to prostrate himself. What had happened to the alligator? As if to answer him, Jack heard the sound of glass cracking from afar, attracting his attention. He looked over and saw the stadium, saw the alligator, saw the chain. More than anything, Jack saw how the alligator was limping because one of its legs was covered in cracks, almost ready to break. Though the universe itself seemed to be pushing him to his knees, in front of that mysterious being beside Bob, nothing hit him harder than that sight. No matter how mischievous the alligator was, or how strong, or how special, it did not change that he was a baby. Jack had collected him from the Midnight Realm, where the leaking energy from the egg was turning the realm itself into crystal. Since the egg had hatched, the alligator had been with Jack, and they had no shortage of memories together. Watching the alligator limp now, Jack was instantly filled with the anger that often Lex erupted with. The difference was that, though Jack and Lex were one and the same, they simultaneously were different. Lex was a human and Jack was a fairy. Lex had the system and Jack had nothing. Lex had cultivated carefully and for a long time, and though Jack had cultivated too, his experiences weren't nearly as crazy or unique as Lex. Though white rage filled Jack's head, at this moment, he could not conjure up any of his power. Sheer anger, no matter how great, could not force his wings to bat. Rage could not lift the weight of the fairy's position on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, which was pushing him down. Anger did not magically make him stronger, and there was no secret, powerful system for Jack to rely on. Jack's body started to tremble, though he could not tell if it was the anger taking over, or the instincts of subservience and fear forcefully ingrained in his race. Jack kept staring at the alligator and kept trying to summon his power, summon his fairy dust, kept trying to make his wings flap. But perhaps for the first time, Jack was faced with the reality of life without a system. No amount of willpower could make his wings move when the sheer difference between his race and that being's was so incredibly vast. "Although I will admit the fact that your captain is not on his knees yet is quite special," the voice boomed. "He has successfully attracted my attention. Hey, Captain, would you like to be my slave?" Jack's body began to tremble even harder as his eyes reddened. He had not heard that being's words, whatever they were. Instead, he only heard the alligator's whimper. A faint green hue began to appear. There was nothing quite as depressing and frustrating as your own body failing you. Jack had a body far stronger than any fairy his level. In fact, he could confidently say that he probably had the strongest body of any living fairy in the universe. Yet today, it had failed him and was reduced to a trembling mess. Once, Lex had been supremely impressed by the versatility of the fairy's powers. They had far surpassed what Lex had available to him as a human. Yet in exchange for such an amazing power, fairies lacked the extreme adaptability of humans, which is also one of the reasons Jack hadn't been able to grow as strong as Lex. The fact that the fairy race was cursed was an entirely separate issue that wasn't even being considered in this equation. The fact was that, in this critical moment, his body failed him, his wings failed him, and he was dragged down by the decline of his entire race. If it weren't for Jack's extreme willpower, he would have already been brought to his knees. But while that will kept him standing, it could not help him surpass the vast difference between him and the being sitting in front of him. Jack searched anywhere and everywhere in his body for something, anything, that he could use at that moment. No matter what the universe said, no matter how weak he was, no matter how difficult the situation seemed, he was not resigned to just watching the alligator suffer. Its wounded leg was curled up against its body, and it whimpered as it tried to keep fighting, but clearly it was no longer able to fight. He has successfully attracted my attention. Hey, Captain, would you like to be my slave? Grimshaw asked, his words asking a question but his intention a command. Jack felt it, the universe. It acknowledged the intention and was morphing his mind to make it happen. That's when a flash of clarity shot through the rage in Jack's mind, and he remembered the universe. The stupid, biased, accursed universe. It was always present, it was always watching, always acknowledging. I swear, he said in his heart, but Jack did not need to complete the words when green light in the shape of pentagons began to rise out of his body. Lex and Jack were different, but they were also one. The oath made by one stood equally true for the other, and so the power of a paladin was shared equally between the two. Everything else had failed, but the power granted to him for completing impossible tasks, for his own faith in his oath, stayed. So long as he stayed true to his oath, this power would never leave him. Incidentally, his oath was a selfish one about protecting those close to him and those he cared about. In this instance, the very reason he needed power was to save someone he cared about, so it worked out perfectly. The chains of the cosmic ascendant spectrum, the weight of the curse, the inevitability of fate, all failed to hold Jack down as he zoomed from the private booth all the way down to the stadium, in the blink of an eye. Legend said that when David Paladin stood against demons, defending his town, he used a broken pillar as his sword. History would remember that when Jack broke into the stadium, breaking the laws governing the city, he smashed the pillar that chained the alligator himself and used it as his sword. Don't worry, little guy, Jack said to the alligator whose body was bigger than Jack's. I'm here now, it'll be okay. The alligator was stunned, confused, but when it heard that familiar sound, deep relief flooded into its body. The crowd in the stadium was equally stunned, but even more excited. They loved it when someone broke the rules. The Arctica race was not lenient even to its own guests. I told the peasants to kneel and not anger the captain, but no one ever listens to me, Bob muttered to himself. Audacious, the jagged stallion roared back in the booth and stepped forward, finally blaring its aura to suppress Jack. Yet the targeted aura could not stop Jack. The pillar smashed all the apes surrounding Jack and the alligator, causing them to be grievously wounded in a single attack. The green pentagons surrounding Jack's body had also imbued into the pillar, and through it attached to the apes' bodies, seeping their strength and feeding it back to Jack. Put down your weapon, Junior, and surrender. Your punishment will be light. If you keep causing trouble, keep breaking the laws of Arctica, however, your punishment won't just be a prison cell. Punishment? Jack repeated as he began to fly in the air, carrying the alligator in one hand and the pillar in another. You hide behind the title of protector, but you're no more than a tyrant in uniform. You crush a mere child under the heel of your so-called justice, twist the law to excuse your crimes, throw your cultivation around like it makes you righteous. Then have the gall to threaten me. You think that just because the Arctica race lauds itself as champions of law and order, that they're the only ones with laws. Jack turned his head from the stallion and finally looked towards the figure in the private booth and saw the one behind everything. He sat there beside Bob, smiling, as if watching a show. Jack kept flying up until he was at level with the stallion, and then flew higher before holding out the pillar and pointing at the being beside Bob. Whether your actions reveal the truth of the Arctica race's claims of being a society of justice and honor, or you're just a minion acting on behalf of that guy, you should have thought twice before messing with me. Do you know who I am? The steed snorted, and Grimshaw snickered at the question. It seems your captain is not as experienced as you, Grimshaw said to Bob. Doesn't he know that the Arctica race doesn't care about anyone's identity? If you break one of their laws, you will get the due punishment. Even I have to be mindful of my actions. Bob did not respond, and only shook his head. It does not matter who you are. Stand down or I will put you down, said the steed. Jack looked at the celestial immortal steed and snorted. No amount of anger would make him a fool. Even Lex couldn't fight a celestial immortal, let alone Jack. So why would he escalate things like that? Because unlike Lex, Jack did not need to hide his identity, at least as much. With the knowledge that even Tao Lords couldn't detect the connection between Jack and Lex, he could truly make use of the unique knowledge Lex acquired without fear. Of course, he was also taking a bit of a risk. "No, you're wrong," Jack said, his voice low and dangerous. "Who I am matters a lot. I am Jack, I am the captain of my crew, and much more importantly, I am a fairy, and I'm willing to bet that right now I'm the strongest fairy in the universe." A deep, awkward silence followed Jack. Was that something to be proud of? The fairy race had fallen too low. As such, that makes me the de facto leader and representative of the fairy race, a founding member of the humanoid alliance. Grimshaw's signature casual smile suddenly froze, and a horrifying understanding filled his eyes. "The case for this injustice will not be overseen by you in the Arctica courts, Steed. Instead, the Arctica race will answer me in the Celestial Court. An attack on the leader of a race from the Alliance is an attack on the whole humanoid alliance." Bob, who was casually filing his nails in his seat, smirked as he gave a smug look to Grimshaw. Yet Grimshaw did not have the mind to pay attention to Bob. He had already stood up from his seat and looked like he had swallowed a fly. "By the way, if my memory serves me well, did you ask the leader of the fairy race to be your slave?" Bob asked as he looked at his nails, a satisfying smile on his face, almost mimicking Grimshaw from earlier. As soon as he remembered his words earlier, Grimshaw's eyes widened. "F you." The rest of his words were drowned out by the sound of thunder that shook the entire level of the Arctica race. Around the stadium, various figures started to appear. The first to appear was an angry-looking member of the Arctica race, but before he could do anything, a devil appeared. And then an angel, followed by an elf, a dwarf, an Ulin, and many more. One by one, all members of the humanoid alliance started to appear around the stadium, each of them wearing a very serious expression. Finally, a celestial appeared as well, a beautiful tall female with long blonde hair and platinum tiara on her head. The crowd, who had been extremely excited up until now, suddenly got the feeling that things were getting out of hand. Before anything could happen, though, one more figure appeared, drawing all eyes in the surroundings. The last to appear wasn't from the humanoid alliance. Instead, it was from the foremost race in the universe. It was a primal from the primary realm. 1. Within the Midnight Inn, inside Obsidian, Skipping scratched his butt in his sleep. Primal is the dominant race from the primary realm, first mentioned in Chapter 1336. Jack took a huge risk, not that he showed it on his face. Through Lex's vast exposure and experiences, he had learned random tidbits about the universe and its many organizations. In some areas, he might know secrets not known to most, while in others he might lack common sense that a member of a traditional universal organization might have. He had learned tidbits about the humanoid alliance, as well as the Celestial Court, not to mention the little secrets a certain monkey guest shared with Lex. He heard of conspiracies and got a sense for how deep and long-lasting they were, as well as how important it was for all organizations to keep face. To list all the random stuff Lex knew would take forever. What mattered was that Jack used those bits of information to make a wild guess and take a risk. He had no idea if, as the strongest fairy, he qualified to become the leader of the fairy race. He didn't even know if most races had leaders. What he did know, however, was that the Celestials were the leaders of the humanoid alliance, more or less, and that they were pretty powerful, and that the Celestial Court was the tool through which they exercised their power. Based on the immediate reaction of his statement, Jack felt pretty safe saying that at least his claim of demanding an answer within the court was, at least, heard if not accepted. Standing in the middle of, well, no, flying in the air above the center of the stadium, while surrounded by members of the humanoid alliance, Jack could feel the rising tension in the air. There was also the matter of the primal. The primal had appeared at the very end, not that Jack or anyone else could see the primal's appearance. He was garbed in a black shawl that covered every facet of his features, so nothing of his body, including even the outline of his body, were visible. Despite that, his very presence spread the knowledge that he was a primal, the leading race from the primary realm. His very presence added an additional weight to the situation. Pin-drop silence filled the entire stadium as everyone waited for something to happen. Jack wondered if he was supposed to say something, like fulfill a tradition or something for summoning the alliance. As it turned out, it wasn't needed, for the primal spoke first. "This is an unexpected and tense situation, but if all parties involved agree to trust me and my judgment, I believe I can resolve it without escalating it further. The welcome of a new major realm and power should not be marred by an unfortunate accident. What do you all say?" The member of the Arctica race, who was both furious and confused, did not immediately answer, and instead waited for instructions from a higher level. The steed did not dare do anything. It was clear that the situation had far surpassed its level and authority. Jack was considering how to respond when the Celestial flew over to Jack and observed him critically. "You said your name is Jack?" she asked, her voice as sweet as honey and as fresh as vanilla. "Yes," Jack answered. "Any relation to Jack the Hell Slayer?" she continued to ask. "Never heard of him," Jack answered truthfully. The Celestial nodded, almost seeming both disappointed as well as relieved. "Would you trust me to make a judgment on your behalf of the current situation? I believe I am better equipped to determine the appropriate response and steps in the given political climate." Jack did not immediately answer. Instead, he addressed his own concerns first. "That depends. What kind of judgment will you make? Is your priority to make this situation go away or to redress my grievances? I've had this little fellow with me since he hatched, and I've never let him suffer like this, yet not only did some freak try to enslave him, he turned him into a show for the whole realm to watch." The Celestial raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. "Jack, I hope you realize that you have not actually been confirmed as the leader of the fairies. Your actions of calling upon the collective power of the humanoid alliance is not only not warranted, it has repercussions far greater than you realize. Even Tao Lords do not casually invoke the power of the whole alliance. Heck, even in many wars, the whole alliance is not invoked. If this weren't an especially sensitive time, your summons would not have even been acknowledged." What the Celestial did not mention was that the whole humanoid alliance was up and active trying to figure out who Jack the Hell Slayer was, and what his connection to the fairies was. For a fairy named Jack to then summon upon the powers of the alliance merely a short while after was much too coincidental for them to ignore. Also, the problem was, Jack really did qualify as a potential leader of the fairy race, given the situation of the race. But for him to assume such a position would require a lot of ceremony, not to mention various restrictions. It is not the kind of thing one can simply claim as they wish. "If the Celestial Court is not interested in upholding justice for me, then I can pursue other means," said Jack firmly. In truth, his other options were severely limited, and an even greater risk, because that included pleading to the 7 dragon Tao Lords he had brought to the Arctica realm, and hoping they would care about him. "No, not just the Celestial Court, but the whole humanoid alliance will ensure you get justice," the Celestial said. "I just wanted you to realize what that means and what that costs. That is also why I want to be the one to represent you, for I know just how far to take things." Well, that was kind of fair. Jack was blatantly using them. "Fine, you can represent me, but I need you to understand they hurt my alligator. He is a child, and they beat and tried to enslave him. I heard that the Arctica race makes a big deal about protecting the children of their own realm, but they had no problem kidnapping the child I'm watching over. I want justice, but if I can get revenge, that'll be even better." The Celestial girl nodded. "Do not worry, the humanoid alliance is not one that can easily be taken advantage of. Leave everything to me. By the way, my name is Oro." Just as Jack and Oro were about finishing up their conversation, Grimshaw exited his private booth. "I, for one, completely trust the primals to sort this misunderstanding out," he began to say. Before he could continue, Oro teleported in front of the Primal. "The humanoid alliance had doubts about your intentions, Primal. The sage races are not exactly a trustworthy bunch.